Li Wu had just left the police station when he was given an absurd and laughable punishment. He had to make up for 84 hours of game time within 7 days. He has to be online 12 hours a day, not a minute less. If he doesn't meet the deadline, he'll not only be fined, but he might even be sent to detention. But he was not unemployed, nor was he deliberately resisting the law. He worked 3 jobs a day and only slept for 4 hours. Even taking a breath was a luxury. Officer Zhou sighed and told him that nowadays all citizens aged 14 to 60 must play online for 42 hours a week. This new regulation is above all other laws, and even police officers cannot escape it. If they don't spend enough time online, they will be dismissed from their posts and then punished. Li Wu couldn't understand why the whole world was suddenly forcing people to play a game, and why not playing games would become illegal. The detention center was already packed with people, all of whom were arrested and sent in for extra lessons because they hadn't completed their game time limit. Officer Zhou, seeing how pitiful he was, secretly slipped him 500 yuan, leaving only a warning. If you get caught again, it won't be as simple as just being detained. Clutching the 500 yuan, Li Wu walked alone into the darkness, a lump forming in his throat. What he lacked was never time for games. What he lacked was money to keep his 1.5-year-old child alive. A year ago, my sister's family took both sets of parents on a trip. A car accident killed all 6 of them. Only little Tuanchuan, who had just learned to speak, survived. At the funeral of the 6, Li Wu didn't shed a single tear, but when Tuanchuan rushed into his arms and called him uncle in his childish voice, he immediately burst into tears like a child. From that day on, he dropped out of school, sold his house, and took over guardianship, treating the child as his only family. But fate did not spare them. Xiao Tuanchuan soon developed a high fever and was hospitalized, diagnosed with chronic myeloid leukemia. The cheap medicine could extend her life by 10 years, while the expensive foreign special medicine could allow her to live like a normal person. The cost was 20,000 yuan per month, 240,000 yuan per year, and she would have to take the medicine for life. Without hesitation, Li Wu sold her parents' house, disposed of her sister's property, and used her savings of over 500,000 yuan to choose the most expensive option. While 500,000 yuan sounds like a lot, it would only last for 2 years to cover Tuanchuan's illness. So he dropped out of university and worked 3 jobs every day, desperately trying to pour money into that bottomless pit. Then, just a month ago, the nationwide gaming plan was forcibly implemented, and free gaming helmets were delivered to every adult citizen's home. Everyone was required to log into Blue Star Online for 42 hours a week. Refusing, protesting, and marching were all useless. Li Wu originally thought that it was impossible for all of the country's more than 1 billion people to accept such a crazy rule. The law doesn't punish everyone, and someone would eventually compromise. But only a week later, the police found him. He arrived at the kindergarten half an hour late, first bowing his head to apologize to teacher Lele, but Tuanchuan in his arms hugged his neck tightly and said in a childish voice, "No, I want to stay with my uncle." Li Wu chuckled and pinched her little nose, then carried her small body on his back, secured it with a scarf, put on her helmet, and opened the food delivery app. "Let's go." With Tuan's command, the electric scooter shot into the night, like an arrow that dared not stop. At 10 p.m., Li Wu carried the sleeping Tuanchuan home, but did not go out to deliver food as usual. He looked at the unopened cardboard box in the corner, which contained the gaming helmets that everyone in the country was forced to own. The workers all said that Blue Star Online was like another world, but they also criticized it for being a money pit. Forget about making money in it. Even drinking water cost money. But Li Wu had no choice. If she were really sent to the detention center, no one would buy medicine for Tuanchuan. He activated the helmet as instructed, and the moment he put it on, a cold system voice sounded in his mind. Retinal scan in progress. EEG scan in progress. Identity verification in progress. Name, Li Wu. Age, 21. Bank card automatically bound. Online time, 0. Online time, minus 42 hours. Warning, please make up for the lost online time within 7 days, or you will be punished according to law. A series of electronic voices stunned Li Wu. This is too outrageous. A black giant claw descended from the sky, instantly piercing Li Wu's shoulder and dragging him into the air like prey. The pain was so real it felt like it was tearing his nerves apart. He looked down and saw the human army beneath his feet being swallowed up by an endless sea of monsters. Warriors, mages, soldiers, even those carrying rifles and mortars, all had become food for the monsters. 1 second, it was a grand battlefield where magic and gunfire flew side by side. The next second, Li Wu's life was extinguished swiftly under the monster's claws. But he didn't quit the game. Instead, he suddenly opened his eyes in a grand hall, the suffocating feeling of being torn apart still lingering in his chest. The system coldly reminded him, the pain here is exactly the same as in reality. The country even amended its regulations specifically for this game called Blue Star Online, but Li Wu never expected it to be so realistic that even death felt like a personal experience. Even more bizarrely, upon logging in, he saw a young man dressed in plain clothes who was exactly the same as himself, down to the mole on his right cheek. After his vision blurred, the figure disappeared, and Li Wu realized that it wasn't the shadow that had vanished, but rather that he himself had transformed into a game character. This game doesn't allow character customization. Everyone enters the world with their real-life face. To conceal your identity, you must buy a mask from the general store. Please name your character. After a long pause, Li Wu tried typing, Tuanshuan, name already taken. Tuanzi, name already taken. Tuanbao, name already taken. Li Wu gritted her teeth and typed in an even more outrageous name, Invincible Cute Squad. Naming successful. Immediately afterwards, the system announced that each player would randomly receive a talent, and Li Wu's talent was called Cutting. The scene shifts, and he finds himself in the plaza of starting village number 5188. Flashes of white light erupt around him as players are resurrected one by one. Some scream in agony, clutching their heads, while others curse wildly. This game is insane. I was strangled by a giant python for a full minute before I died. I'm even worse off. I was having sex with my wife in the wild when some bastard shot an arrow at me, and I was gone without even wearing any equipment. As soon as he finished speaking, a white figure revived in front of Li Wu, followed by a piercing scream. When a player dies, their equipment doesn't resurrect them. This supposedly 100% realistic game is clearly more unconventional than anyone thinks. Li Wu quickly opened her character panel. Level 0, all basic attributes at 10 points, and it even comes with the beginner skills for warriors and mages. He can wield a sword, unleash fireballs, and possesses a true sight skill that reveals information about monsters. But what truly determines his future is that seemingly insignificant talent description. Slice. Each attack or skill hit deals an additional 0.1% of the target's maximum health as true damage. True damage means it ignores defense. No matter how thick the monster's hide or how high its armor, it will have to take this hit. But 0.1% also means he would have to slash a full 1,000 times to grind down a monster using only his talent. And low-level monsters simply couldn't withstand 1,000 hits from him, while high-level monsters might one-shot him. The only hope for this ability is to kill a world boss of at least his own level, allowing the slicing damage to continue to grow. The problem is, world bosses are clearly not something a level 0 player like him should be dealing with. Not to mention, players from all over the world have flocked to this new world. The bosses would probably be overwhelmed by the sheer number of players as soon as they spawn. Li Wu sighed, temporarily putting aside her concerns about this seemingly useless talent, and instead opened her newbie backpack. Inside were black bread, mineral water, a wooden sword, a staff, and a pistol. The wooden sword adds 6 points of attack. The staff adds 5 points of magic attack, but that pistol actually has 45 points of physical attack. The only problem is that the gun doesn't benefit from the character's attributes and must be used with bullets, and he only has 10 bullets left. Li Wu stared at the cold pistol, only one question on his mind. Magic, monsters, real death, modern firearms. Was this game even legitimate? Li Wu gripped the pistol blankly, his mind a complete daze. What kind of game was this? It even had modern weapons. What use were those magical classes? He tried to load a bullet into the magazine, his clumsy movements immediately attracting the attention of a middle-aged man beside him. The man's eyes lit up when he saw Li Wu wearing beginner's clothes, and he approached with a grin. Young man, want to sell bullets? 1 yuan each. Li Wu was slightly taken aback. Such generous newbie benefits? He had just logged in and didn't even need to make an initial purchase. Yet he could sell 10 bullets for 10 yuan? Not for sale. He didn't give the other party a chance to raise the price. Immediately squeezed out of the crowd and began to wander around the newbie village. The village didn't have many tall buildings, but the architectural style was very modern. However, there were dilapidated houses and broken tiles everywhere, which looked just like a post-apocalyptic ruin. The starting village was ridiculously large. Li Wu had been walking for over 10 minutes and still hadn't reached the end. But considering it was a game for everyone, he wasn't surprised. When he finally found the general store and saw the prices on the shopping interface, his jaw nearly dropped. Black bread restores 3 points of satiety and costs 50 copper coins. Mineral water costs 50 copper coins. A pistol bullet also costs 50 copper coins. Even a mask with selectable styles costs 1 silver coin. Li Wu opened a recharge interface and instantly felt the full force of Blue Star Online's malice. 1 yuan could only be exchanged for 10 copper coins. 1 silver coin was equal to 100 copper coins, and 1 gold coin was equal to 100 silver coins. In other words, a piece of black bread and a bottle of water would cost 5 yuan in real life, and a handgun bullet would cost even more, at 5 yuan a round. Luckily, he hadn't sold the bullets earlier, or he would have really lost a lot of money. Li Wu left the general store and headed out of the village. With game currency so expensive, perhaps killing monsters really could earn money, even if each monster only dropped 1 copper coin. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, he finally stepped out of the starting village's glowing circle. Looking at the vast ruins outside, he was completely certain that this was a post-apocalyptic game. Are we going to fight zombies? Curious, he followed a few players still dressed in beginner gear. The ruins gradually disappeared, and an endless grassland appeared before them. They didn't see any zombies, but instead, giant rabbits hopping around everywhere. These rabbits were a meter tall at the shoulder, with 2 incisors like sharp knives, completely devoid of any cuteness. Li Wu moved closer and directly threw out a true eye. Giant rabbit, level 1, HP 200, physical attack 25, defense 5. It really is a beginner monster. Li Wu's face turned green after comparing the attributes of both sides. He had an attack of 26 with his wooden sword, but after deducting 5 points of defense from the giant rabbit, he could only deal 21 damage per strike, and it would take 10 strikes to kill it. The giant rabbit has an attack of 25, and after deducting his 10 defense points, it can deal 15 damage per hit. He only has 100 health, and 7 bites from the rabbit will send him back to town. A direct confrontation is definitely not an option, but a pistol can easily take him down. The pistol has a base damage of 45, plus 5 points from each bullet, resulting in 50 damage per shot, and 5 shots are enough to kill a giant rabbit. As long as he keeps his distance, the rabbit can't touch him at all, rendering the 100% real pain system useless. It's utterly speechless. Is this all-encompassing online game also a pay-to-win game? Li Wu couldn't help but suspect that the government's forced promotion of this game was because the national treasury was short of money and wanted to fleece the public. But he knew it was impossible. Even if they did manage to rip off a whale, ordinary people couldn't afford to spend 25 yuan on a level 1 monster. However, you can't just look at stats in a game. The 3 players Li Wu was with, like a family of 3, had already surrounded a giant rabbit. The 14 or 15-year-old boy gave a signal, and 3 swords fell simultaneously. The giant rabbit didn't even have time to retaliate before it turned into a white light. 3 swords instantly killed the giant rabbit with 200 HP. The average attack power of the 3 was at least 72 points, clearly indicating they were no novices. Li Wu hesitated for a moment before deciding not to ask to join a group. Those 3 could instantly kill the giant rabbit. Why should they take a stranger like him? There weren't many players left in the level 1 area. Most had fixed teams or were simply families teaming up. Li Wu thought for a moment and decided to go it alone. He still had a beginner's staff in his backpack, which would increase his spell attack to 25 points. Fireball had 130% magic damage, dealing 27 points per hit, with a 2.5 second cooldown. As long as the distance was far enough, he could cast at least 2 fireballs. 2 fireballs deal 54 damage initially, then a powerful strike with a wooden sword deals another 34 damage. The giant rabbit will have 116 health remaining, and 6 sword strikes should finish it off. Theoretically, it should still have a sliver of health left. After figuring out his strategy, Li Wu went to a secluded spot and chose a giant rabbit. Unsure of the fireball's range, he had to test it little by little until he was about 30 meters away from the rabbit, at which point the skill was successfully released. After a brief delay, a fist-sized orange-red fireball flew towards the giant rabbit. The moment the fireball was launched, Li Wu turned and ran. 3 seconds later, He turned back and cast the fireball spell again, only to find that the giant rabbit had already chased him more than 10 meters away. This rabbit was ridiculously fast. It covered nearly 20 meters in its cool-down period, and the giant rabbit not only caught up to it for 30 meters, but even overtook it by several meters. This wasn't a rabbit. It was clearly a cheetah in rabbit skin. The second fireball hit, dealing 27 damage, but the accompanying cutting effect was too low to trigger. The giant rabbit had already charged in, and Li Wu immediately drew her wooden sword, delivering a powerful blow to its head. -34. First strike secured, it's in the bag. Just as Li Wu's lips curled into a smile, the giant rabbit bit his left arm, which he instinctively raised to block. -15. The excruciating pain in his arm caused Li Wu to curse aloud, and his next sword strike, which he was about to unleash, was delayed by the pain. The giant rabbit bit again, and Li Wu, enduring the pain, finally managed to retaliate with a sword strike. His initial attack instantly turned into a counterattack. He tried to fight and retreat, escaping the giant rabbit's pursuit range. However, the giant rabbit's pursuit distance was greater than he had anticipated, and its speed was also faster. Both sides exchanged damage while running for more than 10 meters. In the end, Li Wu was too slow due to the pain and turned into a white light. Li Wu walked out of the respawn point with a dark face. His arm and shoulder had long since recovered, but he still felt like he was missing 2 pieces of flesh. He was just fighting a beginner monster, and it gave him a psychological trauma. What kind of idiot came up with this 100% real pain? No wonder there are still players with attack power over 60 teaming up to kill rabbits a week after the server opened. They're probably all terrified of being bitten by the giant rabbits. Even with her resolute personality, Li Wu couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine at the thought of those 2 large front teeth. But leveling up and earning money required constantly grinding monsters, and she couldn't always carry the load alone. After much deliberation, Li Wu decided to form a team. He had just posted newbie looking for a giant rabbit team on the public channel when a bunch of frivolous responses popped up instantly. Some asked if he was a girl. Some said he'd carry anyone with a D cup or higher for free, and others seriously discussed looks and age. Li Wu then realized that he had named the team after his little niece, Tuanshuan, but he never expected that invincible cute Tuanshuan would cause such trouble. He added with a dark face, "I'm a real man. Newbie looking to team up with the giant rabbit team." The channel went silent immediately. All those people had vanished. Li Wu called out repeatedly for a long time before someone finally requested to add her as a friend. The other person was named Spicy Rabbit Head, also a newbie and also without teammates. The 2 agreed to meet at the south gate of the village and then call for more people together. A few minutes later, a little girl with pigtails, dressed in beginner's clothes, stood at the village entrance, looking around with a wooden sword in her hand. Li Wu walked straight up to her and asked, "Spicy Rabbit Head?" The little girl was taken aback at first, then looked at him strangely. "Are you from the Invincible Cute Squad? Why are you a boy?" Li Wu was exasperated. "Didn't I say I'm a real man?" The girl quickly apologized, saying that the public chat was scrolling too fast and she hadn't seen it clearly. Li Wu didn't bother to argue and asked if she still wanted to team up. Spicy Rabbit Head nodded immediately, and Li Wu then asked her to call for members with him. Soon, 2 identical requests for groups appeared in the public chat. Invincible Cute Team. I'm a real man, looking to join the giant rabbit team. 2 people waiting for 4. Spicy Rabbit Head. I'm a real man, looking to form a giant rabbit team. 2 people waiting for 4. Li Wu turned his head and glanced at the little lowly who was sending the message in a serious manner, and quickly shook off the idea of using her appearance to recruit people. Even with 1 more person, no one responded. There were simply too few newcomers, and Spicy Rabbit Head was gradually getting impatient. Li Wu couldn't help but ask, "Don't any of my family members or classmates have higher levels? Why is only one of them coming out?" The little girl said tearfully that her family wasn't assigned to the same starting village as her, and that she was currently in detention and couldn't contact her classmates. It turned out she was about to enter high school and was busy doing practice problems, so she hadn't played Blue Star Online. Her parents hadn't taken it seriously either, only caring about playing themselves, and as a result, the police came knocking on their door. Because she was only 15 years old, the police detained her and her guardian for 3 days as a warning. The girl spoke of it with a face full of grief and indignation. After calling out more than a dozen times, still no one joined the group, and Li Wu finally lost patience. He has to be online for 12 hours a day, so he has no time to go out and work. The thought of living off his savings and having to quit his job made Li Wu's eyes redden. Let's go fight together. I'll draw aggro. He couldn't possibly let an underage little girl take the lead, so he had to bite the bullet and go himself. It hurt a bit, but at least the rewards wouldn't have to be split among 6 people. The two returned to the giant rabbit area, and Li Wu had Spicy Rabbit Head stand behind him, firing a fireball first. The fireball hit, and minus 27 damage appeared above the giant rabbit's head. Worried about the aggro becoming chaotic, Li Wu didn't kite it. Instead, she switched to her wooden sword and charged forward. However, the Spicy Rabbit's fireball also hit, dealing a staggering minus 54 damage. The giant rabbit instantly turned and charged towards her. Li Wu quickly stepped in front, delivering a powerful blow that struck the giant rabbit hard. The slight knockback effect interrupted its attack. The giant rabbit's aggro shifted back to Li Wu, biting his left arm as he blocked. Even though he was mentally prepared, the excruciating pain still made him pale. Li Wu gritted her teeth and retaliated with a sword strike, constantly exchanging blows with the giant rabbit. Finally, the Spicy Rabbit Head mustered its courage and stealthily stepped forward to strike. Although it only grazed the giant rabbit, it still dealt minus 42 damage. Li Wu was startled and quickly finished it off to regain aggro. Soon, the giant rabbit fell to the ground and turned into white light, but nothing exploded on the ground. Gained 20 experience points for killing the giant rabbit. Li Wu didn't care about the spoils and turned to look at Spicy Rabbit Head, who was also dressed in cloth and carrying a wooden sword, with a shocked expression. How come your attack is so high? Huh? I don't know. Li Wu glanced at the little girl's empty hands and neck, and became even more puzzled after confirming that she had no extra equipment. So what's your talent? It seems to be 100% critical hit rate, but I don't know what that means. Li Wu felt wronged. Why is it that other people's talents are 100% critical hit rate, while his is so useless that it doesn't even trigger when he's cutting rabbits? If he could also land 100% critical hits, he wouldn't need a team at all. With enough skill, he could kill the giant rabbit even without taking damage. He looked at the childlike face of the Spicy Rabbit and sighed. Actually, you don't have to team up at all. Seeing the little girl's puzzled expression, Li Wu patiently explained that flying a kite could release 2 fireballs, which would deal 100 points of damage. After that, switch weapons and unleash a powerful attack, followed by a normal slash, and the giant rabbit would die. The entire process only required taking 1 attack. Moreover, after a powerful strike lands, the giant rabbit will be briefly knocked back. If you react quickly enough, you can sidestep and turn around to finish it off without taking a single hit. Spicy Rabbit Head hadn't played many games and only half understood what he was saying, but he instantly grasped the key point and hurriedly asked if he didn't want to carry him anymore. Li Wu quickly explained that she had a 100% critical hit rate and didn't need to team up at all. She just didn't want to take advantage of a young girl. But Spicy Rabbit Head was so anxious she was almost in tears. She didn't know how to play such a realistically frightening game. She had been bitten to death by a giant rabbit once before, and it really hurt. She was scared. Li Wu kept trying to persuade her that she could swipe the card herself, but the little girl couldn't hold back anymore and cried, saying that she was afraid of rabbits and even more afraid of starving to death. Seeing that she was really crying, Li Wu quickly looked around, afraid that passers-by would misunderstand, and had no choice but to agree to continue taking her with her. Spicy Rabbit Head immediately stopped crying and started laughing, calling him Invincible Cute Brother Tuan. Li Wu awkwardly told her to drop the Invincible Cute part and just call him Brother Tuan. However, he still reminded Spicy Rabbit Head that if she was scared, she could stay in the village for now and come back to upgrade her status after her detention period ended and she contacted her classmates and friends. When the time comes, whether someone helps her or she gets high-level equipment, she'll be able to kill the giant rabbit without taking damage, so there's no need to tough it out now. But Spicy Rabbit Head said no. This game has a hunger bar that drops by 2 points every hour, and she's already been in the village for 8 hours. The 3 loaves of black bread for beginners were long gone. If it weren't for a kind aunt giving her 2, she would be starving to death now. And death doesn't restore hunger. So that feeling of being desperately hungry is worse than being bitten by a giant rabbit. Li Wu quickly checked his status. His satiety level had dropped from 10 to 7, exactly corresponding to the hour and a half he had been online. Realizing that a loaf of black bread cost 50 copper coins, or 5 yuan, Li Wu panicked. This wasn't bread. It was clearly game points. It cost a little over 3 yuan an hour, and he's online for 12 hours a day. How much money would that cost? Don't even think about getting him to spend money. The two immediately started fighting, and the second giant rabbit was defeated without incident, still dropping nothing but 20 experience points. To protect the spicy rabbit head, Li Wu was bitten twice by the giant rabbit, wincing in pain. The little girl was dealing so much damage, but he felt bad letting her take the lead, and he certainly didn't dare make her cry. Otherwise, he'd waste time comforting her. Seeing that it required 10,000 experience points to reach level 1, Li Wu's expression darkened further. Killing a giant rabbit solo only yielded 40 experience points, requiring the killing of 250. While in a team, each rabbit only gave 20 experience points, meaning a full 500 rabbits needed to reach level 1. This was just level 0 to level 1, and the thought of being bitten by the giant rabbit nearly 1,000 times made Li Wu's face turn green. Although the pain in the game doesn't last long, and it only hurts for a moment when you're injured, that moment still hurts a lot. We have to change tactics. Li Wu squatted on the ground, staring at the giant rabbit in the distance, quickly summarizing the attack range, skill damage, and aggro mechanism of both sides. A minute later, he finally came up with a no-damage strategy. After instructing Spicy Rabbit Head, the two of them pulled the monster again. The two simultaneously unleashed fireballs at maximum range, then retreated together. Once the cooldown was over, Li Wu turned back and fired a second fireball, while Spicy Rabbit continued running forward. After the second fireball hit, the giant rabbit was left with only 100 health. Li Wu immediately switched weapons and dealt 34 points of damage with a powerful strike. Although the knockback effect of this attack was weak, it was enough to interrupt the giant rabbit's movements and firmly draw aggro to Li Wu. He didn't greedily attack and took advantage of the giant rabbit's stiffness to quickly create distance, while the Spicy Rabbit Head, which had run even further away, finally released its second fireball. The critical hit damage of 54 points instantly shifted the giant rabbit's aggro to her. The giant rabbit abandoned Li Wu, who was right in front of it, and turned to chase after Spicy Rabbit Head. Li Wu seized the opportunity to slash the giant rabbit's rear from behind, taking away its last 16 points of health. The system notified him that he had killed the giant rabbit and gained 20 experience points. The monster was killed without taking damage. The tactic was successful, and Li Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, he had originally planned an even more efficient, damage-free tactic. After the two of them unleashed a series of fireballs, a simultaneous powerful attack would have instantly killed the giant rabbit. But Spicy Rabbit Head was too timid. The giant rabbit's incisors made its legs go weak with fear, and its skills were always a beat too slow, ensuring that Li Wu would inevitably get bitten. Left with no other option, he had to redesign a more stable fighting strategy. Even fighting the lowest level beginner monsters took so many brain cells. Li Wu couldn't help but wonder if she would go bald when fighting bosses in the future. With a no-damage strategy, the two finally started to farm rabbits in peace, but the hunger value was still like a sword hanging over their heads. Li Wu had no way of spending money, and Spicy Rabbit Head didn't even have a bank card, so the two of them could only desperately grind monsters. Finally, when they killed the 9th giant rabbit, something dropped on the ground for the first time, and 2 items dropped at once. Giant rabbit tusks are a basic forging material. You can consult the blacksmith for details. Giant rabbit fur is a basic textile material. You can consult the clothing store for details. Although they didn't know how much these materials were worth, Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit Head couldn't help but laugh. It was better than getting nothing at all. So they decided to each take 1 item, sell them back in town, and then split the profits. Spicy Rabbit Head decisively picked up the giant rabbit's fur. The bloody fangs were clearly not to the little girl's liking. Although the drop rate on Blue Star Online was still infuriatingly low, the two were even more enthusiastic about farming rabbits now that there were drops. As their skill level increased, they could kill a giant rabbit in just 10 seconds, and there were so many monsters around that they didn't even need to search for them. This was the advantage of joining the game late. Most veteran players had already left the level 1 monster zone, and the giant rabbits could finally spawn alive. The only problem was his lack of mana. Even with full mana, Li Wu could only cast Fireball 5 times. He had to stop and regenerate mana after killing every 2 giant rabbits, so his efficiency remained low. Just then, a giant rabbit disappeared, leaving behind a white glow. Li Wu's eyes lit up. Materials don't glow. This was clearly a loot drop. Giant rabbit leather armor, white equipment, plus 10 HP, plus 2 physical defense, can be worn at level 0. Li Wu handed the leather armor directly to Spicy Rabbit Head, saying that she should take it first. Now that the two of them could kill monsters without taking damage, he didn't need to fight for the first piece of equipment. Moreover, wearing the leather armor would give Spicy Rabbit Head more peace of mind, preventing her from making mistakes when she was scared. The young girl quickly declined, saying that Li Wu occasionally had to tank monsters, so he should wear the equipment. Li Wu disliked this kind of polite back and forth, so he simply set a rule. You wear it first, and the next piece of equipment is mine. Spicy Rabbit Head nodded and changed into the leather armor, instantly transforming the loose beginner's cloth clothes into tight-fitting white open-work leather armor. Li Wu was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked away, thinking to herself, are young girls these days so well-nourished? Remembering that Spicy Rabbit Head was only 15, he quickly shook off the chaotic thoughts and continued to focus on the giant rabbit in the distance. Spicy Rabbit Head himself blushed with embarrassment, silently reminding himself that this was just a game, and braced himself to follow Li Wu. 3 hours passed quickly, and Li Wu's experience reached 4880, still halfway to level up. However, both of them had almost run out of satiety points, with Li Wu having 4 points left and Spicy Rabbit Head only having 5 points left. Once their satiety level drops to 3, they'll feel hungry, and their mobility will decrease, making it difficult to fight monsters without taking damage. The two of them had no choice but to return to the village to sort through their harvest and sell the materials. This raid yielded a total of 16 giant rabbit tusks, 15 giant rabbit fur, leather armor, 2 iron swords, and a pair of leather boots. The 4 pieces of equipment were split equally, with each person receiving a low-quality iron sword. That grants a plus 12 attack bonus. The giant rabbit's feet grants 10 health and 5% movement speed. Spicy Rabbit Head proactively gave the leather armor to Li Wu and changed into the boots herself. After all, the increased movement speed was more suitable for her timid nature, and the fluffy appearance suited her perfectly. Fortunately, the equipment changes depending on gender. Although Li Wu's leather armor was also open work, at least she wouldn't be wearing 2 big seashells on her head. But when she got to the shop and saw that the fangs and fur were only worth 10 copper each, Li Wu's lips twitched again. The 31 materials cost a total of 310 copper coins, which translates to only 31 yuan. The two of them split that for 15.5 yuan each. That's barely enough to buy some black bread, but the problem is they need water to eat it. A bottle of mineral water costs 5 yuan, and they need at least half a bottle of water to swallow a loaf of black bread. Li Wu couldn't help but suspect that this game was ruthlessly exploiting them. Just as he was about to sell the materials at the shop price, Spicy Rabbit Head suddenly received a message from his mother. She said the materials could be sold to casual players for a higher price than the shop would offer. Li Wu immediately perked up and followed her to the village square, where sure enough, there were people setting up stalls to buy materials in bulk. After comparing prices at several stalls, they sold 31 sets of materials for 440 copper coins, with the two of them splitting 220 copper coins each. Li Wu's satiety level had dropped to 3 points. Her speed had slowed down significantly, and her stomach was starting to rumble with hunger. The two quickly bought some black bread and water, each replenishing their supplies with 3 pieces of bread and a bottle of water, instantly shrinking their wallets. Li Wu frowned deeply as he looked at his remaining 20 copper coins. At this rate, his income and expenses were completely unbalanced. He asked Spicy Rabbit Head to ask her mother if there were any other ways to make money. Spicy Rabbit Head quickly found the answer. Crafting professions require a large investment of materials to level up proficiency in the early stages. 7 days after the server opened, crafting players were still pouring money into it, making it unreliable. However, there was another option: mining or in the eastern part of the village, or it could be sold for money, and there were fewer monsters, but the mining area was dark and contained zombies. Spicy Rabbit Head's voice trembled at the mention of zombies, clearly terrified. Li Wu sighed and said simply, "Then let's continue killing giant rabbits." Unexpectedly, the little girl hesitated for a moment, then said, "How about we go mining instead?" Li Wu was taken aback. "Aren't you scared?" Spicy Rabbit Head explained quietly that she just wanted to see what zombies actually looked like. This combination of being a noob yet so eager to play made Li Wu speechless. But this suited him perfectly. Level wasn't important for now. Making money was the priority. "Want to spend money on this game?" Absolutely not. The two had exactly 20 copper coins each. One bought a pickaxe, and they headed towards the mining area at the east end of the village, while simultaneously organizing the information given to them by Spicy Rabbit Head's mother. The mining area in the east of the village was enormous, with a dense network of tunnels filled with players. Those who were too afraid to fight monsters or had chosen life professions had almost all gone into the mines. Zombies also spawn in the mines, but they're only level 3 and pose no threat to players who are around level 4 or 5. They'll be instantly killed by a group of players as soon as they spawn. That's why Spicy Rabbit dares to come and look at the zombies. They have no chance of biting her anyway. Mining was indeed profitable in the early days of the server, but now with more and more miners, ore production has skyrocketed, and prices have almost fallen to the level of what shops would buy back. Fortunately, ore production is stable. Besides the most common stones and iron ore, you can occasionally mine silver and gold ore, which are still quite valuable. The two followed the dusty, disheveled crowd into the mine. The cave was dimly lit, with visibility only a dozen meters. Further on, they could only see blurry figures wielding pickaxes. They walked for a long time, until their hunger points had dropped slightly, before finding a less crowded branching tunnel. Just then, a zombie spawned. The zombie actually emerged from underground. Spicy Rabbit Head had barely finished screaming when it was smashed into a blur of white light by a dense barrage of iron pickaxes, leaving her utterly embarrassed. The two continued deeper, finding a cave with a ceiling at least 10 meters high. The space was spacious, and there were few miners, making it perfect for their work. Li Wu swung his pickaxe, laboriously chipping away at a rock, and then had to pick it up and stuff it into his backpack. Rock +1. Li Wu couldn't help but complain, this is too realistic. In other games, you swing your pickaxe twice and the ore automatically goes into your bag. But in Blue Star Online, you actually have to dig the rock out of your pocket. Moreover, gaps will be left in the cave walls, allowing the mining environment to be damaged. As for when it will be restored, it has only been 7 days since the server opened, and no one knows yet. An hour later, a pit half a person high had been dug in front of Li Wu, and there were 86 stones, 5 iron ore, and 1 silver ore in his backpack. Stones cost 99 coins per stack, but shops only charge 20 copper coins, and players can buy them for 21 copper coins each. Iron ore sells for 12 to 13 copper coins each, while silver ore sells for over 60 copper coins. Based on this, he can mine about 130 copper coins per hour, and after deducting game time fees, he can still earn 8 coins. Another zombie spawned during that time. Li Wu wanted to go and soak up some experience points, but the visibility was too poor, and by the time he arrived, the monsters were gone. He casually asked how many spicy rabbit heads he had dug up, but the little girl protested first. I told you not to call me Rabbit Head. Helpless, Li Wu changed her question. Rabbit, how much did you dig up? Spicy Rabbit Head covered her mouth and laughed. I've made so much money, 150 stones, 8 iron ore, and 2 silver ore. Li Wu was stunned. They were both mining, so how could this young girl be so much faster than him? He turned his head and immediately noticed the problem. Spicy Rabbit Head had only dug down 1 rock, but when it landed, it had split into 2 pieces. 100% critical hit. Li Wu was utterly envious. Critical hits could actually be used for mining? Thinking about his own nonsensical cutting talent, he felt even worse. Spicy Rabbit Head asked him how much he had mined, and Li Wu could only stubbornly reply, pretty much, I made a killing. After digging for another half hour, the little girl got bored and suggested having a late-night snack. Li Wu checked her satiety level and took out some black bread and bottled water. Spicy Rabbit Head said there were restaurants in the village that tasted even better than in real life, and that eating there wouldn't give her diarrhea. Li Wu immediately said that she would have to treat them when they got back. The little girl protested. You're an adult. Why are you letting a minor pay? Li Wu retorted. Didn't you make a fortune? Spicy Rabbit Head immediately grinned, munching on bread and lowering his voice, but still unable to hide his excitement. That's right, I really made a fortune. I struck gold. Li Wu's expression changed, and he quickly covered her mouth, while warily glancing at the player who had suddenly stopped mining not far away. He spoke first. Brother, she's still a child. 1 piece of gold or shouldn't be enough, right? Besides, there are 2 of us. The player turned and glanced at them, a set of white teeth flashing across his dark face. It's not that bad, but a reminder to your little girl, don't flaunt your wealth. With that, he continued mining. Li Wu, however, didn't relax, gently lowering her hand. Spicy Rabbit Head finally realized that she had almost gotten herself into trouble. The gold mine shop buys back gold for 3 silver coins, while players can buy it for at least 5 silver coins, which is equivalent to 500 copper coins, or about 50 yuan in real money. While 50 yuan isn't much in real life, there are few restrictions in the game. Killing someone and stealing their mine might just make you a fortune. Fortunately, the player was only level 3, and the game's pain level was very realistic, so most people wouldn't dare to easily engage in PvP. Besides, the opponent probably had a lot of or in their inventory, so fighting might not be worthwhile. Li Wu whispered a reminder to Spicy Rabbit Head to watch his words in the future. After finishing his bread, he got up and continued mining, but the more he thought about it, the more envious he felt. The little girl had struck gold. With that, she'd have 2 pieces, worth at least 100 yuan. He probably couldn't earn as much as she had mining for a short while after delivering takeout all night. Was Spicy Rabbit Head somehow destined for the protagonist role? After digging for another half hour, Spicy Rabbit Head suddenly stopped using his pickaxe, saying that he hadn't found any rare ores in a long time, and even the iron ore had become scarcer. Li Wu glanced at his backpack. The ore hadn't actually decreased, and he had even found an extra piece of silver ore. He glanced at the little girl, who was looking around eagerly, and immediately understood her thoughts. After digging with the pickaxe for more than 2 hours, his mind was getting a little numb. So he simply nodded and said, "Okay, let's find a better spot." The two immediately followed the mine, tunneled deeper into the cave. Spicy Rabbit Head had lost the timidity he had shown when he first entered the cave, and took the lead, his big eyes darting around as if searching for something. Li Wu quickly reminded her, "Slow down, we can't beat the zombies. If you run into one, you're done for." Spicy Rabbit Head hurriedly denied it, stammering that she wasn't looking for zombies. But as she continued walking, she didn't find any zombies, and the number of players in a mine kept increasing. Li Wu then realized that there was another fork in the road ahead, and they had somehow ended up in another main mine shaft. The two searched around but couldn't find any good spots, not even as good as the place where they had started mining. Just as Li Wu was about to take her back, Spicy Rabbit Head suddenly grabbed his arm and mysteriously pointed upwards. There was a protruding cave wall there, 5 or 6 meters above the ground. She said there might be a mysterious cave or treasure hidden up there. Li Wu looked up and saw that it did indeed seem a bit mysterious, but with players all around, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Was she the only one who had seen this place? However, taking care of Tianchuan over the years had given Li Wu a great deal of patience. Not wanting to spoil the fun, he smiled and said, "Then let's go up and take a look." Upon closer inspection, the two discovered that several small holes had been carved into the cave wall below the protrusion, indicating that someone had already attempted to climb up. Seeing the readily available ladder, Spicy Rabbit Head's curiosity waned considerably, but he still decided to climb up the hole, thinking, "Since I'm already here," as the saying goes. The little girl moved quickly, getting up in a few seconds, then shouted down in disappointment, "There's nothing there." Li Wu asked her if it was flat up there, and her eyes lit up immediately when she received the answer, very flat. He climbed up the cave wall and discovered that it wasn't an ordinary protrusion at all, but a small platform 3 or 4 meters long. The platform was flat, and there were several gaps in the cave wall, likely mining marks left by other players. For these 2 level 0 players, this was practically a godsend. Other players were at least level 3 or 4. If they were to get too close to zombies below, they'd probably have to go back to town instantly. Li Wu immediately decided, "Let's dig here." Spicy Rabbit Head was still a little unwilling, saying that she actually wanted to see the zombies, as she had only seen half of one before. Li Wu told her that she could see them from here too. If monsters spawned below, she could see them more clearly from the platform. Spicy Rabbit Head had no choice but to agree, though she had originally thought the drop rate on this mysterious platform would be higher. After digging for half an hour, her illusions were completely shattered. It was no different from the area below. Just as the two were starting to get bored again, a commotion suddenly came from afar, accompanied by whooshing noises and flashing lights. Spicy Rabbit Head's eyes lit up, and he excitedly grabbed Li Wu, who was still engrossed in mining. Li Wu turned his head and saw that the once pitch-black depths of the mine were now illuminated by blinding lightning. A large number of players fled back in panic. Li Wu's heart sank. Just as he was about to pull Spicy Rabbit Head down, he saw the lightning rapidly approaching. 2 slower players were struck by lightning, turning into white light, before they could even scream. Immediately afterward, a battered figure over 2 meters tall leaped out of the darkness, its dark hands crackling with electricity. Li Wu immediately cast a true sight, then grabbed Spicy Rabbit Head, and the two of them laid down on the platform. This was actually a level 5 boss, the Electric Zombie King, with a whopping 60,000 HP, 680 points of magic attack, and 320 points of defense. Its chain lightning deals 260% spell damage and can bounce up to 18 times, with a cooldown of only 1.2 seconds. Lightning Piers can strike a straight line area of 80 meters, dealing 200% spell damage, with a cooldown of only 2 seconds. When its health drops below 30%, it will trigger a lightning shield, increasing its defense by another 50%. Li Wu's scalp tingled at this sight. Who could possibly defeat it? Just 680 points of spell attack. Even the lowest level Lightning Piers could deal over 1,000 damage. Not to mention that Chain Lightning deals even more damage, and its cooldown is ridiculously short. He pressed down hard on Spicy Rabbit Head's little head, afraid that her curiosity would get the better of her and attract the boss's attention. Fortunately, the Electric Zombie King was extremely fast, clearing the area while hopping and chasing after the fleeing players and soon disappeared into the distance. Spicy Rabbit Head got excited. "Brother Tuan, let's fight the boss. We'll get rich if we kill it." Li Wu was speechless. "What are we going to use to fight it? Use a pickaxe to dig it to death." Spicy Rabbit Head pointed to the platform and said they could stand on it to fight, since the Electric Zombie King couldn't reach it. Li Wu directly sent her the boss's stats, telling her that it was a ranged monster. They could hit the boss with fireballs, but the boss could also kill them with lightning. With their combined health, they couldn't even withstand a fraction of the boss's damage, and the damage wouldn't even break through its defenses. Spicy Rabbit Head sighed, still unwilling to give up, and said she would ask her mother. Li Wu, however, felt that even Spicy Rabbit Head's mother couldn't help. Range bosses simply couldn't be blocked. Even against melee bosses, their damage and mana weren't enough. With 320 points of defense, even a pistol might not be able to penetrate it. He even considered that if there were rifles or machine guns in the game, they might only be able to barely break through the defenses. But how many bullets would it take to defeat a boss with 60,000 HP? That's all money. Soon, Spicy Rabbit Head brought back news of Spicy Mom. The only way to defeat the Electric Zombie King is for players to keep feeding kills to lure it out of the mine, then overwhelm it outside the mine using sheer numbers. Currently, it seems only the starting village where her mother lives has succeeded in this. The 100% real pain is terrifying. Every appearance means being electrocuted. The mine is so long. Luring the Electric Zombie King out would mean losing countless lives. In their efforts to lure the boss, many have even developed mental health issues, afraid to even plug in their chargers in real life. Li Wu nodded thoughtfully after listening. This was already harming the physical and mental health of the people. Shouldn't Blue Star Online be shut down? After all, he still had 3 jobs waiting for him in reality. By the way, Brother Tuan, my mom said we should hide well. If the Electric Zombie King loses its target, it will retreat to the depths of the mine and wander around. Okay, the visibility in the mine is only a dozen meters, so the two dared not mine, for fear that the Electric Zombie King would find them when it returned. Although the platform was 4 or 5 meters high, it was still visible from a distance, and with no other players around, the entire mine instantly fell into a deathly silence. In the dark and oppressive environment, Spicy Rabbit Head quickly lost his excitement and, in less than 10 minutes, clung to Li Wu's arm, saying he was a little scared. Li Wu had just drifted off into thought when he quickly snapped back to reality. A short while later, he gently tugged at Spicy Rabbit Head's wrist, signaling her to lie down. A faint tremor came from afar. The Electric Zombie King had returned. The two lay motionless on the platform, waiting for it to return to the depths of the mine. The jumping sounds grew closer, and after the Electric Zombie King reached the bottom of the platform, it stopped and stood guard at their feet, listening to the noise. A roar suddenly rang out, startling Spicy Rabbit Head into a scream that even drowned out the Electric Zombie King's voice. Li Wu comforted her, explaining that the Electric Zombie King had no vision and couldn't hit them. But he also realized that the monster's alert line could be triggered at higher elevations. Spicy Rabbit Head panicked. The boss was blocking their way down below. Were they going to starve to death? Li Wu was helpless, unable to fight or escape. He simply continued mining, considering it a free return to town. The little girl didn't want to experience starvation again, so Li Wu teased her, saying that when her hunger meter was almost gone, she should jump down and let the boss electrocute her. Seeing her bewildered expression, Li Wu laughed, patted her head, and explained that they should wait until someone came to lure the boss away, and then find another path. Not long after, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the mine, followed by 2 screams, leaving only the electric zombie king roaring below the platform. Li Wu frowned, realizing he had oversimplified the situation. Ordinary players had too low health. They were instantly killed as soon as they entered the warning range. Unless multiple players cooperated, it was impossible to lure the boss away. It seemed they really were going to die and go back to their deaths. Spicy Rabbit Head, hearing that they were going to die anyway, angrily picked up a piece of ore from the ground and threw it downwards. The ore hit the opposite cave wall and bounced off the electric zombie king. The electric zombie king roared, and a -2 appeared above its head. Spicy Rabbit Head immediately became excited. Even stones could cause damage. They could easily smash the boss to death. Li Wu immediately saw the key point. Even a small amount of forced damage without breaking the defense could crit. Spicy Rabbit Head's talent was indeed outrageous. The electric zombie king had a whopping 60,000 HP, and even with a forced 2-point damage per hit, it would still require 30,000 stones. Spicy Rabbit Head simply didn't have that many and instantly deflated. But Li Wu smiled. He felt that he might actually be able to kill this boss. He took out a rock and smashed it against the cave wall, just like he would with a Spicy Rabbit Head. The rock bounced and hit the electric zombie king, first displaying -1, then 60. The cutting talent had actually triggered, directly dealing true damage equal to 0.1% of the target's maximum health. That way, only 1,000 stones are needed. Li Wu checked his backpack. He had 206 stones, and the Spicy Rabbit Head had 398, leaving him 400 short. He immediately told the little girl to hurry up and start mining. To prevent the boss from automatically regenerating health, Li Wu decided to collect 1,000 coins before making a move. Spicy Rabbit Head, upon learning that they could actually fight the boss, swung his pickaxe and dug frantically, working even harder than Li Wu. The two dug for an hour straight, completely unfazed by the roars of the electric zombie king below. Meanwhile, the chat in the newbie village area was in an uproar. Countless players had died at the 6th fork in Cave 2, and everyone was warning others not to go there. The electric zombie king was stuck out of sight, causing chaotic aggro. Anyone who dared to show their face was electrocuted. Some even suspected that some idiot had blocked the boss, causing everyone to keep dying. Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit Head, completely unaware of the situation, buried themselves in digging for another half hour, finally managing to collect over 1,000 stones. This was mainly due to Spicy Rabbit Head's frequent critical hits. Otherwise, Li Wu alone might starve to death and still not have enough. Li Wu told her to keep digging. Since fighting the boss would take a long time, the electric zombie king could regenerate health, and the stones might not always hit. After giving her instructions, Li Wu picked up a stone and began smashing it against the cave wall one by one. -1, -60 true damage. -1, -60 true damage. He hit 1 stone per second on average, so even with 1,000 stones, it would take 17 minutes. By the time all the stones were used up, the electric zombie king was still alive, unable to check its health with his true eyes due to the distance. Li Wu was fortunate that Spicy Rabbit Head had dug up more than 70 stones. This time, there were no surprises. After Li Wu smashed down another 57 stones, the electric zombie king's shrill scream finally echoed from below the platform. Immediately afterward, a huge beam of white light flashed and disappeared in the mine. System notifications sounded one after another. Li Wu had killed the electric zombie king, gaining 10,000 experience points and 50 reputation points, and his level had also increased. All attributes increased by 2, and he also gained 5 free attribute points. More importantly, he killed a world boss that was higher level than him, increasing his talent level by 1. As the second team in the Huaxiao region to kill the electric zombie king, they split the 2,000 reputation points, with Li Wu getting 1,000 points alone. But he didn't have time to check the rewards. If other players came along, or if monsters spawned nearby, all his efforts would be for nothing. Li Wu didn't stand on ceremony with Spicy Rabbit Head, quickly climbing down the platform and frantically picking up the loot on the ground. Spicy Rabbit Head followed, but stood blankly to the side, seemingly too embarrassed to join in. Li Wu immediately reminded her, "Hurry up and pick it up." The girl then realized what he meant, excitedly bending down to pick up the items with him. As expected of the second highest kill in the entire server, the loot from the second highest kill of the wild boss was scattered all over the ground, and the two of them spent almost a minute picking it up. Of course, most of them were copper coins. Blue Star Online's design was really a rip-off. Each copper coin represented a dime, so Li Wu had no choice but to patiently pick them all up. After cleaning up, he immediately returned to the village with the spicy rabbit heads. Finally, it was time to tally his spoils. The two had no money on them before, so the new money in their backpacks was all dropped by the Electric Zombie King. In total, there was 1 gold, 68 silver, and 98 copper. The 1 gold and 68 silver alone were equivalent to 1,680 yuan, which, when split equally, would give each of them 840 yuan. Looking at the equipment, Spicy Rabbit Head was a bit slow and only picked up 2 pieces of white-grade equipment, a level 3 inferior magic wand, and a level 5 sturdy iron sword. White-grade equipment wasn't worth much, so Li Wu glanced at it and took out the 5 pieces of equipment she had picked up. The Ironwood Shield is also a white-grade item, while the Black Iron-grade Zombie Thigh Bone increases physical attack by a full 70 points and strength by 3 points. The other 2 silver-grade items are even better. The Zombie King Bone Pendant increases magic attack, intelligence, and spirit, while the Zombie King Ring increases physical attack, strength, and constitution. 1 green and 2 blue items already satisfied Li Wu considerably. Given the drop rates in this lousy game, colored equipment was definitely valuable. But what he truly coveted was the last piece of equipment, the Zombie King's Scepter, gleaming with golden light. This level 6 scepter increases magic attack by a whopping 188 points, and also adds 12 points each to stamina, intelligence, and spirit. More importantly, it comes with an equipment skill, Chain Lightning. After hitting the first target, the skill bounces to other enemies within 5 meters, attacking up to 5 times in a row. Although the damage is reduced by 10% each time, it's definitely a god-tier skill for clearing monsters. Li Wu wasn't sure of its exact value, but he knew one thing. It was definitely expensive. Besides the equipment, the Electric Zombie King also dropped 2 pieces of purple gold ore. Although he didn't know what the purple gold ore was used for, gold ore could sell for 50 coins, so this stuff would obviously be even more valuable. After tallying the spoils, Li Wu first traded 16 silver and 53 copper to Spicy Rabbit Head, so the two of them each received 84 silver and 49 copper. Then he asked Spicy Rabbit Head to send the equipment stats to his mother, so he could ask how to sell them at a good price. Spicy Rabbit Head was stunned when he saw the string of equipment stats, and it took him a while to agree. On the other side, in the ferocious turtle settlement of Beginner Village number 6554, a robust middle-aged woman skillfully deflected the turtle's attacks with a wooden shield. Each time a turtle pounced, she could block it with her shield and then slash back with her sword. Even though blocking still caused injuries, it only resulted in a sore and numb arm, which was much better than being bitten by a turtle. Just as the ferocious turtle was about to die by the sword, an extremely piercing notification sound suddenly rang out. Normal messages only gave a slight notification, but only specially marked friends received this sound, and she had specifically set the loudest notification for her daughter. Her daughter was only 15 years old and had just started playing this game where the pain was unbearably realistic. She was terrified of missing any news and causing something bad to happen to her precious daughter. But in that moment of distraction, her shield was a beat too slow, and the ferocious turtle bit down on her head. Although the woman still had health points, she was tormented by excruciating pain and struggled erratically for a moment before turning into a white light, leaving only a shield behind. At the respawn point, she cursed herself and quickly checked the message from her daughter. Spicy Rabbit Head asked her, "Mom, how much does this equipment cost?" The woman looked at the stats and immediately became anxious. "Honey, this equipment has level restrictions. You can't use it yet. White and black iron equipment is fine, but you want silver and gold equipment too. I can grit my teeth and buy you silver equipment, but gold equipment, I really can't afford it." Spicy Rabbit Head explained helplessly, "I was asking how much it would sell for, not that I wanted to buy it." "Sell it." The woman nearly went crazy, quickly replying, "Honey, please don't do anything silly. You can't do that kind of thing even in a game. You're only 15. Spicy Rabbit Head was completely confused and urged her to quickly quote a price, as Brother Tuan was waiting to share the spoils. Upon hearing Brother Tuan, the woman became even more nervous, suspecting that someone was deliberately using equipment to lure her daughter. She quickly confessed that her family was wealthy and even owned a house in a good school district. Spicy Rabbit Head stomped her feet angrily. Brother Tuan and I killed the Electra Zombie King, and we're just about to sell the equipment and split the money. What nonsense are you spouting? After saying that, she added that she would definitely ask about the school district housing when she had time. The woman was completely stunned, letting out several ahs in a row. After a long while, she hurriedly checked the equipment attributes her daughter had sent her again. Spicy Rabbit Head told Li Wu that the equipment could be sold at stalls in the square or placed in the portable auction house. Transactions in the square were free, while the auction house charged a storage fee and a 10% transaction tax. For high-value items, it's best to use the auction house. While setting up a stall is free, there are too many people, making it difficult to find a buyer who can actually afford to pay. Following the instructions, Li Wu brought up the auction interface and, unusually, gave a thumbs up to the developers of Blue Star Online. The portable auction house was indeed convenient. Buying and selling anytime, anywhere, and searching by category were all possible. The main city is not yet open, so the auction house can only cover the starting village. However, there are 9,999 starting villages in China, with nearly 100,000 people in each village, which is a large enough trading base. There were quite a few black iron equipment items in the auction house, but most of them were just plain white. Li Wu first searched for zombie thigh bone and found two with the same attributes, priced at 11 silver and 13 silver respectively. Black iron equipment cannot be auctioned. It can only be sold at a fixed price. Li Wu thought for a moment and decided not to list his. He had just made a profit, and using a black iron weapon worth 100 yuan wouldn't be too ostentatious. Silver equipment was extremely rare, and the Zombie King's bone pendant and Zombie King's ring were nowhere to be found in the auction house. After some searching, he finally found a level 5 silver necklace. This necklace had already been auctioned for 56 silver, and with only a dozen minutes left, the price would obviously continue to rise. Li Wu turned to ask Spicy Rabbit Head. The Zombie King pendant and the Zombie King ring are of the same quality, so the price should be about the same. We don't need to sell them before splitting the proceeds. You can choose one first and decide for yourself whether to sell it or not. Spicy Rabbit Head chose the Zombie King pendant, intending to keep it for herself. Anyway, she didn't have a bank card, so even if she sold it, she couldn't withdraw the cash. Li Wu nodded and directly traded the pendant to her, then listed the Zombie King's ring on the auction house. He couldn't wear the silver equipment for the time being, and there was no need to keep it. The starting bid for the ring was set at 30 silver, and silver equipment would be auctioned for a fixed hour. As for the gold equipment, Zombie King's scepter, which had never appeared on the auction house before, Li Wu directly set the starting bid at 2 gold, with an auction lasting 3 hours. The scepter had barely been released when it immediately alarmed many players in beginner village number 5188. At that moment, in the level 8 steel-toothed boar gathering area, a young girl was firing 2 silver revolvers. 2 shield-wielding players held off the boar, while she provided the final burst of damage. The 2800 HP steel-toothed boar finally fell to the girl's gun after ramming and killing a shield-wielding warrior. On the other side, among the 5 shield warriors who had just finished killing the wild boar, someone immediately ran to fill the fallen spot. The girl put away her dual pistols, looking satisfied. This silver pistol is really good. It's much faster at killing monsters than my old silver staff. Her middle-aged housekeeper whispered a reminder that while firearms had a high rate of fire, they could only inflict fixed weapon damage. The girl already possessed 2 spell abilities, and the silver staff's damage per second was only 5.3% lower than that of the pistol. Only a 5.3% improvement? That's not bad. At least the pistol feels good. The young woman, by Bayo, didn't seem to care. The butler calmly said, "Miss, the cost-effectiveness is too low." By Bayo immediately glared. "You're talking to me, by Bayo, about cost-effectiveness? Do you think I'm short of money?" "You're short of money." The butler immediately began calculating the bill. 1 wild boar with steel tusks, by Bayo fired 23 shots, consuming 115 yuan worth of ammunition. A guard who died would receive a 50 yuan compensation, and 2 wounded guards would each receive a 10 yuan compensation. It all adds up to 185 yuan per wild boar hunted. To stay in the top tier, at least 700 boars need to be hunted daily, costing over 130,000 yuan per day. Baidabeo was stunned. She had 1.38 million yuan at her disposal this month, which sounds like a lot, but she had already spent 767,000 yuan. She could only last 5 more days at most. There are still 14 days left in the month. In 5 days, she'll have to eat dirt for 9 days straight. The butler suggested she switch to fighting giant rabbits, but Baidabeo didn't want to eat dirt or fight giant rabbits. In the end, the butler told her to switch back to the silver staff and fight level 7 monsters. Although the leveling speed would be slower, it would reduce the cost of potions and ensure that no one in the guard group would die. Baidabeo reluctantly agreed. The housekeeper, however, breathed a sigh of relief. She had deliberately exaggerated the situation to prevent the guards from risking their lives any longer. Although death in the game isn't real death, the realistic experience of dying is terrifying enough. Baidabeo has the best equipment and is truly willing to tank monsters. She could even take on a wild boar single-handedly, but she's just afraid of pain. If she refuses to tank the monsters, even a level 7 bodyguard can easily be killed. Even if everyone is willingly risking their lives for the reward, too many deaths could damage Baidabeo's and the Bai family's reputation. Just then, the butler's auction house notification went off. She had preset her watch list for gold equipment, so the system would notify her immediately whenever a matching item appeared. Upon seeing the attributes of the Zombie King's scepter, the middle-aged woman's eyes twitched, and she couldn't help but curse inwardly. Couldn't you have set it up for a few minutes in the morning? You're wasting so many of my brain cells. She immediately changed her tune. Miss, leveling up by hunting wild boars isn't entirely out of the question. In the newbie village number 5188, she wasn't the only one who had set up a notification for the golden equipment. Some called her boss, some called her boss, and some even declared that no one could take this golden staff. While searching the auction house, Li Wu found no purple gold ore, so he traded one to Spicy Rabbit Head, one for each of them. All the items that could be listed on the auction house were already listed. He was about to take the little girl to the plaza to take a look when he couldn't help but glance at the auction interface for the Zombie King's scepter. Then, Li Wu froze on the spot. 50 gold, 50 gold, and 1 silver. 55 gold, 55 gold, and 1 silver. 58 gold, 88 gold. How much time had passed? Had he misread it before, that 1 yuan wasn't 10 copper, but 1,000 copper? Li Wu couldn't hold back any longer. He clicked the plus sign next to the currency bar in the auction house, entered 1 gold coin, and a bank confirmation message popped up asking for a 1,000 yuan recharge. He silently clicked cancel. A level 6 piece of equipment instantly jumped to 88,000 yuan, and Li Wu almost burst into tears. Adhering to the principles of fairness and impartiality, he handed the auction house to Spicy Rabbit Head for a quick look. The little girl glanced at it blankly, then froze on the spot along with Li Wu. The price continued to soar, only slowing down after reaching over 180 gold. Players came and went around them, but the two of them stood motionless until their hunger pangs dropped below 3 points, pulling them back to reality. The auction still had over 2 hours left. If they continued watching, they feared they would starve to death on the spot. Li Wu took a deep breath and slowly closed the interface. It's still early, let's do something else first. Spicy Rabbit Head nodded blankly. With money in her pocket, Li Wu didn't hesitate to buy things, buying 10 pieces of black bread and 5 bottles of mineral water. He didn't even bother to look at the honey bread in the shop, which cost 1 silver each and added 4 points to his satiety. But when he caught sight of Spicy Rabbit Head happily eating honey bread, Li Wu couldn't help but smack his lips. What a spendthrift child. Just then, a system notification sounded. Zombie King's ring has been sold to a player for 80 silver. After deducting 10% transaction tax, 72 silver has been transferred to your wallet. Li Wu was stunned. He had been staring intently at the Zombie King's scepter, never expecting that the silver ring would give him such a pleasant surprise first. Give me half a honey bread. 72 silver coins is 720 yuan, enough for him to work for 3 days. Li Wu immediately tried to withdraw 1 gold coin. Without even needing a password, 950 yuan in cash went directly into his bank card. He was initially delighted, but then burst into curses. Damn planner. Chiozi only charges 0.5% on withdrawals, and you charge 5%? Doesn't the China Banking Regulatory Commission care? But then he remembered that a huge sum of money was about to arrive, so he immediately suppressed his dissatisfaction and gave up the idea of reporting it. With this game, would he still need to work? With more than 50 silver left in his bag, Li Wu thought that every investment would be rewarded, so he immediately opened the auction house and searched for level 1 equipment. Most players are now level 4 or 5, and level 1 equipment is long obsolete. Plain grade equipment is practically unsellable, with only a few pieces of black iron equipment listed at bargain prices. Li Wu specifically chooses items that increase physical attack and health. Giant rabbit blade, leather armor, helmet, leather boots, paired with a gold chain, bronze bracelet, and bronze ring. 9 pieces of level 1 black iron equipment cost him only 8 silver, a steal. After leveling up to level 1, he already had 30 more health, 20 more mana, +2 to all attributes, and 5 free attribute points. Following an early game focus on attack, Li Wu allocated 4 points to strength and 1 point to constitution. After equipping a full set of gear, her attributes skyrocketed. Her stats became 270 HP, 140 MP, 77 physical attack, 30 defense, 23 strength, and 15 constitution. More importantly, his cutting talent remains. His attacks can deal true damage equal to 0.2% of the target's maximum health, and he can continue to level up by killing world bosses of the same or higher level. Spicy Rabbit Head followed suit and bought a set of level 1 black iron equipment, but selected all magic attack options, stacking his magic attack to 62 points. The two changed into their new equipment and immediately headed towards the south end of the village. Giant Rabbit, here we come. Spicy Rabbit Head raised his hand and fired a fireball. -29 and -142 appeared above the giant rabbit's head in quick succession, instantly reducing the rabbit's 200 HP to near zero. Li Wu was stunned. He didn't even bother with kiting or using skills, and instead slashed at the rabbit's head with his sword. -72, a 100% critical hit. It was terrifying. The Spicy Rabbit Head only takes 142 damage with a single fireball. Does he even need a team? Li Wu thought about it carefully and realized he could actually solo it. One fireball deals 29 damage, a kite attack deals another 29, followed by a powerful strike for 115, leaving the giant rabbit with only 58 health. He could finish it off without taking any damage by using the knockback effect to land a single normal attack. The only problem is that he doesn't have enough mana. Killing a single giant rabbit consumes half of his mana. If he weren't afraid of the pain, he wouldn't even need to use Fireball. A normal attack, a powerful strike, and another normal attack would still be enough to take down the giant rabbit. Li Wu suggested that Spicy Rabbit Head solo the task, but the little girl shook her head vigorously. I'm scared to do it alone. He realized that Spicy Rabbit Head wasn't faking it, and then he thought that she wouldn't be at a disadvantage if they teamed up. Even if she dealt 199 damage with one fireball, it would still take 2 to kill the giant rabbit. After teaming up with him, she only needed to fire one more fireball, and the efficiency didn't decrease. As the system notification sounded, the two leveled up again. Although the giant rabbit experience was reduced by 20%, the kill efficiency skyrocketed, almost taking one down every 3 seconds. The only thing slowing them down was Spicy Rabbit Head's mana. Even with her spirit-boosting gear, she only had 200 mana, meaning she had to stop and regenerate after killing just 10 monsters. Li Wu, looking at his own full mana bar, couldn't sit still. Spicy Rabbit Head wasn't a loss in the party, but he definitely benefited. So he kept the Spicy Rabbit Head in a non-combat state to accelerate mana regeneration, while he himself walked towards the nearest giant rabbit. A powerful attack landed, and a -103 indicator appeared above the giant rabbit's head, its body being slightly knocked back. Li Wu immediately followed up with a normal slash. -72. The giant rabbit wasn't dead yet. It pounced and bit his blocking arm, only dealing a pitiful -1 damage. Li Wu thought it would hurt a lot, but it was just like a little rabbit biting him through his cotton-padded coat, cute and fierce, without even breaking the skin. Although Li Wu was surprised, he didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and delivered a simple slash, instantly taking down the giant rabbit. He picked up the fallen rabbit fur, opened his character interface, and saw that his defense was a full 30 points. The giant rabbit's physical attack only dealt 25 points. It turns out it hadn't even broken through the defense. Could the sensation of pain be related to the actual damage? Too lazy to log off and check, Li Wu simply told Spicy Rabbit Head to ask her mother. Spicy Rabbit Head obediently relayed the message, but Spicy Mom remained silent for a long time, clearly suppressing her anger. Finally, she helplessly reminded her that there were web pages and official forums in the game, so she could check these small things herself and stop making her get scolded. Spicy Rabbit Head stuck out its tongue, quickly opened the forum to search, and soon found the answer. The degree of pain depends mainly on two factors: the level of injury and the severity of the pain. Secondly, there's the equipment trait. Hits to areas covered by leather armor don't hurt as much, but hits to open or exposed areas cause significantly more pain. Liwu nodded. That made sense. She picked up a pair of plain white rabbit shoes and continued killing monsters. His mana was depleted, so he simply drew his sword and slashed. Spicy Rabbit Head found another guide. Although you can't change to Shield Guardian before level 10, there are no restrictions on using shields. Shields don't have the damage reduction effect of Shield Guardians, but as long as you successfully block an attack, it won't hurt. Liwu told her to try again later when she had time, and to focus on grinding monsters for now. Spicy Rabbit Head's mana was fully restored, and seeing that Liwu was unharmed despite being bitten, her confidence soared. Her defense was exactly 26 points, slightly higher than the giant rabbit's attack, so she proactively sought out a giant rabbit. When the giant rabbit bit her, the damage only dropped by 1 point, but a minus 142 indicator suddenly appeared above her head. The little girl was instantly terrified, crying and begging Liwu for help while enduring the -1 damage. Speechless, Liwu rushed over and stabbed the giant rabbit, chasing her to death with a single sword strike. If you're going to run away, you could have killed it with your staff. The Spicy Rabbit Head, however, rubbed its arms and buttocks, crying out in pain. Liwu looked at her silk robes and guessed that the material of the equipment also affected its pain perception. Cloth armor is nowhere near as thick as leather armor, not to mention the little girl's own endurance, which is probably negative. The two continued to fight monsters. Liwu was now able to withstand attacks and deal damage, so he suffered a little loss, but he didn't care. After all, they had fought a boss together, so this small loss was nothing. Besides, Liwu didn't dare to level up too quickly. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. The Zombie King's scepter had been sold to a player for 240 gold. After deducting a 24 gold transaction fee, 216 gold had been transferred to his account. Even in the game, Liwu could feel his heart pounding. A piece of equipment that couldn't even be taken out of the starting village had sold for more money than he could earn in a year working 3 jobs. He took a deep breath and told Spicy Rabbit Head to stop. The scepter is sold. Let's split the spoils. Spicy Rabbit Head was stunned when Liwu suddenly disappeared. Opening his friend's list, he saw that the name Invincible Cute Group was grayed out. He had gone offline. Liwu took off his helmet and opened his eyes to see little Tuanshuan's big eyes right in front of him. The helmet automatically alerted him to external stimuli. He knew Tuanshuan must have woken up. Looking at the time, it was already 6 in the morning. Little Tuanshuan, hands on her hips, proudly announced that she knew to go to the toilet when she needed to poop. Liwu immediately clapped her hands and praised her for being so great, asking if her teacher had taught her. Little Tuanshuan nodded vigorously, saying that Teacher Lei Lei had said that when she grew up, she would be able to poop by herself. Liwu asked her again if she had wiped her bottom, and Xiao Tuanshuan honestly replied, "No, I didn't." Looking at her already put-back pajama bottoms, Liwu's lips twitched. By the time he had coaxed Tuanshuan to sleep and washed her bottoms, a long time had passed. When he logged back in, Spicy Rabbit Head was gone, and her name was grayed out in his friends list. Liwu was worried that the little girl might get upset, but that thought only lasted a second before he continued slaying monsters. After killing 6 giant rabbits and running out of mana again, Spicy Rabbit Head finally appeared not far away. She burst into tears the moment she saw Liwu. Liwu quickly stepped forward to explain that he absolutely hadn't absconded with the money. Spicy Rabbit Head, however, cried and said it wasn't because of him, but because her mother had hit her. Liwu was stunned. "Weren't you detained?" The little girl said aggrievedly, "My mom and I are locked in the same cell." It turned out that after Liwu suddenly went offline, Spicy Rabbit Head was worried that he had been disconnected due to a game crash, so he went to ask his mother if this kind of thing could happen in the game. Upon hearing this, Spicy Mom immediately connected it to the value of the gold equipment and concluded that her daughter had encountered a treacherous teammate who wanted to embezzle her money. Spicy Rabbit Head, however, firmly believed that Brother Tuan was not that kind of person. Neither mother nor daughter could convince the other, and in the end, she even retorted to her mother with petty-mindedness. This infuriated the feisty mother, who immediately took off her helmet and disciplined her daughter. Knowing it was all her fault, Li Wu quickly comforted her before initiating a trade request. Spicy Rabbit Head refused, pursing her lips and saying, "Brother Tuan, you don't need to share the spoils with me." Li Wu thought she was still angry, so he patted her head and said, "It's okay to feel wronged. Don't joke around with gold coins, just accept it." Spicy Rabbit Head seriously stated that Li Wu had defeated the boss herself, and she had only mined some stones. She had already obtained enough. Li Wu, however, said that without her, he might not have been able to mine 1,000 stones in one night, and even if he could, his hunger points wouldn't be enough. They all needed this boss, so of course it should be divided equally. Spicy Rabbit Head still felt that the most important thing was Li Wu's talent. Li Wu, however, looked at her and said, "Your talent is also very important." After much persuasion, Li Wu finally got Spicy Rabbit Head to accept the deal. Looking at his account where 108 gold coins were missing, Li Wu gave a wry smile. Maintaining the 108,000 gold coin floor was proving difficult. Just as he was about to withdraw the money, he suddenly remembered something and opened a regional chat. In the 5188 newbie village, a player named Invincible Cute Team is selling large amounts of gold at a ratio of 1 minute and 1.02 seconds, and even claims that small transactions are possible. Some suspect it's a scam, others guess it's a game studio, and some are even worried about the possibility of scripts appearing in the game. The person had only shouted it twice when the system flagged it as a violation and banned them for 3 hours. Li Wu sighed, then, without further hesitation, clicked the withdrawal button. All 113 gold coins arrived in her account. After deducting fees, she had 107,350 yuan more, earning 110,000 in one night. Why bother working anymore? Li Wu was thrilled and couldn't wait to find a boss and fight it for hundreds of rounds. With that thought, he immediately opened the official forum to check information. There are 4 bosses in the starting village, 1 each in the east, west, south, and north. A level 5 Silver Wolf King, an Electra Zombie King, a level 10 Berserker Giant Ape, and the Gatekeeper, Cerberus. His cutting talent can only be leveled up by killing a boss of the same or higher level, and can be triggered a maximum of 3 times against a boss of the same level. He's currently level 5. Before leveling up to 6, he should kill 2 more level 5 bosses to make the most of his opportunities. No one has yet managed to defeat the 2 level 10 bosses, even including the Electric Zombie King and the one from Li Wu. Only 2 have been killed in the entire server. However, the Silver Wolf King of the Southern Plains has already been defeated countless times by players. This Wolf King has high attack and health, but no wide area skills. As long as there are enough people, you can overwhelm it with sheer numbers. The forum indicated that the Silver Wolf King spawns every 12 hours, reappearing around 12:30 p.m. to 1 p.m. Since Li Wu was still muted, she could only ask Spicy Rabbit Head for help, and quickly received an accurate answer. He glanced at the time, then waved to Spicy Rabbit Head. "I'm going offline to cook for the kids. You rest too? We'll fight the Silver Wolf King together at noon." With that, Li Wu logged off, leaving Spicy Rabbit Head standing there dumbfounded. Spicy Rabbit Head suddenly had a thought. So Brother Tuan already has a child. She immediately felt wronged and wanted to find her mother. In reality, it was exactly 6:40 a.m. Tuan had been a little feverish lately, and Li Wu didn't want her to go to kindergarten for breakfast. He rinsed the rice and cooked millet porridge, then chopped tofu and tomatoes and steamed them. This was a cooling recipe from a parenting book. Fearing that Tuan wouldn't like it, he also chopped winter melon, preparing to make minced meat and winter melon soup. Finally, I toasted 2 pieces of bread and fried 2 eggs, and breakfast was finally ready. At 7 o'clock sharp, the alarm rang, and Xiao Tuan immediately sat up, her big eyes fixed on her uncle at the door. The little one wasn't grumpy at all. She ran barefoot into the bathroom, used the toilet, brushed her teeth, and washed her face all by herself, without needing any help. After completing her task, she strode confidently to Li Wu, tilting her little face up to await praise. Li Wu immediately gave a thumbs up. Baby brushed his teeth and washed his face by himself again. That's great. Tuan hugged his leg, puffing out his chest proudly. Yes, Tuan Bao is the best. At breakfast, the little one was very cooperative, eating a few bites of tofu and tomato, minced meat and winter melon, and also drinking a bowl of porridge, eating a fried egg, and even taking a bite of bread. Li Wu ate the rest of her food, and the father and son left at 7:45 sharp. Tuanchuan stood obediently on the electric scooter's footrest, holding onto the handlebars, muttering, "Invincible little cutie." Looking at her wind-blown hair, Li Wu felt a little helpless. Teacher Lei could braid all sorts of beautiful braids, but in his hands, all he managed to make was a messy bird's nest. After sending Tuanchuan to kindergarten, Li Wu was at a loss for what to do. Usually at this time, he would go to the barbecue restaurant to skewer food, skewering 800 skewers in a morning. In the afternoon, he would go to the supermarket to unload goods, and in the evening, he would carry Tuanchuan on his back to deliver takeout. After Tuanchuan falls asleep, he has to keep running orders until 2 a.m., working nonstop all day, and he only earns 300 yuan. But last night, he earned 110,000 yuan just from launching online. Now, if he were to make skewers again, his legs would be too sore to move. After hesitating for a million seconds, Li Wu picked up the phone and asked for half a month's leave. Quitting outright was out of the question. Last night's success was ultimately due to luck outweighing skill, and he wasn't sure if he could continue making money in the game. Let's see how things go first. Anyway, he still has to make up for the online time he owes. Go home and sleep, then go and take down the Silver Wolf King. Li Wu said he was going home to sleep, but lying in bed, he wasn't sleepy at all. So he got up and studied Blue Star Online's information for a long time before he unknowingly fell asleep. He secretly decided that once he made a lot of money in the game, he would definitely buy a gaming pod. That thing could soothe his nerves. Playing games was almost like resting, while a helmet could not truly replace sleep. Li Wu woke up at 11:30 a.m. without even having lunch and logged into the game. He was still standing on the giant rabbit plains and immediately spotted the spicy rabbit head. The little girl, full of energy, had logged on even earlier than him and was currently farming giant rabbits by herself. She hurled a fireball, skillfully circling the giant rabbit, then followed up with another fireball to finish it off. Clearly she'd honed her skills while Li Wu was away. Seeing Li Wu give her a thumbs up, Spicy Rabbit scratched its head sheepishly, then quickly ran to him and whispered, "Brother Tuan, I'm scared." Li Wu glanced at her sideways. "Don't try to brew tea at such a young age." Spicy Rabbit head looked blank, and Li Wu added, "It's all tea-like." "Ugh, I'm just really scared." She pouted, clearly unconvinced. Li Wu pointed to a few newbies in the distance being chased around by the giant rabbits. "If you're scared, why don't you team up with them?" Spicy Rabbit Head said she had teamed up with them before, but those guys were too clumsy and couldn't handle the monsters at all, so the aggro always fell on her. There were too many people and too little experience, so she didn't want to be some kind of confidant. However, she had already given them all the basic equipment she had obtained today. With the group working together, they could at least slowly farm the giant rabbit. Li Wu teased her, asking if she had run into her fellow inmates from the detention center again. Spicy Rabbit Head chuckled and said that those guys had just turned 14 today. Li Wu was speechless. It was truly outrageous that Blue Star Online had such a clear understanding of the information of all citizens in the country. He handed a few worthless pieces of giant rabbit equipment from his backpack to Spicy Rabbit Head, asking her to give them to the children. Then he asked her if she wanted to go and see the Silver Wolf King together. Spicy Rabbit Head replied without hesitation, "Of course I'll go with you." Li Wu accepted the thanks from afar, waved, and led her away from the giant rabbit grassland. The giant rabbit grassland was located south of the beginner village, in the same direction where the Silver Wolf King might spawn. However, the southern plains were vast. It would take an hour to walk from the village entrance to the end, enough to accommodate 100,000 players. The Silver Wolf King spawns randomly, and Li Wu's target is the Mad Sheep grassland in the center of the southern plains. Forum guides say that's the best place to ambush and gather information. The Mad Sheep are level 4 non-aggressive monsters, making it safe there while allowing for quick travel in various southern directions. The Silver Wolf King is being watched by countless players. If you arrive too late, you won't even get a glimpse of its fur. They were just level 1 outs. Any high-level aggressive monster they encountered on the way could send them to the respawn point. Without prior planning, they had no chance of competing. The two arrived at the Mad Sheep plains unscathed, only to find that there were far more players than monsters. A large number of players were farming level 4 Mad Sheep, while simultaneously watching the chat channel for news from the Silver Wolf King. Li Wu activated his True Eye several times and finally saw the Mad Sheep's stats before it died. 820 HP, 75 ATK, and 50 DF. These numbers left him speechless. He had thought that with their set of black iron equipment, they could challenge level 4 monsters, but their stats completely overwhelmed them. Since he couldn't win, he didn't waste any time and focused on keeping an eye on the public chat with Spicy Rabbit Head. At 1:45, a message finally popped up. Someone shouted in the channel, "Silver Wolf King has spawned. Wild Boar Ridge coordinates 12,443.17664." Immediately, the public chat exploded with excitement. Countless players shouting as they charged towards Wild Boar Ridge. Li Wu, however, frowned. The steel-toothed boars in Wild Boar Ridge were at least level 8, and monsters above level 5 in the game were all aggressive. 2 level 1 characters simply couldn't get through. But he had a plan in mind. He immediately told Spicy Rabbit Head, "Stay close to me. We'll follow the main group." There were many people waiting for news in the Mad Sheep grassland, and Li Wu specifically chose to follow those well-equipped players. The high-level players would attract the monsters aggro in front, and they could simply slip through. The real danger lies with those monsters that can't catch up to their target and start turning back. The main force, on its way, won't linger in combat. Monsters will return to their original position once they exceed the pursuit distance. In this chaotic situation, it's easy to accidentally wander into the warning zone. Soon, the group entered the gathering place of level 5 venomous spiders. More and more spiders were lured away from the front, and more spiders were turning back from behind. Maintaining zero aggro required extremely sharp eyesight and reflexes. But Li Wu was a professional. Delivering food every day, he excelled at making the most of every second, being observant, dodging pedestrians, and racing against his colleagues. Relying on this skill, he navigated the chaotic monster horde with his spicy rabbit head, turning left and right, and successfully made his way to Wild Boar Ridge. As soon as the player army arrived, they spontaneously began clearing out the steel-toothed boars. The level 8 monsters had too high attack power, and no one dared to charge in head-on, so they could only fight their way out of the passage. The steel-toothed boars, which originally could only be dealt with by a few top players, were now surrounded and attacked by more than a dozen people, with fireballs flying from behind, and they were sent away with almost no struggle. Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit Head followed suit, trying to leech off the enemy's defenses. Though they couldn't break through any of them, they still pretended to be working hard. However, since their damage was 0, they naturally didn't get any experience. In Blue Star Online, experience is distributed proportionally to damage dealt, and any drops go to the last person to finish off the enemy. These freeloaders couldn't gain any advantage. A dozen minutes later, the two finally followed the crowd to the vicinity of the Silver Wolf King. Hundreds of meters away, they saw a giant silver wolf, as tall as a building, standing deep within Wild Boar Ridge. By this time, countless players had gathered near the Silver Wolf King. 2 level 1 characters appearing in an area teeming with level 8 monsters seemed particularly conspicuous. Fortunately, the game heavily restricts PvP. Initiating an attack will result in a gray name, and killing someone will immediately result in a red name. Killing gray-named and red-named players won't increase their sin value, so the two don't need to worry about high-level players having nothing better to do than send them back to town for free. Li Wu threw a true sight at the Silver Wolf King in the distance, and the boss's attributes immediately appeared. The Silver Wolf King is level 5, with a whopping 68,000 HP, 780 physical attack, 360 physical defense, and 310 magic defense. Its basic attack deals 10% extra damage and 20% lifesteal, and its bite deals 180% attack damage. The most dangerous attack is Thunderous Pounce, which can pounce on targets within 35 meters. Upon landing, it not only deals 150% damage, but also affects everyone within 30 meters. When its health drops below 30%, it enters a state of extreme berserk mode, doubling its movement speed, increasing its attack speed by 200%, and having its skill cooldowns. Li Wu's heart skipped a beat. The Silver Wolf King's attributes were clearly superior to those of the Electric Zombie King, but upon closer inspection, it made sense. The Silver Wolf King was more like a warrior, while the Electric Zombie King leaned towards a mage. The former only had one area of effect attack, while the latter had 2. He was puzzled again. Why didn't any major guilds clear out such a huge boss or organize a group to surround and kill it? Li Wu quickly figured it out. The player base of Blue Star Online was too terrifying and the newbie villages were too scattered. Previously, top-tier guilds boasting hundreds of thousands of members were randomly assigned to tens of thousands of newbie villages, and it was considered lucky if they could even muster a few dozen members. Moreover, guilds could only be established upon entering the main city, and now that no one is entering the main city, there are naturally no guilds in the true sense of the word. Even if you manage to gather a large number of players through shouting and in-game chat tools, you still can't effectively command them. The more people there are, the more chaotic things become. Wild Boar Ridge has tens of thousands of players gathered there, and once a chaotic battle breaks out, even the top players probably won't know how they died. Of course, there were some capable people. 100 meters behind the Silver Wolf King, a team of over 100 people stood in neat rows. The sight reminded Li Wu of university military training. Clearly, the commander was either very capable or had a lot of money. Anyway, if it were Li Wu, he would never stand so obediently without being paid at least 100 or 200 yuan. If they still had to resort to violence, then he would have to pay more. People on the scene had already started recruiting, and the shouts around him were a chaotic mess. So Li Wu simply opened the chat channel to read the text. Most teams are recruiting DPS players with an attack power of 260 or higher, with range players preferred. Some teams have team leaders who pick up loot, while others assign players randomly. Some bosses even promise to distribute equipment at market price. Blue Star Online has a maximum of 20 players per team. Li Wu applied for a long time, but was automatically rejected by teams with large breasts. The opposing team has set a rule that players with an attack power below 260 cannot join their team, and this threshold is indeed reasonable. The Silver Wolf King has 360 physical defense and 310 magical defense. Ordinary players can barely break through its defenses. Even a melee fighter with 260 attack power can only deal a little over 30 damage with a powerful attack. Even with the same 260 magic attack, a mage using Fireball could only deal 28 damage. Li Wu observed for a long time and found that, apart from the team with the bouncing chess, a nickname for a group of mages, which was already full, other teams were only half full. The team that offered 10 silver coins per member ultimately only managed to recruit 3 people. Judging from the public chat, there are at most a few dozen players with an attack power of 260 or higher. Of course, some skilled players may have already formed teams, but this at least shows that the current skill level of high-end players is roughly at this level. Li Wu originally wanted to join a high-level guild. His slice talent had already been upgraded to level 1, and his true damage had reached 0.2%. The Silver Wolf King had 68,000 HP, and each of his attacks could reliably take away 136 HP. He believed he was no worse than those top players. Just then, a reckless youth wandered into the Silver Wolf King's detection range. The Silver Wolf King pounced instantly, sending him back to the city in a single bite. The boss battle had officially begun. The scene quickly became extremely brutal. Although Thunderstrike had an 8-second cooldown, the Silver Wolf King didn't need to wait for the skill to kill. With 780 attack points and passive buffs, a single hit deals a staggering 858 damage, practically guaranteeing death to anyone who gets close. While this might seem insignificant against tens of thousands of players, only a maximum of 200 or 300 people can actually land hit on the boss. Most players couldn't even squeeze in. Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit Head were 2 of them. The Silver Wolf King's head was covered in a dense bar of -1s, with only occasional spikes of 10 or 20 points of damage. However, its attack speed is extremely fast, attacking twice per second, each time draining more than 150 health points, which is equivalent to restoring more than 300 health points per second. Fortunately, there are too many people, so no matter how fast it drains health, its health is still slowly decreasing. But this situation only lasted for 8 seconds. Thunderous Strike's cooldown ended, and the Silver Wolf King leaped into the crowd. Within a 30-meter radius, dozens of players instantly turned into white light, leaving only one powerful player with dazzling equipment standing. But there was no one around, and the Silver Wolf King certainly wouldn't let him go. With a single bite, it sent him flying. Seeing this, Li Wu frowned and pulled Spicy Rabbit Head behind the others. Li Wu led the Spicy Rabbit Head back to a safe distance, then told the little girl to squat down. Although the Spicy Rabbit Head didn't understand, she obediently did as she was told. The next second, Li Wu stepped directly onto her shoulder, using the height to observe the battlefield. The little girl let out a soft cry of fright, her cheeks flushing red, but she didn't move an inch. Li Wu, who was over 1.8 meters tall, wearing leather armor and carrying a long sword, stood on the petite girl's shoulder. The scene was far from elegant. But he didn't care about any of that. He just glanced around and immediately confirmed his guess. The truly organized teams hadn't even joined the battle yet. They were all watching coldly from the outside. The Silver Wolf King's health was steadily decreasing, but at an incredibly slow pace. Li Wu had already calculated that there were at least dozens of players with an attack power exceeding 260, and with other players included, reaching 100 wouldn't be difficult. Even if each player's skill only dealt 30 damage, 100 people would still deal 3,000 damage. Not to mention the experts who had wielded the Zombie King's staff, whose damage would undoubtedly be even higher. Just then, a sharp shout came from behind. "Are you even human? Get down here right now." Startled, Li Wu didn't put on any airs and immediately jumped off the Spicy Rabbit Head's shoulder. A girl holding a golden staff rushed in front of him, the tip of the staff almost hitting his face. "What's wrong with you?" Using a little girl as a stepping stone. Li Wu quickly leaned back, afraid of actually getting hit by a cane, and tried to explain, "Don't get excited. This is a game. Character attributes don't distinguish between genders or ages. They don't exist." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly realized that the staff was actually the Zombie King's scepter. "What are you waiting for? You scumbag, you pervert." If anyone else had said that, Li Wu would have been furious. But the person in front of him was a big shot who had won the Zombie King's scepter, his bread and butter, so he immediately lost his temper. Li Wu simply squatted down and said to Spicy Rabbit Head, "Rabbit, stand on my shoulder." Spicy Rabbit Head was taken aback for a moment, then quickly waved her hand, saying no. Li Wu explained that she hadn't thought things through earlier, but it wasn't just about letting her step back. He asked Spicy Rabbit Head to keep an eye on the 100-man group to the east to see when they would make their move. Spicy Rabbit Head immediately nodded and obediently climbed onto his shoulder. Li Wu, supporting her as he stood up, apologized to the girl. "Sorry, please excuse the commotion." Bai Debao's face immediately turned somewhat awkward. Li Wu's attitude was quite good, and the little girl didn't feel like she was being bullied. In fact, it seemed like the two were playfully stepping on each other, making Bai Debao appear to be meddling. She took a deep breath and put away her staff. "Be more careful next time." "All right." Bai Debao glanced at Li Wu's name again, suddenly remembered something, and his body trembled involuntarily. He quickly clasped his hands and said, "I'm sorry, sister. I misunderstood you." Li Wu's jaw nearly dropped, and he got goosebumps all over. He clasped his hands in return and earnestly corrected her. "Just call me brother. You've really misunderstood. I'm a total straight man." Bai Debao apologized awkwardly, then couldn't help but laugh. She noticed that Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit Head were only level 1, so she generously offered to take them to fight the Silver Wolf King, keeping all the equipment and items, and giving them all the coins that dropped. Li Wu was somewhat surprised. The Silver Wolf King's loot was estimated to be worth over 1,000 yuan, and Bai Debao had no idea about his talent. He was clearly just trying to give him a hand. But Li Wu had just earned over 110,000 yuan, so why would he care about a few hundred yuan? He still wanted to make one last push, gambling on whether he could get a motorcycle. So, he politely declined Bai Debao's offer, and then asked Spicy Rabbit Head if she wanted to go with him. Spicy Rabbit Head quickly shook her head, saying that she was just going with Brother Tuan to see the Silver Wolf King and had no intention of going up to fight the monster. The wolf's mouth was so big, she was afraid she would be swallowed whole. Li Wu nodded to Bai Debao, then moved aside with the Spicy Rabbit Head still on her head. Bai Debao assumed she was just being too proud and didn't try to persuade her further. He then returned to his original position with the housekeeper and his 7 bodyguards. This brief encounter went unnoticed. Li Wu kept an eye on the Silver Wolf King's health, while simultaneously instructing Spicy Rabbit to keep a close eye on the disciplined team on the right. The Silver Wolf King's health was nearing 30%, and although the arena still appeared crowded, countless groups of players had actually come and gone. The teams observing from the periphery were also gradually thinning out. With the boss on the verge of death and the battlefield so crowded that it was impossible to even get in, how were those teams that were holding back supposed to fight for it? Just then, the Silver Wolf King howled to the sky. Its silvery white fur instantly turned blood red, and its body swelled to twice its size, like a small mountain pressing down on the center of the battlefield. The situation reversed in an instant. The Silver Wolf King's speed increased dramatically. Its aggro became completely chaotic, and it dashed around the entire area. Before the mage could even finish casting a fireball, it had already rushed out of attack range. Melee fighters suffered even more, desperately chasing after it, only to always miss. The most terrifying thing is that its Thunder Pounce attack has changed from once every 8 seconds to once every 4 seconds. Each leap can take down a large number of players. The attack is so fast that it's almost a blur, and its health even increases instead of decreasing. In less than 2 minutes, the number of people in the arena dwindled to less than a tenth of what it was initially. Brother Tuan, they've moved. Spicy Rabbit Head suddenly jumped off Li Wu's shoulder and pointed east. Finally, they're entering the fray. Li Wu finally understood. Those teams that were observing weren't unwilling to fight. They simply lacked the strength to clear the field. Since that was the case, let the Silver Wolf King clear out the scattered survivors. Once the ordinary players were mostly wiped out, the truly powerful teams could then enter and reap the rewards. No wonder newbie village number 5188 has already successfully defeated the Silver Wolf King twice. With their improved equipment and level, how could they possibly fail? As more teams entered the fray, the previously one-sided battle quickly stabilized. Even a single bite from a Silver Wolf King failed to instantly kill the shield-wielding player at the front. A shield of light appeared, followed immediately by a golden light that landed on the person's head. A healing skill. Someone had already learned the priest healing spell before even reaching level 10 for class advancement. This game truly is full of hidden talents. That shield-wielding player was no ordinary opponent. The Silver Wolf King's damage after going berserk was ridiculously high. His health was definitely over 2,000, and his defense was astonishingly high. Otherwise, even with a priest healing him from behind, he wouldn't have been able to stand a chance. Upon closer inspection, Li Wu realized that this person was the one who had charged out from the 100-man queue on the east side. The other person was about 40 years old, and the name above his head was Hao Jianjun. Li Wu couldn't help but wonder if he was just using his real name as his game name. Damage numbers of -28, -38, -55, and -66 kept appearing above the Silver Wolf King's head, and its health began to drop rapidly. Even with its attack power and attack speed skyrocketing, and its lifesteal efficiency multiplying several times, it still couldn't withstand the onslaught of so many people. The Silver Wolf King unleashed a thunderous pounce, leaping into the crowd once more. But this time, it failed to instantly kill all the players within 30 meters. 4 of 5 were still standing. These people either had incredibly high defense, or their health points had already exceeded 1,000. Hao Jianjun immediately launched a charge, slamming his shield heavily onto the Silver Wolf King's knee. He briefly diverted the enemy's attention, and Bai Debao, along with his butler and bodyguards, also charged into the battlefield, unleashing a bolt of lightning at the Silver Wolf King. -280. This striking triple-digit damage immediately made Li Wu guess that the one who made the move was none other than Bai Debao, the one who provided him with everything. A single Zombie King Scepter had 180 points of magic attack, almost equivalent to a full set of equipment for an average player. Someone who dared to spend over 200,000 to buy level 6 equipment must have decent equipment in other areas as well. Li Wu suppressed the urge to charge forward, his eyes fixed on the Silver Wolf King's health. With his current stats, entering the fray wouldn't even qualify him to be a casualty. He'd be more like a peanut at best. He only had one chance. Wait until the Silver Wolf King's health was at its lowest point and Thunderous Pounce was on cooldown, then use the 136 points of true damage from his cut talent to secure the final blow. The Silver Wolf King's health finally dropped to 3,000 points during the tug-of-war, and as it used Thunder Leap to wipe out another large number of players, Li Wu moved. The distance was too great. He couldn't reach the Silver Wolf King at all, but he hadn't planned to get close anyway. Li Wu primarily used physical attacks, but even a powerful strike couldn't break through his defenses, so he chose the Fireball spell. At the last second, the Fireball shot out, and a crisp system notification rang in his ears. Li Wu was overjoyed and was about to rush to collect the equipment when he immediately realized something was wrong. He didn't level up. Based on experience, killing the Silver Wolf King should have been enough to get him to level 2. The system notification confirmed this. He only participated in the kill and dealt effective damage, gaining 1,000 experience and 5 reputation points. Li Wu sighed regretfully, looking up at the spot where the Silver Wolf King had disappeared, wanting to see who had landed the final blow. Soon, cheers erupted from ahead. It's Bai Debao. As expected of the number 1 mage, that damage was absolutely incredible in stealing the boss. Immediately afterward, someone exclaimed in surprise that Bai Debeo had actually unleashed a golden light, and it looked like he had acquired 2 pieces of gold equipment. Li Wu smiled self-deprecatingly. If Bai Debeo, who had spent so much money, still couldn't outbid this free-to-play player, that would truly be a joke. He was about to go find the spicy rabbit head and leave before the steel-toothed boar respawned when a sudden burst of noise and dense skill light erupted ahead. 3 or 4 burly men with shields were protecting Bai Debeo, breaking through in this direction, pursued by swords and spells. The bodyguards performed well, even managing to block the fireballs aimed at Bai Debeo using their positioning and shields. However, they were outnumbered and quickly turned into white light one after another. Bai Debeo panicked completely and stopped running, instead unleashing a lightning bolt. The 5-hit lightning whip instantly killed 3 people, leaving 2 with low health. Bai Debeo then unleashed a fireball, taking down another one. But the next second, he too was caught in the crossfire and killed, turning into a white light. Within the white light, a golden beam fell to the ground. Countless people rushed towards the golden light simultaneously, while those lagging behind unleashed their spells in frustration. A dozen or so white lights flashed, leaving only a few scattered items on the ground. A particularly conspicuous black thigh bone stood out, prompting someone to sneer, "Who's so unlucky? Only a bone left." Li Wu opened his backpack and discovered that his zombie thigh bone, worth over 100 yuan, was gone. Instead of being angry, his expression became incredibly strange, because a golden rod had appeared in his backpack. Zombie King Scepter Gold. Bai Debeo had just died before his eyes, and Li Wu casually picked up the golden light before being sent back to the newbie village resurrection point. His heart pounded, and he couldn't help but wonder if he should finally spend some money on Blue Star Online since he was playing it for free. Spicy Rabbit Head then messaged her, asking where she had gone. Li Wu told her that she had been killed and sent back to town. Spicy Rabbit Head panicked immediately, saying that the steel-toothed boar had spawned and she was scared to be alone. Li Wu told her to look around for a reliable high-level player to return to the village. It's best to follow behind those people and avoid gray-named and red-named players. Not long after, Spicy Rabbit Head said she had found a team. It was the 100-person team that Li Wu had asked her to keep an eye out for, and there wasn't a single gray-named or red-named player in it. Li Wu told her to contact him again when she returned, so they could continue grinding monsters together. How Jianjun's resolute face flashed through his mind, a hint of doubt creeping into his heart. However, he quickly dismissed this doubt. The most important thing right now was dealing with the Zombie King's scepter. Without a second thought, Li Wu opened the auction house and immediately put the Zombie King's scepter up for auction. It seemed many people had been waiting for this moment. The scepter's price skyrocketed as soon as it went up for auction. Within minutes, the price surged to 180 gold. At this rate, the final price would likely be even higher than last time. Logically, after more than 10 hours, level 6 equipment should have depreciated. But Bai Debeo's performance just now practically became the best advertisement for the Zombie King Scepter. The weapon dealt terrifying damage during the boss fight, killing 3 skill players with a single skill and another with a fireball. Who could doubt its value? The top comment in the entire village suddenly appeared. Bai Debeo asked if the person who wanted to bid for the Zombie King Scepter could postpone the auction or trade it in person with other equipment or items. He guaranteed a premium and assured the other party they wouldn't lose out. Junlin Tianxia then posted another message pinned to the top of the entire village. "Don't take it down. Last time I wasn't online and someone snatched it up. This time, let's see who can beat me. Check the auction house." Another message popped up at the top, and Li Wu knew that the last sentence was clearly aimed at him. He opened the auction house, and the Zombie King's scepter, which had just risen to 190 gold, was immediately pushed up to 250 gold, instantly surpassing the previous transaction price. Li Wu's heart pounded. After deducting the 10% handling fee, she would still receive 225 gold coins, which would amount to a full 220,000 yuan in cash. The government had just exempted Tuanbao's special medicine from tariffs, and this amount of money was almost enough to cover Tuanbao's medicine expenses for nearly a year. With nearly 3 hours left in the auction, if Junlin Tianxiao really wanted to win, the price might continue to rise. Of course, it could also be a publicity stunt to lock the price at 250 gold. However, faced with 2 items pinned to the top of the entire village's charts, Li Wu didn't hesitate for a second and immediately chose to remove them from the auction. On the other side, Bai Debeo at the respawn point was furious. Of all the items the Silver Wolf King could have dropped, it had to be her Zombie King scepter. When she was first killed, she wasn't actually that upset, since the Silver Wolf King had managed to steal it, and she still had a suitable golden piece of equipment, the Silver Wolf robe, lying in her inventory. Gold armor reduces pain more effectively than silver armor, and the robe, being the most extensive form of protection, is even more valuable than a weapon to Bai Debeo, who is afraid of pain. It wasn't until she checked her backpack that she suddenly realized her staff was gone. After the Zombie King scepter was lost, any ordinary player who found it would definitely put it on the auction house. Bai Debeo checked immediately, and sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, the scepter was already listed. She kept raising the price, and just as she reached 200 gold, her bank card indicated that she did not have enough funds. Bai Debeo wanted to borrow money from the housekeeper, but was ruthlessly refused. The housekeeper said she had just started dating a young boyfriend and was planning to buy him a car. This reason was absurd, but the housekeeper had watched her grow up and was both her housekeeper and an elder, so Bai Debeo couldn't get angry at all. The housekeeper immediately initiated a trade, offering the golden equipment dropped by the Silver Wolf King, which could completely replace the Zombie King's scepter. But Bai Debeo still shook his head. I still want the Zombie King's scepter. The housekeeper advised her to switch to a melee weapon, since the master had said that it was good to practice close combat skills in the game. Bai Debeo immediately retorted, then I want the Zombie King's scepter even more. The problem was that she didn't have any money, and even if she sold her equipment, it would be too late. The auction for gold equipment had a 3-hour time limit. But Bai Debeo disagreed. He spent 1 gold coin to buy a megaphone and posted a message pinned to the top of the entire village, proposing his own trading method. Upon seeing Junlin Tianxia's pinned message, her face instantly scrunched up like a bun. 250 gold coins far exceeded the price a level 6 gold weapon should cost. Moreover, removing the item early incurs a penalty of 5% of the current highest price, which is 12 gold and 50 silver, totaling 12,500 yuan. Would an average player be willing to spend over 10,000 yuan to gamble on a buyer who can't afford the money right now? Bai Debeo gritted her teeth, about to order another megaphone, when the Zombie King's scepter suddenly disappeared from the auction house. Immediately afterward, a flood of friend requests came in. Some wanted to befriend her, some offered 50 gold, and some agreed to trade but demanded 20 gold as compensation for their losses. There were so many messages that she couldn't find the real seller at all. Just then, a trade request popped up. The Invincible Cute Group has initiated a face-to-face trade with you. Bai Debeo subconsciously clicked accept, and the Zombie King scepter was prominently displayed in the trade window. Li was actually a little embarrassed. After Bai Debeo was killed, the scepter fell, and it was reasonable for anyone to pick it up, and there was no problem with him reselling it. But picking up someone else's equipment and then selling it back to its original owner was still a bit awkward. Moreover, the auction price had already reached 250 gold, and no one knew how much higher it could ultimately go. Bai Debeo's claim of not letting the seller suffer a loss was not explicitly guaranteed. In particular, the 12,500 gold penalty for breach of contract was causing Li Wu considerable pain. Ultimately, however, the embarrassment, trouble, and financial pain couldn't overcome the small amount of goodwill in his heart, provided, of course, that he didn't lose money. Before fighting the Silver Wolf King, Bai Debeo was willing to bring along the complete strangers Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit Head. To her, the drop currency was nothing. But for Li Wu, who had experienced the harsh realities of life over the past 2 years due to Tuan Bao's illness, this small act of kindness was still very precious. Therefore, he was willing to do something awkward, troublesome, and painful for this kindness. Sister, it's you, Bai Debeo exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. It's brother, Li Wu corrected helplessly, wondering if the game had a name change card. Bai Debeo didn't waste any words, first placing an item, then entering 100 gold. Melee weapons will be cheaper because of the pain, but they can still sell for 180 gold. Add another 100 gold, what do you think? She then added that Li Wu had also lost a penalty for breach of contract, and she needed to keep some gold coins to buy medicine, but she could get him all the silver physical equipment she had replaced. She put the silver dual pistols and all the equipment into the trade window. Without wasting any words, Li Wu clicked OK. One should be content. Li Wu was quite content. Judging from Bai Debao's eagerness for the Zombie King's scepter, she might not refuse even if it cost 10 or 8 more gold coins. But if he really did that, the 100,000 yuan floor he had previously held for spicy rabbit heads would probably be completely devalued. Bai Debao was equally satisfied. Although his wallet was almost empty, he had gained a silver wolf robe, which felt like he had earned 100 gold for free. Although she doesn't lack the money and doesn't know how to sell equipment, this is real money back. It's equivalent to earning 100,000 in one go. Let's see what her stinky dad has to say about her being a spendthrift now. In a great mood, Bai Debao found Li Wu much more agreeable and offered to help him level up. Li Wu shook his head and refused, saying, "Thank you, but I won't trouble you." With that, he turned to leave. Bai Debao quickly called out to him, "Wait, you seem like a nice guy. Let's add each other's friends." Li Wu, of course, would not refuse this benefactor and immediately accepted the friend request. Once out of Bai Debao's sight, he immediately opened his backpack excitedly and took out the truly good stuff. Silver Wolf Fawn Gold equipment adds 198 physical attack and adds 12 to each of strength, stamina, and agility. Can be worn at level 6. It also comes with the passive skill, Sharp Teeth, which deals an additional 8% of attack power as damage with each normal attack, and also grants 5% lifesteal. With just 198 attack and 12 strength, that's 222 attack power. Basic attacks can also continuously trigger extra damage and lifesteal, maximizing survivability. Li Wu touched it for a few seconds, liking it more and more, and then put up for auction. He actually hesitated for a few seconds, which was an insult to the gold coins. By the time he reached level 6, the weapon would have been worth who knows how much it had depreciated. There was another set of silver equipment in the backpack. Li Wu first took out the 2 gleaming silver pistols. Men are naturally drawn to these things. Unfortunately, the silver dual pistols are a single piece of equipment that cannot be disassembled, and they require level 7 to use, so he can only admire them from afar for now. The remaining 8 pieces of silver equipment are all level 8. Although they were discarded by Bai Debao, they are still considered top-tier equipment in the beginner village. After reviewing the attributes, Li Wu discovered that this set of equipment primarily boosted attack, with secondary boost to health and constitution, making it a perfect fit for him, a super upgrade of his level 1 black iron gear. Even if it's perfect, you can't keep it. Equipment depreciates in value. Without hesitation, Li Wu hung it up along with the pair of silver pistols she loved so much. He still had a beginner's pistol in his bag. Although he couldn't afford to fire it, it was enough to have some fun holding it. While there are level 8 silver equipment items in the auction house, their quantity is pitifully small. The profit from selling the entire set will definitely be higher than selling the Zombie King staff alone. After finishing all that, Li Wu logged off to eat. Since he had made a large sum of money again, he indulged himself for once and went downstairs to buy 2 Rujiamo, Chinese hamburgers, without any side dishes. After finishing his meal and logging in, he headed straight to the giant rabbit grassland, where he single-handedly killed over 80 giant rabbits and finally reached level 2. At this moment, Spicy Rabbit Head also returned, and to Li Wu's surprise, the little girl had also leveled up to level 2. It turned out that the 100-person team she was following did not go directly back to the village, but instead went around to the level 6 monster area to grind monsters. She followed them in a daze and was dumbfounded on the spot. Fortunately, the big shot named Hao Jianjun found her and even sent 2 people to escort her back. While clearing monsters along the way, they somehow managed to get her all the way to level 2. After hearing this, Li Wu couldn't help but tease, "This big shot is too dense. If it were me, I would just stab you when you're not paying attention, and you would instantly return to the city, right?" "Brother Tuan." Spicy Rabbit Head pouted and stomped her foot in annoyance. Li Wu quickly changed his mind. "All right, since we're already level 2, let's buy some level 2 equipment first, and then go fight level 2 monsters." Spicy Rabbit Head nodded immediately. She had a huge sum of 100,000 yuan in her hand, and her favorite thing to do was to buy things. The two searched the auction house for a long time, hoping to splurge and get a set of level 2 silver equipment, but they couldn't find it at all. After searching, Li Wu discovered that the lowest level for silver equipment was level 3. He guessed that silver equipment might only appear after level 3. Anyway, the transition was too fast, and he was too lazy to verify it on the forum. In the end, the two each chose a suitable set of level 2 black iron gear. After changing his equipment, Spicy Rabbit Head gave his discarded level 1 black iron gear to a nearby newbie who was struggling in the game. After acting as a caring older sister, she stared intently at Li Wu with wide eyes, clearly wanting him to give away the old equipment as well. Li Wu hesitated for a million seconds before decisively throwing his obsolete equipment into the auction house. This spendthrift kid wanted to drag him down with him. That was 80 yuan. Spicy Rabbit Head's glare had no effect, but he wasn't angry. He happily followed him to the gathering place of level 2 monsters. The monster here is called a land turtle, level 2, with 360 health, 42 physical attack, and 15 in both defense and magic resistance. Level 2 monsters have significantly higher stats than giant rabbits, so if you're still wearing level 1 basic equipment, fighting them will definitely be another ordeal. Fortunately, level 2 black iron gear was cheap, and after the 2 switch gears, their stats completely overwhelmed each other. Li Wu's HP reached 320, attack 98, and defense 39, making it easy for her to solo the tortoise. Spicy Rabbit Head has 255 health, 90 magic attack, and 30 defense. She prioritized equipment that increased magic attack and spirit, even sacrificing some health and defense, and her mana actually reached 260. With her 100% critical hit rate, she could actually defeat the tortoise more easily than Li Wu, but the little girl was afraid of pain and dared not take the hit head-on. The tortoise, with 42 attack points, only dealt 3 damage to Li Wu's 39 defense points. Li Wu didn't even bother with the kite, charging in for a powerful strike. The attack dealt 132 damage, but the tortoise's counterattack only took away 3 points of his health, which was less than the pain from the little fist of the group. Immediately afterwards, Spicy Rabbit Head unleashed a fireball, dealing 204 points of damage and leaving the tortoise with only a sliver of health. Li Wu finished off the tortoise with an 83-point basic attack, easily taking it down. Fortunately, this first tortoise dropped a tortoise shell plate. Tortoise shell plates are casting materials. You can inquire about their specific uses at the armor shop. After the experiment, the two officially began grinding monsters. Li Wu didn't use any skills again. 2 basic attacks, plus a Spicy Rabbit Head and a fireball took down a tortoise. The tortoise can only deal 3 damage to him at a time, which is even slower than his natural health regeneration. Spicy Rabbit Head was overjoyed. She could now cast 26 fireballs in a row, and with natural mana regeneration, it was enough for her to kill 30 monsters before taking a break. From this moment on, she was no longer the little burden who could only follow behind Li Wu. Li Wu was in a good mood. Although it required 36,000 experience points to go from level 2 to level 3, a tortoise gave 60 points, and splitting in half would give 30 points, which was half as much as the giant rabbit. He's now even faster at farming tortoises than giant rabbits, and he's quite satisfied with the overall efficiency. The only problem is that the level 2 monster area is not as deserted as the giant rabbit plains. There are significantly more players now. The two killed more than 30 tortoises in a row, and then there were no more monsters nearby. They could only search around or wait for them to respawn. The anticipated backstabbing, killing and looting, and even lustful encounters didn't happen. After all, the game's pain level is too realistic, and ordinary players wouldn't dare to engage in PvP easily. If they've all been reduced to farming turtles, then the surrounding players are naturally not much stronger either. The girl played for over 20 hours straight until 4 p.m., then said goodbye to Li Wu and went offline to catch up on sleep. Li Wu glanced at the time and realized that if the electric zombie king respawned every 12 hours, it would probably have already appeared by now. But Tuan Bao was about to get out of school, and there might not be enough time, so he had to put the idea aside for the time being. At that moment, an auction message popped up. Silver Wolf Fong, sold for 167 gold. After tax, 150 gold and 30 silver were credited to the account. Li Wu's lips curled up immediately. Although it was a few gold less than expected, the batch of silver equipment sold better than anticipated. The silver twin pistols only sold for 2 gold coins. The fuel consumption was too high. Even Bai Debeo couldn't afford to use them. Their collectible value far exceeded their practical value. However, the other 8 pieces of silver equipment sold for a total of 28 gold, leaving 25 gold and 20 silver after tax. The total transaction price was 197 gold, and with the money from before, I now have 267 gold and 30 silver in my bag. Li Wu estimated that the Zombie King's scepter would be hard to get for more than 280 gold. Baidu Bayo, its biggest competitor, didn't have the cash to raise the price, and besides, it was only a level 6 weapon after all. The top players have all reached level 9, and even gold-tier equipment will depreciate significantly in value soon. Without wasting a second, he immediately withdrew 267 gold coins. What if Blue Star Online went bankrupt the next second? The bank card quickly received 253,650 yuan. Li Wu took out a bottle of mineral water, drank half of it, and carefully put the other half away. I'll splurge today. I won't eat bread. I'll just drink water. At 4:50, Li Wu logged off on time and rode her electric scooter to the kindergarten. The children hadn't even started leaving yet. With his youth and agility, he managed to break through the defensive circle of the old men and women and grab the front row. This was the first time he had come early to pick up Tuan Bao. Tuan Bao had always hoped to see her uncle as soon as she got out of school, but Li Wu used to be too busy working 3 jobs and was always late. Sometimes, only one little baby, Tuan, is left in the entire kindergarten waiting for him. As the music started, the toddlers, led by their teachers, lined up and walked out one class at a time. Li Wu clung tightly to the railing, standing firmly in the front row no matter how much the crowd pushed, not even letting the old lady next to him nudge him with her elbow. Finally, Class 2 emerged. As soon as Tuan stepped out of the school building, she craned her neck, desperately peering towards the entrance. Although disappointment is inevitable each time, the baby still wants to see his uncle first. The next second, Tuan's eyes lit up. Even from a distance, Li Wu could see the light in her eyes and her newly grown molars. The little one clearly wanted to rush over, but instead obediently held the other child's hand and followed the teacher slowly toward the door. When Teacher Lei saw Li Wu, her nose suddenly stung with tears. For the first time, she didn't follow the order and directly handed Tuan, who was last in line, to him. Li Wu picked up Tuan in her arms, nodded to the teacher, and protected the little darling as they squeezed through the crowd. Tuan hugged his neck tightly and exclaimed happily, "Uncle, I'm so happy. I saw you right after school." Li Wu smiled and agreed, promising to let her see her uncle as soon as she got home from school every day. Tuan immediately said, "Baby loves her uncle the most." When asked about dinner, Tuan apologized quietly, saying that there were green things in the food, and because she ate slowly, she was in a hurry and didn't eat anything after everyone else had finished. Li Wu told her that she didn't need to apologize, that it was called broccoli, and that eating it would make her stronger, and that she should try to eat more of it in the future. Next, he took Tuan to the grand hotel he had previously chosen. Tuan excitedly asked if it was the hotel with the big lion. Li Wu nodded and said that her uncle had made a lot of money today and was treating her to something nice. Tuan guessed it was 100 yuan, then guessed 1,000 yuan, and finally asked if it was as much as 500 yuan. Li Wu was at a loss. It seemed she really had to consider enrolling her precious child in a math class. The so-called big hotel is just what Tuan thinks is big. It's the biggest hotel in the small county town, and it doesn't even qualify for a star rating. Li Wu lavishly ordered 4 dishes that Tuan loved. Although it was just a snack, the little guy was full after eating only a couple of bites of each. He packed up all the remaining food. He was destined to stay up late tonight, so it would be perfect to have it as a midnight snack. After returning home, Li Wu spent a rare moment playing with Tuan and let her braid her hair. He then took out his phone and started browsing the forums of Blue Star Online. Having earned over 300,000 yuan in a day and a night, even though luck played a major role, Li Wu still had to take this game seriously. Given the government's mandatory game time limits, he simply decided to treat Blue Star Online as a job. To do a good job, you must first understand it. After searching for a while, Li Wu found that she couldn't find the operating company of Blue Star Online, or even the development company. All the information says that this game belongs to the state. State-developed and state-operated, it sounds reasonable enough. Strangely, it's impossible to find out which country developed it or which country operates it. This is very illogical. Li Wu was puzzled, but she couldn't find any relevant information. Who cares who developed it, as long as I can get it for free? Li Wu put aside her doubts and began to look through game information and posts. At 9 p.m., he put on his colorful, low-budget dreadlocks and coaxed Tuan to sleep, then put on his helmet and went online. Spicy Rabbit Head wasn't online. He was probably asleep. Li Wu was about to head to the mine when loudspeakers blared throughout the village. The game King of Heaven is recruiting assassins to lure the Electric Zombie King. Players who are electrocuted will receive 5 silver coins each time they die, and an additional 50 silver coins for a screenshot. They are also recruiting ranged players with magic damage of 300 or more at a high price. Baidabeo also jumped out to challenge him, saying that he would not steal the boss, but would specifically use his lightning to strike Junlin Tianxia and see if he could withstand 500 magic damage. Upon hearing that Baidabeo's magic damage had reached 480, Junlin Tianxia's attitude softened instantly. He even called her Sister Bai and begged her to give up the Electric Zombie King. Li Wu then realized that Junlin Tianxia, having failed to acquire the Zombie King scepter, was instead planning to directly target the Electric Zombie King. Although Li Wu's kill of the Electric Zombie King was only the second kill on the entire server, and there was no announcement, the equipment with the Zombie King prefix was too conspicuous, and everyone could guess that it was related to the Electric Zombie King. They were spamming the loudspeakers, each costing 1,000 yuan. As if they were free, Junlin Tianxia was clearly determined to take down this boss. Li Wu was a little annoyed, but still went to the stall and bought 600 stones, intending to join the fun. If Junlin Tianxia really manages to lure out the Electric Zombie King, he'll try to steal it. If that fails, he'll proceed according to his own plan. It was peak time for players to be online, and the whole village was alerted by the loudspeaker, with the area outside the eastern mining area packed with people. Looking at the sea of people, Li Wu immediately felt that Junlin Tianxia had made a terrible mistake. The Electric Zombie King isn't hard to kill. The real challenge is luring it out of the mine. But Junlin Tianxia chose the peak time of the online player count to launch this large-scale attack. Even a level 1 alt can deal 1 point of force damage. Once tens of thousands of players all join the fray, no matter how many high-level players Junlin Tianxia recruits, the chances of them winning the boss are slim. Moreover, the mine is too close to the starting village, so the Electric Zombie King can't clear out the casual players like the Silver Wolf King. If you die, you just resurrect and come back. You don't lose experience during the beginner phase anyway. Junlin Tianxia isn't having a good time, and Li Wu isn't happy either. There were too many people, so his chances of getting the boss were pitifully low. But the reward of 50 yuan still attracted many daring players. In the regional channel, people kept reporting the coordinates of the Electric Zombie King. Potato, Radish, and Pumpkin took turns reporting their winnings, clearly having received their money. Someone also asked, how unpleasant is it to be electrocuted by the Electric Zombie King? Junlin Tianxia immediately started hyping it up, saying that getting an electric shock was like a massage and you could make money comfortably. But someone quickly debunked it, saying it was a real electric shock and people with low tolerance should stay away. Soon, the suicide soldiers, relying on their lives, slowly pulled the Electric Zombie King out of the mine. However, each head can only move a few steps, so it will take a long time to completely lure out the Electric Zombie King. Li Wu stood on a rock and looked around, trying to see if Hao Jianjun's 100-person team had arrived. With Hao Jianjun's health and defense, coupled with that healing player, if they were willing to die for him, their monster-luring efficiency would definitely far exceed that of ordinary people. The suicide soldiers were still dying back and forth, only to be resurrected and rushed back into the mine. Watching the coordinates change, the Electric Zombie King had already been lured halfway across. But soon, Potato couldn't hold on any longer. After dying 6 times, he said that 300 coins were enough and asked the others to take over. Pumpkin and Radish also started to back down, saying that their legs went weak as soon as they entered the mine. The pain level is directly linked to the damage suffered. An ordinary player can be instantly killed by the Electric Zombie King, but before dying, they have to endure extreme pain. You get 50 for dying once, and many people just make a couple of packs of cigarettes and then leave. Even those with stronger wills can't take it after dying 5 or 6 times. Anyway, the game only says that you get paid if you die from being electrocuted once, and there's no rule that you have to successfully taunt the monster, so who would want to suffer for nothing? More and more people hesitated until there was only a third of the journey left when finally someone broke down and the Electric Zombie King began to turn back. Although no one had reported anything in the public chat yet, the coordinate information suddenly stopped and Li Wu immediately realized what was going on. It will take time for the Electric Zombie King to return to its respawn point. If the zombies continue to chase after it, it might be possible to pull it back. As expected, Junlin Tianxia panicked and spammed the megaphone again, doubling the death squad salary. Seeing the growing number of players gathering because the Electric Zombie King was about to appear, Li Wu pondered for a moment, then pushed through the crowd and entered mine number 1. He was going to take a gamble, betting that the Electro Zombie King couldn't be lured out at all. The chances of succeeding in fighting for a boss among tens of thousands of people are pitifully small. If you have the skill, you can make predictions. If you don't, you're just guessing. Instead of gambling on luck, Li Wu should do something more reliable. The Electric Zombie King has already been lured 2/3 of the way. If the luring fails, it will inevitably pass through this section of the road on its way back. Li Wu could have easily laid an ambush beforehand and waited for the Electric Zombie King to come to him. Although the mine was divided into multiple numbers by the players, they were all connected at the depths. Li Wu walked all the way in through mine number 1. There were far fewer people mining on the road than usual. Most of them were blocking the entrance, digging, and waiting to watch the boss fight. The deeper you go into the mine, the fewer players there are, even though Cave 1 isn't the route for attracting monsters that's posted on the public chat. Li Wu opened her chat history with Spicy Rabbit Head to confirm the coordinate nodes she had left earlier. Without paper and pen, he assigned all the important slots to the unlaunched Spicy Rabbit Head. The little girl was a tool when she was online and a notebook when she was offline. However, once they went deeper into the mine, Li Wu suddenly changed his mind. After the Electric Zombie King turns back, it may not return along the same path the assassins used to lure the monsters. The mine has many branching paths, and it could take any of them. The safest spot is still the 4th fork in the road after turning left at the 9th fork in the main cave, where you first found the boss. Li Wu had taken a detour from Cave 1 to get here, and time was running out. He could only hope that Junlin Tianxia could hold on a little longer. As if hearing his innermost thoughts, the loudspeaker of Junlin Tianxia blared once more. The boss is coming out soon. Those who are just watching, don't try to get kills. I won't pay you for doing that. However, no sooner had this sentence been posted than a message came through the channel that the Electric Zombie King had turned back completely. Not paying those who just wanted to coast along became the catalyst that broke the team. Those who genuinely wanted to coast along didn't dare to go, while those who were serious about sacrificing themselves were afraid of being misunderstood. After a moment's hesitation, they were a step too late in taking over. So the Electric Zombie King immediately broke free of its aggro and returned deep into the mine. Junlin Tianxia is such a terrible chess player. Li Wu cursed under her breath, quickening her pace. But he's only halfway there, and even if he reaches the 4th fork, he might not be able to find the monster's location immediately. Just then, a protruding platform next to the main tunnel came into view. The view was blocked there, which seemed perfect for trapping the Electric Zombie King. Just as Li Wu was considering whether to take a gamble, several lights suddenly lit up in the mine tunnel, and a zombie emerged from the ground. Zombies. Level 3, HP 550, Attack 65, Defense 28. The monsters are spawning, and it's highly unlikely that only one will spawn. The nearby mine tunnels will probably be overflowing with zombies soon. Before the creature in front of him could fully emerge from the ground, Li Wu rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow. -119, -1/damage, followed by another basic attack, -70. As soon as the zombie emerged, its dark claws stabbed into Li Wu's body, taking away 26 points of his health, causing him to gasp in pain. But Li Wu didn't stop, enduring the damage and continuing to hack and slash. After 5 rounds, he lost 130 health points and finally killed the zombie. Thanks to this black iron armor, otherwise we really wouldn't have been able to win. Seeing that he only had 190 health points left, Li Wu didn't even bother to rest and immediately started digging into the cave wall next to him. After defeating the monsters, there wasn't enough time to continue on his way. Since he had stumbled upon this monster-blocking spot, he could only gamble that the Electric Zombie King would pass by. After climbing onto the platform, Li Wu lay down and resigned himself to fate. Before long, the roar of the Electric Zombie King echoed through the quiet mine tunnels. Li Wu held her breath, not daring to make a move. Only when he heard the sound of the Electric Zombie King jumping back and forth below the platform did he grin, stand up, and throw stones down. -1, -120, cutting damage. The talent level has been upgraded, and the damage from the cutting attack has doubled. This is absolutely fantastic. As Li Wu continued to smash stones down, throwing out more than 200 pieces, the Electric Zombie King suddenly unleashed a skill in the direction it had come from. A scream immediately came from the other end of the mine tunnel. Li Wu was somewhat surprised. Weren't they supposed to be clearing out mobs? How come someone caught up with them so quickly? Had Junlin Tianxia not given up yet? But he didn't stop working. Fighting the boss depends on one's own ability. He can't just give up the boss just because Junlin Tianxia spent money. Besides, he didn't even get the money. We've caught up with the boss. Watch your distance. Something's not right. 3 people have died, so why isn't the boss moving? The view isn't wide enough. We can't see what's going on inside. I'll try again. Another scream rang out. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Wu couldn't help but laugh. What should we do? The boss isn't moving. Isn't this just giving it away for free? Should we lure it away or not? Keep going. I've already spent tens of thousands. And now you want me to give up? You said it yourself, so don't go back on your word later if you can't get it to work. Damn, doesn't my Junlin Tianxia have this much prestige? Li Wu was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Junlin Tianxia to personally go to the front line to supervise the battle. No wonder he was able to find someone taking kills. However, the Electric Zombie King has a skill every 1.2 seconds. Li Wu holds the aggro, so if the opponent wants to pull the boss away, they have to withstand the damage first. Otherwise, they won't even be able to get into the line of sight, let alone steal aggro. After several screams, the Electric Zombie King was still stuck below the platform, bouncing around in place. Junlin Tianxia's face turned completely green. He knew there was a problem, but he had no solution whatsoever. These suicide soldiers were there to die, and fearing they would lose their equipment, they weren't wearing any gear and didn't even have bread in their backpacks. And which player can withstand a single blow from the Electric Zombie King without dying? They all have top-notch equipment, so who would be willing to come and die? At this moment, one of the assassins, who had experienced a similar situation, suddenly muttered, "Doesn't this look a bit like someone is trapping the boss?" Junlin Tianxia reacted instantly and shouted in the direction of the Electric Zombie King. "Which guy got stuck on the boss? You can't beat it anyway. So, can you just feed him a kill? I'll cover the loss. And I'll even give you 1 gold for emotional distress." Li Wu was naturally not foolish enough to respond to Junlin Tianxia. He simply kept his head down and frantically threw stones at the Electric Zombie King. The boss has an extremely long attack range, so the people from Junlin Tianxia can only stand at a distance and die. Once the Electric Zombie King is killed, Li Wu will have enough time to pick up the valuables. Even if Junlin Tianxia finally rushed over and killed him, he would only get a small share. Li Wu refused to believe that he would be so unlucky as to lose all the good stuff. Seeing that Li Wu remained unresponsive, Junlin Tianxia couldn't determine whether someone was blocking the boss, so he could only hope that someone would continue to send people up to test the waters. But there were only a few assassins left, and the gold coins were being spent like water. Junlin Tianxia was so angry that he grabbed the last 2 people. He had the 2 of them take turns going forward to bait out 2 of the Electric Zombie King skills for him. And then, while the skills were on cooldown, he personally charged towards the boss. The Electric Zombie King's Lightning Pierce has a cooldown of only 1.2 seconds. Before Junlin Tianxia could run far, he was struck by lightning and started smoking. Minus 865. Fortunately, his equipment was top-notch, and he still had 2/5 of his health remaining. Immediately afterward, a blue light shone on his body, and his health bar turned blue as well. This is the talent of the King of Heaven. When health drops below 50%, a magical shield is automatically triggered, using mana to mitigate 30% of damage. He had 1200 mana, enough to absorb 360 damage. But he had only charged forward a short distance when the second attack landed. Minus 505. His mana bar instantly depleted, reverting to a health bar, leaving Junlin Tianxia with only 180 health points. Seeing that he still wasn't far enough away, he gritted his teeth and drank a potion that instantly restored his health. Plus 800. This isn't your average red potion from a store. It's an instant recovery potion that's extremely difficult for pharmacists to make. You might not get 1 out of 10,000 ordinary potions. To see if anyone was inside, Junlin Tianxia went to great lengths this time. But when the next bolt of lightning struck, he was still screaming in agony, barely clinging to life. Minus 865. Finally, he rushed into view and finally saw the person hiding in the corner, trapping the monster. Although he couldn't see the face clearly, he could make out the name above the person's head. An incredibly cute group? Could it be a girl who's been scared out of her wits? Junlin Tianxia was full of questions, but when he saw the remaining health of the electric zombie king, a series of question marks immediately appeared above his head. The next second, lightning flashed, and Junlin Tianxia instantly turned into white light. Someone actually rushed close to the boss, which startled Li Wu. Fortunately, the opponent died in the end, and he didn't dare to stop what he was doing. A few seconds later, the electric zombie king let out a miserable scream and completely turned into white light. Li Wu didn't bother to check the system notification and immediately slid down from the platform. He listened intently to footsteps around him, while frantically picking up glowing objects from the ground, ready to run in the opposite direction if anyone approached. But after he had picked up all the silver coins, there was still no movement around him. There were still about 100 copper coins scattered on the ground, but Li Wu decisively gave up and turned to rush towards the place with the most dead bodies. The loot refreshes every 5 minutes after death. So many people have died here, any piece of equipment you pick up is worth more than those copper coins. He went to the spot where the player who had rushed nearby had fallen, and sure enough, there was something lying on the ground. He picked it up and was immediately stunned. Wild boar hide boots, gold equipment, increases health by 160, intelligence by 12, spirit by 10, and agility by 8, and also increases movement speed by an additional 12%. The equipment was only level 8, yet it was already of gold quality. Li Wu couldn't help but mutter, "What kind of family is this? Even their assassins dare to wear gold equipment." But he quickly realized that the owner of the boots was not a suicide soldier, but Junlin Tianxia, who had just personally rushed in. Besides the leather boots, there was also a bottle of red potion on ground. Li Wu didn't pay much attention to it at first, but her eyes widened immediately after seeing the attributes. This is actually a potion that instantly restores 800 health points. Even Junlin Tianxia wouldn't use it lightly. With Li Wu's health, she'd probably choke on blood if she drank it. He searched further ahead, but found nothing on the ground, immediately realizing that the assassins had come naked. Li Wu quickly turned back and picked up all the copper coins he had previously rejected, making sure not to waste any. At this moment, the pinned message for the entire village of Junlin Tianxia suddenly popped up. He angrily denounced the Invincible Cute group as cheating bastards and threatened that since it was a state-run game, Li Wu was waiting to have her account banned or even go to jail. Li Wu was both amused and exasperated. After thinking for a moment, she decided to open the area chat to explain. "I'm a straight man. I didn't use any cheats." Junlin Tianxia didn't believe it at all, saying that he almost killed the boss with a rock and still dared to say he wasn't cheating. Soon, others also chimed in. But the Oboro Knight mentioned the Zombie King's scepter, suspecting that Li Wu had soloed the Electric Zombie King last night. Bida Bayo even joined in the fun, asking his sister for a link. Li Wu was speechless. This was indeed difficult to explain. If a group of people reported it and attracted the police, it would be troublesome. His cutting talent was simply too extraordinary. In some aspects, it was even no worse than the 100% critical hit rate of Spicy Rabbit Head, and he didn't want to expose it now. Once the cooldown period was over, Li Wu casually blurted out, "Throwing talent ignores defense. Believe it or not, feel free to report me." Junlin Tianxia immediately changed his tune, saying that even if it were true, how should he deal with Li Wu stealing his boss halfway through? Bida Bayo immediately defended Li Wu, saying that defeating the boss depended on individual skill, and there was no question of stealing it. Junlin Tianxia had recruited so many people to lure the boss over, so how could that not be considered being hijacked? Bida Bayo directly responded by pinning the post to the top, saying that maybe the other person was already inside, and it was Junlin Tianxia who lured the boss away, which in turn delayed other people's business. Li Wu was extremely impressed by Bida Bayo's smooth talk. This was the excuse he had prepared, but there was a time limit in the area chat, so he didn't have time to say it. He took the opportunity to thank Bida Bayo for speaking up for him, and said that he had indeed been squatting deep in the mine for 3 hours and almost had his plans ruined by Junlin Tianxia. Bida Bayo didn't stand on ceremony, simply saying that if the Electric Zombie King dropped any equipment suitable for her, he would sell it to her first. Junlin Tianxia declared that he had men at all 3 mine entrances, and Li Wu could not return to the city. This matter was far from over. Upon seeing this, Li Wu not only wasn't anxious, but completely relaxed. Since Junlin Tianxia was blocking the cave entrance, it meant he wouldn't be coming in to find him for the time being. He now had time to slowly sort through his gains. But just as he opened his backpack, Baidabeo's private message suddenly came through. Baidabeo asked him, "The two of you are clearly friends. His name was grayed out an hour ago. How could he have been squatting in the mine for 3 hours?" Li Wu simply replied, "Oh, thank you." Baidabeo immediately objected, urging him to be more practical, and then spoke again. "Give me a link." Although she felt uneasy, Li Wu still sent Baidabeo a link. After replying to the message, he began to tally up the spoils from killing the Electric Zombie King. A system notification popped up. Killing the Electric Zombie King grants 16,000 experience points and 50 reputation points. Killing a world boss above your level increases your talent level by 1. He received 10,000 experience points for the first kill, but this time, although his level was higher, the experience reward was reduced. As for reputation, the second highest kill in the entire server last time gave a full 1,000 points, but there was no ranking reward this time. I don't know if it's because there wasn't a triple kill or if other villages beat me to it. After the talent upgrade, the cutting damage is increased to 0.3%, and you will only need 334 stones to fight the Electric Zombie King in the future. What truly excited Li Wu was that the Electric Zombie King had dropped 2 pieces of gold equipment this time. Zombie King Helmet increases health by 150 and Constitution, Intelligence, and Spirit by 8 points each. Zombie King Bracelet increases spell attack by 18 points, Intelligence by 16 points, and Spirit by 8 points. But after reviewing the stats, Li Wu's smile faded slightly. Neither of the 2 gold tier items came with any skills, making them completely inferior to the Zombie King Scepter. Moreover, the equipment level is only 5, and its individual attributes are even similar to the level 7 silver equipment that Baidabeo gave it, except that the gold equipment has 1 more attribute. The extra spirit from the helmet isn't worth much, and the intelligence from the bracelet is decent, but the 2 combined probably don't even amount to a fraction of the value of the Zombie King's scepter. Fortunately, Junlin Tianxia also contributed a pair of level 8 golden boots, which should fetch a good price. Li Wu planned to keep the remaining 2 pieces of silver equipment and 1 piece of clothing that was more focused on physical attacks for her own use. He planned to sell the other Zombie King ring, which was more of a magic-based item, to Spicy Rabbit Head at a low price. That little girl was holding 100,000 yuan. It was far too dangerous for her. There were 2 more pieces of unsold equipment, but Li Wu was too lazy to look at them closely and planned to just throw them into the shop after returning to town. Besides the equipment, there was also a book lying in the backpack. Li Wu took it out and gasped in shock. It turned out to be the skill book, Lightning Shield. When health drops below 30%, the Lightning Shield will automatically activate, increasing defense by 30% for 3 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. Skill books are even more valuable than gold weapons. Equipment will eventually be replaced, and the skills attached to it may become obsolete, but the skills you learn can stay with you forever. However, the Lightning Shield's bonus is not high and its duration is short, making it clearly more suitable for tank classes. For the first time, Li Wu hesitated. Skill books, no matter how ordinary, were still valuable. But until Blue Star Online ended, he couldn't leave the game, and improving his strength meant it would be easier to make money. However, tanks rely on teamwork and have to endure pain when attacked. Although Li Wu hasn't decided on a job change direction, he has already ruled out tanks. Learning it himself is too inefficient. Selling it is more cost-effective. Of course, he would never admit that the main reason was the threat of gold coins. Finally, there was a piece of purple gold or of unknown purpose. Li Wu was just about to put it on a shelf, then commit suicide and return to the city, making Junlin Tianxia's bet go to waste when Baidabeo's message arrived. "This is your link?" Li Wu was confused and thought the link had expired. He replied that he was busy and would look for it again later. Baidabeo retorted, "Are you a pervert? I asked for a cheat link, and you sent me a porn site. Shouldn't you curse me?" Li Wu then realized what had happened and awkwardly explained, "It's a misunderstanding. Didn't I say in the public chat that I wasn't using any cheats?" Baidabeo was stunned. "You didn't actually kill the boss with a rock, did you?" Li Wu was speechless. "So you've been shouting for me for so long, but you don't even believe it yourself?" Baidabeo is also very honest. It's hard to believe that Li Wu could defeat the boss that the whole village couldn't solve. However, she quickly changed the subject, asking what good stuff the Electric Zombie King had dropped. Upon seeing that his customers were ready to spend money, Li Wu immediately sent them the attributes of the 3 pieces of gold equipment and the Thunder Shield. Bai Bao only had his eye on the Zombie King bracelet, asking for 22 gold coins up front, and even demanding that they not go through the bidding process, let someone else snatch it up after 3 hours. 22 gold coins equals 22,000 yuan, which is higher than Li Wu's estimate. He didn't haggle and set a fixed price directly. Bai Bao immediately placed the order, and after deducting the transaction tax, Li Wu received 19 gold and 80 silver. Instead of withdrawing the cash, he put all the remaining equipment on the auction house, with the gold equipment and Thunder Shield going through a bidding process. The 2 silver items were priced 30% higher than the market price. If they sold, it was a profit. If they didn't sell, they would be automatically removed from the shelves, with only a small storage fee charged. Li Wu, without any formal instruction, turned the auction house into a mobile warehouse. The purple gold was the most valuable unknown item in his possession, including the one he shared with the spicy rabbit head. He now has 3 pieces. There were no similar items in the auction house, so Li Wu simply started the bidding at 1 gold and put them all up for auction. After emptying his backpack, he walked straight toward a wandering zombie in the distance. The zombie scratched away 26 points of his health with 1 claw, but Li Wu did not fight back, letting the zombie continue to attack. He has 320 health points, so the pain from this damage is still within his tolerance range. Junlin Tianxia is blocking him outside, isn't it? Then he should just commit suicide and return to the city for free and see how the other side tries to block him. Just then, a message popped up at the top of the village's chat list. Junlin Tianxia roared. Was that pair of wild boar skin boots from the auction house mine? Invincible Cute Group, you're dead. Server-wide wanted. Kill him and get 10 silver coins, no limit. Chapter 26 Brother Tuan. The chief is looking for you. The pain is bearable, but the feeling of death is truly unbearable, too real, like drowning. After recovering from the shock of death, Li Wu immediately covered her face, then set her name to hidden. She then hurriedly went to a store, covered her face, and bought a mask to wear. Junlin Tianxia is clearly not someone who can afford to take things lightly. He's not afraid of being wanted by the entire server for Li Wu, but his real face still poses some risks. He doesn't want to bring danger to reality or even to Anshuan because of a game. After putting on the mask, Li Wu opened the chat channel. The Invincible Cute Squad. Fighting the boss depends on your own skill. Can't you afford to play along? Junlin Tianxia. I'm rich, so what if I hunt you down? The immortal stroked my buttocks. Isn't 10 silver a bit too low? It's not even enough to cover the effort. Shinli, exactly. And it'll offend people too. Anyone who can solo the Electric Zombie King isn't someone to mess with. It's not worth 100 yuan. Oboro Knight. The price is indeed too low. Killing someone will result in a red name. Oboro. None of your business. Just look at my lips. Pin post from the entire village. Rain over heaven. The entire server is hunting down the Invincible Cute Squad. 1 gold for each kill, with no upper limit. When Li Wu saw the loudspeaker in Junlin Tianxia, his eyes lit up, and he quickly sent a message in the regional chat. The incredibly cute group. Can I take this deal? I'll give you a 20% discount. Bai Bao. I'm going to be broke lately, but I'd like to take on this too. Is it okay if there's no upper limit? I'll take it. Count me in. Sign up for the super cute group tour, and we'll split the pay with you. Looking at the enthusiastic comments in the chat channel, Junlin Tianxia suddenly felt that he had done something stupid. Sure enough, before he could even reply in the chat channel, the Invincible Cute Group nearly smashed his wallet. The Invincible Cute Squad. We are sincerely recruiting cooperative players. Kill me once, and I will give you 60 silver. Payment first, then kill. We will sign an electronic contract. Those who sign up, please join the team. We will start when we have 20 players. The final battle will last until dawn. The immortal stroked my buttocks. This seems quite reliable, but I'm afraid Junlin Tianxia might renege on the deal. Bai Bao. Don't look for anyone else. I'll cooperate with you. I just took a screenshot of his megaphone. People have to have a sense of shame, just like trees have bark. I'll spend 500 yuan to pin his post on the forum later, and let's see if he cares about his reputation or his reputation. Junlin Tianxia's face turned genuinely green. He suddenly realized that Blue Star Online was different from other games. The realistic pain complicates things that are commonplace in other games. Killing someone and getting a red name, indicating a negative reputation, is nothing in other games, but in Blue Star Online, it is a very severe punishment. If you pay too little, no one will work. If you pay too much, the incredibly cute group might take advantage of the situation. Especially with Baidabeo, that troublemaker. While the Kingdom of Heaven is wealthy, it doesn't have so much money that it's willing to throw it around. Wouldn't it be foolish to use money to aid the enemy? Li Wu is indeed gathering people. He's not just a threat as others think. If dying once costs 600 yuan, why bother fighting for the boss? Furthermore, there are loopholes to exploit in terms of pain. If the damage is controlled to below 10%, it is still tolerable. As for the feeling of death, what's wrong with killing him 10,000 times for the sake of Tuanbao's medicine? Like a joke circulating online, no one might do it for 100 yuan per kowtow, but if there's no limit, I could bankrupt old Zhou by kowtowing. Just as Li Wu was enjoying her wonderful life, someone said something in the regional chat. Little fairy, the power is out at the King's Landing family's house. Baidabeo, Junlin is not to be underestimated. The server-wide manhunt ended due to a power outage at Junlin Tianxia's home. Li Wu felt it was a great pity that the team was disbanded, and he couldn't help but admire Junlin Tianxia's ability to let go of things easily. The most terrifying people are the truly despicable. This mask should not be easily removed. Seeing the friend requests that kept coming in, Li Wu simply set it to automatically reject them. There are quite a few people who want to do business like Junlin Tianxia. Brother Tuan, I'm online. What are all these messages you sent me? As soon as Spicy Rabbit Head was launched, he noticed that Li Wu had sent him many messages. When he opened them, he saw that they were all strings of numbers, so he quickly sent a message to Li Wu. It's not important. These are the coordinates I recorded when I defeated the Electric Zombie King. Brother Tuan, did you kill the Electric Zombie King again? Wow. Brother Tuan is amazing. Stop showering me with compliments. Go brush up on the giant turtle. Oh well. After replenishing his supplies with some bread, Li Wu took the spicy rabbit heads and went to hunt giant turtles. The Silver Wolf King spawned around 1 p.m., and it should spawn again after 1 a.m., so there's still some time. After playing with the turtle for nearly an hour, Li Wu thought it was about time and prepared to take the spicy rabbit head to join the fun, but unexpectedly, the little girl refused. Spicy Rabbit Head knew it was a burden now. The forced 2-point damage was useless, as Silver Wolf King had already seen. It was better to go back and farm giant rabbits for now. Li Wu didn't insist, and went to the fierce sheep grassland wearing a mask to hide her name. The process was the same as at noon. After someone announced the coordinates of the Silver Wolf King, players gathered from all directions. Li Wu followed the crowd to an open area outside the spider forest, a gathering place for level 3 monsters. He didn't see a single spider, and didn't even have a chance to use True Sight. There's still people running gold farming groups and recruiting DPS players, but no one is going up to start the fight. After defeating the Silver Wolf King 3 times, the casual players have learned their lesson and no one wants to be cannon fodder. Brother Tuan, someone asked me if you sold that Thunder Shield book at the auction house. The message from Spicy Rabbit Head puzzled Li Wu, who replied, I sold them, but why is someone asking about you? It was one of the 2 guys who drove me back at noon who asked. We added each other as friends, and we were chatting on the way. I think I mentioned you. He said your friend request was closed, and their leader wanted to contact you. Upon seeing Spicy Rabbit Head's reply, Li Wu's expression turned somewhat serious. The word chief is not used casually. Could it be that Hao Jianjun is a member of the military? Considering the disciplined and uncompromising style of that 100-person team, it does seem quite possible. Only the military could assemble so many people so quickly in a randomized starting village system. The team of 100 people was quite conspicuous, and Li Wu quickly spotted it while standing on tiptoe. Seeing that the auction house had already reached 102 gold coins and there were still a few minutes left in the bidding, Li Wu hesitated for a moment before walking towards the 100-person team. Li Wu has a special feeling for the soldiers who defend their country. If his family hadn't had that accident, he would probably have joined the Chinese People's Liberation Army as a college student, just like his roommate. Unfortunately, life is full of disappointments. As Li Wu approached, the 100-person team appeared unchanged, but Li Wu suddenly felt like prey being watched by a ferocious beast, about to be struck deadly at any moment. In Chapter 27, the game's inner workings, Li Wu's expression changed, but she quickly relaxed, a smile appearing on her face, though unfortunately hidden by her mask. I'm from the Invincible Cute group, and I sold that Thunder Shield book at the auction house. Upon hearing Li Wu's words, Hao Jianjun from the group quickly stepped forward and, without any formalities, said directly, "I want to buy your Thunder Shield skill book, but I don't have enough cash right now. Could you put it up for auction first, and I'll raise the funds?" If it were anyone else, Li Wu would probably have scoffed at it long ago. With over 100 people under your command, it's outrageous that you can't even come up with a few 100,000. However, Li Wu now suspects that these people are soldiers and active duty soldiers at that, so he doesn't find it too strange. No matter how many men he has, they belong to the state, not to individuals who pay their salaries. Moreover, Hao Jianjun has clearly spent a lot of money. Otherwise, how could he have held off the Silver Wolf King at noon without dying? Of course, leaders are human too, and they might be henpecked. It's quite normal for them to be a little short on money for a while. While Li Wu was daydreaming in his mind, he didn't hesitate in his actions. The next second, he took out the Thunder Shield skill book from the auction house and smiled. "We'll calculate as much as we have first, and we'll discuss the rest when you have it." Hao Jianjun looked at the skill books on the trading interface and was momentarily stunned, even though he was in a high position. This player, with their effeminate name, actually has a decisive and efficient style when it comes to getting things done. After handing over all 76 gold coins he had to Li Wu, Hao Jianjun nodded to Li Wu and said in a deep voice, "The Thunder Shield has already been bid up to 104 gold coins at the auction house. It should go up further. How about we make it 110 gold coins? That way I'll still owe you 34 gold coins." "Okay." Li Wu nodded and turned to leave. "Aren't we going to exchange a few more pleasantries?" Hao Jianjun opened his mouth, but the promise he was about to make was never spoken. This is going way too smoothly. In real life, it's easy. You have your own identity, so you can go anywhere smoothly. But this is a game. It wasn't until the friend request notification sounded that Hao Jianjun realized it was a request from the Invincible Cute group. This is more realistic. 34,000 yuan, and they didn't even give me an IOU. If I don't add them as a friend, where am I supposed to get my money back? You don't need to pay back the 34 gold coins, but could you reveal some inside information about this game, sir? Hao Jianjun frowned when he saw a message from the Invincible Cute group. It would have been better not to owe that 34,000. After considering it for a moment, Hao Jianjun replied, "I understand what you're asking, but I don't know much either. I can only advise you to improve your skills in the game as much as possible. That's all I have to say." Hao Jianjun deleted Li Wu's contact immediately after replying. He didn't feel guilty about revealing this secret. Some things are already common knowledge among some people, so one more wouldn't make a difference. Besides, he quite admired this young man who was so fussy about naming things but got things done quickly and efficiently. But a secret is a secret. To avoid the other party pressing for details, I simply deleted it. Anyway, the guy said he didn't need to pay me back. Li Wu was deeply moved after seeing Hao Jianjun's reply. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Who doesn't want to improve their strength? Li Wu had always found it strange, and probably everyone in the world was too. Why are all countries forcing their people to play games? Even the army that was supposed to defend the country was brought in. If a small newbie village, number 5188, can gather a team of hundreds of people, then if it spreads to tens of thousands of newbie villages, wouldn't that mean that it would almost wipe out the entire country's military force? Just thinking about it is terrifying. The harvesting leeks analogy is just a joke. There must be some huge inside story that would make leaders of all countries recklessly issue such an absurd policy. Is it due to resource shortages? Are they planning to create a second world in the middle of the game? Or do you want to be like the Matrix, ultimately imprisoning everyone in a game world? Or perhaps the plan is to resolve World War III peacefully, with the battlefield set up in Blue Star Online? Or perhaps Mars is about to collide with Earth, and humanity can only survive as spiritual consciousness in some giant hard drive buried deep underground? Li Wu had considered many possibilities, but they were all just guesses. Today, he had finally met someone who seemed to be a military leader, so he naturally wanted to take the opportunity to inquire about him. He didn't expect to get any huge secret in return for the 34 gold coins. Even just a tiny bit would be fine. Unfortunately, he only got a bunch of nonsense for 34,000. Li Wu wanted to ask more, but found that his friend had been deleted. Just as he was wondering whether he should turn around and ask again, he heard a loud shout behind him. Hao Jianjun had actually led his men to charge at the Silver Wolf King. The great battle began, and the mist was instantly engulfed by countless players. Hao Jianjun was even stronger than at noon, and he held his own against the Silver Wolf King without backing down. With the help of his teammates' healing, The Silver Wolf King couldn't defeat him for a long time. Li Wu was pushed around by the crowd and couldn't stand up. She was forced into the battlefield. This is outrageous. As soon as Li Wu saw the Silver Wolf King so close, he turned and rushed out. Unfortunately, he was just about to leave the attack range when the Silver Wolf King launched a thunderous pounce, landing not far away and leaving no grass growing within a 30-meter radius. Dawn breaks suddenly. Even after being resurrected, Li Wu, having taken the full damage, still felt excruciating pain, and it took her a while to recover. This trip was a complete waste of time. Not only did he waste an hour and get nothing, but he also lost 34,000 yuan. Li Wu was practically in tears. I was planning to use the newly upgraded slice and dice to try and steal the boss's kill. A 0.3% slice and dice can deal 204 damage to the Silver Wolf King, so I still have a good chance of getting the last hit. If I upgrade slice and dice again, I can just pick up any golden glowing enemy. Even if I get focused by everyone, it'll still be a huge win. Ding! The Zombie King helmet gold you auctioned has been sold for 7 gold and 35 silver. After deducting 10% transaction tax, the remaining 6 gold, 61 silver, and 5 copper have been transferred to your wallet. Ding! Your auctioned wild boar leather boots, gold, have been sold for 12 gold. After deducting 10% transaction tax, the remaining 10 gold and 80 silver have been transferred to your wallet. Ding! Your auction of purple gold, or *3, has failed to attract any bids. The starting price was 3 gold, minus a 1% storage fee of 3 silver. Looking at her wallet, which had bulged again, Li Wu clicked to withdraw the money without saying a word. Including the 121 gold coins paid by Debao and Hao Jianjun and the 121 gold coins that Dianjiang Wangbao received, all of it was withdrawn. There were 2 pieces of silver equipment in the bag that had failed to sell at auction. Li Wu went to the warehouse to store them, and then called Spicy Rabbit head to go and farm turtles together. Surely Hao Jianjun wouldn't make such a claim without reason. Whether it's true or not, it's definitely a good idea to level up as soon as possible. Chapter 28 Uncle is amazing. 2 players, one big and one small, stayed at the Tortoise Settlement until 7 a.m. Li Wu logged off to cook for Tuan Bao, while Spicy Rabbit Head turned around and went back to Giant Rabbit Plain. After a night of hard work, Li Wu had reached level 3, while Spicy Rabbit Head was still a little behind because he had less experience from the Electric Zombie King. Little Tuanchuan is still as well-behaved and sensible as ever. She gets up by herself to brush her teeth and wash her face, and sits obediently at the dining table waiting for her beloved uncle to bring her favorite food. Having earned 600,000 yuan in just 1 day and 2 nights, Li Wu's pressure eased considerably. Combined with her previous savings, she wouldn't have to worry about Guai Bao's special medicine for the next 2 years. Uncle, why are you so happy? Because Tuan Tuan is so cute. Tuanchuan is the cutest. I'm the most adorable, the most invincible little cutie. Tuanchuan, you have to be a good boy and listen to your teacher today. Tonight, your uncle will take you to buy that big doll you saw last time. Wow! Tuanchuan excitedly raised her little hand at first, but then quickly put it down. But didn't Uncle say that we can only buy it during the New Year? Is today the New Year? It's not Chinese New Year yet, but my uncle has made a lot of money again, so it's okay to buy in advance. Wow! Uncle made a lot of money again. Is it still 1,000 yuan? That's more than 100 yuan. Wow! Uncle is amazing. After sending Xiao Tuanchuan to kindergarten, Li Wu didn't rush to catch up on sleep. Instead, she went online again and went to the mine. I killed the Electric Zombie King around 11 p.m. last night. The Electric Zombie King respawns around 11 a.m. this morning. To defeat the Electric Zombie King, you must ambush it in advance, otherwise you'll be killed before you even see the boss. Following the coordinates he had noted down yesterday, Li Wu arrived at the location where the assassins had discovered the Electric Zombie King the previous night. Before the Electric Zombie King spawned, I found a suitable small platform, lay down, and went offline to catch up on sleep. Li Wu slept until 11 o'clock and logged on time, still lying on the small platform. After opening the area chat and confirming that no one was organizing a fight against the Electric Zombie King, Li Wu lay there and opened the forum. Inside the mine, the Electric Zombie King's detection range and attack distance are farther than the player's field of vision. Forget about waiting while mining. Even sitting up might get you spotted by the wandering Electric Zombie King. The safest option is to lie flat. Once the electric zombie king starts bouncing around below a small platform, you've got it cornered. The forum only said that the electric zombie king would roam deep in the mine, but the specific spawn coordinates could not be found. So Li Wu could only keep an eye on the forum and wait for it to come to him. Just as Li Wu lay down, several players outside the mine looked rather grim. We've been waiting for 2 hours and still haven't seen the invincible cute squad. Has he stopped farming Electric Zombie King? Logically, he would definitely farm it. Bosses always drop gold equipment. Even the worst level 5 gold equipment can sell for several thousand yuan. If he gets a weapon, it'll be worth at least 100,000 yuan. Who would be willing to spend that much? We've already wasted 2 hours. How long are we going to stand here like this? Money is hard to earn and life is tough. We've already taken the deposit from Junlin Tianxia. Are you willing to give it back? There's no way I'm going to back out. I'll just wait until midnight. I still want to work for the Silver Wolf King then. Silver Wolf King isn't very interesting anymore. Last night, the G Group's wages were cut in half, and this time it will probably be cut again. It's not even enough to cover the errands. That's normal. Some players have already reached level 10, and they'll probably be taking on level 10 bosses soon. As for level 5 bosses, they can only struggle for a couple of days with their weapons, and no one wants their other equipment anymore. This invincible cute squad is still the most fun. I heard they have some kind of throwing talent that can ignore defense. This electric zombie king is like it was made for them, but they can clear it all by themselves. It'll only happen once or twice. The top players are all at similar levels and have similar equipment, so we can easily lure them out then. What's the use? It's only fragrant at first. After 1 or 2 more times, even the dogs won't fight. Our newbie village is trash. I've seen many newbie villages on the forums already killing the electric zombie king with ease. Li Wu had no idea that Junlin Tianxia had hired someone to wait for him at the mine entrance. He was leisurely browsing the forums and unknowingly fell asleep in the game. He didn't know how much time had passed before the roaring sounds coming from beneath him finally woke him up. I glanced at the time and realized it was already 12:30. I don't know if I was sleeping too soundly or if the boss was just taking his time. With over 300 stones, Li Wu quickly killed the electric zombie king. Ding, ding, ding. The familiar system notification, 12,000 experience points. The experience gained after level 3 has decreased again. It's still 50 reputation points. I currently have 1150 reputation points, and I don't know what they're for. Congratulations on getting another level up in Slice. The current Slice ratio is 0.4%, and the talent boost can no longer be triggered against level 5 bosses. After glancing at her haul, Li Wu couldn't help but sigh. After all, we're not chosen by fate. The boss can't drop valuable loot every time. A level 5 gold ring, 3 level 5 silver items, a piece of black iron, and 2 pieces of purple gold or that never change. The currency has exploded, with 1 unit of gold, 68 units of silver, and 88 units of copper. The gold ring is up for sale. I'll keep the silver equipment for myself. I don't like the black iron equipment, so I'll just list it for 5 silver and make some money off game time. After sorting through her loot, Li Wu looked at the zombies that were spawning in the distance, and after thinking about it, she didn't dare to commit suicide and return to the city. Death is so painful. I wish I could die less often. Reopen the auction house and search for level 3 silver equipment. Hao Jianjun said he wanted to improve his strength as much as possible, so Li would no longer care about the black iron equipment and planned to get a set of level 3 silver equipment, which would definitely improve his leveling efficiency. Level 3 silver equipment is not cheap, unlike the dirt cheap price of iron equipment. After all, for most players, it's normal to use level 3 silver equipment until level 6 or 7, since it has one more attribute than iron equipment, and even if the base value is a little lower, it's enough to make up for it. Of course, this so-called not cheap is aimed at Li Wu, the freeloader. That's fucking expensive, including the weapon. A set of level 3 silver equipment cost Li Wu a whopping 58 silver coins, which was absolutely awful. The big doll that my baby likes is only 188 centimeters tall. How dare you? Frustrated, Li Wu changed into the silver set, then put the level 2 black iron set she had taken off up for sale. After thinking for a moment, she also put up the 3 silver set pieces she had just acquired and the 2 pieces from the previous run. Leave a fart. It will take at least another day to upgrade to level 5. Who knows how much the equipment will depreciate in value. We absolutely cannot keep it. After finishing, Li Wu glanced at her own attributes. Level 3. Life, 480. Physical attack, 168. Spell attack, 32. Defense, 62. Other attributes are not important at the moment. Just focus on attack and defense. Li Wu still has 10 free attribute points left to add. The original plan was to add them to strength and constitution in a 4-to-1 ratio. But after making a fortune from cutting these past 2 days, Li Wu is thinking that he should add them to agility instead. Agility increases attack speed, which naturally helps trigger slice and dice later in the game. However, since equipment is cheap at low levels, Li Wu wants to save his attribute points for now, so he can level them up whenever he needs them. Chapter 29. The arrears of migrant workers' wages are indeed worthy of being called silver equipment. The amplification is extremely strong, with defense alone reaching 62 points. The zombie's attack power is only 65 points, which can only deal 3 points of damage to Li Wu, and it doesn't even heal as fast as Li Wu. The fully amplified Li Wu charged towards the zombies in the distance. Minus 224, powerful strike. Minus 140, flat A. A powerful strike, followed by a basic attack, took away most of the zombies' health. Minus 3. Minus 140. Minus 3. Minus 140, kills. 1 skill plus 3 basic attacks are enough to kill a zombie. Li Wu calculated the damage. The zombie has 550 health points, and 1 skill plus 3 normal attacks can deal 644 damage, which is 94 points over the limit. Huh, is this even considered poop? 4 basic attacks will give you 560 points. Li Wu paused for a second to mourn the brain cells he had lost, then charged toward the next zombie. Li Wu's return journey to the city didn't take too long. Only deep in a mine were there some zombies left due to the appearance of the electric zombie king. In the middle section, there were more players than zombies, so it was impossible to kill them. Li Wu walked out of the mine without any trouble, but was a little puzzled as to why there were several level 7 or 8 players searching for something with their backs to the mine. Li Wu returned to the starting village to replenish her bread and water, and then went to find spicy rabbit heads. Although the little girl is timid, her output is still very powerful. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use such a useful tool? I don't know if the little girl doesn't need to sleep, but when Li Wu wasn't around, she managed to level up to level 3 by farming giant rabbits. Spicy Rabbit Head is much more willing to spend money than Li Wu. As soon as he leveled up to level 3, he bought a set of silver equipment, specifically choosing those with good attributes. Normally, for equipment of the same level, magic attack is usually lower than physical attack. However, after Spicy Rabbit Head changed his equipment, his magic attack reached 186 points, which was 18 points higher than Li Wu's physical attack. Of course, this is also because the free attribute points for Spicy Rabbit Head are all added according to the ratio of intelligence to spirit of 4-to-1. Upon seeing the attributes of the Spicy Rabbit Head, Li Wu immediately dragged her to the level 4, Mad Sheep, gathering place. With 2 level 3 silver sets and a 100% critical hit rate, it would be unreasonable not to be able to kill monsters above your level. If it weren't for the fear of excessive pain, Li Wu would have loved to challenge a level 5 monster. Mel Sheep. Level 4. Life, 820. Attack, 75. Defense, 42. Li Wu used his true eye to check the Mad Sheep's attributes, and then devised a strategy. He first went up and delivered a normal slash followed by a powerful strike. Then, while the Mad Sheep was still confused, he delivered another normal slash. Minus 126. Minus 252. Minus 126. 3 attacks, excluding the negligible slashes, can take away 500 plus health points. Spicy Rabbit Head's fireball arrives at the perfect moment, instantly taking down Mad Sheep. Minus 399. The damage from the explosion made Li Wu's face full of envy, which she couldn't hide. As expected of the Chosen One, if this little girl catches up with the top players in terms of level and equipment, how much salary will the gold farming group have to pay her? Killing the Mad Sheep grants 60 experience points. Killing a sheep 1 level higher grants an additional 20% bonus. Li Wu gained a total of 72 experience points, which is due to being in a team. If it were a solo kill, he would have gained 144 experience points. It takes 40,000 points to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, and the 2 players need to kill 555 crazy sheep to upgrade. However, Li Wu gained 14,000 experience points by killing the electric zombie king on his own, And with the experience points from killing other monsters before and after, he already had almost half of the experience points. The spicy rabbit heads were slightly less than those in Li Wu's shop, but not by much. After all, while Li Wu was looking for the boss, the little girl was quietly farming giant rabbits and turtles, leveling up quickly with a single hit. Li Wu glanced at the time, then looked at the chat channel and realized that the Silver Wolf King had spawned. No wonder there weren't many people in the level 4 monster area. Let's hurry up and farm while no one's around. Otherwise we won't be this efficient when there are too many wolves and not enough meat. Li Wu had no intention of trying to steal the Silver Wolf King. Although his cutting damage had increased to 0.4%, and with the Silver Wolf King's 68,000 HP, one hit could take away 272 HP. The high-level player's levels and equipment had also improved in the past 2 days. The minimum requirement for joining a gold farming group has been raised to 330 attack points, making it as difficult for Li Wu to land the final blow as winning the lottery. Since the level 5 boss has already triggered 3 talent upgrades, I might as well hurry up and level up to prepare for the level 10 boss. Given Blue Star Online's track record, a level 10 boss could have tens or even hundreds of thousands of HP. Most other players won't be able to break through its defenses, but it will only deal a few hundred damage in one hit. Who can possibly defeat it? The area was filled with crazy sheep, and the two of them were having a great time. After half an hour, the number of players in the crazy sheep gathering area gradually increased. Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit had finally got a taste of the miserable leveling journey of veteran players. While it's not quite like when a server first opened, where 10 people could kill one monster, the fact that you have to wait for a respawn after killing 10 or so monsters is still a damper on Li Wu's enthusiasm. The two went to a level 3 monster gathering area. Although there were fewer people, it wasn't enough to fight them casually. The experience was low and there was no bonus for fighting monsters above their level, so it wasn't as efficient as fighting crazy sheep. In the end, the two of them stayed in the crazy sheep gathering area and kept grinding until 4 p.m. before Li Wu barely reached level 4. Spicy Rabbit Head was still a few thousand experience points short. Li Wu was pondering whether to buy a set of level 4 equipment to try fighting level 5 monsters when he was suddenly drawn to a loudspeaker. Pin post from the entire village. Junlin Tianxia, how dare you ask me for money? Did you even get your job done? Is King's Landing causing trouble again? Li Wu opened the chat channel with a question in her mind. Killer Chong, I've been waiting at the mine entrance for 4 or 5 hours, and the Silver Wolf Gold Gang has been delayed. You're just going to send us away with a mere 10 silver deposit. Chike 996, you've only been waiting for 4 or 5 hours. I've been waiting since 10 o'clock and haven't even killed a single monster. He still won't pay me for the rest of the time. Kettle, we've been keeping an eye on this. Hasn't the incredibly cute squad come to blame us? Looking at the chat window, Li Wu suddenly remembered those level 7 or 8 accounts at the entrance of the mine. They were actually camping him, preventing him from fighting the boss. They probably didn't expect him to put the number in the mine so early in the morning, so they only observed the people entering the mine and didn't pay attention to the people leaving the mine. Pin post from the entire village. Junlin Tianxia, bullshit. A zombie king ring just sold at auction. Who do you think sold it? You haven't even managed to corner anyone, and you expect me to pay. Killer Chong, maybe you did it yesterday? Chike 996, exactly. Junlin Tianxia is shameless. They owe migrant workers their wages. Kettle, Junlin Tianxia is shameless. It owes migrant workers their wages. Junlin Tianxia is shameless. It owes migrant workers their wages. Junlin Tianxia, stop talking nonsense. I just sent people deep into the mine, and the boss is gone. Killer Chong, Junlin Tianxia is shameless. They owe migrant workers their wages. Pin post from the entire village. Junlin Tianxia, a bunch of shameless trash. I'd rather spend all my money on megaphones than give you any. Pin post from the entire village. Junlin Tianxia, a bunch of shameless trash. I'd rather spend all my money on megaphones than give you any. Plus 1 inch. In chapter 30, Zhang Tianxia, Li Wu finally understood. Junlin Tianxia, that 6th brother, actually hired people to ambush him. It would be one thing if he got killed, but this guy was trying to cut off his source of income. The mine has only 3 entrances. Sending a few high-ranking officers would be enough to stop him outside, even if he wore a mask to hide his name. After all, most miners are either low-level or have poor equipment and can't make a living. If several high-level players are wielding swords and asking you to reveal your name, would you reveal it or not? You don't have to worry about offending anyone. If you're that good, who would go mining? Once this happened, it happened again. Li Wu couldn't care less about upgrading anymore and hurriedly rushed to the mine. It would be best to get the number into the mine while they're at odds now. Li Wu went to the vicinity of the mine to observe for a while, and seeing that there were no guards, he quickly entered the mine. Based on previous experience, Li Wu went directly to the depths of the mine. After clearing out the zombies deep in the mine and successfully lying on a small platform, it was time to pick up the child. Riding his electric scooter to the kindergarten, Li Wu, just like yesterday, welded himself to the guardrail, waiting for his little one to see him as soon as possible. As usual, as soon as Zhou Tuanchuan stepped out of the teaching building, she peeked out with her little head, her big eyes sparkling with the same anticipation. Li Wu saw the little guy's surprised eyes and cute back molars again, and couldn't help but wave, revealing 8 big front teeth. That little expression is just too adorable. It's practically unfair, because Tuanchuan had told teacher Lele very seriously that his uncle would pick him up as soon as possible. Teacher Lele specially arranged for Tuanchuan to sit in the first row. Suppressing the urge to fly away, the little guy finally arrived at the designated spot under the teacher's guidance. Before teacher Lele could call his name, he pounced into Li Wu's arms like a little cannonball. Li Wu pinched Tuan's little face, say goodbye to the teacher. Goodbye, teacher Lele. Uncle, are we going to buy a big doll? Okay, let's go buy a big doll, but you have to tell your uncle if he'll eat a lot tonight. Tuanchuan gestured with her little hands and answered earnestly, yes, baby ate a lot. 5 dumplings. This is a 5. Li Wu reached out and gave Tuan a thumbs up, then said, let's go buy a big doll now. It was almost 10 o'clock when Zhou Tuanchuan fell asleep, hugging a doll that was bigger than herself. Children are bound to be excited when they buy new toys, and she would laugh out loud from time to time, even in her sleep. Li Wu affectionately tapped Tuan's little nose, then put on the game helmet. After logging in, Li Wu immediately checked the chat channel to make sure no one was organizing to farm the electric zombie king before settling down and waiting for it to come to him. As expected, the electric zombie king, which had already been killed 3 times, soon fell under Li Wu's stone. Unfortunately, the level 5 boss could no longer upgrade the cutting talent. Ding, you have gained 12,000 experience points. Ding, reputation plus 50. Li Wu quickly picked up the boss's loot, and the 2 golden lights made him slightly excited. Zombie King's armor, gold. Health plus 280. Defense plus 30. Root bone plus 12. Spirit plus 12. Equipment level, 5. Zombie King helmet gold. Health plus 150. Root bone plus 8. Strength plus 8. Intelligence plus 8. Equipment level, 5. Upon seeing the clothes, Li Wu was extremely excited. She knew that because of the pain involved, the value of clothes was second only to weapons, and even a level 5 one should be worth a lot of money. But when Li Wu saw the attributes of the Zombie King armor, his face immediately darkened. Damn, the physical damage armor plus the spirit bonus suddenly makes this equipment worthless. Even if you don't add strength and constitution, adding agility will be fine. Li Wu opened the auction house and rummaged through it, her face darkening even more. If you remove the fact that the spirit is dispensable for physics majors, this gold-level battlesuit is about the same as an 8-level silver suit, and even has 10 fewer health points, making it incredibly cheap. The other, Zombie King helmet, almost made Li Wu faint. It increases both strength and intelligence. Are you trying to play a paladin? 2 golden lights produced 2 large cabbages, which meant the corpse of the electric Zombie King had turned to ashes. Otherwise, Li Wu really wanted to kick the corpse a couple of times and whip it. Could it be that the game designers are jealous of me taking over the electric Zombie King all by myself and are deliberately messing with me? Li Wu sighed and checked the remaining drops. 2 pieces of silver, a pair of shoes, and a ring. Their attributes are average, all leaning towards physical damage, so I can keep them for myself. There's also the long-lost zombie thigh bone. It's a black iron-grade equipment, so Li Wu didn't even bother to look at it. He just threw it into the auction house, hoping to get 2 Ruji ammo, Chinese hamburgers, in return. There were still 2 pieces of purple gold or of unknown purpose. Li Wu checked the forums, and so far no one knows the uses of purple gold or... In the end, even the currency itself shrank. The previous one had 1 gold and 66 silver, but this one only had 1 gold and 10 silver. Is it because the average player level is too high, so the drop rate of these low-level bosses has decreased? Li Wu managed to find a reason to convince himself and turned to charge out of the mine. After arriving near the mine entrance, Li Wu carefully observed the area to make sure no large-scale ambushes were hiding before quickly returning to the village. I don't know if Junlin Tianxia forgot, or if no one is taking orders because of the unpaid wages issue. After hesitating for a moment, Li Wu decided to keep the 2 pieces of gold equipment for himself. Its attributes are bizarre, and top players don't even look at it. Of course, its low level is also an advantage, since it's a gold-level equipment. Even if one of its attributes is useless, it's still comparable to level 8 equipment. A level 6 player is essentially wearing level 8 silver equipment, so the increase in combat power is self-evident. Unfortunately, while there are certainly wealthy players struggling at level 6, they are extremely rare, so these 2 pieces of gold equipment are destined to fetch low prices. Moreover, having acquired so much gold equipment, it seems unreasonable not to enjoy it. Li Wu stored the equipment in the village warehouse, then called on his helper to start killing monsters. Spicy Rabbit Head has also reached level 4, but neither of them is in a hurry to change to level 4 equipment. There are few monsters and many people, so even if they upgrade their equipment, it won't improve their efficiency much. After all, it only takes them 2 or 3 sword strikes to kill the mad sheep. I kept scrolling until midnight, and people started organizing and responding to kill the Silver Wolf King in the chat channel. Since the Electric Zombie King didn't make much money, Li Wu took a chance and participated, ultimately wasting more than half an hour, but gaining only 1,000 experience points. How long has it been? The top players have improved their strength again. Silver Wolf King had a lot of 3-digit numbers floating above his head. Li Wu's 272 is completely insignificant. It's like a joke if you don't have the luck of being the chosen one to deliver the final blow. Li Wu obediently went back to grind monsters and vowed never to fight the Silver Wolf King again. The tedious monster grinding session continued until 5 a.m., when a sudden server-wide announcement gave all the online players on Blue Star Online a shot of adrenaline. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Zhou Tianxia and his team for defeating the level 10 boss, Raging Giant Ape, earning the first kill reward of 3,000 reputation points for the Raging Giant Ape in the China server. The new skill in Chapter 31 was announced 3 times across the entire server, letting online players know that a player named Zhou Tianxia had defeated the level 10 boss. Li Wu glanced at the experience bar and realized that she was still 800 experience points away from reaching level 5. Tears of envy welled up in her eyes. A level 10 boss. I wonder how many good items it will drop. And it's the first kill in the entire server, so the drop rate buff must be stacked to the max. Isn't this a windfall? I wonder what level of equipment a level 10 boss will drop. A level 5 boss drops a level 6 gold weapon. I hope a level 10 boss won't drop a level 11 weapon or even a platinum item. No one has entered the main city yet, and the highest level is only 10. Isn't it just wishful thinking to get this loot? Despite her envy, Li Wu didn't stop her actions, slashing at the mad sheep with her sword. People are already taking on level 10 bosses, so why hasn't anyone entered the main city yet? Wasn't it said that the level cap in the beginner village is only 10? Do we need to complete a specific task? Still far from level 10, Li Wu is too lazy to spend time checking the forums. After killing a few crazy sheep, he finally reached level 5. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 5 and learning the general skills Strike and Ice Arrow. Slam strikes the target's head forcefully, dealing 150% damage and stunning them for 1.5 seconds. Note, this is a common skill for beginners and will be adjusted after job advancement. Ice Arrow deals 130% spell damage to the target and reduces their movement speed by 30% for 2 seconds. 3-second cooldown. Note, this is a common skill for beginners and will be adjusted after class advancement. Having reached level 5 and learned 2 new skills, Li Wu immediately took the Spicy Rabbit Head back to the village. There happened to be 4 level 5 silver equipment pieces suitable for him in the warehouse, as well as a level 5 magic-type silver ring. Li Wu casually handed them to Spicy Rabbit Head. Although the little girl was still a bit short of level 5 in terms of experience, she would be soon. He originally intended to sell it cheaply to Spicy Rabbit Head, but this little girl was too obedient, doing exactly what he asked, making it difficult for him to ask. Anyway, a level 5 silver item is less than 200 yuan now, so he figured he'd treat her to an extra large spicy hot pot. Brother Tuan actually gave me a ring. Could it be something else? But Brother Tuan already has a child. What should I do? Spicy Rabbit Head tightly gripped the glittering silver ring in her little hands. Her face slightly flushed, and her two pigtails bounced up and down with her emotions. Li Wu bought several more level 5 silver equipment items from the auction house, spending over 1 gold. She trembled with heartache and couldn't help but turn to Spicy Rabbit Head and say, "Rabbit, we should be clear about things, even between brothers, otherwise our friendship won't last. So, for the sake of our lasting friendship, I'll only charge you 15 silver for that silver grade ring." Spicy Rabbit Head traded 15 silver to Li Wu with a bewildered look on his face, and faintly heard the sound of something breaking inside his body. After recovering 15 silver, Li Wu's complexion improved considerably. Although level 5 is still considered a low-level character, the weapons are still very valuable. A level 5 silver weapon actually sells for 39 silver. How are ordinary people supposed to make a living? My darling's favorite big doll is only 188 centimeters. After spending a fortune to upgrade to a level 5 silver set, Li Wu's attributes instantly skyrocketed. Name, Invincible Cute Group. Level 5. Life, 780. Physical attack, 238. Defense, 90. I won't list the less important attribute data to pad the word count. Although there are still 20 free attribute points left to add, the health points have reached 780 and the attack power has reached 238. It's just a little bit away from being able to participate in the Silver Wolf King's gold farming group the day before yesterday. With this attack power, Li Wu instantly swelled up and dragged the Spicy Rabbit Head straight to the gathering place of level 6 monsters. The Bloodfang territory is a gathering place for level 6 monsters in the south of the village, but strangely enough, there are very few players farming monsters there. Logically, level 6 monsters should be in high demand right now, since most players are busy making a living and are only online for 4-6 hours a day, so their level is mostly around 6 or 7, which is just right for farming level 6 monsters. Li Wu could already imagine the scene of huge crowds and firecrackers going off. But what was the situation now? With a question in mind, Li Wu tossed a true sight to a monster that looked similar to a gray wolf, except it had 2 underbite fangs. Bloodfang Beast. Level 6. Lifespan, 1,680. Attack, 150. Defense, 68. Skill, Bloodlust. Normal attacks have a 30% chance to absorb 100 points of the opponent's health and restore 100 points of health to yourself. Li Wu frowned slightly when she saw the Bloodfang Beast's attributes. 1680 health and 68 defense are indeed a bit difficult to deal with, but level 5 adds 2 more skills. Although Ice Arrow is not very useful for him, Slam is very practical. The 1.5 second stun allows him to unleash 2 sword strikes. Moreover, after he switched to the level 5 silver set, his defense reached 90 points. A single hit from the Bloodfang Beast could only take away 60 points of his health, which was still less than 10% of his total health of 780. He should be able to bear the pain. Why are there so few people? Although Li Wu was puzzled, she still called on Spicy Rabbit Head to start fighting monsters. Level 6 monsters are aggressive, so Li Wu didn't dare to attack directly for fear of attracting other Bloodfang Beasts. Instead, he let Spicy Rabbit Head go first. Because of his stun skill, Li Wu is not afraid of being attacked by Spicy Rabbit Head. Minus 347. Even though the little girl wasn't level 5 yet, her damage output was still terrifyingly high, instantly attracting the Bloodfang Beast's aggro. The Bloodfang Beast was very fast, and it charged towards the Spicy Rabbit Head in a flash. Li Wu quickly stepped forward to face the Bloodfang Beast and unleashed a powerful blow. Minus 255 dizziness. Minus 6 cutting damage. Taking advantage of the Bloodfang Beast being stunned, Li Wu unleashed 2 consecutive basic attacks. Minus 170, minus 6 slicing damage. Minus 170, minus 6 slicing damage. Once the Bloodfang Beast's stun duration ended, its aggro locked onto Li Wu, and it bit down hard on Li Wu's raised arm. Minus 60. The 60 damage points represented less than 10% of Li Wu's health, so the pain was bearable. Li Wu quickly delivered a powerful blow to the Bloodfang Beast. Minus 255, plus 6 slicing damage. Li Wu intended to take advantage of the slight interruption effect of the powerful attack to finish off the enemy with another sword strike. But he did not expect that the Bloodfang Beast's attack speed was much faster than the monsters he had fought before. When he unleashed a normal attack, the Bloodfang beast retaliated with a claw strike. Minus 170, plus 6 slicing damage. Minus 60. At this moment, both of Li Wu's melee skills were on cooldown, so he could only exchange one hit of damage with the Bloodfang beast. Minus 170, plus 6 slicing damage. Minus 60. Minus 347. Malatang Rabbit Head's second fireball arrived just in time, taking away another 347 points of Bloodfang Beast's health, leaving it with only 21 points of health. Just as Li Wu was about to draw his sword to kill the Bloodfang Beast, the beast unexpectedly bit his arm first, its two large, protruding teeth digging deep into Li Wu's flesh. Minus 160, 100 life steal. Grass. The intense pain in her arm made Li Wu swear. Chapter 32 Bloodfang Spider's blood-sucking ability actually causes pain, and the pain stacks with the damage from normal attacks. The 160 damage accounts for more than 20% of the total damage, making it feel like being bitten by a large dog in real life. Minus 170, plus 6 slicing damage. Despite the excruciating pain, Li Wu stabbed the Bloodfang beast to death with his sword, his expression not looking good. He was bitten 4 times while fighting a Bloodfang beast, losing 340 health. Even if he could endure the pain, he would have to rest and recover health after fighting 2 monsters at once. And this was only because the Bloodfang beast only triggered its life steal once. If it triggered it 2 or 3 times, it would be difficult to fight 2 at once. No wonder there are so few players here. This 100-point life steal ignores defense. Unless your health exceeds 1,000 or even reaches 1,500, most people really can't stand the double pain. Players with that much health would be wasting their potential fighting Bloodfang beasts, which is why there are only a handful of players teaming up to grind monsters in Bloodfang Ridge. No, I don't care about the pain, but the efficiency is too low. Let's farm level 5 monsters first, and come over when you're level 5. Li Wu naturally wouldn't admit to being afraid of pain in front of Spicy Rabbit Head, and instead led the little girl to the gathering place of level 5 monsters, citing low efficiency as the main reason. The level 5 monster in the south of the village is the poisonous Fang Spider. It looks similar to a real spider, but it's terrifyingly big. At first glance, you might mistake it for a giant king crab that has come ashore. Li Wu cast a true sight and detected the poison Fang Spider's attributes. Poisonous Fang Spider. Level 5. Life, 1,200. Attack, 126. Defense, 54. Skill, Poison. Normal attacks inflict poison on the target, dealing 10% of attack power as poison damage per second for 5 seconds. The duration is refreshed with each attack. The poison can stack up to 5 times. Most monsters of level 5 and above are aggressive and possess at least one skill. The venomous Fang Spider's skills may not seem to deal much damage, but they can be quite frightening when sustained. First of all, the poison damage ignores defense. 12 points of damage lasts for 5 seconds and then reaches 60 points. If this is stacked to 5 layers, it is more terrifying than the 100% critical hit of Spicy Rabbit Head. Li Wu calculated the health and damage and determined that the poison Fang Spiders could be farmed. As long as she didn't get 2 or more layers of poison stacked on her, she could continue farming the monsters. Start with a fireball from Spicy Rabbit Head. Minus 375. The venomous spider, injured, lunged at Spicy Rabbit Head. The enormous spider was truly ferocious and terrifying, and the little girl screamed in fright. If Li Wu hadn't quickly comforted her, the little girl would probably have run back to the village by now. Minus 303. Minus 4 slicing damage. Minus 184. Minus 4 slicing damage. Minus 184. Minus 4 slicing damage. Li Wu stepped forward and stunned the poison Fang Spider with a shield bash, then quickly followed up with 2 basic attacks. Minus 36. Minus 12 poison damage. The venomous spider snapped out of its daze and bit Li Wu, whose body miraculously turned green. Despite the tingling and itching sensation from her wounds, Li Wu, now transformed into a miniature Hulk, swiftly slashed the venomous Fang Spider to its death. The Bloodfang Spider dropped the material, but Li Wu didn't bother to pick it up. Instead, she reached out and vigorously rubbed the area where the spider had bitten her. The toxin doesn't hurt, but it itches terribly once per second until the duration ends. Although the itching was unbearable, Li Wu was still quite satisfied with the monster-killing efficiency. She was only bitten by the poison Fong spider, and the total damage from the attack and the poison only amounted to 96 points of health. With his current health and self-regeneration, he can basically kill 9 fang spiders in a row. Of course, if you use healing potions, you can basically continue fighting. However, when Li Wu thought about how the cheapest healing potion in the shop cost 20 copper coins, she felt a little reluctant to spend the money. The cheapest level 1 red potion restores 200 health points every 5 seconds, or 40 health points per second. If you use it to hunt venomous spiders, it's equivalent to getting a venomous spider for $1. It doesn't seem so unacceptable after all. Bunny, look! Li Wu used her silver tongue to persuade him with reason and emotion, from sharing joys and sorrows to fighting side by side, leaving Spicy Rabbit Head completely stunned. Li Wu happily accepted 250 bottles of small red medicine from the Spicy Rabbit Head. Adding the 250 bottles he had bought himself, he figured that would be enough. He then excitedly took the little girl to Blood Fong Ridge again. Leveling up with potions is indeed much more efficient now. I don't have to wait to recover my health anymore. If it weren't for the fact that there are too many players and not enough monsters to farm in Blood Fong Ridge, Li Wu would have loved to keep farming here forever. The drop rate of aggressive monsters seems to be higher than that of non-aggressive monsters. Although black iron equipment is scarce, white equipment and materials drop quite frequently. Of course, it's unlikely to make money from this, but the cost of the game cards, bread and water, is enough. After grinding for more than 2 hours, using up half of the red potions, the Spicy Rabbit Head finally reached level 5. Without Li Wu even needing to remind her, the little girl opened the auction house and bought a set of silver equipment, choosing the one with the best stats, instantly boosting her spell attack to 260 points. After changing his outfit, Spicy Rabbit Head was even more swollen than Li Wu, and he insisted on going to meet Blood Fong Beast again. Anyway, Brother Tuan said that the Blood Fong Beast bite didn't hurt, and even though she had been brushing the venomous Fong spider for 2 hours, she still felt terrified. She was afraid of small spiders in real life, let alone this guy who was 100 times bigger. If it weren't for Brother Tuan standing in front of her, she would rather go and hunt rabbits than see these terrifying creatures. Li Wu hesitated and refused to move, but as a grown man, he was too embarrassed to admit that he was afraid of pain. Just as he was thinking of a good excuse, a huge white light suddenly appeared not far away, and a giant spider as big as a door panel emerged. Li Wu was too close, which triggered the giant spider's warning line. As soon as it spawned, it rushed towards Li Wu. Li Wu was also startled by the sudden appearance of the giant creature, but being a man, he quickly recovered, raised his hand, and threw out a true sight ward, followed by a powerful blow that slammed into the giant spider's head. Minus 257, minus 24. Li Wu didn't even need to look at the information about the giant spider. As soon as he saw the 24-point cut, he turned around and ran away. Spicy Rabbit Head reacted even faster than Li Wu. It screamed and ran away as soon as the giant spider spawned. After being stunned for 1.5 seconds, the giant spider chased after Li Wu again. Although it was not very fast, it was faster than Li Wu. Li Wu ran about 20 meters before being caught by the giant spider, which bit her and took away 150 points of her health. The pain made Li Wu scream louder than a Spicy Rabbit Head. Minus 150. Minus 24 poison damage. Even more terrifying is that the giant spider also has a poison ability, and the mist instantly turns green. Just when Li Wu thought he might be able to return to the city and resurrect, an icy arrow flew from afar and pierced the giant spider's body. Minus 476. The explosive damage instantly diverted the giant spider's aggro from Li Wu, causing it to turn and charge towards the Spicy Rabbit Head that had returned from afar. In Chapter 33, Li Wu, whose monster was stolen, naturally dared not let the giant spider pass by. If it bit Spicy Rabbit Head, it would deal at least 200 points of damage. In addition, Spicy Rabbit Head's health was already lower than his, so it would be bitten so badly that it would cry out and be impossible to soothe. Fortunately, the slowing effect of the frost arrow took effect, and the giant spider slowed down considerably. Li Wu managed to stab the giant spider hard in the rear with his sword in time. A powerful blow. Minus 257, minus 24 slicing damage. Li Wu didn't stop after landing a successful attack. She ran off again. Presumably because the injured area was too shameful, the giant spider's hatred shifted back to Li Wu. Although the giant spider was still slowing down, it was still slightly faster than Li Wu. Although Li Wu managed to pull ahead by 2 body lengths thanks to her reaction speed, she was quickly caught up. The giant spider was a vengeful monster, and it bit down on Li Wu's buttocks. -150, -24, poison damage. The giant spider bit Li Wu twice, more than 5 seconds apart, so the poison did not stack. However, Li Wu's health had dropped to 336 points, and there were still 424-point poison damage attacks coming. Li Wu didn't have time to fight back. She drank a bottle of Little Red as she ran. -476. Spicy Rabbit Head's fireball arrived just in time, and the explosive damage once again attracted the giant spider's aggro. -257, -24 cut. Li Wu quickly turned around and slammed a powerful blow into the giant spider. Then, taking advantage of the giant spider's dazed state, he ran a few steps away and fired a frozen arrow. -1, -24 cut. The giant spider recovered and did not pursue Li Wu, but continued to charge towards the spicy rabbit head. It was unclear whether Li Wu's damage was insufficient or whether it knew to prioritize killing ranged enemies in team fights. Fortunately, although Li Wu's frost arrows could not break through the defense, they triggered a slowing effect, reducing the giant spider's speed and preventing it from getting close to Spicy Rabbit Head for a while. Keep your distance and alternate using Frostbolt with me to keep the monster slowed down. Li Wu shouted to Spicy Rabbit Head to coordinate while glancing at the giant spider's information. Bloodfawn Commander. Level 5. Life, 6,000. Attack, 240. Defense, 100. Skill. Poison. Normal attacks inflict poison on the target, dealing 10% of attack power as poison damage per second for 5 seconds. The duration is refreshed with each attack. The poison can stack up to 5 times. Spiderweb. Fires a spider web in the target direction, immobilizing the target for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Of course, Li Wu couldn't possibly read the data carefully while fighting, nor did he need to. He could guess the Bloodfawn Commander's health, attack power, and defense without even looking at the data, having already experienced it firsthand. He wanted to see if the Bloodfawn Commander had any skills besides poison, what those skills were, and whether he could fight. Stop, Bunny. Li Wu glanced at the documents and quickly told the Spicy Rabbit Head to stop, but it was too late. The little girl's ice arrow had already been fired. -476. Another explosive attack completely enraged the Bloodfawn Commander. Its massive body suddenly stopped, its pointed rear and sticking out from under it, and a white net sprayed out toward the Spicy Rabbit Head. Spicy Rabbit Head was already terrified and was only thinking about flying a kite. He didn't notice Bloodfawn Commander's movements at all, and was instantly caught in the spider web, his feet frozen in place. The spider web lasted for a full 2 seconds, enough time for Bloodfawn Commander to reach him. Li Wu couldn't just stand by and watch, so he quickly chased after him. Unfortunately, both of his close-range skills were on cooldown, so he could only use basic attacks. -138, -24 slicing damage. -138, -24 slicing damage. 2 consecutive sword strikes failed to draw Bloodfawn Commander's aggro back, and Li Wu could only watch anxiously as Bloodfawn Commander took a bite out of the easiest spot on the Spicy Rabbit Head. -170, -24 poison damage. The cruel scene made Li Wu shudder. As he expected, Spicy Rabbit Head clutched his chest, his face turning red with pain, his eyes even redder than his face. A powerful blow. -257, -24 slicing damage. -138, -24 slicing damage. Li Wu's skills finally cooled down, and a powerful strike interrupted the Bloodfawn Commander's pursuit. Then, a normal attack pulled the Bloodfawn Commander's aggro back. At this moment, Bloodfawn Commander's health has dropped to 2,937, -150, -24 poison damage. Bloodfawn Commander's counterattack instantly reduced Li Wu's health bar to rock bottom. The 440 health points she had just regained from eating Little Red were immediately reduced to 266, plus a layer of poison that was 4 seconds away from being applied. Li Wu quickly delivered a powerful blow to the Bloodfawn Commander, then turned and ran while drinking medicine. On the other side, Spicy Rabbit Head clutched her chest and ran away howling. She was itchy, ashamed, and scared, but she didn't forget Li Wu. After running a few meters away, she forced herself to turn around and shoot an ice arrow. Minus 476. The little girl's bravery bought Li Wu time, allowing Li Wu to create distance by launching a fierce attack and slowing down the enemy. Don't panic, drink the red potion, keep retreating, and remember to alternate using Frostbolt with me. While encouraging Spicy Rabbit Head, Li Wu used frost arrows at precise timing. Bloodfawn Commander, constantly slowed by the alternating hits of frost arrows, could only watch helplessly as the two were so close, yet always just a hair's breadth apart. -1, cut 24. Minus 476. Seeing that Bloodfawn Commander only had 1960 health points left, Li Wu's tense mood finally relaxed a little. Although it's estimated that the two sides will be only kited twice more at most, his fierce attack will be available by then, and Bloodfawn Commander will definitely be able to be taken down. Li Wu calmly drank another small red potion, and her health, which had been restored to 370, began to rise again little by little. -1, cut 24. Minus 476. Minus 160. Minus 165. 3 icy arrows, one from the left and 2 from the right, slashed past Li Wu and struck the Bloodfawn Commander in front of him. The one on the left is obviously Spicy Rabbit Head, but whose are the two on the right? Li Wu reacted quickly, but before he could turn his head, a figure rushed out from the side and smashed a blow into Li Wu's head, followed by a basic attack. Minus 217, dizziness. Minus 115. The sudden, violent blow left Li Wu dizzy, and the intense pain almost made him lose his breath. Li Wu's health had just recovered to 450 when 2 unexpected sword strikes nearly killed him. Minus 476. Spicy Rabbit Head had never encountered anything like this before. By the time she realized what was happening, her ice arrow spell was already habitually aimed at Bloodfawn Commander. Minus 165. Minus 160. 2 other fireballs also struck Bloodfawn Commander almost simultaneously. Spicy Rabbit Head's slightly delayed reaction indirectly saved Li Wu's life. Seeing that Bloodfawn Commander's long health bar was almost empty, the player who ambushed Li Wu was overcome by greed and took over the high ground. Instead of delivering a powerful blow to Li Wu, he threw it at Bloodfawn Commander. Chapter 34, Counterattack, 207. The attacker's powerful blow reduced Bloodfawn Commander's health to 126. One more hit and the monster's loot would be his. And Li Wu finally recovered from her dizziness. Although the invincible cute squad character was stunned, Li Wu's mind was still sharp. The moment she recovered from the stun, she shouted without turning her head, "Bunny, switch to free attack mode and attack the 2 people on your right." Minus 277, stun, minus 2 cut damage. While shouting, Li Wu swung a powerful blow at the attacker's head, then slashed at the Bloodfawn Commander with his sword. Minus 138, 24 slicing damage. Ding! Congratulations on killing the elite Bloodfawn Commander. You have gained 1,200 experience points. Li Wu successfully killed the Bloodfawn Commander. Meanwhile, the Spicy Rabbit Head vendor was completely stunned by the 3 uninvited guests and was panicking, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, although the little girl was a novice, she was obedient. As soon as she heard Li Wu's shout, she quickly switched to free attack mode and threw a fireball at a player in the distance on the right. Minus 540. The Magic base player, who was angry because his silly teammate didn't follow the plan, screamed in pain from the terrifying damage of the Spicy Rabbit Head, and had to hold back the skills he was about to use. Although this Magic base player has reached level 6, their equipment is not as good as Spicy Rabbit Head's, and their health is only 620. The 540 points of damage were so painful that he didn't even know who his great-grandmother was anymore. With only 80 points of health left, he involuntarily retreated frantically. The other mage was startled by his companion's scream, but he remained composed and kept his frostbolt in hand, firing it at Li Wu from a distance. If you kill them before they pick up the item will naturally be returned to them. Minus 170. Li Wu, who should have fallen to the ground, did not die. When he was hit by the attacker, the health potion he had just drunk still had 3 seconds of duration remaining, which meant he still had 120 points of health remaining. When the frost arrow hit him, his health was restored to 198, leaving him with 28 points of health and surviving. And he even recovered another 40 points. With only 68 HP left, she would die instantly, leaving no time to pick up anything. Despite the danger, Li Wu remained calm and did not lose her composure due to the shimmering items on the ground. Instead, he took out a bottle of red medicine from his backpack, calmly poured it into his mouth, and his eyes not only revealed calmness, but also a hint of extremely contradictory excitement. The attacker, who had just woken up from his dizziness, was still annoyed by his own stupidity when he saw someone even more foolish who didn't even pick up anything. If it were him, he would have picked up something and died without losing anything. The attacker, overjoyed, slashed at Li Wu with his sword. Minus 115. Surprisingly, Li Wu, who had taken a sword strike, did not die. He retaliated with a powerful blow to the attacker's head, followed by a normal attack. Minus 277. Minus 2 slicing damage. Minus 158. Including the previous attack, the attacker lost a total of 712 health points, leaving him with only a sliver of health. The attacker stared blankly at Li Wu, who still had 665 health points left, his eyes filled with terror. The pain from the 2 consecutive high-damage attacks made him lose his will to fight instantly, and he turned to run away. Li Wu calmly followed behind, then humiliatingly stabbed the other person in the buttocks. The attacker's health was instantly reduced to 0, and his dying scream echoed another scream from afar. Spicy Rabbit Head used a fireball to take down the low-health mage, then froze on the spot in shock by the opponent's dying screams. Li Wu watched as another mage turned and fled in the distance. He grinned, revealing 8 deep white teeth, and conjured an ice arrow, shooting it towards the enemy. He then charged forward, drinking a small red potion as he went. Although Li Wu's frost arrows did not break through the defense, the slowing effect would still be triggered, instantly reducing the person's escape speed. Bunny, attack this person. 2 seconds of deceleration was not enough for Li Wu to rush to the other party's front. Seeing that the deceleration effect had failed, Li Wu hurriedly shouted for Spicy Rabbit Head to help. Strangely, the little girl who could hit exactly where she was pointed didn't respond or use any skills. Li Wu turned her head and glanced around, confirming that the little girl was standing there unharmed. Although she found it strange, she didn't bother to ask and continued to chase after her. The mage was convinced that he would definitely die at level 12, and the girl who had taken down one of his teammates with those 2 skills was too scary, so he didn't even dare to look back and was focused on running away. It's fortunate that this guy was scared out of his wits. Otherwise, if he had turned around and used the frost arrow to kite him, it would have been quite troublesome for Li Wu to take him down. Li Wu used another frost arrow to slow down the opponent, finally catching up to them. He delivered a powerful strike, followed by a strong, basic attack that finished off the last enemy. After killing the man, Li Wu quickly picked up the items the man had dropped and then rushed towards where the Blood Fawn commander had fallen, as if being chased by a dog for a rabbit. After picking up the items dropped by Blood Fawn commander, he then ran over to pick up the items dropped by the melee player who had ambushed him earlier. Blue Star Online has a severe penalty for malicious PK. If you attack someone, you'll be grayed out for 10 minutes. Even if you set your name to be hidden, you cannot hide it. During the gray name period, you will definitely lose 1 piece of equipment you are wearing, and at least 1 item in your backpack will also be randomly dropped. Actively killing someone will result in being immediately marked as a red name for 1 hour. If you die during the red name period, you will lose 2 pieces of equipment and all items in your inventory, except for a very few bound items. Another guy who tried to steal the monster was taken away by Spicy Rabbit Head. I don't know if he dropped anything. Just as Li Wu was about to ask a question, she saw the little girl still standing there in a daze, with a big red name flashing above her head. Bunny. Li Wu walked over in confusion and found that Spicy Rabbit Head was trembling with its head down. Bunny. Li Wu reached out and tugged at the ponytail of the Spicy Rabbit Head, causing the little girl to stumble. The girl who had been ambushed finally reacted, crying out in near collapse. Wah, Brother Tuan, I killed someone. I killed someone. Will I be arrested? Will I be executed? Wah. Li Wu was slightly taken aback, but she wasn't amused by the little girl's funny reaction. Instead, she stepped forward, gently patted her back, and whispered, Sweetie, don't be afraid, Bunny. This is a game. You didn't kill anyone. A game. Spicy Rabbit Head looked up, staring blankly at Li Wu. Yes, it's just a game. The other team didn't actually die. They're probably squatting at the respawn point right now, cursing us and their terrible teammates. Huh, it's just a game. I thought I killed someone. I'm still in detention. I can't even run away, sob sob. When Li Wu saw that the little girl had realized what was going on, He was no longer going to tolerate her crying and whining. He flipped the hand that was patting her back, grabbed a ponytail, and pulled the little girl back, making her stumble. "All right, your face is all smeared with tears and snot. It looks awful." Uh, uh. Spicy Rabbit Head was bewildered by Li Wu's unconventional behavior, and his tears instantly welled up as he hurriedly wiped his face. Chapter 35, Skill Book. Poison. After the Spicy Rabbit Head had completely returned to normal, Li Wu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Forcing everyone to play games will inevitably lead to trouble sooner or later. Blue Star Online is so realistic that even adults sometimes can't distinguish between virtual and reality, let alone underage children whose minds are not yet mature. In recent years, even computer games and mobile games have made many young people so immersed in them that they lose sight of reality and carry out their in-game behaviors into real life, such as stabbing, robbing, raping, and even murdering. A well-behaved girl like Spicy Rabbit Head may have only played simple games like Connect 4, Candy Crush, and Princess Dress-Ups in childhood. The impact of suddenly entering Blue Star Online, which feels like a second world, is unimaginable. If not handled properly, it could not only be a matter of psychological trauma, but could even lead to mental illness. Even he himself had felt a moment of inexplicable excitement. The other party had clearly run away, so he should have gone to collect the commander's loot first. Li Wu suddenly understood the meaning of the real pain in the game. After recovering from his shock, Spicy Rabbit Head realized he was now a red-named player and quickly asked, "Brother Tuan, why am I a red-named player? Didn't they attack first?" A teammate attacking someone else doesn't affect the teammate. The player you killed didn't attack us. That's why you got red. What should I do? I'm afraid someone will come and kill me. Upon hearing this, Li Wu glanced around warily and noticed that there were indeed players watching in the distance. She quickly grabbed Spicy Rabbit Head and left. Go to the lower level areas first, where the players are weaker and it's safer. Oh, let's go farm the giant rabbits. No one will dare to attack me there. Don't be reckless. Giant Rabbit Grassland is right at the village entrance. Lots of skill players have passed by here. Let's go grind tortoises for an hour first. It's a bit off-center there, so it's safer. As Li Wu carried the Spicy Rabbit Heads to a safe place, she checked the profits from this trip. The player with the white name was lucky and didn't drop anything, but the two players with gray names he killed dropped several items. Unfortunately, the equipment consisted of only a level 4 silver bracelet and a level 6 black iron longsword, which were not worth much. However, it's normal that their equipment was poor. If their equipment were better, they would have been finished today. The level 4 silver bracelet and a level 6 black iron longsword are about the same value, so Li Wu casually stuffed the silver bracelet into Spicy Rabbit Head's hand. The rest were just ingredients, and one or two of them weren't worth much. Only the black bread, which cost as much as 32 yuan, surprised Li Wu. Is this a set? It's a pity it's not a full set of 99 pieces. Otherwise, even a 5 yuan loaf of black bread would be worth several hundred yuan. Of course, 32 pieces of black bread is quite a lot. It's enough for him to deliver food all day. After giving half of the Spicy Rabbit Head to the group, Li Wu began to check the loot dropped by the Blood Fawn commander. I've seen the elite-level monster Li Wu on the forums, but this is the first time I've encountered it in the game. Currently, no player has figured out the respawn mechanism of the commander-level monsters. Some say they spawn based on time, while others say they're triggered by the number of monsters killed in the current area. Because the map in Blue Star Online is so big, take Bloodfang Ridge for example, it takes at least 10 minutes to run from one end to the other. Unless you are extremely lucky, it is very difficult to see any living commander-level monsters even in Bloodfang Ridge. After all, although these monsters are stronger than ordinary monsters, they are far inferior to bosses. A team of players of the same level can easily defeat them, and they won't survive more than 5 minutes after they respawn. Commander-level monsters are currently the largest producer of gold-tier equipment on the market. Unlike bosses, which guarantee a 100% drop rate for gold equipment, commander-level monsters may have a drop rate of less than 20%, but their large numbers and fast respawn rate, along with a far greater variety of equipment levels compared to bosses, make up for it. Although commander-level monsters only spawn in areas of level 5 and above, there are monster gathering areas of level 5 to 10 in the 4 directions of the starting village, so there are as many as 24 areas where commander-level monsters spawn. The pair of wild boar leather boots that dropped in Junlin Tianxia should have been dropped by a level 8 steel-toothed wild boar, a leader-level monster. Unfortunately, this Blood Fawn commander didn't drop any gold equipment. It only dropped 2 level 5 silver items, and their stats weren't even as high as the 2 people were wearing. But that's not the point. The point is there's also a skill book. Li Wu's heart started pounding again, as if the god of wealth had come to her house with diarrhea and forgot to bring toilet paper. Skill book, poison. Poison. When damage is dealt to a target, the target is poisoned, dealing 10% of the attacker's attack power as poison damage per second for 5 seconds. The duration is refreshed with each attack. The poison can stack up to 5 times. Note, range damage cannot trigger this effect. Isn't this the Blood Fawn spider's skill? Li Wu's first thought was to sell and withdraw the money, but then she remembered how Jianjun's advice. Try your best to improve your skills. Equipment may change frequently, but skills can last a lifetime. Moreover, this poison skill is incredibly powerful. If you stack it to 5 layers, it's second only to the 100% critical hit rate of Spicy Rabbit Head. Li Wu turned her head and glanced at the chattering Spicy Rabbit Head beside her, a hint of greed flashing in her eyes. The girl was stunned. She had no idea what Blood Fawn Commander had dropped. Even if he had taken the skill book, she wouldn't have known. Li Wu really hesitated. If you want to split the profits with the Spicy Rabbit Head, you have to give her half the money since you learned the poison skill. Hao Jianjun had previously set a price of 110,000 for the book Thunder Shield. In Li Wu's opinion, this book, Toxin, should be more expensive than Thunder Shield. If he were to sell it, his target price would definitely be no less than 130,000. Money is very important to me. Li Wu's eyes seemed to hold a battle of swords, a relentless struggle between conscience and greed, a lingering unease. Brother Tuan, I can go home tomorrow. I'll ask my mom to open a bank account for me, and then I can buy lots of pretty new clothes. Do you want to see them? Spicy Rabbit Head suddenly said, her face flushed. Li Wu stared blankly at the blushing girl, her eyes gradually regaining their clarity. It's only a matter of tens of thousands of yuan. Tuanchuan's medication and living expenses amount to more than 300,000 yuan a year, but it didn't bring him down. Now he's still struggling with this dilemma. What the hell are you looking at? At such a young age, you're already thinking about crooked ways. When you get home tomorrow, quickly contact your classmates, teachers, or upperclassmen to see if there are any from our village who can guide you. Li Wu's urination extinguished the Spicy Rabbit Head's little scheme, and then he said seriously, Commander Bloodfang just dropped a skill book. I plan to use it myself. I'm not sure what the exact price will be, but I'll tentatively set it at 140 gold. I'll give you 70 gold now. If you see the same skill book for sale in the auction house later, we can adjust the price accordingly, with refunds or additional payments as needed. The Spicy Rabbit Head was all wilted from being drenched in water, and then she heard Li Wu say that he would give her 70 gold coins. Her mind went blank for a moment. Chapter 36 by DeBayo is no longer eating dirt. This, Brother Tuan is using it himself, not selling it for money, so you don't need to share with me, right? No. If it were something worth tens, or even hundreds of dollars, we could use it ourselves, but this is something worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. You're young and don't have much of concept of money, but I can't. Besides, didn't you say you were from a single-parent family? Don't you want to ease your mother's burden? Spicy Rabbit Head paused for a moment, then struggled to say, my mom doesn't seem to have a heavy burden. She just told me the day before yesterday that the family financial situation was bad and that I should study hard, but that was a lie. Actually, my family has a house in a top-tier elementary school district, which seems quite expensive. Where are you from? From the capital. Li Wu opened her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. So she simply took out 70 gold coins from her bag and stuffed them into the hand of the Spicy Rabbit Head. Damn it, I'm not going to try to persuade them anymore. They hate the rich. It's heartbreaking. Li Wu took out the poison skill book, clicked to use it, and successfully learned the poison skill. Upon reaching the tortoise map, Li Wu couldn't wait to go up and slash at it. The tortoise only had 360 HP, but Li Wu took 223 of that damage with a single basic attack. The tortoise then took 23 damage per second, until it was left with 22 HP. Spicy Rabbit Head grinned and tapped it with its staff, ending its short life. When fighting the tortoises, neither of them bothered to use their skills. Li Wu would slash once, then Spicy Rabbit Head would tap once, and then move on to the next one. One by one, the tortoises were poisoned to death. Although the experience level is low, the speed is fast, and the efficiency is not much lower than when farming spiders without using potions. The two of them stopped after 2 rounds of hacking. It was already 7 a.m., and they should both log off. Li Wu logged off to cook for the kids, and Spicy Rabbit Head logged off to prepare for his release from prison. As usual, after dropping Tianchuan off at home, Li Wu logged in, left his account deep into mine, took a nap until noon, ate a couple of bites of instant noodles, and then logged in again. We should hire a cook. He'll be happy to cook for our little one in the morning, but cooking lunch and dinner ourselves or ordering takeout takes up too much time. If we want to catch up with the top players, we need to save every unnecessary minute. But Li Wu wouldn't spare any time with Tuan Tuan. He refused to hire someone to look after her. Tuan Tuan no longer had her parents' company, and if he didn't spend more time with her, he couldn't even imagine how lonely the child would feel. The moment Li Wu logged on, he checked the area chat, and the messages on the public screen made his heart tighten. Someone is attacking the electric zombie king, and it looks like it's almost dead. Li Wu rushed out of the mine in a great hurry, but when he arrived at the mine, he just saw the electric zombie king turn into white light. Seeing how Jianjun bending down to pick up something, Li Wu thought to himself that it would be almost impossible to solo the electric zombie king in the future. How Jianjun's current attributes would make it easy for him to lure out the electric zombie king. If the electric zombie king leaves the mine, it won't survive for more than 5 minutes. Li Wu sighed, glanced at her friend's list, and saw that Spicy Rabbit Head wasn't online. Just as she was about to go level up herself, she suddenly received a message from Baidabeo. Hey bro, interested in going to fight the rampaging giant ape? Li Wu was a little confused and replied in surprise. Me, level 5, fighting a berserk giant ape? You're not just any ordinary level 5 player. You're the man who can even solo the electric zombie king. Tell me more. Hee. Didn't another village get the first kill of rampaging giant ape early this morning? Some of the stronger players in our village are not satisfied and are preparing to organize their own teams to join forces and get the second kill of rampaging giant ape. Well, I guess I'm one of the stronger players. The white heroine certainly has the strength, but my level 5 alt account isn't qualified, is it? You're definitely qualified. Don't you have that ability that ignores defense? Even if your attack power is a bit low, you can still deal considerable damage. I estimate that in terms of damage to bosses alone, most level 9 players are not as good as you. That's true, but I still have a question. What question do you have? Why not organize the whole village to fight it like we did with the Silver Wolf King? Many ants can kill an elephant, and you high-level players shouldn't be afraid of low-level players stealing the boss, right? Having more alt accounts is useless. Zhang Tianxia, who got the first kill, posted a guide on the forum. The berserk giant ape has a skill that will enter a state of suspended animation when its health drops to 20%, increasing its defense by 50% for 1 minute. If it cannot be killed within this 1 minute, it will instantly regain full health. Players have limited attack range. If too many low-level characters crowd in front, the high-level characters can't get in and their damage isn't enough. Okay, count me in. Li Wu thought for a moment, and then agreed to Baidabeo's invitation. As for whether her talent would be exposed, it didn't matter. Besides, it might not be exposed anyway. There were so many players who would know which damage was dealt by whom. Baidabeo was also fighting for the boss outside the mine, and Li Wu soon ran into her. Li Wu wasn't foolish enough to blindly follow someone. As soon as they met, she asked directly, "You still haven't said how the boss drops will be distributed?" For this raid on the Berserker Giant Ape, I plan to team up with another player to form an elite team. We've set up 2 distribution methods. One is pure labor, with each person receiving 2 gold. If we manage to snag the boss, our wages will double, but we won't be able to participate in the boss distribution. Another option is to forego wages. After securing the boss, I get the magic-based equipment, and the other person gets the physical-based equipment. We too will purchase the equipment at market price, and the profits will be split equally between those who chose the second option. As for items we don't need, team members can buy them first, but the price cannot be lower than 90% of the market price. If there are any leftovers, they will be put on auction and the proceeds will also be split equally. The first option, with a guaranteed minimum of 2,000 yuan, is a surefire way to make a profit. The second option had a lower probability, but a higher return. After thinking for a moment, Li Wu asked, "The method is very reasonable. I wonder which option everyone else has chosen." They're all the second type. My team requires players to be level 10 and have at least level 9 silver equipment. Players like that don't really care about 2 gold. They all want to gamble. You chose the second option? There's no guarantee of success, and there will be a lot of teams involved. Is it worth gambling on such a low probability? A platinum weapon has dropped in the battle of the world. I choose the second option. Li Wu would be disrespectful to the platinum equipment if she hesitated for even a second. A level 6 gold-grade weapon sold for over 200,000. So what would a platinum-grade weapon be like? If the first platinum weapon in the 5188 newbie village were to be released, it would cost at least several hundred thousand. Otherwise, by DeBeo would lose face. Okay, I'll contact a few more people, and we'll set off together later. Oh, by the way, the boss is in a level 10 monster area, so be careful not to get killed by the mobs. Understood. Li Wu nodded, then suddenly remembered something and asked in confusion. You said yesterday you were going to eat dirt? How come you have money to start a group by now? Hee. I don't know what got into my dad. He suddenly threw a huge sum of money at me and told me to spend it however I wanted in the game. Now I'm eating dirt and throwing it away as soon as I get it. Chapter 37. White heroine's legs are missing, and accessory tears of envy streamed down Li Wu's face as she glanced at DeBeo's half-exposed, fair and long legs. After thinking for a moment, she asked seriously, White heroine, are you missing an accessory for your legs? Upon hearing this, DeBeo looked Li Wu up and down seriously, then replied somewhat awkwardly, I prefer a tough guy style. Damn it, this name thing is just not going to get over, is it? Hey. DeBeo's housekeeper came over from the village and handed him several bottles of medicine. That's all we could buy. The rest were all snapped up. Li Wu found them familiar and quickly realized they were instant recovery potions. He had just drunk a bottle that morning. Although it was a good thing, Li Wu didn't shamelessly ask for it. Instead, he looked at the housekeeper with a puzzled expression. Are there many level 10 players in our village? It's normal for DeBeo to be level 10, but I didn't expect her subordinates to be level 10 as well. I don't know the exact number, but I estimate it's definitely over 100. So many level 10 players, and still no one can go to the main city. Is the main city not open yet? It's unclear. The official team still hasn't provided any information about the game content. Some people on the forums speculate that it might be related to the level 10 boss. Logically speaking, if everyone could go to the main city, they would definitely go to the main city to continue leveling up at level 10. What's the point of designing such a difficult newbie village boss? Therefore, the main city may only be unlocked after defeating all the beginner village bosses. That makes sense. DeBeo gradually formed a team of 8 people, and together with Li Wu and the female housekeeper, they made a team of 11. The group quickly gathered in the newbie village. All right, the other boss said he encountered a leader monster. After defeating them, he can go over there on his own. Let's set off now. Besides the people in the group, there were also 7 burly men carrying shields. Li Wu thought they looked familiar, and quickly realized that they were DeBeo's bodyguard team. The bodyguards were all level 9, and DeBeo did not recruit them into the team. There were many people in the village, so no one paid much attention. But once they left the village, Li Wu's level 5 account became quite conspicuous. The occasional glances from the group made Li Wu feel uncomfortable. Although she didn't say anything, those eyes carried some emotion. Li Wu understood. After all, he was only level 5. Anyone would think he was a noob, and others would inevitably worry that he wasn't strong enough, which would affect the team's profits. Li Wu wanted to say that he might be no worse than them, but he didn't know how to say it. What if they asked him to try fighting a small monster? He doesn't deal much damage to small monsters. DeBeo was oblivious to this, but the housekeeper was observant. She pretended to talk to DeBeo and casually mentioned that Li Wu had a unique talent and her output was no less than that of others. This not only avoided Li Wu's embarrassment, but also reassured the concerns of others. Li Wu glanced at the housekeeper, thinking to herself, I wonder if this lady can cook? The group traveled for over an hour, fighting their way through the battlefield, before finally arriving at the meeting point set up by DeBeo and the other top players. Li Wu slacked off along the way, gaining a whopping 8,000 experience points, which was more efficient than farming spiders before. The rewards for leveling up were just too tempting. The meeting point was at the entrance of a valley, where many players had already gathered. Li Wu glanced around and noticed that Hao Jianjun was also there, obviously having come directly after killing the Electric Zombie King. However, Hao Jianjun brought far fewer people than before. Of the more than 100 suspected soldiers under his command, only more than 30 people came, and the number was about half of them at level 9 and half at level 10. Li Wu looked around carefully and finally confirmed that there was no player below level 9 present except for him. To avoid unnecessary ridicule and trouble, Li Wu quietly walked to the middle of Baidabeo's bodyguards, where 7 burly men with shields comfortably and completely blocked his way. More and more players arrived, and soon another boss, who said he had just finished defeating the leader, also came over. Baidabeo quickly assembled a group, but as he did so, he noticed there was an extra person and tilted his head to count them. Wolf Knight, didn't you say before that one of your people couldn't come? Why are you here now? The Wolf Rider was a young man in his 20s, carrying a broadsword shaped like a cone. Li Wu immediately recognized it as the Silver Wolf King's golden weapon, the Silver Wolf Fong, but he didn't know if it was the one he had sold. I thought I wouldn't make it because of something, but I made it in time. What should we do? My team is full. How about you have your friend team up with my bodyguards? No way, my wife. Can I let her hang out with 7 grown men? Then have one of your other friends return the money. Why retreat? We're all 10 of us, so just kick one of us out of the way. No way. They've already wasted over an hour getting here with me. I, Baidabeo, am a woman of my word. I won't do this. Baidabeo's tone was firm, displaying a strong sense of chivalry. The Wolf Rider frowned, somewhat annoyed, and said, You women are such a hassle. How about someone who's just doing manual labor quits? I'll give him 2 gold coins as compensation. Isn't that generous enough? No. Baidabeo, aren't you being a bit disrespectful to me? Our 2 families have been friends for generations, haven't we? Speaking of the matter at hand, I cannot break my word. Damn, are you implying that I'm untrustworthy? I don't. You have. Baidabeo and Wolf Knight must have been old friends. They'd bickered for a long time, arguing until their faces were red and their necks were thick, but they didn't seem to be really angry. However, both of them valued their pride highly, and neither was willing to back down. How about we add some more? The sudden sound interrupted their argument. The 2 turned around in confusion and saw Li Wu, who had somehow appeared behind the bodyguard. What, add more? Baidabeo looked at Li Wu, puzzled. Li Wu grinned at Baidabeo, then turned to the Wolf Rider and said with a smile, Give me a raise, and I'll return you right away. Wolf Knight chuckled upon hearing this, tilted his head at Baidabeo, and turned to Li Wu, saying, I'll treat it as if you snatched the boss for gold. Deal. Li Wu clapped his hands immediately upon hearing this, fearing that the Wolf Knight might change his mind. Forehead. Li Wu's generosity made the Wolf Knight unhappy. Although he was not short of money, he felt that he had given too much. The Wolf Knight took out 4 gold coins to hand to Li Wu, but stopped halfway through, staring at the top of Li Wu's head, and said, word by word, You, level 5. You want my salary? Double it. Before Li Wu could reply, Baidabeo became displeased. Although somewhat annoyed by Li Wu's betrayal, he still put his hands on his hips and said, word by word, My friend, Giant Bull, how powerful can level 5 be? The Wolf Knight retorted irritably. Soloing. Silence, Lady White. Baidabeo was about to praise Li Wu when Li Wu interrupted him, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look over. Li Wucheng gestured towards the distance with his lip, smiling, but saying nothing. Chapter 38. Rampaging Giant Ape. Baidabeo looked in the direction Li Wu was pointing and quickly locked on his target. Reign supreme over the heavens. Although I've never met him in person, the name on his head is very conspicuous. If Junlin Tianxia were to discover that the Invincible Cute group was also here, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause. Li Wu wasn't actually afraid of Junlin Tianxia. He was wearing a mask, and as long as there was no danger in reality, what was there to be afraid of in the game? Moreover, he didn't believe that Junlin Tianxia would dare to kill him here. The surrounding area was full of level 9 and 10 high-level accounts. Unless Junlin Tianxia was an idiot, he would never dare to let himself become a red name. Given his gear, I bet many people would want to take advantage of the situation and make some extra money. However, toads don't bite, but they're annoying. Trouble is best avoided if possible. I brought him into the group because I recognized his abilities. Otherwise, would I be crazy to lead a level 5 alt to fight a level 10 boss? Baidabeo retracted his introduction of Li Wu and said to Wolf Knight with his hands on his hips. The Wolf Rider glanced at Baidabeo and Li Wu from left to right, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Without saying another word, he tossed 4 gold coins to Li Wu. Baidabeo, don't forget you have a childhood betrothal. The Wolf Knight grinned and raised an eyebrow at Baidabeo. Who takes the drunken ramblings of old men seriously? Baidabeo retorted, but then realized, hey, no, what do you mean? It's nothing special. You may not take it seriously, but others will. Take advantage of the fact that the main city isn't open yet and play around with it. Zhao, can you please stop talking nonsense? How am I talking nonsense? Didn't you say yourself that you approve of him? Li Wu frowned and said calmly from the side, Brother, don't drag me into this melodramatic plot. I don't want to cause trouble for myself. Before the wolf rider could reply, Bai Debao, looking like a fighting rooster, turned and glared at Li Wu, saying, Who are you calling trouble? Are all your thought processes this bizarre? Li Wu rubbed her head, really not want to talk anymore, and took 2 steps back to stand behind the bodyguard. Oomph. I said I acknowledge his strength. Fighting cock by Debao started fighting the wolf knight again. Aha. Level 5 has no real strength whatsoever. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Bai Debao was too lazy to pay attention to the wolf knight anymore. He turned around and found Li Wu and said, Since you're already here, why don't you join my bodyguard team? Li Wu glanced at the 7 burly men, thought for a moment, and shook her head. No need. I plan to rob it myself. I should thank you for bringing me here. Bai Debao's bodyguards are only level 9, and they're probably all focused on health and defense. Wearing a shield will also reduce their attack power by 20%, so Li Wu doesn't think much of their offensive capabilities. You didn't plan to go it alone from the beginning, so you left the team voluntarily, did you? Bai Debao looked at Li Wu with suspicion. How could that be? I just think the chances of getting the boss are too small. Li Wu pointed around and said with a wry smile, Look how many people there are. It would be enough to form a full team of 20 or 30. Even if we succeed in the end, the chances of getting the boss are very low. It's better to earn some extra money that comes to us first. Give me half of that extra money. I'm the one who set up the team. You're just making money off me. Huh? Li Wu stared wide-eyed at Bai Debao, then sighed after a long while. Let's delete each other. Bai Debao was speechless. The appointed time arrived quickly. There were about 300 players outside the valley, mostly level 9 or 10 players. Most of them were hired by wealthy players, while the rest were casual players who had heard the news and came on their own. Li Wu followed the crowd into the valley, where a monster more than 3 meters tall, resembling a silverback gorilla, was roaming. Although a gorilla that is over 3 meters tall is an unimaginable beast in reality, it seems much smaller than the Silver Wolf King and doesn't live up to the giant in its name. However, none of the players present dared to underestimate it, especially after it deployed a true ward. Rampaging Giant Ape, Boss. Level 10. Life, 180,000. Attack, 1,080. Defense, 500. Skill 1. Iron Bones and Muscles. Damage reduction of 50%. Skill 1. Heavy Punch. The Berserk Giant Ape's next 3 attacks will each deal physical damage equal to 150% of its attack power to the target and ignore 30% of the target's defense. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Skill 2. Earth-Shaking Strike. The Berserk Giant Ape raises its fists and slams them into the ground, dealing 100% of its attack power as damage to all targets within a 50-meter radius and stunning all targets for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Skill 3. Berserk. When the Berserk Giant Ape's health drops below 50%, it enters a Berserk state, increasing its size by 500%, movement speed by 50%, attack speed by 50%, damage by 50%, and skill cooldown time by 50%. In the Berserk state, it ignores all control skills and taunt skills. Skill 4. Desperate Counterattack. When the Berserk Giant Ape's health drops below 20%, it will enter a state of suspended animation, unable to move or attack, with damage reduction increased to 90%. After 1 minute, it will recover all of its health and deal physical damage equal to 300% of its attack power to all targets within a 100-meter radius. Upon seeing the information about the Berserk Giant Ape, the faces of all the players present turned extremely grim. It's not mainly because the Berserker Giant Ape's attack power is too high and it hurts a lot when it hits people. After all, the players present were able to stand out among 100,000 newbies in the 5188 newbie village, and they usually treated so-called real pain as a massage, otherwise they wouldn't have leveled up to level 9 or even 10 so quickly. Unlike newcomers like Li Wu, these people had countless pieces of equipment suitable for their level in the auction house. They usually wore equipment 1 level lower to fight monsters 1 level higher, and it was normal for them to lose half their health in 1 bite. They had become somewhat numb to the so-called real pain. Of course, whales like by DeBeo don't count. He has 7 bodyguards in front of him, and if he gets punched, his bodyguard's bonuses will be deducted. This boss has incredibly high defense. Few players can break through its defense with normal attacks. Only by using skills can you deal damage. Moreover, none of us are newbies. We can immediately see how disgusting the Berserker Ape's 4th skill is. This skill shouldn't be called a desperate counterattack. It should be called a fight to the death. If you can't kill the Berserk Giant Ape in 1 minute, it will die under 300% damage. It almost fills the entire valley with a radius of 100 meters, basically wiping them out completely. Everyone, mute during the raid and follow my instructions. As the only one who could directly confront the Berserk Giant Ape, Hao Jianjun stepped forward without hesitation, and the others had no objections. Everyone else, don't move. Wait for me to hold off the boss and listen to my command. Chapter 39, Going Against the Wind to slay the giant ape. Hao Jianjun shouted loudly and charged out, holding up his golden shield. A player rushed out from the team behind him and followed behind him. With a wave of his hand, a shield appeared on Hao Jianjun. Startled, the ferocious giant ape pounced on Hao Jianjun, slamming its massive fist down hard. Minus 854. Hao Jianjun's longsword suddenly disappeared, replaced by a bottle of exquisite red medicine, which he then drank. Advanced Recovery Potion. Restores 160 health points per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds. The player following Hao Jianjun at the furthest distance waved his staff, and a golden light fell on Hao Jianjun's head, restoring more than 400 of his health points. Minus 854. Plus 160. Minus 597. Plus 160. The Berserk Giant Ape's first skill wasn't over yet. The next 2 punches slammed into Hao Jianjun's shield, directly knocking out his lightning shield. Minus 540. Plus 160. Earth-shaking strike. The giant ape has used up its area of effect attack skill. There are 8 seconds left on the cooldown. Everyone charge. At Hao Jianjun's command, almost all the players rushed forward, including Li Wu. As expected of the expert players at the forefront of the 5188 newbie village, 2 more healing skills landed on Hao Jianjun, successfully restoring his health to normal. Clearly, Hao Jianjun wasn't the only one with healing skills. Players who can't withstand the boss's group attacks should manage their own time to dodge the skills. Hao Jianjun shouted in command. Minus 1. Minus 720, cut. Minus 1. Minus 720, cut. Li Wu's damage output was quite impressive. Apart from him, only a few top players could deal 3-digit damage, and even then, it was only in the lower 3 digits. However, he only threw a fireball and an ice arrow before retreating 50 meters away. He only had 780 health and 90 defense, and the boss could kill him with a single earth-shattering strike. The Berserk Giant Ape's health drops very quickly. As top players in the newbie village, their output ability is naturally unquestionable, with skill damage not falling into single digits. Unlike fighting the Silver Wolf King, where there are many weak players everywhere and the screen is filled with -1s. The boss's health steadily decreased, and Hao Jianjun maintained aggro effectively. Even as the Berserk Giant Ape's health dropped by half, there were no casualties. But just as the Berserk Giant Ape's health dropped to 50%, the situation suddenly changed. The 3-meter-tall, ferocious giant ape roared to the sky, its entire body swelling up like an inflating balloon, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal creature over 10 meters tall. The giant ape's eyes were bloodshot. It completely ignored Hao Jianjun, who was slapping its ankles. It leaped and landed in the most densely populated area of players. It raised its fists high and slammed them down. A dozen players screamed and turned into white light. That wasn't all. The Berserk Giant Ape seemed to have gained intelligence, grinning maliciously as it targeted and chased down ranged squishy targets, taking them down one by one with a single punch, thoroughly enjoying itself. Everyone spread out. Squishy characters get out of attack range. Melee characters use potions to maintain their health. While shouting commands, Hao Jianjun charged forward again, trying to draw the aggro of the Berserk Giant Ape. Unfortunately, the Berserk boss completely ignored him, jumping around the arena as if searching for something. At this moment, Li Wu was already hiding behind a rock in the distance, trembling with fear. When the berserk giant ape had 55% health left, Li Wu ran away. Others may not know, but he himself is very clear that this raging giant ape is most likely looking for him. He had just run out of mana, so he couldn't resist taking advantage of the berserk giant ape's area of effect attack skill being on cooldown to slash a few times. Then, he was so frightened by his own damage output that he turned and ran away. He hadn't expected that poison could also cause cuts. Good heavens, after those few sword strikes, the berserk giant ape's health was dropping rapidly, and it felt like Hao Jianjun was about to lose control. Even as Li Wu ran away, the berserk giant ape was still suffering cutting damage every second. After running out of the danger zone, Li Wu glanced at the backstage area, her heart pounding. The poison damage also ignores defense, dealing 23 points per second. Li Wu slashed 4 times, stacking up to 4 layers, dealing 92 points of damage per second, plus the cutting effect triggered by his normal attacks. In just 3 or 4 seconds, it took away nearly 6,000 HP from the berserk giant ape, not even counting the subsequent 4 seconds of continuous poison and slashing. This hatred is immense. Li Wu retreated again, all the way to the mouth of the valley, where he hid behind a large rock and quietly observed. After the boss went berserk, it ignored Hao Jianjun's taunt control and immediately looked for the person who had hit it the hardest. Unfortunately, Li Wu had already run away, so he had to settle for second best and chase after the players in the arena who posed the greatest threat to him. With the berserk giant ape unleashing an area of effect attack every 4 seconds in its berserk stance, Li Wu had no intention of returning to the battlefield, and simply waited for the berserk giant ape's health to drop to 20% before it entered a state of feigned death. The berserk giant ape was indeed terrifying. With more than half of the players gone, its health finally dropped to 20%. As soon as the damage dropped to 20%, the berserk giant ape's body shrank instantly. Then it curled up on the ground, clutching its head and remaining motionless. Shoot faster. Actually, Hao Jianjun didn't need to remind them. The remaining dozens of players on the field started to output damage desperately. Unfortunately, at this time, the damage reduction of the berserk giant ape was as high as 90%, and most of the numbers floating above their heads were single digits. The few surviving big shots could only deal 20 or 30 points of damage. The berserk giant ape still has 36,000 health points, and it seems impossible to kill it within a minute. 20 seconds passed, and the boss's health was down to 15%. Some players thought they were doomed and simply retreated. At 30 seconds, the boss's health was down to 13%, and Hao Jianjun had no choice but to call his teammates to retreat. At this moment, Li Wu had just run from the valley entrance to the vicinity of the boss. He was hiding so far away that it only took him half a minute to run over. If we can't kill it, we'll retreat out of the valley and try again after we've rested. Bai Bao, who was retreating, saw Li Wu going against the wind and hurriedly called him to retreat. Li Wu ignored this and ran off towards the berserk giant ape. The evacuating players rushed out of the valley one after another, some of them still laughing at the fact that someone had come up with a fool. As Bai Bao was leaving the valley, he glanced back and saw Li Wu frantically hacking at the boss in the distance. He sighed inwardly. Even if you ignore the defense, how can you kill the boss by yourself? The surviving players fled the valley. A few of the veteran players who hadn't died huddled together to analyze their failures, planning to try again when the players who had died returned. At this point, some players seemed to have received some news, and then things went wild. Why did the system notify me that I dealt damage to the berserker giant ape and reward me with 1,000 experience points and 5 reputation points? What? Everyone quickly glanced at their system notifications, and their expressions changed. Some reacted quickly and rushed into the valley, and the others followed suit. The berserk giant ape was gone, and the scattered copper coins on the ground reminded everyone what had happened. The boss was killed, but what about the others? Chapter 40 Platinum Gear. Top pin post for the entire village. Junlin Tianxia. Who killed the berserk giant ape? So many of us fought for so long, and you got the benefit all by yourself. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Junlin Tianxia made a loud announcement, but Li Wu ignored it completely as he was standing in the village taking stock of the profits from the previous operation. The berserk giant ape dropped a recall stone, which Li Wu picked up and used immediately. Return stone, bound as the name suggests, 1 hour cooldown. Even without using the return stone, He wasn't worried about being ambushed, since he had time to put his most valuable items directly on the auction house. So even if he was killed, they wouldn't be able to be sold. Moreover, it's not certain that someone would risk being exposed as a red-named individual to kill him. The main problem is the hassle. Things like those cheap, ineffective remedies like Junlin Tianxia are just troublesome. First, check the system messages. Ding! Congratulations on killing the rampaging giant ape. You have gained 50,000 experience points. Killing a monster 5 levels above you grants a 100% experience bonus of 50,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 6. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the second kill of rampaging giant ape across the entire server. Reward, 2,000 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 10 boss. Your talent level +1. Ding! Congratulations on your cutting talent being upgraded to level 4. Li Wu was very satisfied with his second kill on the boss, his intuition telling him that reputation was definitely a good thing. The experience gained from soloing the boss was amazing. The boss itself gave 50,000 experience points, and then another 50,000 experience points for being 5 levels higher. Not only did I level up to 6, but I was also just a hair's breadth away from reaching level 7. Next up are the items dropped by the Berserker Giant Ape. Once picked up, the return stone is bound to your account. Needless to say, what made Li Wu immediately use the return stone was a weapon. Great Ape Fingerbone Platinum. Secondary weapon. Spell attack power plus 180. Constitution plus 30. Intelligence plus 30. Spirit plus 30. Equipment-related skill. Arcane Impact. Releases a magic orb at the target, dealing 80% spell damage and stunning the target for 1.5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Equipment rating, 90. Platinum equipment, like gold equipment, adds 3 attributes, but the added values are terrifying. I just don't know if the skills that come with the equipment are present in every platinum item, or if it's because this item is an offhand weapon. This is the first time I've seen equipment without a level, and there's also an equipment rating that I don't understand. Li Wu subconsciously wondered if equipment after level 10 would not require a level requirement and could be worn freely. That's not the point. The point is that this equipment is platinum, and it's the first offhand weapon that Li Wu has ever seen besides a shield. Players can usually only equip one weapon. If a shield is equipped in the offhand, the attack power will be reduced, and the shield's attributes will not be added to the character. Some players on the forum speculated that only classes like the Shield Warrior could truly utilize shields. Li Wu tried it out and actually managed to equip the Giant Ape Fingerbone, which directly increased all of the Giant Ape Fingerbone's attributes. Isn't this about to bring in wealth? Whoever equips this offhand weapon has an extra piece of equipment compared to those who don't, and it's a major item whose attributes are second only to weapons and armor. What's more, it also has an additional control skill. The thought of its value made Li Wu tremble. With his platinum-grade offhand weapon, Li Wu's excitement for the other platinum-grade shoes was greatly reduced. Giant Ape Bone Boots, Platinum. Health plus 288. Stamina plus 28. Strength plus 28. Agility plus 28. Movement speed increased by 22%. Equipment rating, 84. The equipment is decent, with high stats across the board. The movement speed bonus is amazing, increasing by a whopping 22%. Wearing it, you'll never have to worry about being chased by monsters again. Li Wu also tried equipping the gear, and sure enough, she was able to put it on successfully. In addition to these 2 platinum items, the Berserker Ape also dropped 2 level 10 gold items and 2 level 10 silver items. Having witnessed the platinum equipment, Li Wu's emphasis on gold equipment instantly decreased. It's not that Li Wu is arrogant. No matter how good the stats of level 10 gold equipment are, he can't wear it now. They're all from the auction house, and in the end, it's most appropriate to measure their value in gold coins. The 2 gold-grade equipment pieces were fine. One was a standard physical damage item, and the other a standard magical damage item. Li Wu glanced at them and moved on. As for the 2 pieces of silver equipment, Li Wu kept them after thinking about it and seeing that their attributes suited him. Level 10 equipment is unlikely to depreciate in the short term. Selling it now and buying it again when it reaches level 10 would be a waste of transaction tax, so it's better to keep it yourself. Besides the equipment, the Berserker Giant Ape also dropped 5 pieces of purple gold ore. The currency exploded with 8 gold and 12 silver coins, and there were still a lot of 1-cent coins left uncollected. Unfortunately, there are no skill books. Li Wu looked at the giant ape finger bone in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and instead of listing on the auction house, she opened her friends list. Bai Debao's profile picture had been flashing for a while, and Li Wu knew without clicking on it that he was asking if there was anything good. How about checking out the Great Ape Fingerbone, Platinum, or the Great Ape Bone Chain Gold? As soon as Li Wu sent the equipment information, the other side replied, I want it. I want it. Did you even check the attributes before asking for it? Watching it now, Li Wu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, different people have different fates. When will he be able to ask for it without looking at the attributes or asking the price? Let's talk about it after we've saved up enough money for 80 years worth of medicine. I'll take both of them. Don't put them on the auction house. I'll transfer the money to you. 500,000 for the giant ape finger bone and 40,000 for the necklace. That'll be 600,000 for you in total. Consider the 60,000 as a reward for prioritizing my contribution. Li Wu did not haggle and directly agreed to Bai Debao's offer. Even if the giant ape finger bone is good, it's still just transitional equipment for beginners. 500,000 is already considered a premium. Not to mention there's a 60,000 tip and the 10% transaction tax and 5% withdrawal fee are waived. Bai Debao had just left the giant ape valley and it would take him an hour to get back. Fearing that Li Wu might sell the goods to someone else, he insisted on paying first. As soon as Li Wu gave her bank card number, 600,000 yuan in cash arrived in her account instantly. After thinking for a moment, Li Wu sent over the information about another gold bracelet from the physics department. Please let that Wolf Rider know about this first, as a thank you for his salary. Before Bai Debao's reply arrived, news of 50,000 yuan being deposited into his bank account came. After he finished his tour, he said that he should remember him if he ever gets anything good in the future. Upon seeing the reply, Li Wu drooled with envy. When will we be able to experience the thrill of rich people buying things without haggling and even paying extra? After storing the equipment in the warehouse, Li Wu looked at the platinum boots on her feet and suddenly wanted to see what the last boss in the newbie village looked like. Although the boots suited Li Wu well, he didn't intend to keep them. The reason he didn't give them to Bai Debao or the Wolf Knight was that he wanted to use them himself while he was still able to wear them. With a 22% increase in movement speed, ordinary monsters simply can't catch up with him, and even bosses have to use speed-up skills to keep up. With a little caution, Li Wu was confident he could traverse the level 10 monster zone. If we wait until the boots are sold, there won't be another chance for a while. Having made up his mind, Li Wu headed straight to the west side of the village, memorized the boss coordinates revealed by players on the forum, and then marked them on the beginner village map. Choose the shortest route and head straight for the last boss in the starting village, Cerberus. Chapter 41, another bug glitch. Li Wu looked at the three-headed dog hiding in a huge stone gate in the distance, his eyes filled with longing for money. The first kill of Cerberus on the entire server. If we manage to kill it, who knows how many good items it will drop. They should at least give us a platinum-level primary weapon, right? Li Wu's appetite grew stronger with each thought, but looking at the three-headed hellhound lying in the doorway, she didn't know how to start. Cerberus boss. Life, 200,000. Physical attack, 1100. Spell attack, 1100. Defense, 500. Skills, Fireball, Sea of Fire, Frost Arrow, Ice Roar, Dark Energy Ball, Sea of Corrosion, Trinity. Aside from special skills, the text will not describe skill information in detail, otherwise 6 skills could fill a whole chapter. The skills are very clear. Each of Cerberus's heads has a single target skill and an area of effect skill. Someone posted a video on the forum showing a player's guide to defeating Cerberus. Cerberus never leaves the doorway. It just stays inside and unleashes its skills. Cerberus doesn't move, so it's not actually that difficult to fight. As long as you have enough people, you can wear it down eventually. The reason we haven't been able to conquer it yet is because of its last skill, Trinity. The meaning of Trinity is not very clear, but becomes simple and clear when it is changed to 3 lives. Cerberus's head represents 1 life. When its health reaches 0 for the first time, the fire-type head will disappear, and it will lose 2 fire-type skills, but its health will be instantly restored to full, and its damage will be increased by 30%. The second time your HP reaches 0, the ice-type head will disappear, you will lose 2 ice-type skills, but you will also be fully healed and your damage will increase by 30% again. The strategy video on the forum ends when Cerberus has its 3rd life. No one can withstand the Cerberus's 60% damage increase, especially its sea of corruption skill, which creates a thick black fog that causes players to lose 10% of their health per second and prevents healing spells and potions from working. Finally, the forum blogger deduced that it would probably require thousands of players who have reached level 10 and have at least a full set of level 9 or higher silver equipment to complete the challenge. Bai DeBeo sent another message urging her to wait, and Li Wu replied with a wait a moment before starting to ponder again. Since Cerberus won't come out, can we use the perspective from the doorway? However, the location of that huge portal is a long and wide passage. With a wide view from that huge stone gate, walking along the edge halfway would put you in the range of the Hellhound's guard. How can I safely reach the stone gate? Li Wu looked up at both sides of the valley and took out a pickaxe from his backpack. Let's go over the mountain. Li Wu circled out of the valley and began climbing from the other side, using his pickaxe to make holes where there was nowhere to put his feet. It took more than half an hour to finally climb up. Finding an angle where Cerberus couldn't see, he slowly climbed down again. Before Li Wu even landed, he heard the roar of Cerberus, clearly indicating that he had entered Cerberus's warning range. Arriving at the stone gate, Li Wu moved her feet little by little, then found an angle to throw a stone at the other side of the gatepost. The roar of Cerberus continued, but the sound of stones bouncing off the ground could still be heard. It clearly did not hit Cerberus. Li Wu cautiously took another half step, the panting of Cerberus seemingly right next to her ear. Another stone was thrown, and this time the sound was right. Although the boss and damage numbers could not be seen due to the perspective, the howl of Cerberus had clearly changed. This will work. Li Wu couldn't help but laugh. Li Wu's current cutting damage has reached 0.5%, and each stone can take away 1,000 health points from Cerberus. Cerberus was hit by the stone a few times, and in its rage, it spewed a huge cloud of flames towards the door, setting half the valley ablaze. The intense heat made her face sting, and Li Wu was surprised to find that her life points were slowly decreasing. Fortunately, the blood loss wasn't too rapid. Li Wu tilted her head back and drank a bottle of red medicine, thus avoiding becoming a barbecue. The sea of fire lasted for 10 seconds, then turned into a roaring blizzard. Unfortunately, due to the angle, Li Wu didn't even lose any health. The snowstorm ended and turned into black smoke again. This time the mist couldn't stand still. The black smoke must be the sea of corrosion. Although Li Wu was not facing the black smoke directly due to the angle, the smoke was still spreading. Li Wu only got a tiny bit of it, and her health dropped by 5%. Li Wu was startled and quickly retreated to the side, until he reached the innermost corner of the valley, at which point the smoke stopped spreading, and his health was reduced to only 15%. Thank goodness I ran fast, or I would have died here. After the fog dissipated, Li Wu returned to his previous spot and threw stones. Cerberus only has these 3 tricks up its sleeve. As long as you avoid the sea of corruption in advance, it has no ability to threaten Li Wu. Just as Li Wu was having a great time throwing stones, someone in the neighboring 9527 newbie village was also fighting Cerberus, and they were having an even better time than Li Wu. Outside the valley, a group of players craned their necks to look at the ice and snow in the valley, their faces filled with barely suppressed excitement. What kind of brain does the commander have? How could he even come up with something like this? Yes, who would have thought that not only can Cerberus not come out, but it can't even turn around. Now it's practically a sitting duck. Just thinking about it isn't enough. Without the strength, you can't withstand the boss's attacks and get behind it. Only the guild leader has that kind of strength. The raid leader is going to be even more famous this time. The first kill of Cerberus will definitely be announced server-wide, just like the Berserk Ape. Hey look, the Sea of Corruption is right behind Ice Roar. The Fire-type hero must have been destroyed by the guild leader. In beginner village number 1133, thousands of players arrive at the valley where Cerberus was located, led by an old man in his 60s. Those who participate in the Cerberus raid will be rewarded with 500 each, and those who succeed will be rewarded with 5,000 each. The 100 people who perform the best will be admitted to Baida group without taking the test. The old man didn't possess any of the domineering air of someone who had long held high position and commanded respect without anger. Yet his calm words stirred the emotions of the entire 1,000-person team. 5,000 yuan isn't a lot, but it's not a small amount either. It's just enough for an average person's monthly salary. But to earn 5,000 yuan by defeating a boss is just too tempting. What's exciting isn't just the 5,000 yuan, but the opportunity to enter Baida Group without taking an exam. This is one of China's top 100 companies, and even just working as a gatekeeper would be more desirable than being a white-collar worker in an ordinary company. The old man waved his hand, and thousands of players behind him roared and rushed into the valley. Li Wu was unaware of what was happening in the other beginner villages. He simply mechanically continued throwing stones. Cerberus hasn't used a fire-type move in a long time. It looks like its first life is probably long gone. Chapter 42, First Kill of Cerberus. Unbeknownst to many, Ice Roar also disappeared, leaving only a black mist every few seconds. Li Wu became even more cautious, throwing a few stones at a time and then running away. Because the boss's damage had increased, he had only been a step too slow, and by the time he reached the corner, his health was down to 10%. He was just 1 second away from losing everything. When the last stone was thrown and black mist spewed out of the doorway again, Li Wu's face turned extremely ugly. The 800 stones I prepared in advance still couldn't kill the boss. This shouldn't be happening. The slashing damage is 0.5% of the target's health, meaning it takes 200 hits to take down one of Cerberus's lives and 600 gold to take down 3 lives. Cerberus has no healing or lifesteal skills, relying solely on its natural health regeneration. The extra 200 stones would have been used up by now. Why is it still alive? Li Wu hid in the corner, her eyes filled with resentment. There are only 2 possibilities for why Cerberus is still alive. Either it has a 4th life, or Li Wu's stones don't always hit its mark. After all, with 800 throws, it's quite possible that some are thrown off course. Regardless of which possibility it is, the boss's health must be very low right now. Should we go back and buy stones to start over, or take a gamble? Considering that it would take another hour to get back and another half hour to climb the mountain, Li Wu decided to give it her all. There will only be one chance, and that chance will come when Cerberus uses the Sea of Corruption. Sea of Corruption is a continuous skill. Other skills cannot be used while it is active. It's like Cerberus only has one head left spraying mist, so naturally it doesn't have a mouth to spray dark energy balls. The Sea of Corrosion deals percentage-based damage, and in the 3rd phase, it causes a 10% health loss per second. So theoretically, you only need to kill the boss within 10 seconds. If it takes more than 1 second, Li Wu will die. After taking off her platinum boots and throwing them into the auction house, Li Wu stared intently at the stone gate. As the thick black fog billowed out, she rushed in barefoot. It's either you die or I die. There's no time to check the boss's health. Just go in and hack away. -1, -23, poison damage. -1,000 cutting damage. -1, -46, toxin. -1,000 cut. Ding. Congratulations on successfully defeating Cerberus, boss. You have gained 50,000 experience points. The reward for defeating a boss 4 levels higher is 80%, and you will receive an additional 40,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 7. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 8. Ding. Congratulations on your talent level being upgraded to level 5. Ding. Congratulations on achieving the first kill of Cerberus on the entire server. You are rewarded with 3,000 reputation points, and this will be announced to the entire server. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the team, led by player Invincible Cute Team, for being the first to kill the level 10 boss Cerberus, and for winning the first kill reward of 3,000 reputation points for Cerberus in the Chinese server. 3 server-wide announcements in a row left all players completely bewildered. Outside the valley, where Cerberus resides in the starting village 9527, a group of players couldn't help but jump up excitedly when they saw the server-wide announcement. But when they saw that it was an incredibly cute group leading the team, everyone was stunned. Did the guild leader team up with a girl? And even gave the captain position to her. Does the leader not want to be famous anymore? What a load of rubbish. Cerberus is still roaring and spewing ice. The first kill was taken by another village. The young man who was frantically slashing at the buttocks of Cerberus in the stone gate saw the server-wide announcement, but his expression remained unchanged except for a slight surprise in his eyes, and he did not stop wielding his longsword for even a moment. 1133 Beginner Village. The old man outside the valley glanced at the server-wide announcement, then at the remaining players scattered and broken up by the ice roar inside the valley, and his brows furrowed slightly. The old man waved, and a woman with her hair tied up quickly stepped forward. Go investigate which newbie village this Invincible Cute group and that Zhou Tianxia group are in. Have someone make contact and see if we can recruit them. Yes. The woman bowed slightly. Have the HR department compile a list to see which newbie villages have our people. Have them keep an eye on the top players in each village, and if there are any particularly outstanding ones, you can go and make contact with them. Yes. The old man glanced at the players who had been wiped out in the valley and sighed helplessly. Alas, these chickens and dogs can never amount to anything. After killing Cerberus, Li Wu quickly picked up the loot and then opened the auction house. The platinum shoes had only been listed for about 10 seconds when the bidding price rose to 2 gold and 30 silver. Li Wu promptly took them down, deducting a penalty of 2 silver and 30 bronze. I don't know who was so quick to make me spend more than 20 yuan more. Li Wu muttered a dissatisfied remark, then picked up the coins while checking the dropped items. The first kill on the entire server indeed had an amazing drop rate. Cerberus dropped 7 pieces of equipment in one go. 2 platinum, 3 gold, and 2 silver. Magic Dog Eye Staff, platinum. Magic Attack, plus 338. Intelligence, plus 32. Spirit, plus 32. Stamina, plus 32. Equipment skill, Ice Roar, causes an ice storm to attack the target location, dealing 160% magic attack damage. The attack range is 4 meters and can hit up to 8 enemies at the same time. The cooldown time is 3 seconds. Equipment rating, 96. Fire Fang the Demon Dog Platinum. Physical attack, plus 360. Strength, plus 32. Stamina, plus 32. Agility, plus 32. Equipment skill, Fireblade. The sword is imbued with a fiery spirit, and the next attack will deal 210% physical damage to the target. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Equipment rating, 96. Demon Dog Leather Armor, Gold. Life plus 1,088. Defense plus 108. Stamina plus 22. Strength plus 22. Agility plus 22. Equipment rating, 66. Demon Dog Necklace, Gold. Magic Attack, plus 28. Intelligence plus 18. Spirit plus 18. Agility plus 18. Equipment rating, 54. Demon Hound Ring, Gold. Physical Attack, plus 36. Strength plus 18. Root Bone plus 18. Agility plus 18. Equipment rating, 54. Li Wu has become arrogant. He only glanced at the silver equipment because it required level 10 and then ignored it. His main focus is on the 2 platinum and 3 gold equipment pieces. 2 platinum weapons dropped, something Li Wu never dreamed of. The first kill on the server had an incredibly high drop rate. The boss probably dropped all the best items. The 3 pieces of gold equipment confirmed Li Wu's previous idea. None of them had level requirements, only equipment ratings. As expected, equipment of level 10 and above does not require a level to wear, and there are no class requirements either. I wonder if anything will change after entering the main city. Besides the equipment, Cerberus also dropped 5 pieces of purple gold ore and a pitch black token. Abyss token can open the gate to the abyss. Li Wu looked at the abyss token in her hand, feeling somewhat lost for a moment, but soon looked thoughtfully at the deep passage behind the stone gate. Cerberus is also known as the gatekeeper, but it can't just guard the stone gate at the entrance, can it? Chapter 43, Activating the Abyss Passage Dungeon. Ignoring the beeping sounds from a friend list, Li Wu walked deeper into the passage. Before long, Li Wu arrived at the end of the passage, where a black light curtain blocked his way. A square stone pillar popped out from the wall beside them, with a hollow space in the middle that was exactly the shape of a token. Without a second thought, Li Wu placed the Abyss token on it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully activating the Abyss Altar. Reward, 3,000 reputation points. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Invincible Cute Team for successfully opening the Abyss Altar and activating the Abyss Passage Dungeon. Reward, 3,000 reputation. The Abyss Passage Dungeon is now active. After defeating Cerberus, players level 10 and above can enter at any time within 24 hours. A maximum of 10 players can enter the dungeon simultaneously. Note, there is no penalty for death within the dungeon. People are afraid of becoming famous, just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. This server-wide announcement didn't even give a hiding option for your name. Less than 2 minutes later, he was on the server-wide broadcast again. Li Wu's expression behind his mask was somewhat helpless. I'm afraid all the players in the Chinese server are guessing that he must be very rich now. At least by DeBeo and my friend Liz thinks so, as he has sent several messages. Li Wu reached out and touched the black light screen. The system coldly and ruthlessly reminded him that his level was not high enough and that he should go back and practice before trying again. Go back then. Li Wu obediently used the return stone to return to the starting village. He immediately contacted his beloved benefactor, Bai DeBeo. If he didn't respond, Bai DeBeo might not call the police, but he would definitely be yelled at by the loudspeaker. They retrieved the pre-sold equipment from the warehouse, found Bai DeBeo, and traded it directly with him. Bai DeBeo put away the equipment without even looking at it, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Li Wu, and said in a fawning tone, "Invincible cute team Geijai, what did Cerberus drop? Is there anything I can use?" Without further ado, Li Wu placed the Demon Dog Eye staff, platinum, the Demon Dog necklace, gold, and a level 10 silver helmet into the trading interface. Bai DeBeo stared at the 3 pieces of equipment on the trading interface, his mouth agape. After a long silence, Bai DeBeo finally spoke. "I really can't set a price. You killed Cerberus, and the main city might open at any time. Once the main city opens, I can't be sure if the price of this weapon will skyrocket. Anyway, I'm at full experience now, so I don't have high requirements for equipment. Why don't you keep it? I could buy the necklace and the silver helmet right away." Upon hearing Bai DeBeo's words, Li Wu also fell silent for a brief moment. This was something Li Wu himself hadn't expected. If the main city really opens soon, this equipment might become much more sought after, since the total number of players on the server is incomparable to the total number of players in the village. Of course, this is just a possibility, since the official website has not made any introduction to the main city, and who knows if platinum players will be everywhere. Furthermore, there's a suddenly appearing Abyss Passage dungeon where good equipment might drop, which could potentially cause platinum equipment to suddenly depreciate in value. The most important thing is Blue Star Online. The fact that the entire population is being forced to comply is obvious to everyone, but the authorities are not offering any explanation, which is why they cannot reassure the public. Back then, for the sake of public safety, even locking down a community and wearing masks caused so many problems. Now, nobody can say for sure what the situation will be like. This is just in China. Abroad, even wearing a mask can lead to protests involving hundreds of thousands of people. Because of Blue Star Online, I've heard that many people have recently experienced mental health issues, and many experts are calling for Blue Star Online to be shut down or restricted. Although these posts were quickly deleted, new posts soon appeared. The government's policy of mandating gaming is naturally a source of great joy for young people, but it is seen as utterly ridiculous by some people who have families, careers, and responsibilities. Modern times are not ancient feudal times, so how can we appease public opinion? Li Wu knew that money in hand was money that truly belonged to her, so after thinking for a moment, she smiled and said, "Who can predict what will happen next? Why don't you name a price?" Lady Bai's character is beyond reproach. "Are you trying to flatter me?" Bai DeBeo rolled her eyes, then gritted her teeth and parted her red lips slightly. "The weapon is 800,000, the necklace is 50,000, and the silver helmet is a bonus. Who told you to put me down? Make a deal. Did I give too much? What's so great about it? What's a few 100,000 in terms of the boss's salary?" Phew. Bai DeBeo breathed a sigh of relief and transferred the money to Li Wu directly. "Thank you, boss." Li Wu didn't hesitate and gave the equipment to Bai DeBeo directly. "Do you still have physical equipment? That Wolf Knight guy can't add you as a friend. He sent me 800 messages. Upon hearing Bai DeBeo inquire about physical equipment, Li Wu felt disrespect for gold coins for the first time. The attributes of Fire Fang of the Demon Dog are really good. With a base attack of 360 and 32 points of strength, the attack power alone reaches 424 points, not to mention the 32 points of stamina and agility. You could say that this one piece of equipment is almost equivalent to 2 of him. There's also the Fire Blade skill with 210% damage and high attack power. Except for a limited number of top players, it can instantly kill anyone else. Most importantly, this equipment has no level restriction, so he can equip it right now. After hesitating for a long time, Li Wu finally sighed and gave up on her idea. 800,000. That's enough to buy 2 houses in their small county town. I can't even imagine him carrying 2 houses around the game. Besides, he doesn't rely on attack power to fight bosses, and he has the spicy little turret for leveling up. So why would he use a weapon that looks valuable to test whether other players are greedy or not? Sell it. After selling it, you won't have to worry about Tuanshuan's medicine money for the next 10 years. That gold garment is just something I can indulge in and keep for myself. Next time I'll definitely wear it myself. Li Wu sent the attributes of the fire Fong demon dog to Bai Debao, then gritted his teeth and said, 900,000, not a penny less. When Bai Debao saw that the demon hound fire Fong didn't require a level, he immediately understood why Li Wu was gritting his teeth. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, I'll contact him. Less than a minute later, Li Wu received a bank notification that 1 million yuan had been deposited into her account. Hee. Do you think he'd be cheap with this kind of instant kill weapon? I've overcharged you by 100,000, since he's stupid and rich anyway. Miss Bai is very loyal. I also have a gold grade ring here. Could you help me sell it too? Bai Debao rolled his eyes, but still helped sell the unranked gold grade ring to the Wolf Knight. The ring wasn't as appealing as the weapon, and the Wolf Knight was only willing to offer 58,000 in the end. Li Wu took a deep breath, feeling much more relaxed. The cost of Tuanshuan's medicine was like a mountain pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Now he can finally breathe a sigh of relief for a while. In the past few days, I've earned 3.02 million in cash through Blue Star Online, and I still have over 10,000 gold coins in my inventory that I haven't calculated yet. If nothing unexpected happens, I won't have to worry about Tuanshuan's medicine money for 10 years. After the transaction was completed, Bai Debao confirmed the dungeon location with Li Wu and then went to form a group, intending to be the first to clear the dungeon. Seeing that she was already level 8 but was still wearing level 4 equipment, Li Wu went to the warehouse and took out the 2 level 5 gold equipment pieces with misplaced attribute points and the 3 level 5 silver jewelry pieces. Compared to the level 8 silver equipment, the level 5 equipment suddenly seemed rather unappealing. I misallocated the attribute points. Even a level 5 gold item is much better than a level 5 silver item. But I never expected to suddenly level up to level 8, leaving me with useless equipment. He dumped all his equipment into the auction house and then planned to buy a set of level 8 silver equipment from the trading house. But when Li Wu glanced at the price of level 8 silver equipment, his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 44. It's a pity that although many people have already reached level 10, the price of level 8 equipment remains as stable as ever. The level 8 silver set that Bai Debao gave him a couple of days ago sold for 28 gold, and with the silver dual pistols, it only cost 30 gold. Now, if he wants to buy a similar set, it will cost more than 20 gold coins. His upgrade was too sudden. He instantly reached the mainstream level. What kind of family is this? They dare to spend over 20,000 yuan on a set of clothes that they'll only wear for a day or two. However, without matching equipment, one has to downgrade and grind monsters. Since he accidentally caught up with the mainstream players, Li Wu naturally wants to try to catch up with the top players. If a main city suddenly opens up and everyone else goes to the new map to farm bosses, it wouldn't make sense for him to have the cleave talent, but still struggle in the newbie village. After much deliberation, Li Wu still splurged and bought a set of level 8 silver equipment, excluding clothes and shoes. Unfortunately, I couldn't buy a good weapon. Weapons are always in high demand. The level 8 silver weapons in the auction house either have low attack power or the attribute points are misallocated. There isn't a single decent one. There was a silver Wolfong gold weapon up for auction, which should have been discarded by the Wolf Knight, but unfortunately the price had already risen to 100 gold. Gold weapons come with a built-in skill, while silver weapons do not. Although Li Wu was envious, she still bought a silver longsword that boosted spirit. However, although the weapon was not very effective, the golden robe he left for himself was quite impressive. The gold grade Demon Hound leather armor, with a level 10 or higher, is incredibly powerful, adding 1088 points of health and 108 points of defense to a single piece. At this point, if Li Wu were to equip other level 8 silver gear, he would be considered a tank. Name: Invincible Cute Group. Health points: 2088. Defense: 258. Attack: 342. Upon seeing these attributes, Li Wu immediately became arrogant and headed straight for Wild Boar Ridge. I don't know what that spicy rabbit head girl is doing. She's been released from prison, but hasn't been online at all. Steel-toothed Wild Boar level 8. Life: 2,800. Attack: 240. Defense: 120. Skill: Charge. Instantly dashes towards a target, dealing 130% physical damage and stunning the target for 1 second. Cool down: 8 seconds. Bite: Deals 150% physical damage to the target. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Li Wu glanced at the steel-toothed boar's stats and chuckled. Although the boar had 2 skills, normal attacks couldn't even break its defense. It found a lone steel-toothed boar and charged straight at it, only to be immobilized by the boar's charge. Minus 54 dizziness. Minus 102. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Neither of steel-toothed boar's 2 skills dealt more than 10% of Li Wu's health. Li Wu ignored them and stunned steel-toothed boar after the stun wore off. Minus 293 dizziness. Minus 34 toxin. Minus 16 cut. Li Wu fought back and forth with the steel-toothed boar for 6 rounds, easily winning while losing less than 200 health points. With nearly 2088 health points, he can fight however he wants. It's just a pity that his attack power is a bit low. If he had a good weapon, he could easily defeat level 9 or 10 monsters. No wonder the price of level 6 gold weapons remains high. Although the attack power is not much higher than that of level 8 silver weapons, if you ignore the extra attribute, the attached skill is very attractive. If he wields the Silver Wolf Fang, which increases attack and provides lifesteal, he can fight monsters much stronger than himself without needing to rest. Li Wu started to miss the spicy rabbit head. Without this little turret, the monster-killing efficiency always felt a bit lacking. I don't know when this girl will log on. Although she's only level 5, if she were to wear a full set of level 5 silver gear, her damage might not be lower than his level 8. Tuanchuan was about to get out of school, and Li Wu logged off after scrolling for a while. Today is Friday. Kindergarten is closed on Saturdays and Sundays, so he needs to think carefully about how to take care of Tuanchuan. Previously, he would take Tuanchuan with him to work on Saturdays and Sundays, but now that he doesn't have to work, it's inconvenient. They were worried about sending Tuanchuan to someone else to take care of him, but in reality, there was no one else he could ask, especially after the government mandated that people play games. There were very few people with free time. Still welded to the railing at the kindergarten entrance. After picking up Tuanchuan, Li Wu did not leave immediately, but instead played some games with Tuanchuan at the kindergarten entrance. After all the children had been picked up, Li Wu led Tuan to find Teacher Lei Lei, who was disinfecting the classroom. Teacher Lei Lei, whose real name is Sun Lei, looked at Li Wu with some surprise. You want to invite me to your house for a part-time job this weekend? Li Wu nodded somewhat shyly. Yes, although it may be a bit presumptuous, the only person I can trust to take care of Tuanchuan right now is Teacher Lei Lei. Sun Lei patted Tuanchuan's little head and looked at Li Wu apologetically. Uncle Tuanchuan, I'm sorry. My daughter is only 2 years old. On weekends, I not only have to take care of her, but I also have to make up for my game time. My husband also has to make up for his game time. Even if we take turns, we are still very busy and really can't find the time. Yes, it's all right. I'm sorry to bother you. Upon hearing this, Li Wu couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. He hadn't expected that Teacher Lei Lei was married and had a 2-year-old child. Having earned 3 million in just a few days, Li Wu's mind began to stir slightly. Tuanchuan is only 3 years old. It's not too difficult for him, a grown man, to take care of her, but will be inconvenient if he waits another 2 years. Now that he has money in his account, and Teacher Lei Lei really likes Tuan, he naturally can't help but have some thoughts. It's a pity. I can only take Tuanchuan to the domestic service center tomorrow to see if we can hire a suitable nanny or child care worker. After putting Tuanchuan to sleep that night, Li Wu couldn't resist falling asleep as well. I was originally planning to try and snatch the Electric Zombie King and Silver Wolf King in the middle of the night, but I overslept and woke up at 2 a.m. Upon logging in, Li Wu immediately checked her friend's list, a smile appearing on her face. The mini turret is finally online. Li Wu sent a voice message to Spicy Rabbit, asking, "Why weren't you online during the day?" Spicy Rabbit had replied quickly, her tone full of grievance. "Don't even mention it. I was sent to school by my mom as soon as I got out of the detention center. I didn't even get to take a shower." "All right, you have to go to school. So why are you still playing so late?" "We're taking the day off tomorrow and the day after. We've significantly reduced the workload. There's no homework and no classes on Saturdays." Spicy Rabbit Head's tone was full of excitement, expressing his support for national policy for the first time. "That's good. Your red name is gone, right? Nothing went wrong, right?" When the two logged off yesterday, Spicy Rabbit Head's red name timer hadn't ended yet. They had agreed to log on together at noon, but the girl had to cancel because of school. Something unexpected happened. Spicy Rabbit Head was unlucky. He was just 10 minutes away from turning his name white, but then a player logged in ahead of him. Spicy Rabbit Head saw that the player was level 9 and ran away before anyone could see him. As a result, he ran too far and accidentally entered a level 5 monster area, where he inadvertently attracted 3 monsters. In his panic, he was bitten to death by the monsters. Not only did he lose 2 pieces of equipment, but because he was a red-named player, he was arrested by the guarding NPC and imprisoned for 2 hours as soon as he revived. That unlucky kid. After hearing this, Li Wu was speechless for a moment. After picking up the Spicy Rabbit Head, he returned to Wild Boar Ridge. Chapter 45 Buy 1 Get 1 free Spicy Rabbit Head after equipping the level 5 silver set. Even though he was 3 levels lower than Li Wu, his damage was still off the charts. The two of them could farm almost non-stop, and even if they accidentally attracted 3 steel-toothed wild boars, they were not in any danger. How come this is going further and further down the path of the tank roll? Li Wu was somewhat speechless. The two continued grinding until 7 a.m. Li Wu logged off to cook. Because Spicy Rabbit Head had been grinding monsters 3 levels higher than the level cap, he actually leveled up to level 6. Full of energy, he immediately changed into a set of level 6 equipment and went to solo grind in the level 5 monster area. After breakfast, Li Wu took Tuan Tuan to the housekeeping center. It's called a housekeeping center, but in a small county town, where can you find such a formal service platform? It's just a children's clothing store, with the owner acting as an intermediary. There are no professional nannies or child care workers. Those with money hire them at high prices from big cities. Li Wu wasn't that picky. She mainly cared about Tuan Tuan. As long as Tuan Tuan liked it and could cook, that was fine. Of course, character is also important, but you can't judge it at a glance. Time will tell. After being introduced to several options by the children's clothing store owner, Li Wu finally chose a part-time nanny who was around 30 years old and had a daughter. Live-in full-time nannies are a rare job in small towns, and shop owners can't find one in a short time. According to the shop owner, the part-time nanny named Lu Ying has a college degree and works in the community, but she is not a tenured employee and is an external hire. However, the salary and benefits were decent, and she didn't need to do part-time work. Unfortunately, her husband was involved in a drunk driving accident last year, which not only killed him, but also killed someone else. Normally, if the drunk driver is already dead, the heirs can only pay the amount they inherited, and the maximum compensation is only half of the marital property. However, seeing that the other party's family was poor and their only breadwinner had been killed by her husband, Lu Ying was willing to pay full compensation. A perfectly good family was shattered, and they were left with a lot of debt. Although she hadn't met Lu Ying yet, Li Wu already had a good impression of her. It could be that the family members of the drunk driver felt sympathy for each other or were moved by the other party's kindness. Today is Saturday, and Lu Ying doesn't have to go to work. She rushed over as soon as she heard the news. Because of the rush, Lu Ying didn't have time to send her daughter to her maternal grandmother's house, so she brought her 5-year-old daughter with her. Lu Ying is very beautiful, with long, black hair tied back, giving her a gentle and scholarly air. It's hard to associate her with a part-time nanny. Li Wu felt the force coming from his trouser leg, looked down and saw that Tuan Tuan's little hands were tightly gripping his trouser leg, her big eyes full of expectation. Li Wu quickly knelt down and hugged Tuan Tuan, asking softly, "What's wrong, baby? Can I play with that older sister?" Tuan Tuan whispered in Li Wu's ear like a mosquito. Li Wu was speechless. He had originally wanted to see if Tuan Tuan and Lu Ying got along, but the little guy had fallen for Lu Ying's daughter. Who cares who she's against, as long as they're on the same side? Li Wu immediately said that Lu Ying could start work today and could bring her child with her. It would be a daytime shift with a daily wage of 200. Li Wu hired a nanny mainly so that someone could keep Tuan Tuan company, and now that she's getting a free baby with the purchase, it's perfect. After bringing Lu Ying and her daughter home, Li Wu explained to Lu Ying that Tuan Tuan should not overexert herself and what dosage of medication to take before returning to her bedroom and putting on her gaming helmet. Li Wu was cautious and did not immediately activate the gaming helmet, but instead eavesdropped for a full hour. Lu Ying is very patient with Tuan Tuan, and her daughter is also very sensible and considerate toward Tuan Tuan. However, since they are all children, conflicts are inevitable when playing. But Lu Ying did not unilaterally protect Tuan Tuan or her daughter. Instead, she gently guided the two children to think about right and wrong, apologize to each other, and make up. Li Wu was relieved and started the game by activating the gaming headset. The Spicy Rabbit Head was still there, making Li Wu, who was only 21 years old, sighed that it's so good to be young. Are kids these days playing games like they're out of their minds? Li Wu originally wanted to advise the young girl who was still developing, but her eyes accidentally drifted down a few inches, and she smacked her lips, taking back her words of advice. The two spent another 2 hours grinding in Wild Boar Ridge. Finally, Spicy Rabbit Head couldn't stay awake any longer and went to sleep. Li Wu checked the time and also logged off. Two children were playing house, while Luing prepared the food and was serving it to the table. For their first meal, Luing didn't show off by preparing a large table of dishes. She only made 2 dishes, a stew and a stir-fry, a delicious combination of meat and vegetables. Tuanchuan, who was having a great time, came over after smelling the aroma, grabbed Li Wu's big hand, and swallowed hard. Seeing Tuanchuan's greedy expression, Li Wu couldn't help but blush slightly. Although he could cook, he usually learned on the spot and was not qualified to talk about his skills. The four sat down at the table, and Tuanchuan ate with great relish, prompting Li Wu to ask with a touch of jealousy, "Is Auntie's cooking better, or Uncle's?" "Uncle's cooking is delicious." In Tuanchuan's heart and mouth, her uncle must be the most powerful, but the speed at which the little glutton shoveled food revealed the truth. Li Wu didn't delve into it further, nodded in satisfaction, and picked at the food with her chopsticks just as quickly as Tuan Tuan. After finishing his meal, Li Wu became increasingly satisfied with Luing and turned back to his bedroom to continue playing games. The Electric Zombie King can no longer be soloed. Now, Hao Jianjun is no longer the only player who can attract it. Before the Electric Zombie King even respawns, many high-level players have already gone deep into the mine to wait for it. The damage from Li Wu's attack had reached 0.6%, which was equivalent to an additional 360 points of damage to the Electric Zombie King. Yet he still couldn't get it. Baidabeo and the Wolf Knight are just too fierce. Baidabeo's Ice Roar can deal 980 damage, but the Wolf Knight, who came later, is even more terrifying, dealing more than 1,300 damage with a Fire Slash, which is simply too powerful. The Electric Zombie King was eventually snatched away by the Wolf Knight, who dropped 2 pieces of golden equipment, making Li Wu extremely envious. It's alright. Level 5 bosses aren't worth much anymore. They cost 1 million. Li Wu comforted herself as she followed the main groups south of the village. The Silver Wolf King was about to spawn. The days when the Silver Wolf King wreaked havoc are long gone. A few hundred casual players can easily defeat him now. Li Wu's shoes were fast, and he finally arrived when the Silver Wolf King had less than 30% health left. Before Baidabeo and the other big shots could get there, he seized the opportunity and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Without freaks like Baidabeo and Wolf Knight, Li Wu's DPS is considered monster among ordinary players. After stacking 5 layers of poison, the Silver Wolf King's health drops rapidly. The Silver Wolf King quickly focused its hatred on Li Wu, but Li Wu's health and defense were not to be underestimated. He withstood 2 attacks from the Silver Wolf King and finally took down the last bit of its health. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss, Silver Wolf King. You have gained 6,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss, Silver Wolf King. You have gained 50 reputation points. Chapter 46, Who's Blocking Whose Path to Wealth? 2 dings made Li Wu realize that the Silver Wolf King belonged to him, and he hurriedly picked up his things. -76, -4, -11, -1, -56, -1. A barrage of attacks landed on Li Wu, but he didn't stop. He drank a bottle of red medicine with one hand and quickly put 2 pieces of purple gold in his backpack with the other. Seeing that there was only currency left on the ground, he hurriedly ran to the side. He runs faster than others, so he still has a good chance of breaking through the encirclement. However, the expected second wave of attacks only hit him sporadically, and instead, several screams came from afar. Li Wu turned her head and immediately realized what was happening. She decided to stop running and instead turned back to collect the silver coins. Most players have participated in the strategy of defeating level 5 bosses. As long as you're smart, you won't let your name turn gray or red among all the other players. Those players who couldn't resist attacking Li Wu were instantly overwhelmed by the 4th calamity. Not only did they not get any of Li Wu's equipment, they themselves lost at least 1 piece of equipment. Li Wu didn't do anything foolish. He simply picked up a dozen or so silver coins and left. It wasn't that he was handsome and kind-hearted and wanted to leave some soup for other players, but rather that he was afraid that once everyone had left, some players would team up to ambush him. While the copper coins scattered on the ground still held some allure, Li Wu, relying on her swift legs, quickly left the battlefield. After getting away from the battlefield and seeing that there were no other players around, they began to check the loot dropped by the Silver Wolf King. The Silver Wolf King dropped 2 level 5 gold items, a helmet and a bracelet, both with physical attributes. Including the extra attribute, they were better than the level 8 silver equipment he was wearing. Li Wu was too lazy to sell it, so she just swapped it in. Her attack power decreased by 8 points, but her health increased by 60 points and her defense increased by 8 points. After throwing the discarded equipment and the silver equipment dropped by the Silver Wolf King into the auction house, Li Wu sent a message to Bai Debeo. White Heroine, when are we going to fight the Berserk Giant Ape? Do you need any more fighters? Bai Debeo, who was lamenting that he had missed the Silver Wolf King, replied with a strange expression after receiving Li Wu's message. What? You're still trying to find a bargain? Li Wu was somewhat unconvinced and replied, What do you mean by picking up the scraps? My personal output was almost 20% of the boss's health, and the boss wouldn't have died even if I hadn't attacked. It was a complete waste. Even if you don't waste your time, you won't have a chance. Someone already guessed yesterday that you got the bargain. If you dare to show your face today, you'll probably get killed, Bai Debeo replied gloatingly. No way. They couldn't have killed the Berserk Giant Ape without me. That was yesterday. Today is different. So confident. That's all thanks to you. The mobs in the Abyss Passage dungeon have a chance to drop level 10 silver equipment. As long as you don't kill the boss, the mobs respawn every half hour. Although the drop rate isn't high, you can farm them repeatedly. Now level 10 silver equipment is almost everywhere, and the price has dropped by more than half. How do you think the overall combat power of players has improved? The Berserker Giant Ape is basically guaranteed to clear it 100% of time. Then won't I take advantage of the situation? Li Wu raplia unwillingly. Yesterday, some big shots said to pay close attention to those who hide their names, or they might get sent away directly. Aren't they afraid of being flagged for having their accounts banned? You don't understand the world of us rich people. I can hire 7 bodyguards in the game, so why can't others hire a few suicide squads? Why do you have to do things yourself? Although I won't stab you in the back because of our friendship, I can't control what others do. Li Wu smacked her lips, unsure of what to say. The tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. He hasn't even thought he's that outstanding yet. So why is he being targeted by all the big shots? Seeing that Li Wu wasn't replying, Bai Debeo kindly offered a suggestion. Actually, you're not incapable of fighting. As long as you find some skilled players to fight alongside you, no one will dare to risk being a red-named player to attack you. Sighed. Tell me, what are your conditions? Li Wu Siga. Of course he knew this method, but he only had Bai Debeo and Spicy Rabbit Head in his friend list. The only big shot he could find was Bai Debeo, and the only person he could trust was her. I can call the Wolf Knight and a few more people to protect you. I believe with the 2 of us around, no one will dare to make a move. If we manage to take the boss, you'll get 1/3 of the spoils, and the other 2/3 will go to me and the Wolf Knight. Of course, you don't need to pay the wages of the other fighters. Good. Li Wu answered decisively. 1/3 is fine. It's better than nothing. After reuniting with Bai Debeo, the Wolf Knight, and others, the group headed towards the valley where the Berserk Giant Ape was located. There were a few fewer team members than yesterday, probably because Bai Debeo only offered a fixed salary today. Li was too lazy to ask. With him around, Bai Debeo and the Wolf Knight would have to be idiots to share 2/3 of the profits with the others. However, a dozen or so people would be enough, plus Bai Debeo's 7 bodyguards and butler. Li Wu finally noticed the problem and turned to ask, Where are your butler and bodyguards? I sent them to guard Cerberus. Do we really need to guard this place beforehand? If we want to fight, wouldn't it be better to kill them all here first and then go to fight? Bai Debeo looked at Li Wu with some surprise. Don't you ever read the forums? What do you mean? Li Wu was even more confused. Besides you, Zhang Tianxia also killed Cerberus yesterday and posted a strategy on the forum, saying that Cerberus can't go out or turn around. As long as you can withstand the boss's bombardment and rush behind the boss, you can fight it at will. There's such a technique? But what does that have to do with you having people guarding the area beforehand? Can your butler and bodyguards hold their own? If we can't withstand the attack head-on, can we just stay in the passage and wait for the boss to respawn? Damn, they even have this kind of crazy tactic? I was just thinking of making another killing today. This Zhang Tianxia is blocking my path to wealth. They haven't even said you're blocking their path to wealth yet. Someone on the forum revealed that Zhang Tianxia killed Cerberus only 2 minutes later than you. Not only did he lose 1,000 reputation points from a boss, but he also lost the 3,000 reputation points needed to activate the dungeon passage. In addition, he lost the 2 most important announcements to the entire nation. Oh, what a coincidence! Li Wu felt much better instantly, then continued disdainfully. What's so important about an announcement across all of China? It makes everyone know I'm rich. I'm just short of yelling, "Come and chop me up." You really don't know anything. Bai Debao glanced at Li Wu with disdain, then shook his head. Do you know how valuable a server-wide announcement is? If Zhang Tianxia can get 3 server-wide announcements in a row, once the guild system is opened, he can instantly build a top-notch guild with just a call to action. If I could get the server-wide announcement, I'd even consider starting my own guild. His hard-won server-wide announcement was almost completely overshadowed by your 2 consecutive server-wide announcements. Who's blocking whose path to wealth? He might not necessarily want fame. Li Wu awkwardly touched her nose. He's even posting strategy guides on forums to gain popularity now. Do you think he doesn't want that? Bai Debao rolled his eyes, then, as if remembering something, glared at Li Wu and continued. You're blocking my path to wealth. I don't know how you managed to run so fast yesterday. The interval between the deaths of the berserk giant ape and the Cerberus was less than an hour and a half. If you finish fighting here and then rush over there, unless you commit suicide and go back to the village, you won't be able to catch up at the respawn. Chapter 47, The Raging Li Wu also rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, I've been climbing the mountain for half an hour, otherwise you would have been even further behind. Then why don't you and the Wolf Knight go fight Cerberus first? Cerberus doesn't have any damage reduction skills, so you 2 have a better chance of getting the damage than if you fought the berserk giant ape with me, Li Wu asked with some doubt. Before Bai Debao could reply, the Wolf Knight, who had been listening to the commotion for a while, came over and said, she thinks the bug with Cerberus is too obvious, and things might change. It's more reliable for her to follow you. Although there are now guides for defeating Cerberus, the number of players coming to fight the berserk giant ape hasn't decreased. In fact, it's increased significantly compared to yesterday. After all, 24 hours had passed, and more players had reached level 9 or 10. In addition, quite a few level 8 players had also come after hearing the news. If it weren't for the fact that there were level 9 or 10 monsters around the berserk giant ape valley, players below level 8 would probably have dared to come and join the fun. Most of the bigwigs who led the way yesterday also came, and they probably share the same idea as Bai Debao. They don't think Cerberus has such an obvious bug. Outside the valley, players kept glancing at those who were hiding their names and wearing masks. Some even went up to them and demanded that they reveal their names. Li Wu knew perfectly well that they were wary of him. However, given Bai Debao and the Wolf Knight's reputation, even though someone saw that Li Wu had concealed his name, no one came over to force him to reveal his identity. Surprisingly, Hao Jianjun didn't come. It's unclear whether he also went to guard Cerberus. Even without Hao Jianjun, it's not impossible to fight the boss. Some experienced players simply sent 2 alt accounts to engage the monster, baiting out the berserk giant ape skills, and then players swarmed in. Li Wu mingled around Bai Debao, throwing fireballs. His slightly over 2,000 HP and extremely high defense made him incredibly stable. The boss's AoE attacks could only take away 800 HP from him. As long as he wasn't hit by the AoE attack 3 times in a row, he could stay alive by using potions. On the other hand, Bai Debao had to occasionally run out of the skill range. When the berserk giant ape's health dropped to 50%, it entered berserk mode. Only then did Li Wu become more cautious, controlling her attack speed to avoid generating too much aggro while monitoring her own health. The instant red, which was temporarily borrowed from Bai Debao, did not have a chance to be used, and the battle reached the final stage without any major incident. Li Wu was cautious and did not immediately unleash her full power. Instead, she waited until the boss had 10% health left before going all out. One after another, the number 1080 exploded above the boss's head, standing out conspicuously among a group of numbers that were at most 3 digits. Before the players could react, the berserk giant ape was already lying on the ground. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss, rampaging giant ape. You have gained 25,000 experience points and an additional 10,000 experience points for exceeding your level. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 9. Ding. Congratulations on your team defeating the boss, rampaging giant ape. The team reputation bonus is increased by 20%, and you gain 20 reputation points. Ding. Congratulations on your talent level being upgraded to level 6. Baidabeo quickly picked up the items, while the other team members shielded her with their weapons facing outwards. Faced with this situation, no foolish player dared to make a move. After Baidabeo picked up the equipment, the other players could only regretfully leave. Some with bad tempers cursed in the public chat, but no one dared to actually make a move. As the players dispersed, Li Wu cupped his hands in thanks to his teammates, saying, "Thank you all." Li Wu had a reason for expressing his gratitude. He gained so much experience because, at the last moment, apart from him and Baidabeo, the other teammates voluntarily left the team. These people were already level 10 the day before, so they didn't need any experience. Li Wu also had no need to hide his ability to take down 1080 HP from a boss with a single strike. With the Berserker Giant Ape's defense and 90% damage immunity, others can only deal a dozen or 20 points of damage. Even if the Wolf Knight uses Fireball, he can only deal 100 points of damage. Li Wu really didn't care about this little bit of damage. The reason he kept Baidabeo as the captain was to gain the trust of the others. The captain's presence relieved the Wolf Knight and the others of their worries. Even disregarding Baidabeo's character, her nonchalant attitude towards money was enough for Li Wu to believe that she wouldn't hold back. 1 platinum grade robe, 2 gold grade pieces for level 10 silver grade equipment, 1 berserk skill book, 5 pieces of purple gold, ore, and 6 gold and 90 silver in currency. After everyone had dispersed, Baidabeo showed the equipment attributes as he spoke. Li Wu glanced at it, and finally fixed her gaze on the berserk skill book. Skill book, Rapid Berserk. Rapid Frenzy. Instantly increases attack speed by 30% and movement speed by 30%, while reducing defense by 30% for 10 seconds. Cool down, 5 minutes. This is great stuff. The most valuable items dropped by the Berserker Giant Ape are the Platinum Robe and the Berserker Skill Book. A regular skill book costs around 100,000, but this Berserk Skill Book would probably cost even more. Are you choosing something or paying cash? Baidabeo asked Li Wu with a smile. Give me a price first. Li Wu said with a smile as she looked at Baidabeo. The Wolf Rider, standing to the side, curled his lip and muttered disdainfully, still saying there's no story? I estimate the Platinum Robe to be worth 200,000, the Skill Book to be worth 200,000 as well, the 2 gold pieces to be worth 50,000 each, and the 4 level 10 silver pieces to be worth 30,000 in total. As for the purple gold ore, its use is unknown, so I'll just say it's worth 1,000 each. If you think it's valuable, you can take it first. Consider the remaining 6 gold and 90 silver as a bonus for the others, since you got so much more experience. 1/3 of 6 gold and 90 silver is 2,300 yuan. Li Wu smacked his lips, really wanting to return the experience points. Fortunately, Li Wu knew it was embarrassing and didn't say it out loud. Baidabeo's estimate was similar to Li Wu's expectations, except that the skill book was a bit lower than he had anticipated. This might be due to differing opinions. Big shots like Baidabeo and Wolf Knight pursue high burst damage, while Li Wu, with his cutting talent, has a higher need for attack speed. Li Wu thought for a moment and then said, the total price is 535,000. I'll take 1/3, which is 178,300. I want the skill book and the purple gold, or I'll pay the difference of 27,700, which is 27 gold and 70 silver. Sure, Baidabeo readily agreed, handing the skill book and purple gold or to Li Wu on the spot, and added with a smile, let's skip the extra payment. Still saying there's no story. Wolf Knight muttered again, earning a roll of his eyes from Baidabeo. Li Wu shook his head, took out 28 gold coins, and handed them to Baidabeo, and said with a smile, we still need to replenish them. I feel that the purple gold or should be very useful. Who knows, the price might suddenly skyrocket in the future. Really? Then give me one. Give me one too. Li Wu wanted to take back her words, but it was too late. With a wry smile, she gave Baidabeo and the Wolf Knight each a piece of purple gold ore. With the possibility of a price increase in the future, Baidabeo and the Wolf Knight each gave Li Wu 1 gold coin. Chapter 48, Junlin Tianxia miscalculated. After dividing the spoils, Li Wu couldn't sit still. He waved to the others and returned to the city amidst their astonished gazes. Baidabeo's eyes widened, and he quickly sent a message to Li Wu. What item did you use to return to town? Are you selling it? Hehe. The return stone is now bound. By DeBayo, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, turned to the Wolf Knight and said, "Take off your weapon and send me back to the city with your little fists." "Aren't you afraid of dying?" the Wolf Rider asked in surprise. By DeBayo recalled his painful experience of dying and sighed in despair. "Never mind. We're at the northernmost part of the starting village. We can actually go straight to the Cerberus spawn point at the westernmost part of the starting village without returning to town. I think it shouldn't take more than an hour and a half, so we might be able to get there." "Forget it, I'm not going. If that bug really works, we'll be too late by the time we get there. If it doesn't work, I, a mage, won't even have a chance to reach the boss. I'm not going to go looking for trouble. No way. I have a chance to rush in. And even if we can't beat them, the invincible cute team can. After they're done, we can drag them to farm a dungeon. We haven't killed a single dungeon boss yet. He's level 9. How can he get into the dungeon? He'll be almost done after killing the boss. If he hasn't leveled up yet, we can just take him to grind some level 10 monsters for a while. It'll be quick." "All right, let's go." By DeBayo and the Wolf Rider had already discussed it, but his teammates weren't as afraid of death as by DeBayo. One of them said with a smile, "Hey guys, we can't run as fast as you. Why don't you guys beat us to death with your little fists first? We're not afraid of death. If we drop any equipment, just pick it up for us." By DeBayo was speechless. How could she not know what these people were up to? But since it didn't matter, she had the others remove their weapons and a few pieces of offensive equipment to attack first. After their names turned gray, she knocked them away one by one with her staff. "Why don't you send me back with your little fists?" "I'm not afraid of dying," the Wolf Rider said with a sly grin. "Get lost. You expect me, a magic-based player, to roam freely in a level 10 monster zone." After returning to the city, Li Wu bought 1,000 stones and ran towards Cerberus. Halfway there, he was attracted by a sudden loudspeaker. Pin post from the entire village. By DeBayo, "Junlin Tianxia, do you have a death wish? How dare you kill my men?" By DeBayo's loudspeaker did not elicit a reply from Junlin Tianxia, but it did attract Li Wu's inquiry. "What's going on?" Junlin Tianxia led 2 teams to clear out people in the boss passage. "My butler and bodyguards were all killed and sent back to the city. Even boss Hao Jianjun was sent back by their concentrated fire. Is he crazy? Isn't he afraid of getting killed and having his account wiped out after becoming a red-named player?" "He's not crazy. He's actually quite clever. With 2 teams of 40 level 10 characters, no one can stop him from focusing fire and clearing out everyone in the narrow passage. Even if they get red-named, they can just turn around and go into the dungeon to grind mobs all day after killing the boss. Who could do anything to him? Isn't he afraid of bugs that make it unusable or some unexpected problems? He's just gambling on luck. He doesn't have any platinum gear, and he's already wearing a set of outdated gold gear. Even if he loses a few pieces, he won't care. Besides, he's already level 10, so even if he goes to jail for a day, it won't be a big loss. He's a ruthless person." Li Wu gave a fair assessment. "That's ruthless enough. Be careful. It's okay. I won't show my face unless I have the chance." After arriving near the Cerberus spawn point, Li Wu did not enter the valley. Instead, he took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and made a big detour, climbing up the mountain along the path he had dug out yesterday. The mountain walls on both sides of the valley were 200 or 300 meters high. Li Wu lay in a clump of trees, only her eyes showing as she looked down. A large crowd had gathered in the valley, gazing at the stone gate and cursing. Judging from the noise, they were probably cursing the Junlin Tianxia gang. The group from Junlin Tianxia were blocking the entrance, so Li Wu couldn't see them and could only wait quietly. Not long after, 3 consecutive roars suddenly rang out, and patches of white light emerged from the valley. As the boss spawned, all the players in the valley were forcibly teleported away. A series of chaotic noises came from outside the valley entrance. Li Wu opened the area chat, and a strange smile appeared on his face. The group from Junlin Tianxia inside the portal were also forcibly teleported, just like the players inside the valley, to the outside of the valley entrance. Li Wu guessed that Junlin Tianxia's expression right now must be quite interesting. 40 red-named individuals appeared in the swarming crowd, looking no different from 40 large meat buns. They were all killed in less than a minute, leaving behind a pile of equipment and items. All items in the red-named player's backpack were dropped, and at least 2 pieces of their equipment were lost. Players outside the valley made a fortune before even fighting the boss, and the area chat was filled with gratitude towards Junlin Tianxia. Pin post from the entire village. By Debeo, congratulations to Junlin the puppy for serving his life in jail. Pin post from the entire village. Wolf Knight, congratulations to the little dog from King's Landing for serving his life in jail. When Li Wu saw that his two comrades had started using the megaphone, he felt a sense of shared hatred for the enemy and replied with a comment in the area chat. The Invincible Cute Group, congratulations to the king's puppy for serving his life in jail. How could I possibly use a loudspeaker? The farce of King of the Heavens has ended, but the players outside the valley are facing a dilemma. Without exploiting bugs, there are players who manage to withstand the boss's 3 area of effect attacks and rush behind it by following the strategy guide. Unfortunately, none of them were actually there. They were either rushing over like Wolf Knight or being ambushed and forced to return to town by Junlin Tianxia, like Hao Jianjun. Players present who wanted to fight Cerberus could only do what the initial failed strategy on the forum suggested. Focus fire on the boss from a distance during the intervals between the boss's area of effect attacks, attacking in waves and then retreating. Although that guide was a failure, it doesn't mean it will fail now. That post was made 2 days ago, and players' levels and equipment are much higher now than they were then. 2 days ago, other newbie villages were already able to reach the 3rd stage, so they definitely have a chance to take on the boss now. Outside the valley entrance, players were enthusiastically analyzing the situation, and some even began to guide other players on how to conquer the area. Suddenly, a surprise voice drew everyone's attention. Holy crap, someone's climbed down the mountain. Upon hearing the sound, the players quickly crowded to the entrance of the valley and found someone climbing down the cliff at the bottom corner of the valley, even reaching the range of Cerberus's alert. One area of effect attack after another burst out from the portal, but the player on the mountain wall continued to climb down and scathed without stopping. Holy crap, this is the real bug, isn't it? Hidden names, wearing masks. This is definitely the most adorable group ever. Quick, everyone charge forward and focus fire on that guy. Okay, you go first, we'll follow you. Why aren't you moving? I'm afraid my name will change its color. Damn, as if we're not afraid. Chapter 49, Pet Egg. Li Wui immediately climbed down the mountain wall after everyone was cleared out. Just like yesterday, Li Wu stood unharmed in a corner of the valley, then walked along the wall toward the stone gate. Upon arriving at the stone gate, Li Wu did not throw stones, but waited silently. Just then, more than a dozen players rushed in from the valley entrance. Most of them fell instantly under the boss's attack, while the remaining 6 players with low health shot ice arrows at Li Wu by the door from a distance. Minus 121. Minus 112. Minus 151. 6 damage numbers floated above Li Wu's head in a row, but Li Wu didn't panic. He poured a large red potion into his hand, and then took out the instant recovery potion that Bai Debeo hadn't asked for back. Li Wu had anticipated this. Ordinary players certainly wouldn't dare to charge in and fight the boss, but there are still wealthy people like Bai Debeo who have hired several henchmen. It's perfectly normal to send subordinates to try and kill Li Wu in order to prevent Li Wu from getting ahead of the boss and killing him solo. If it were yesterday, Li Wu really wouldn't have been able to hold on, but now he's practically a tank. Even Bai Debeo couldn't kill him instantly, let alone a few henchmen. A string of black energy balls flew out from the stone gate, taking away the player who was closest to it. Then, a large cloud of black mist gushed out from inside the stone gate. Li Wu's eyes lit up. Before the black mist spread to him, he drank the instant recovery potion, then endured 4 fireballs and rushed into the stone gate. The 4 surviving players, under the effect of the black mist's healing preventing effect, chased after the enemy for a few steps before turning into white light one after another. Li Wu, braving the black mist, rushed up behind Cerberus, following its feet. Looking at the remaining 980 health points, I couldn't help but feel a little regretful about that instant recovery potion that cost several $100s and was priceless. He could retain 180 health points even without using them, but he didn't dare to gamble. Li Wu couldn't help but laugh when she saw the Cerberus's round belly stuck between the walls. This thing can't be female, can it? Her belly is almost as big as Mrs. Lee's when she was 3 years pregnant. Looking at the Cerberus's defenseless rear end, Li Wu suddenly remembered something and took out the rookie pistol that he had buried for a long time from his backpack. Previously, Li Wu hadn't considered this possibility because he couldn't afford to use bullets, but now his cutting attack had leveled up again, dealing 0.7% damage, meaning he could kill the boss in 143 hits. A bullet costs 5 yuan, which means you can take down a boss for 715 yuan. The attack range of a pistol is much farther than that of skills, even farther than the skill range of the bosses in the beginner village. If you succeed, wouldn't you be able to kite them at will? Bang! Immunity. Bang bang bang. After firing a few shots, Li Wu, his face dark, put away his pistol, switched his longsword, and slashed at Cerberus. There was no time for Li Wu to think about firearms. As Li Wu rushed into the stone gate, the players outside the valley couldn't sit still any longer. Players with leadership skills began instructing ranged players to hold positions and focus fire on the boss, while wealthy players began hiring assassins to trick the boss into using its skills. Under the pressure of the fog, the players actually managed to find a rhythm, dealing a wave of damage to the boss every few seconds. Some players even possess area of effect, AoE, skills, so even if Li Wu is blocked behind Cerberus and cannot be locked onto, the AoE damage can still take away a significant amount of Li Wu's health. This forced Li Wu to either take pills or retreat and throw stones. Unfortunately, Li Wu's cutting level has reached level 6, with a cutting damage of 0.7%, each hit dealing 1400 damage. Combined with a double cutting trigger from 5 layers of poison and a normal attack, each hit deals 1400 damage plus 170 damage. In the end, the god of wealth favored Li Wu, and Cerberus died by Li Wu's sword. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss Cerberus. You have gained 50,000 experience points and a reward of 10,000 points for defeating a higher level boss. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 10. Ding! Congratulations on learning the beginner skill, jump slash. Ding! Congratulations on learning the beginner skill, blowing wind. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss Cerberus. You have received a reputation reward of 50. Li Wu paused for a moment when she saw the items dropped by the boss, then quickly picked them up. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the first pet egg in the Chinese server. Reward: 3,000 reputation points. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Invincible Q Team for being the first to obtain a pet egg. The pet system is now open, and all monsters have a chance to drop pet eggs. This is hereby announced. With a dark expression, Li Wu quickly picked up the other items, not even bothering to pick up the silver coins, and ran away. The server-wide announcement is a real troublemaker. Platinum equipment is already enough to make people envious, and now he's created the first pet egg. If he were to switch identities with other players, he might not be able to resist the temptation. Can I just keep quiet and make a fortune? Fortunately, I've reached level 10. The deepest part of the passage is a dungeon. Once I'm inside the dungeon, I can use a return stone to be safe. Li Wu had just turned around and taken 2 steps when he was hit by several ice arrows, which immediately slowed his movement speed. Violent. Li Wu instantly activated the newly learned Berserk skill, increasing her movement speed by 30%. Combined with the extra movement speed from her platinum shoes, she broke out of the other player's attack range after only taking a few hits. Reaching the end of the passage, Li Wu placed her hand on the black light screen, and a system notification sounded. The Abyss Passage dungeon can only be entered once per day. The dungeon is quite difficult, and it is recommended to enter in a team. Please confirm whether you wish to enter solo. Li Wu had no time to form a team, so he simply clicked confirm and then disappeared in front of the black light screen. The next moment, Li Wu appeared in a long tunnel where several humanoid monsters with 2 horns on their heads and completely black bodies were swimming in the distance. Li Wu looked at her remaining 300 health points and breathed a sigh of relief. We're safe now. Instead of checking the monsters in the distance, Li Wu opened her backpack to check her loot. The first thing I'll definitely look at is the rare pet egg. Hellhound pet egg. After hatching, you can randomly obtain a hellhound with one of the 3 attributes: fire, ice, or dark. Hellhound, a descendant of Cerberus, but due to impure bloodline, it failed to fully inherit its mother's bloodline. Note: pets are bound after hatching and cannot be traded. The simple introduction left Li Wu somewhat confused. A-grade pet egg should theoretically be considered top tier, but the information shows that the demon dog bloodline is impure. It's a mixed breed, or mongrel in short. Li Wu brought up the pet interface, but unfortunately, there was no information about it. She guessed that she could only view the specific information after the pet was hatched. I wonder if there are S grades or even SS and SSS grades above a grade. What if they use 5S pressing technology, like cooking oil? Wouldn't a grade become counterfeit? Should we hatch it? Logically speaking, he should already be level 10, and the main city hasn't opened yet. So this is the perfect time to train his pets, otherwise the experience would be wasted. Li Wu hesitated for a million seconds before gently stuffing the pet egg back in her bag and checking the other items. Chapter 50. Rich and Willful. It's unclear whether the pet egg absorbed all of Li Wu's wealth, but the Cerberus dropped 2 pieces of gold equipment and 3 pieces of level 10 silver equipment for him. Demon Hound leggings, gold. Health plus 460. Stamina plus 18. Agility plus 18. Strength plus 18. Equipment rating 54. Demon Hound ring, gold. Physical attack plus 28. Root bone plus 18. Strength plus 18. Spirit plus 18. Equipment rating 54. The other 2 level 10 silver equipment pieces were both magic-based, and Li Wu immediately put them into the auction house. After nearly being killed twice while fighting Cerberus, Li Wu finally realized the importance of equipment. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't sold his gold grade top, he wouldn't have even had a chance to fight the boss before being instantly killed. Simply selling money is not the key to success. Improving one's own capabilities is the best way to make money. Seeing that both pieces of gold equipment had physical attributes and were just right for him, Li Wu didn't hesitate and equipped them immediately. After putting the 2 level 8 silver items that I replaced on the market, I searched for level 10 silver equipment. Just as Bai DeBeo said, the price of level 10 silver equipment has plummeted even lower than that of level 9 silver equipment and about the same as that of level 8 equipment, and there are a lot of them available. After some selection, Li Wu bought 2 level 10 silver bracelets, 1 level 10 silver ring, and 1 level 10 silver helmet, prioritizing items that increased health and defense. After changing his clothes, Li Wu realized that he had unknowingly gone further down the path of becoming a tank. Name, Li Wu. Level 10. Health points, 2860. Mana points, 620. Physical attack, 428. Defense, 428. Li Wu looked at his attributes and was speechless. His attack power hadn't increased much, but his defense was on par with his attack power. A level 10 boss only has 500 defense points. With a little more effort, he could replace Cerberus as the gatekeeper. After reaching level 10, you will automatically learn 2 common beginner skills. Leap slash. Leap high into the air and deliver a powerful strike, dealing 180% physical damage. Cast distance, 3 meters. Cool down, 8 seconds. Blowing wind. Can blow away enemies within a 2-meter radius who are no higher than the user's level to a distance of 8 meters. The distance blown away increases by 1 meter for each level lower than the target's level. Cooldown time, 8 seconds. Opening the friends list, Bai DeBeo's avatar had been flashing for quite some time. I want it. I want it. I want it. Bai DeBeo's voice made Li Wu shudder. You know what's going to be revealed? And you're already asking for it. I want a pet egg. I want a pet. Bai DeBeo was completely uninterested in anything else at this moment. His mind was solely focused on getting a pet. There's only 1 pet egg in the entire server right now, so how am I supposed to price it? Li Wu said helplessly. His main idea was to sell the pet egg, since it was the first pet in the entire server, but how to price it had become a problem. You're not the only one on the entire server anymore. Pet eggs are already being listed in the auction house. I reckon yours should be even better. Zhou fast. Li Wu was surprised and quickly opened the auction house, only to find 2 pet eggs being auctioned off. Giant rabbit pet egg, rank F. Steel-toothed wild boar pet egg, grade C. Li Wu was speechless. It had only been a few minutes, and the monsters were already dropping pet eggs. Wasn't there going to be a version update? I was originally thinking of using the fact that it was the only pet egg in the entire server to raise its value, but before I could even get used to it, the hype started to die down. Fortunately, the 2 pet eggs in the auction house were of low quality, not enough to affect the A-grade quality of the Hellhound. It's okay to sell. Li Wu gritted her teeth, then added, but it's really hard to set a price. I'm afraid I'll have to put it on an auction house. Bai DeBeo panicked and quickly replied, No, Group Geijai, don't go to the auction house. I'm not afraid of the price, but I'm afraid someone will steal the tower at the last second. There's nothing I can do about it. The price of this stuff is uncertain right now, so selling it to you too high or too low wouldn't be good either. Li Wu replied helplessly. What's the big deal? Here's what we'll do. I'll deposit 1 million with you first. And then when someone in our village or another village auctions a pet egg of similar quality to yours, we'll calculate the price based on the highest winning bid. If it's more than that, you don't need to return it. If it's less, I'll make up the difference. Before Li Wu could reply, she received a system notification that 1 million yuan had been deposited into her bank account. Li Wu was speechless for a moment, then sent a message with a strange expression. Haven't you asked me what kind of pet egg it is yet? Isn't it a Cerberus pet egg? Bai Debao asked in confusion. Mine is a mixed breed. Li Wu sent over the information about the hellhound pet egg. Bai Debao was silent for a moment, then excitedly sent a message. You scared me. I thought it was a mongrel. Hellhound. The name sounds even cooler than Cerberus. Besides, A grade can't be bad. I can always replace it with a better one later. You're rich and you can do whatever you want. I'm going back to the city now. Come find me. Don't go back to town. I'm almost at the Cerberus spawn point. I'm already in the instance. It's okay. You can join the group, and I can join the same instance as you. Li Wu accepted Bai Debao's invitation to join a team, and then threw a true eye at the humanoid monster in the distance. 5 monsters were roaming in the distance, one of which looked more robust than the other 4. Abyss Demon Elite. Level 10. Life, 20,000. Defense, 350. Physical attack, 450. Skill 1. Taunt. Shout loudly to attract the target's aggro. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 2. Bloodthirsty Strike. Deals 130% physical damage to the target and restores health equal to the damage dealt. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 3. Abyss Steel Body. Reduces magic damage by 30%. Abyss Servant Elite. Level 10. Life, 15,000. Defense, 300. Spell attack, 420. Skill 1. Fireball. Deals 130% spell damage to the target, with a 3-second cooldown. Skill 2. Abyssal Demon Fire. Releases Abyssal Demon Fire towards the target area. The fire range is 5 meters, dealing 70% spell damage per second to targets within the fire range. The duration is 10 seconds, and the cooldown is 3 seconds. Skill 3. Abyssal Demon Body. Reduces physical damage by 30%. According to the information, the 5 humanoid monsters consist of 1 melee fighter and 4 mages. Their damage isn't too outrageous, but their health is astonishing. The Abyss Passage Dungeon is a 10-player dungeon where 10 players face 5 elite monsters. Without healing skills, it severely tests teamwork, and even a typical team might not be able to win. However, Li Wu was not afraid. As he moved further and further into the role of a tank, his defense reached 428 points. The demon could barely break through his defense, and the demon servants had even more difficulty breaking through his defense. If there was only one elite monster in the Abyss Passage Dungeon in Chapter 51, Li Wu would like to have a go, but 5 monsters would be a no-go. Fortunately, Bai Debao didn't keep Li Wu waiting long and appeared beside her not long afterward. Along with Bai Debao were Wolf Knight and 7 other players. Upon meeting, Bai Debao eagerly stretched out his delicate white hands to Li Wu. Li Wu glanced at it and grinned. You can tell he's never done any work before. Hey, stop messing around. Give it to me now. Bai Debao was extremely anxious, stretching out his hands as if to grab Li Wu's throat. The wolf rider beside him curled his lip and muttered slyly. Tiske. Such vulgar words. Li Wu glanced at the wolf knight speechlessly, stopped teasing Bai Debao, and took out the pet egg. Bai Debao took the pet egg and immediately began to incubate it. A small, jet black dog appeared at Bai Debao's feet. Despite being called a hellhound, its small size made it quite adorable. Wow, so cute. Bai Debao's eyes lit up as he hugged the puppy and teased it. Li Wu fired a true eye at the little black dog. Hellhound Puppy Ice. Qualification, A. Level, 0. Health points, 180. Mana points, 180. Defense, 20. Spell attack, 50. Skill, Frost Arrow. Seeing the attributes of a hellhound, Li Wu felt envious. I didn't expect the hellhound's initial stats to be so high, almost twice as high as the players. Fortunately, pets probably can't wear equipment. Li Wu couldn't see Bai Debao's pet interface, so she asked curiously, what's the description of an A-level aptitude? Upon hearing Li Wu's reminder, Bai Debao quickly brought up the pet interface, and then said with a look of surprise, A-grade pets gain 100% of their initial attribute value for every level they gain. Increase initial attribute values by 100%? Don't tell me that every level up increases health by 180, mana by 180, defense by 20, and spell attack by 50. That's exactly what I mean. The Wolf Knight reacted the most, shouting with envy. This is insane. When this pet reaches level 10, it will have 1980 HP, 220 defense, and 550 magic attack. That's stronger than a magic-based player wearing a full set of level 10 silver gear. Li Wu glanced at her 428 attack power silently and said nothing. If it weren't for its significantly higher health and defense, it would be no better than a dog. Let me tell you a secret. Bai Bao suddenly glanced at the others with a mysterious look, but unfortunately, he was not one to keep secrets. Before anyone could chime in, he blurted out, "My black Bao is level 10 and can be ridden." What the hell is Hey Bao? Li Wu glanced at it and noticed that the hellhound's name had changed to Hey Bao. Then, she suddenly realized and asked in surprise, "Pets can be used as mounts?" I don't know about other pets, but my Blackie stats say that you can't ride it if you're below level 10, which means you can ride it after level 10. The wolf rider looked at Hey Bao with even more envy, but then suddenly remembered something and burst out laughing. Bai Bao turned around and glared angrily, pointing at the wolf rider's nose. "What do you mean? You look down on my black Bao?" Haha, no. I just think whether pets can be used as mounts should depend on their species. Otherwise, what about that venomous spider pet in the auction house? Will it be able to ride on a king crab after level 10? Haha. The image of someone stepping on a king crab immediately caught everyone's attention, and everyone burst out laughing. Even Li Wu couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, casually pointing to the humanoid elite monster in the distance. What if this abyss demon also drops a pet egg? Damn, riding a person is unacceptable. After everyone had finished laughing, Li Wu pointed to the monster in the distance again and asked, "Shall we fight or not?" "Go for it. We didn't kill a single boss yesterday, but with you here today, we're sure to win." "How should it be allocated?" We had already agreed that the loot from the mobs would be split equally among the 7 of them, and the 3 of US wouldn't participate. If we beat the boss, the 3 of us would split the loot equally. Li Wu glanced at the other 7 players, all of whom were familiar faces from the past 2 days. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Isn't this a bit unfair to the 7 of them?" Just as Bai Bao was about to speak, a player named Lonely and Cold laughed and said, "This is very fair. We're not at the same level as the 3 big shots. We were just carried. Moreover, if we pass the boss, Sister Bai will give each of us a bonus of 2 gold. It's already too generous." Li Wu nodded upon hearing this. He didn't know the drop rate of the monsters in this dungeon either. Since the 7 people said it was okay, then it was okay. However, Bai Bao didn't mention the matter of profit sharing to him. "Count me in on the profits," Li Wu said in a deep voice. Bai Bao hadn't originally intended for Li Wu to pay, but since Li Wu had brought it up in order to protect Li Wu's pride, he smiled and replied, "Okay, if we beat the boss, you pay 4 gold, and the Wolf Knight and I will each pay 5 gold. You misunderstood. I meant I should also get a share of the profits." Where's your proud self-esteem? What's that? How much does it cost per pound? Since none of them had changed jobs, Bai Bao's group didn't consider the issue of job matching. Including Li Wu, there were a total of 4 melee and 6 magic users. Li Wu and the Wolf Knight exchanged their stats. Li Wu reluctantly took off his level 10 silver helmet and put on the level 10 gold helmet that the Wolf Knight had lent him. The Wolf Rider was wearing full damage gear, except for this helmet, which gave him plus 18 stamina and 2 plus 18 constitution bonuses. Li Wu's silver helmet provides 14 stamina and 14 bone strength. Li Wu wanted to lend the Wolf Knight the silver helmet he had taken off, but the guy immediately disliked it after looking at its stats and casually bought a level 9 gold helmet with increased strength and agility from the auction house and put it on. Okay, it's not too wasteful. After finishing the dungeon, he could just sell the level 9 helmet again. It'll only cost him a few thousand in transaction tax, which he can afford. After Li Wu put on the golden helmet, his health reached 2,960 points, his defense reached 472 points, and his attack remained at 428. With that defense value, Li Wu charged towards the elite monster in the distance without hesitation. Li Wu had only charged halfway when the abyss demon taunted him, causing him to run uncontrollably toward it. In the next moment, four other demonic servants also unleashed fireballs at Li Wu. -48. -48. The elite monster, the Abyss Servant, only managed to reduce Li Wu's health by 48 points with its fireball spell, while the Abyss Demon's Bloodlust skill only reduced Li Wu's health by 113 points. The four demon servants unleashed Abyssal Demon Fire at Li Wu, but unfortunately, the 70% magic damage was not enough to break through Li Wu's defense, and could only raise a series of -1. Chapter 52. The boss is tough. The taunt effect expired, and Li Wu slashed the demon's head with a leaping slash, followed by a powerful attack that drew the maximum aggro. Li Wu's pitiful attack power was about the same as the demon's, but fortunately, his teammates behind him were strong. 3 melee fighters bypassed the monster and came behind the demon, while 6 magic users stood at a distance, and the 10 of them focused their fire on the Abyss Demon. Because the demon is immune to 50% spell damage, the Wolf Knight's performance was particularly outstanding. A single fireball dealt 1,400 damage to the monster, and a leap slash dealt another 1,100 damage. The demon's aggro was almost out of control, but fortunately, Li Wu followed up with a powerful strike that stunned the demon on the spot. Be a little more restrained, Li Wu reminded the Wolf Rider, then quickly slashed twice to stack the poison to 5 layers. With 5 layers of poison dealing 210 damage per second, plus 280 damage from double cut, Li Wu's DPS reached 500 plus, finally securing the demon's aggro. After several waves of attacks, Li Wu's health dropped to 2,000 points. Seeing that the demon was still alive and 4 demon servants were throwing fireballs at him from a distance, Li Wu hurriedly shouted, "Send 2 people to hold off the 2 demon servants first, otherwise my health won't be able to hold out." "Need not." Bai Debao's voice came from behind, followed by a golden light landing on Li Wu's head. Plus 812. Li Wu's health bar instantly approached full. Turning her head, she saw Bai Debao grinning and shaking his magic wand, his face full of smugness. Truly extravagant. Currently, healing skill books are incredibly expensive, making the Berserk skill that Li Wu learned with a bleeding heart far inferior in comparison. With Bai Debao's healing spell, Li Wu had no more worries and simply pulled the demon towards the 4 demon servants in the distance, applying the poison skill to each monster with equal force. Soon, all 5 monsters had 5 layers of poison, drawing a lot of aggro. Before long, they turned into white light one after another. The 5 elite monsters only dropped some currency. After a brief recovery, continue forward. The second wave of monsters is the same as before, so Li Wu moved straight ahead. This time, Li Wu waited until the demon had accumulated 5 layers of poison before letting the Wolf Knight take over. After clearing the poison without any trouble, a piece of silver equipment appeared on the ground. Bai Teheo, acting as a notary, stepped forward to collect the equipment, which would then be distributed to the others after the dungeon ended. The team continued forward, clearing out 7 waves of elite monsters before 3 paths appeared in the tunnel ahead. Bai Debao gestured for them to go through the left-hand passage first. There's a wave of elite monsters as soon as you enter the left passage, but the number has increased to 8, and they are all melee Abyss demons. The pressure was on Li Wu. Even with Bai Debao's healing, Li Wu was struggling to withstand the 8 Abyss demons. Same old method, kite flying. The 4 of you, in pairs, use frost arrows to pull away 1 demon each. The remaining 6 demons can be handled by the group. Bai Debao wasn't new to running the Abyss dungeon, so he quickly gave the strategy. Li Wu nodded and stepped forward to draw the aggro of the 8 demons. Then, the 4 magic users worked together to pull away 2 of the demons. After the remaining people focused their fire on 1 of the demons, Li Wu kept the remaining 5 demons with 5 layers of poison on each of them, and then called on Bai Debao to use an area of effect attack skill. Bai Debao's staff comes with an Ice Roar effect. After unleashing Ice Roar, he magically pulls out the Zombie King's scepter and throws out a chain lightning. He switched between the 2 staves seamlessly, displaying incredible skill that made Li Wu cast an admiring glance at him. It's not scary to be rich. What's scary is when a rich person knows how to play the game. Even if the demon is immune to 50% magic damage, it can only turn into white light in the face of Bai Debao's explosive damage. There are only 2 waves of elite monsters in the left passage. After clearing them, the first boss of the Abyss Passage dungeon appeared ahead. Abyss Warrior Boss. Level 10. Life, 100,000. Defense, 400. Physical attack, 800. Skill 1, bloodlust, deals 150% physical damage to the target and restores health equal to the damage dealt. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Skill 2, bleeding, deals 150% physical damage to the target and tears a wound that deals 10% physical damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 3, whirlwind slash, transforms into a whirlwind top, dealing 100% physical damage per second to all enemies within a 3-meter radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Skill 4, abyss steel body, reduces magic damage by 50%. Compared to Cerberus, the dungeon boss is weak in every way, but the difficulty is actually greater when the number of players is reduced to 10. Upon seeing the boss's information, Li Wu helplessly shrugged. This boss's single target damage is too high. Your healing spell has a 3-second cooldown, so I can't hold out for long. Unless you have 2 healing spells or another melee character with a taunt skill and can take turns tanking with me, we can't win. Baidabeo thought for a moment and said, my talent is damage transfer. I can transfer a portion of the damage you receive to myself. However, my talent can currently only share 8% of the damage for you, lasting for 1 minute. Li Wu was pleasantly surprised to hear this, but then said with some regret, your talent is quite good. How come you only leveled up 2 times? Its cooling time is too long. It can only be used once every half hour, and the transfer volume is small, so I always forget to use it. What a pity. 8% is still a bit short. Li Wu shook her head, then glanced at the others. Does anyone have any special skills? Don't look at me. My talent is two-handed greatsword specialization, which increases my attack power when using a two-handed greatsword, but I still haven't seen what a two-handed greatsword looks like. The Wolf Knight said, with a frustrated expression, my talent is +1 to the sweetness of food. I can taste saccharin in black bread. Loneliness is colder than anything else, even more frustrating than the Wolf Rider. My talent increases damage by 10%, but my talent cannot be upgraded. My talent is to reduce threat level, so I'm not afraid of over-aggroing when fighting monsters. My talent is that I can cook 30% faster. My talent! Li Wu was speechless. What kind of bizarre talents were these? Not a single one of them was useful. Baidabeo sighed and said, this boss should be considered easy. As long as we can withstand the attacks, we can defeat it. Li Wu asked in confusion, you didn't manage to defeat a single boss yesterday? I've never played it before. Yesterday, I teamed up with a protection warrior with a taunt skill and another caster with a healer, but unfortunately the protection warrior's damage was too low. Once the taunt ended, he couldn't hold aggro and kept dying. Why didn't you team up with him today? Don't even mention it. Those two were a couple. The protection warrior couldn't hold aggro and blamed me and the Wolf Rider instead. I spent the whole afternoon arguing with them, and I deleted them a long time ago. Okay. How about we check out the other 2 passages first? Maybe we can fight in the other ones. The other 2 passages are even more troublesome. One boss is the Abyss Mage, whose area of effect skills are too powerful, making it impossible to stand still. The other boss is the Abyss Priest, who has area of effect attacks, can heal, and can summon elite monsters, making him even more annoying than the previous 2, Baidabeo said somewhat dejectedly. Multiple area of effect attacks. That's great. Li Wu's eyes lit up as soon as she heard that. Having more area of effect, AoE, attacks means having fewer single target skills, and AoE attacks deal less damage than single target attacks. Li Wu hurriedly pulled everyone to find the mage boss. Chapter 53. Kill the mages first, then the warriors. After clearing out the 2 waves of demonic minions blocking their way, the group arrived in front of the boss. Abyss Mage boss. Level 10. Life, 100,000. Defense, 400. Magic attack, 800. Skill 1. Fireball, deals 150% magic damage, 2-second cooldown. Skill 2. Bursting Flame, deals 130% magic damage to the target and the same amount of damage to all enemies within 10 meters of the target. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 3. Abyssal Fire Sea, manipulates abyssal fire to form a raging sea of fire centered on oneself, covering a radius of 50 meters, dealing 70% magic damage per second for 10 seconds. It is a channeled skill that cannot be interrupted and has a 20-second cooldown. Skill 4. Abyssal Demon Body, 50% immunity to physical damage. The Abyss Mage's damage output differed somewhat from Li Wu's expectations. It wasn't low, and was comparable to the Abyss Warrior. But when Li Wu saw that the third skill, Abyss Fire C, was a channeled skill that could not be interrupted, he couldn't help but laugh. Channeling skills, like Cerberus spewing black mist, prevent the use of other skills while in the channeling state. We can fight. Dabao, find a chance to heal me. The rest of you can attack however you want, just don't die. Without waiting for everyone to discuss, Li Wu pinched a large red in his hand, gave a brief instruction, and went straight into action. Minus 728. Halfway there, the boss threw a fireball at him. Li Wu immediately drank the large red potion in his hand, and then when the boss threw out another explosive flame, he jumped and slashed at the boss. Minus 568. Minus 185, jumping slash. Minus 42, toxin. Minus 700, cut. Just as the boss was about to use Abyss Fire C, Li Wu preemptively unleashed a powerful strike that stunned the boss. Unfortunately, the 8-second cooldown of the slam skill is shared with the boss, meaning the boss can only trigger the stun effect of slam once every 8 seconds. Otherwise, several warriors could each use slam to stun it until it dies. Once Li Wu stacked the poison to 5 layers, the boss finally unleashed the Abyss Fire C. Centered on the boss, an area within a 50-meter radius was instantly engulfed in flames, and the boss was also in a guided state and unable to move. However, Li Wu's defense is 472 points, and the Abyss Fire C's 75% magic damage can only deal 113 damage per second to Li Wu. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Li Wu hissed and screamed as she was burned, while frantically unleashing her power. With a normal attack, plus 5 stacks of poison and double cut, the damage per second reached 2300 plus. After the 10-second channeling time, the boss's health dropped to 75%. Bai Dabao and the others, who were still 50 meters away, were dumbfounded. Although they had a preliminary understanding of Li Wu's strength when fighting the Berserk Giant Ape, there were too many people at the time, so they couldn't see it clearly. Now, that Li Wu was fighting one-on-one, it was too damn conspicuous. What kind of insane damage output is this? Are you still standing there like an idiot? Come over here and heal me. Li Wu stunned the boss with a powerful attack, then turned and shouted at Bai Dabao. Here it comes. Bai Dabao finally realized what was happening and quickly stepped forward to cast a healing spell on Li Wu. The others acted quickly as well, with 3 melee fighters rushing over. Unfortunately, they were met with a burst of flames after just 1 sword strike, leaving 2 with low health. Only the Wolf Knight had relatively good health. You two should retreat first. You won't have time to dodge the next burst of flame. Wolf Knight, take 1 more hit and then retreat as well. Abyss Servant is immune to 50% physical damage, but not very useful in melee combat. Even the Wolf Knights couldn't deal much damage. When Li Wu saw that they were low on health, he immediately told them to retreat. The other magic-based DPS characters were having a great time. Li Wu dealt 2,300 DPS and held aggro steadily. Even Bai Dabao couldn't disrupt the boss's aggro. After the red potion cooled down, Li Wu drank another large red potion. Dabao, stand in the sea of fire for 3 seconds and give me an extra healing spell. The boss fires a fireball every 2 seconds, each fireball dealing 728 damage to Li Wu, while Bai Dabao heals every 3 seconds, restoring 812 health. Converted, the boss's damage per second to Li Wu is 364, while Bai Dabao's healing to Li Wu is 270 per second, and Li Wu loses 94 health per second. When Li Wu was tanking the first sea of fire, his health wasn't very high. By the time the 20-second cooldown of the boss's Abyss Fire C ended, Li Wu's health was less than half. If Bai Dabao hadn't healed him during the Fire C, the boss could have taken him down with a single fireball once the Fire C ended. The second sea of fire arrived, and by this time the boss's health had dropped to 40%. Bai Dabao didn't listen to Li Wu completely. Instead, he endured the burning pain and swallowed a large red potion and an instant recovery potion. He stood in the sea of fire for 6 seconds, casting 2 healing spells on Li Wu, and managed to bring Li Wu's health back to near full before rushing out of the fire like a dog chasing a rabbit. Li Wu also swallowed a large red potion, keeping her health above 90%. After 10 seconds of the sea of fire ended, the boss's health dropped to 17%, and there was no way to turn the tide. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the dungeon boss, Abyss Mage. You have gained 0 experience points. There was only one ding, and it was still a 0. Li Wu couldn't help but roll her eyes. They don't even give you reputation points. They're really poor. Notary by DeBeo quickly stepped forward and picked up the fallen item. Unfortunately, the Abyss Mage did not drop any platinum equipment. Only 1 level 10 gold item and 5 silver items. The Wolf Knight pursed his lips and muttered, "This boss is too poor." "Debao, you didn't hold back, did you?" Bidebeo rolled his eyes and snapped, "Get lost. Didn't you see the platinum glow on the ground just now?" Li Wu remained relatively rational, smiling as she said, "It should be considered normal. After all, it's just a dungeon boss. 10 people can run the dungeon once. How much equipment can the entire server get in a day? If there were platinum equipment, wouldn't it be dirt cheap? Gold equipment is boring. Do you think everyone is as rich as you guys? There aren't many teams that can beat dungeon bosses these days, and level 10 gold equipment is still very valuable. My dad's got the money-making stuff covered. Why should I bother?" The Wolf Rider curled his lip, showing no interest whatsoever. "Look at the stats of this equipment." Bidebeo suddenly exclaimed with delight as he sent the equipment stats to the team chat. Abyss Bracelet Gold. Health plus 180. Root Bone plus 18. Root Bone plus 18. Root Bone plus 18. Equipment level, 10. What's with that surprised look on your face? This equipment is ruined. The Wolf Rider was speechless. Li Wu Siga. It was over. There was no turning back on the path of defensive warfare. Sure enough, Bidebeo tossed the bracelet to Li Wu and said with a grin, "Now you should be able to hold off the Abyss Warrior, right? Give it a try." Li Wu casually replaced the silver bracelet on her body, which only added 12 strength and 12 constitution, with the Abyss Bracelet. Health points have officially surpassed 3,000, defense has increased to 556, and attack has dropped to 404. In Chapter 54, the Abyss Priest boss dropped a piece of gold equipment. Naturally, Li Wu wouldn't keep it all to herself. She smiled and said, "Let's put this bracelet on the tab first, and settle the score when the dungeon ends. Okay, let me check the auction house again to see if there's any suitable gold equipment for you." Bidebeo nodded, summoned the auction house, and wanted to see if there was any equipment that could increase Li Wu's strength. "No need. It's too expensive," Li Wu said somewhat embarrassedly. "You're overthinking it. I'm not that wasteful. I'm just helping you look at things. You can buy them yourself. Then I won't trouble you. Let's hurry up and fight the boss." Li Wu stopped him from wasting money on her and turned to leave. As Bidebeo walked around the auction house, he found 2 level 10 gold equipment items that were being auctioned, but neither was suitable for Li Wu. Li Wu's equipment was already quite top-notch. Apart from her weapon, bracelet, and ring, which were silver grade, everything else was level 10 or higher gold grade equipment. It can be said that even without these 3 items, the rest of the equipment is not inferior to that of the Wolf Knight. Of course, if we're talking about price, Wolf Knight could easily defeat Li Wu with just 1 weapon. The 10 people returned to the Abyss Warrior. After reviewing the information on the Abyss Warriors again, Li Wu quickly calculated and arrived at a similar result. His defense is now at 556 points. Even if he does nothing, taking into account all the boss's skills and basic attacks, his DPS is about 560 points. Bidebeo used his talent to offset 8%, leaving him with about 500 DPS. His healing spell could neutralize another 270 DPS, leaving him with only about 230 DPS. The boss also has a whirlwind slash skill, which actually reduces damage reduction. Combined with his slam attack every 8 seconds, you can kill the boss by using a large amount of healing potions. "Let's do it!" Li Wu roared and charged forward. He leaped over with a slash, followed by a powerful strike and normal attack, and another normal attack. After a combo, 5 layers of poison are stacked, and the double slashes every second draw a lot of aggro. When fighting mobs, a Wolf Knight might be able to steal aggro with a burst of damage, but that's completely impossible when fighting bosses. With a DPS of 2300 plus, even a Wolf Rider can't over-aggro. Fighting bosses like the Abyss Warrior doesn't require much skill. It's all about matching stats. The only thrilling part was that the Abyss Warrior unexpectedly landed 2 critical hits, which is where the monster information was insufficient. However, Li Wu was not without a solution. After everyone stopped attacking, he stunned the boss with a powerful blow, then activated his berserk mode and ran away. The shoes provided an extra 22% movement speed, and with the additional 30% movement speed from Berserk, the boss couldn't catch up with him. After circling around for a long time, he recovered most of his health with 2 large red potions, and was then fully healed by Debeo's healing spell. Including the 20-odd seconds spent circling around, the entire process took less than a minute and a half before the Abyss Warrior fell to the ground. The notary went to loot the loot box again, but unfortunately, it was still just 1 piece of gold equipment, and there were only 3 pieces of silver equipment. However, this piece of gold equipment is a piece of clothing. Although it is not as good as the 3 peoples, it is much more valuable than other gold-level individual pieces. 1 piece is worth 2 or 3 pieces. Even the Wolf Knight, who claimed to look down on gold equipment, curled the corners of his mouth. Who doesn't like a return on investment? After defeating 2 dungeon bosses in a row, the group immediately rushed towards the central passage with great enthusiasm. After clearing 2 waves of mobs, the 3rd dungeon boss appeared before us. Abyss Priest Boss. Level 10. Life, 120,000. Defense, 450. Magic Attack, 850. Skill 1. Life Drain. Deals 130% magic damage per second to 8 random targets within a 35-meter radius and restores an equal amount of health. Channeling time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 2. Call of the Abyss. Summons 5 Abyss demons to assist in battle. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 3. Group Heal. Restores 100% of the mana of all friendly targets within 50 meters to their health. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 4. Recovery. Restores 50% of the target's mana as health per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Upon seeing the information about the Abyss Priest, Li Wu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Debeo. Why didn't you take down such an easy boss first? Why did you have to go and fight those 2? I don't know what you were thinking. What? This boss is harder than the other 2. Okay. Debeo retorted, unconvinced. That 1 life drain is damaging. What's so difficult about it? Can't you see that summoning skill? It summons 5 elite monsters every 30 seconds. The boss has high HP and defense, and it also has 3 healing skills. After fighting for a long time, a bunch of elite monsters will appear. Who can withstand that? Sigh. Just hit me however you want. Li Wu sighed and rushed towards the Abyss Priest amidst Debeo's exclamation. Before Li Wu could even reach him, Shun Yuan roared to the sky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come quick. Li Wu was speechless. With the sudden appearance of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 demon, he leaped and slashed at the Abyss Priest. Ignore the mobs. Focus fire on the boss. If you're low on health, retreat 50 meters away and use a potion. After Li Wu shouted something, he unleashed a barrage of skills at the boss. Debeo finally realized why Li Wu sighed. The elite monster's Bloodlust skill only dealt 29 damage to Li Wu, and the 5 monsters combined only dealt 145 damage. Normal attacks only deal 1 point of damage by forcibly breaking defense. The boss's life drain deals 1647 damage to Li Wu over 3 seconds, but life drain has a 5-second cooldown, and the boss will also use other skills, so the interval between life drains is about 8 seconds, and the damage per second is instantly reduced to only 205. She didn't even need to share 8% of the damage with Li Wu. Her healing spells alone were enough to keep Li Wu at full health. As for the so-called infinite summoning, Debeo glanced at the boss's health, which was still rapidly decreasing despite constantly casting healing spells on him, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. This damage output is insane. The boss will only need to summon 1 more minion before it's done for. It's only because of Li Wu that this boss is easy to defeat. Otherwise, which tank warrior could be used as a damage dealer? Moreover, her damage output even surpasses that of the so-called strongest mage in the 5,188th newbie village. Just as Debeo had expected, the Abyss Priest had no damage reduction skills. Even with all 10 people dealing maximum damage, the Abyss Priest didn't last even 50 seconds before falling. As the boss fell, the 10 unscathed elite monsters disappeared. Li Wu siga inuarli. Although taking on 10 elite monsters was a bit of a stretch, the smaller monsters were slowed down, so they were still easy to kill by kiting them. Maybe he could even get 2 silver drops. It makes sense to distribute the summoned creatures according to the boss's orders. As the Abyss Priest turned into white light, besides leaving behind a few pieces of equipment on the ground, The ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake, and then the stone wall at the end of the passage collapsed. Chapter 55 Moral Kidnapping by DeBeo quickly stepped forward to pick up the things, then looked warily at the collapsed stone wall in the distance. As the tremors ceased, another deep passage appeared at the end of the tunnel. There won't be another boss, will there? The Wolf Knight said excitedly. It's very possible. Although these 3 bosses are difficult to defeat, even without me, as long as you cooperate with Hao Jianjun and his teammate with healing skills, it's still possible to defeat them. I don't believe that in the entire Chinese server with tens of thousands of newbie villages, no one can think of assembling the strongest combat power to conquer the dungeon, Li Wu said with a smile. I think so too. Ever since Zhang Tianxiao released the Cerberus strategy guide yesterday, many newbie villages have killed Cerberus. There are quite a few newbie villages that can run the dungeon, but so far I haven't heard of any newbie village that has completely cleared the dungeon. By DeBeo's vigilance turned into excitement. Who wouldn't be happy to be able to fight another boss? The Abyss Priest dropped a level 10 magic type golden boot. After By DeBeo posted the information in the team channel, he put on the boot. Everyone was too lazy to look at the remaining 3 silver equipment pieces, as they were all focused on the newly appeared passage. There wasn't a single monster along the way. At the end of the passage was a large hall, where a huge figure sat high on a throne. Beside the throne lay a huge, black, canine-like creature. Abyss Lord Boss. Level 10. Life, 120,000. Defense, 450. Physical attack, 900. Magic attack, 900. Skill 1, Bloodlust. Skill 2, Abyss Fire Sea. Skill 3, Healing Spell. Restores the target's health equal to 120% of their mana. Skill 4, Riding Stance. After mounting a mount, both attack stats are increased by 50% and all damage is taken by the mount. Skill 5, Abyssal Body. Reduces physical damage by 50% and magical damage by 50%. Abyssal Wolf Boss. Level 10. Life, 100,000. Defense, 450. Physical attack, 800. Skill 1. Bite. Deals 150% physical damage to the target with a 3-second cooldown. Skill 2. Bloodthirst. Lifesteal 10%. Skill 3. Wolf Howl. Reduces the movement speed of all targets within 100 meters by 50% with a 10-second cooldown. Skill 4. Savior. When a master's health is below 50%, the skill grants immunity to all control effects and quickly rushes to the master's side. Upon seeing the information about the 2 monsters, By DeBeo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. There are actually 2 bosses. Unless we bring Hao Jianjun over now, a double defense warrior and double healer setup might work. The Wolf Knight shook his head and said with a wry smile, "It's really tough. The Abyss Lord's riding stance is too powerful, increasing both attack by 50%. Even Hao Jianjun couldn't withstand it. I wonder if he was riding a mount from the start. If so, no one can help him. Probably not. Look at that Abyss Wolf. It has a savior skill, right? I feel like it will only be triggered when the Lord's health drops to 50%. The correct strategy should be to kill the Abyss Wolf first and then the Lord, but unfortunately we couldn't withstand it," Li Wu sighed. Just when everyone was at a loss, Lonely Cold suddenly spoke up. "I do have a solution." "What method?" Li Wu asked in confusion. "It'll cost more." Lonely_Cold grinned. Upon hearing this, Li Wu blinked, thinking that Jima was joking, so she turned to By DeBeo and teased, "He's talking to you." By DeBeo rolled his eyes at Li Wu, then looked at Jima DeLong. "The method works. Money is not a problem. The money isn't just for one person. It's for all 7 of us to save our lives. The 7 of us will pull that Lord away and risk our lives to buy you time. With Brother Tuan here, we don't need your damage output. You can kill the demon wolf and then turn around to kill the Lord, right?" When a solution to loneliness and coldness was proposed, everyone's eyes lit up. This method is useless for other teams. Who can kill the boss with just 3 people? Even if they could, they wouldn't be fast enough. With Li Wu around, as long as we can hold out, the boss will be defeated in just a few dozen seconds. All right, if it works, each person will be rewarded with 1 gold coin. By DeBeo immediately decided to reward each person with 1,000 yuan. Li Wu looked at By DeBeo as if he were an idiot, secretly marveling at how rich and foolish the kid was. What extra money? If you die in a dungeon, You're immediately teleported outside without losing anything. They talk about buying lives, but where are you going to sell extra lives? If you can't beat a boss in a normal fight, you'll die anyway, won't you? If Baidabeo insists on giving it a try, can the others not step up? The entire loot from the instance is still in the hands of Notary Bai. How could they not follow orders? Besides, isn't it normal for everyone to work together to tackle dungeons and brainstorm strategies? We've already agreed on a pay-to-win plan, and now that we've seen 2 bosses, we feel like we're losing out and want to pay more. But yesterday, I spent the whole day with Baidabeo in dungeons, and we didn't even beat a single boss, and we killed countless mobs. Baidabeo and Wolf Knight, the 2 strongest players, were doing all that work for free. Shouldn't you also feel like you're losing out? The main problem is that this guy is trying to be clever and even tied the other 6 people together, creating a little moral blackmail. He might as well be more direct. Given Baidabeo's character, would you really let him give you advice for nothing? Li Wu sighed inwardly, thinking, this guy's really gone down the wrong path. He's clinging to 2 powerful figures but doesn't appreciate it. Unlike Baidabeo, Wolf Knight realized what was happening and gave Lonely Everything a cold look. We may have a lot of money, but you can't treat us like fools, can you? The Wolf Rider remained calm and did not react immediately. Instead, he spoke calmly. We can't just take the money for nothing. There's no penalty for dying in a dungeon. I've heard that some teams die 10 or 20 times while trying to clear a boss. Why should we get a 2,000 yuan reward when our team dies? Lonely Cold's expression changed slightly, and he was about to retort when Wolf Knight's next words silenced him. A reward is not out of the question, and I can even double it, but it's not some kind of life-saving money. These 2 bosses should be the final bosses of the dungeon. After defeating them, there will likely be a reputation reward for the first clear of the dungeon. Although I don't know what reputation is for yet, I want to get as much as possible, so if anyone leaves the party when we fight the second boss, they could get a 2 gold reward. The Wolf Rider's words caused a moment of silence among the group, but in reality, only 4 people were truly conflicted about it. Of these 7 people, 3 were players who had been following Wolf Knight, a top-tier player, since the game's launch. Naturally, they wouldn't disrespect him because of reputation, since they wouldn't have had the chance to get any first clears without him. One conflicted player thought for a moment and said, can I choose to take the reputation points even if I don't get the rewards? Of course, but you also need to share the cost of rewarding others. I can't just pay for it and you just coast along for the reputation, can I? Hearing the Wolf Rider's answer, the player became even more conflicted. Chapter 56. Having a lot of money doesn't necessarily mean you're stupid. In the end, all 7 people, including Lonely and Cold, chose the reward. On one hand, you get 2,000 yuan for free. On the other hand, you not only get no money, but also have to spend several thousand yuan for reputation that you don't even know what it's for or whether you'll ever get. There's really no need for ordinary players to struggle with which option to choose. Moreover, it's not like ordinary players can't earn reputation. They can get 5 points just by participating in attacks on wild bosses. Who would spend money to buy it? They could just slowly grind it out. You can get 20 points a day in the newbie village. Once the main city opens, you can probably get even more. Only a fool would spend money to buy them. Li Wu looked at the Wolf Rider with a bit of confusion. This guy was not what he expected. Unlike Baidabeo, who is a simpleton with lots of money, the Wolf Knight is really shrewd. Not only did he outmaneuver Jima, but he also wanted to take the opportunity to gain some reputation. Ordinary players wouldn't dare gamble because they don't know if they'll even gain any reputation, but what wouldn't a Wolf Knight gamble with? Maybe it's just the price of his underwear. Moreover, this guy is incredibly skilled at using language tricks, and he tricked those people into falling into his trap without them even realizing it. What's this about buying reputation with money? If reputation really existed, it would be rightfully earned by everyone else. Why should others have to pay for it just because you want to? If you're so capable, why don't you ask others to run dungeons for you? If you pay someone to leave the team, but the reputation of those who don't leave increases, that's because of the system's allocation. Go find the system. What does it have to do with them? These people were unaware that the Wolf Riders had tricked them, and Li Wu was too lazy to remind them. Anyway, these people weren't really at a loss. A reward of 4,000 yuan wasn't too small. If it weren't for the fact that reputation cannot be transferred to others, he would have liked to sell a bunch of them. He has tens of thousands of reputation points, which are real reputation points. There is no need to gamble. Asking for several times the price is not unreasonable, right? It's a pity we can't sell them. Li Wu felt that she could no longer underestimate these rich people, The idea that rich people are foolish was just wishful thinking on the part of the poor. Isn't 2 gold too little? I think. Before Baidabeo could finish speaking, the Wolf Knight covered his mouth, and he stared at the Wolf Knight with his big eyes, not understanding what was going on. Looking at Baidabeo, who seemed foolish and rich, Li Wu silently put away her earlier thoughts. Baidabeo seemed to have been persuaded by the Wolf Knight's private message. A hint of anger appeared on her pretty face, but fortunately, she knew that the opportunity to be the first to pass might not come again, so she did not lash out on the spot. Seeing that the terms had been agreed upon, Li Wu said, "We have a plan, but how do we implement it? The boss has a longer attack range than the players. If you guys go up there, you'll basically get killed instantly. If I tank first, both bosses will attack me at the same time. Even if you lure one away immediately, my health will be severely depleted, and I might not be able to heal back up." The Wolf Knight thought for a moment and said, "How about I lure it? My health shouldn't be enough to kill it instantly. As long as you catch the Abyss Wolf in time, I can use a large health potion and instant recovery to pull the boss away. Then they can all attack the boss once, and then scatter to the entrance and the 2 side paths. When I die, the boss will only chase them back and forth." Li Wu frowned and nodded helplessly. "Well, it seems that's the only way, but I'm worried that if you die, we won't be able to deal enough damage to the Demon Wolf. It would be terrible if the Lord came back early. Besides, the Demon Wolf doesn't have any damage reduction passive, so your damage output is a bit of a waste. Actually we don't need Wolf Brother to lead us." Lonely Cold suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked on in confusion, only to see Lonely chuckle as he took out a newbie pistol from his bag. The range of a pistol is even farther than the boss's skill. Li Wu glanced at the smug and lonely, and couldn't help but secretly purse her lips. This guy is pretty smart. How come I didn't figure out what it means to have a full meal every day? Lonely and cold, he took 2 steps forward, raised his pistol, and aimed it at the Abyss Lord in the distance. Bang! Nothing changed after the shot, and Lonely, feeling awkward, gave an embarrassed laugh. "You missed." Bang! Immunity. The second shot successfully hit the Abyss Lord on the throne. Although the word immunity appeared above the Lord's head, it successfully enraged him, and he got up and walked towards them. The king's lackeys, no, the wolves, also howled and charged down. The 7 members of the Lonely and Cold group immediately ran back, while Li Wu and the other 2 moved aside. As the 2 bosses passed by, Li Wu delivered a powerful blow that stunned the Abyss Wolf on the spot. After exchanging a few blows with the Demon Wolf, Li Wu attracted enough aggro, and then slowly lured the Demon Wolf to the foot of the throne while retreating and fighting. No one knows how long those 7 people can hold off the Lord. The safest course of action is to increase the distance the Lord can travel to reinforce. The Abyss Wolf only has 1 damaging skill. With Li Wu's current defense, she doesn't even need to use potions to fight the wolf. Baidabeo can heal her enough. Feeling no pressure, Li Wu couldn't help but ask the question that had just come to mind. "White Lady, why are you immune to attacks from pistol? I remember you used to use a pistol. You didn't know that?" Baidabeo was a little surprised and laughed. "It's not because of the boss, but because of the defense. If the gun's own attack power plus the bullet's attack power cannot exceed the opponent's defense value, even the forced defense break of 1 point of damage cannot be triggered. Will this gun still be usable in the later stages? Even if the fixed damage is high, it can't compare to the total damage of a player's full set of equipment. The monsters in the later stages will probably have a hard time breaking through its defenses." Liwufrona deeply. "I really don't understand why they added guns to the game. Is it just to fleece the rich players?" Baidabeo replied gloatingly. I wonder how arrogant a person has to be eligible to be cut off. Anyway, I almost ate dirt because of it. Even if my dad suddenly had a change of heart, I didn't dare to rekindle the idea of picking up my dual pistols again. Then what's the point of having these firearms? Who knows? I heard that some casual players can now handcraft armor-piercing bullets. Maybe bullets will become cheaper later? If they dare to drop to 10 copper coins each, I'm ready to pick up dual pistols again. What's so special about dual pistols? Someone on the forum said that a level 10 golden Alaska rifle dropped in another newbie village, and its rate of fire is amazing. Wolf Knight interjected excitedly. Li Wu glanced at the Wolf Rider and asked suspiciously, "Why are you so excited? With your looks, don't tell me you've never even held a gun in real life." "I've not only touched it, I've also hit it, but unfortunately I can only hit it at the shooting range. In the game, you can not only fight monsters, but also fight people. Upon hearing this, Li Wu nodded in deep agreement. After all, what man doesn't dream of carrying a gun? Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the idea of joining the army before. As they spoke, the Abyss Wolf fell to the ground without any doubt, while a huge figure in the distance angrily charged toward them. The other 7 people completed their objectives, leaving Li Wu and his 2 companions with just enough time. Chapter 57 Shunho City's job change to Abyss Demon Wolf yielded nothing. Li Wu, disregarding his doubts, hurriedly stepped forward to block the Abyss Lord. Without the Abyss Wolf, the Abyss Lord is like a man without claws. Although both his attack and physical attack reach a terrifying 900 points, he only has 2 damage skills, Bloodlust and Abyss Fire. The healing spells that disgusted others actually relieved Li Wu's pressure. The troublesome 50% double damage reduction was rendered useless under Li Wu's attacks. The Abyss Lord lasted only 10 seconds longer than the Abyss Wolf. After confirming that the other 7 members had left the group, Li Wu delivered the final blow. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the dungeon boss, Abyss Lord. You have gained 0 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the dungeon boss, Abyssal Wolf, and gaining 0 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on your team achieving the first kill of the Abyss Passage dungeon. The team will be rewarded with 3,000 reputation points. There are 3 team members. You will receive 1,000 reputation points. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Bai DeBayo and his team for achieving the first kill of the Abyss Passage dungeon. The team is rewarded with 3,000 reputation points. We hope all players will continue their efforts. Yay! 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 3 consecutive server-wide announcements made by DeBayo's fair face flush with excitement. I'm on TV. All of China knows my name now. No sooner had Bai DeBayo finished speaking than another server-wide announcement made the entire nation temporarily forget her name. Server-wide announcement. The Abyss Passage is now open, and the 12 Zodiac cities of the Abyss are available. Players who have reached level 10 or above can choose to enter any of the 12 Zodiac cities at the entrance of the Abyss Passage dungeon. Before the server-wide announcement could even scroll through 3 times, Li Wu and his 2 companions had already instinctively placed their hands on the light screen that had suddenly appeared to the side. System prompt. Once you enter the Zodiac City, you will be unable to return to the starting village. Are you sure you want to proceed? Upon seeing the pop-up prompt, Li Wu hesitated. If we can't go back to the starting village, then we can't fight those 2 level 10 bosses. How could Li Wu bear to do that? But he immediately realized that even if he stayed, the 2 bosses wouldn't necessarily let him kill them at will. Bai DeBayo and the Wolf Knight have both left, who will protect him when he tries to steal the Berserk Giant Ape. The strategy of using the Cerberus's vision to climb mountains has been exposed, and tomorrow will probably be full of climbers. In the instant Li Wu hesitated, Bai DeBayo and the Wolf Rider had already disappeared, prompting him to hastily click confirm. There are rewards for being the first to kill or clear a city, but are there any rewards for being the first to reach a city? Is there any reward for being the first player to change jobs? This is such a waste of time. Fortunately, when Li Wu appeared in Shunho City, no new server-wide announcement was made. It seems there's no reward for being the first to reach a city. At this moment, Li Wu was in a huge square, in the center of which stood 9 enormous statues. A human figure stands beneath each statue. Li Wu strode forward. The NPCs in the beginner village all have simple logical AI and can answer some simple, directional questions. The ones in Shunho City should be the same. He could ask them where the job change hall is. To Li Wu's surprise, as soon as he approached, the 9 figures rushed over and surrounded him. Hey adventurer, interested in joining the Assassin's Guild? A slender NPC wearing tight leather armor spoke up first. What's the point of a profession that involves hiding your face? Why not join our warrior alliance? I see you're strong and robust, perfectly suited to be a warrior. An NPC carrying a long sword casually pushed the skinny assassin NPC aside and said with a hearty laugh, "If you dare to discriminate against someone in your profession, do you believe I'll stab your ass in the middle of the night?" A blonde girl carrying a longbow slung across her body swayed slightly, the longbow bouncing off the assassin who had jumped high into the air. She then smiled and said to Li Wu, "How about checking out the Archer Alliance? Lots of beauties there. When it comes to beautiful women, our Priest Alliance definitely has the most." a tall, beautiful woman, whose ample bosom couldn't be hidden even in a white robe, squeezed in. Come join our Knights Alliance. We offer dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, and various mounts that you can redeem for free. Our Mage Alliance is still the best. You deserve the ultimate damage. Join the Druid Alliance, return to the embrace of nature, and the earth and forests will bless you. Have you heard of summoners? Pets and mounts are all irrelevant. We can summon them ourselves, and for free. A group of people were talking all at once, creating a chaotic mess that was giving Li Wu a headache, when a very discordant voice suddenly rang out. Guardian Alliance, come or don't come. They're skinny as chicks, who cares? Li Wu looked at the burly man, who was covered in metal armor, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, and was at least 2 meters tall, with surprise. Even though she knew he was an NPC, she couldn't help but say, "Are you playing hard to get with us? It's not like I want to be a moving target." Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Player by DeBeo for being the first to change to a mage. You are rewarded with a set of gold tier class armor and 1,000 reputation points. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Player Wolf Knight for becoming the first player to advance to Warrior. You are rewarded with a set of gold tier class armor and 1,000 reputation points. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Player Zhang Tianxia for becoming the first player to change their class tonight. You are rewarded with a set of gold grade class armor and 1,000 reputation points. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Player Wind Blows Egg for being the first to change their class to Priest. Rewards include a set of gold tier class armor and 1,000 reputation points. Several server-wide announcements in a row caused Li Wu's expression to change drastically. She quickly rummaged through the messages and then pounced on the burly man. I want to join the Guardian Alliance. I just want to be a moving target. Please change my class as soon as possible. Of the 9 professions, only Summoner and Guardian have not yet been chosen by players. Summoner, as the name suggests, relies on summoned creatures to fight and is actually less fragile than a monkey. If Li Wu wants to grab a set of gold-level profession armor and 1,000 reputation, she can only choose Guardian. The burly man glanced at Li Wu with disdain, but did not delay. With a wave of his hand, a golden light fell on Li Wu. System prompt. Do you wish to change your class to Guardian? Yes. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the first person to change to the Guardian class. You have gained 1,000 reputation points. Ding. Your free attribute points have been reset. Please reallocate them. Ding. You have forgotten your basic beginner skills. Please learn your professional skills from your mentor. Ding. You have gained the Guardian class trait. Attack reduced by 20%, stamina increased by 20%, and defense increased by 20%. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Invincible Cute Squad for becoming the first member to advance to the Guardian class. Reward. A set of gold-grade class armor and 1,000 reputation points. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a set of gold-grade professional outfits. Looking at the row of golden lights lying in her backpack, Li Wu breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually torn between high attack speed classes and tank classes. His talent, combined with his attack speed, makes him incredibly fast, but high attack speed also means he's squishy. Once his talent kicks in, no one can hold the boss, and he'll definitely over-aggro. The boss can kill him with just one skill. Tank classes are indeed durable, but their attack speed will definitely not be able to go up. However, considering that poison skills can also trigger slice and dice, and can only be triggered in melee combat, this can make up for the attack speed problem. A gold tier professional set. Just hearing that name makes it seem valuable. I can't say for sure how much, but based on Li Wu's experience selling equipment these past few days, I'd estimate this set is worth at least $1 million. Only 9 out of nearly 1 billion players in the entire Chinese game received this reward. Wow, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Chapter 58, the golden set that she both loved and hated. Li Wu glanced at the weapon attributes in her backpack with great anticipation, a hint of surprise appearing in her eyes, but it quickly turned into a hint of fear. Fine steel longsword, gold. Bound. Attack plus 360. Stamina plus 26. Root bone plus 26. Strength plus 26. Equipment skill, bloodthirst. Attacks grant 5% lifesteal. Equipment type, one-handed sword. Equipment requirements, warrior, shield guard, assassin. Equipment rating, 78. The weapon is really good. Although it doesn't have any active skills, the 5% lifesteal is a versatile passive skill that is still very useful. But why the hell is it bound? Li Wu quickly checked the other equipment, then revealed a look of utter despair. They're all bound together, not a single piece can be sold, and although they're advertised as a class set, they don't have any set bonuses at all. They're just a set with matching names. 2 or 3 of the outfits weren't even as good as the one he was wearing. They were a disgrace to the name of a professional suit. Wait, my equipment hasn't changed, has it? Li Wu quickly checked his equipment and found that it had not changed into professional equipment due to the opening of the city. He was terrified that his health and defense-boosting equipment would become magic-based class equipment, and then he would have nowhere to turn to complain. Moreover, equipment without class restrictions is definitely more valuable than class-specific equipment, so it's not considered a loss. After reviewing the system-rewarded gold set again, I found that the attribute types were the same, all increasing stamina, constitution, and strength. Only the number of attribute points added differed depending on the part of the set. Steel Shield, defense plus 100, stamina plus 26, constitution plus 26, strength plus 26. Steel Armor, health plus 1000, defense plus 100, stamina plus 23, constitution plus 23, strength plus 23. Steel Helmet, health plus 400, stamina plus 20, constitution plus 20, strength plus 20. Steel Leggings, defense plus 36, stamina plus 20, constitution plus 20, strength plus 20. Steel Boots, health plus 180, stamina plus 20, constitution plus 20, strength plus 20, movement speed increased by 18%. Steel Necklace, attack plus 36, stamina plus 18, spirit plus 18, strength plus 18. Stainless Steel Bracelet, health plus 180, stamina plus 18, constitution plus 18, strength plus 18. Steel Bracers, attack plus 36, stamina plus 18, constitution plus 18, strength plus 18. Stainless Steel Ring, attack plus 36, stamina plus 18, constitution plus 18, agility plus 18. Steel Ring, defense plus 36, stamina plus 18, constitution plus 18, agility plus 18. It was a very standard set of guard equipment, most of which was better than what Li Wu was wearing, especially since Li Wu also had 2 pieces of silver equipment. However, the weapon, top, and shoes are not as good as those on Li Wu, and the bracelets are too evenly distributed, not as good as the 3 bone bracelets that dropped before. Since everything was already bound, Li Wu thought for a moment and simply changed all the equipment except for the shoes and bracelet. The clothes are only slightly damaged, so I might as well sell them while they're still valuable. I also need to return the helmet to the Wolf Rider. After changing her clothes, Li Wu glanced at her attribute panel. Name, Invincible Cute Group. Level 10. Health points, 5076. Mana points, 480. Physical attack power, 699. Magic attack power, 60. Defense, 933. Endurance, 237. Spirit, 48. Strength, 221. Root bone, 253. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 66. Skills, Guardian Specialization, Berserk, Poison. After changing his gear, Li Wu was a little confused looking at his character panel. It was normal that all his attributes had exploded. After all, he had not only upgraded his weapon from musket to a cannon, but also gained a shield, a major new item. But he still felt that something was wrong until he saw that there was a new passive skill called Guardian Specialization in his skill bar, and then he understood. The Guardian Specialization reduces attack power by 20%, but increases stamina and defense by 20%, which is why his health and defense are so abnormal. It is estimated that other classes will also have corresponding changes. For a set of bound gold equipment, there's absolutely no turning back. Li Wu sighed, then applied to her guard profession mentor to learn professional skills. At level 10, you can only learn 3 job skills. After that, you can learn more skills every 5 levels. The first 2 skills are a taunt skill and a heroic strike skill, which can be learned for free. The third shield slam skill costs 2 gold to learn. The skill effect is the same as the shield slam skill that you learn automatically at level 5. But after changing jobs, the shield slam skill is removed, and then they add the word shield and charge 2,000 gold. Why is learning a skill so expensive? Li Wu asked, staring at her career mentor. The career mentor's eyes widened even more than Li Wu's. The ones after this are even more expensive. If you don't have the money, go earn it quickly. Don't embarrass yourself here. Oh my god. Li Wu, with her fiery temper, immediately sold 2 gold coins, learned the skill, and turned to leave. That professor's arms were almost as thick as his waist. If you can't afford to mess with him, can't you at least avoid him? Bai Debao and the Wolf Knight had no idea which city they had been teleported to. Li Wu walked to the teleportation portal where she had just been teleported and pressed it, only to be dumbfounded. The teleportation portal popped up and showed all 12 cities, but the system indicated that the portal was damaged and could only be entered, not exited. Isn't this a complete disaster? Just then, Bai Debao sent a voice message. I'm in Maoda's city. Where are you? Let's divide up the loot from the dungeon we just got. I'm in Shinho City, but this portal is broken. Can you teleport me from there? Not long after Li Wu sent out the message, he received a reply from Bai Debao. The teleportation portal in Maoda's city was only for entering, not for leaving. Li Wu glanced at the few players who had started to teleport over and sighed helplessly. Although Bai Debao changed his class to mage, the skills he learned from his skill book are still there. His attributes must have increased dramatically, just like hers, and his healing output is absolutely amazing. He's even thinking of teaming up with her to find some wild bosses. Unexpectedly, the 12 Zodiac cities were not interconnected. He had just randomly selected one for speed. The Abyss Lord just dropped 2 pieces of gold equipment, an Abyss Wolf pet egg, and a few pieces of silver equipment. I'll send you the information. Bai Debao remembered about dividing the loot and listed the spoils for Li Wu. A level 10 gold helmet and a level 10 gold ring. The Demon Wolf pet egg is of grade B quality. Li Wu thought for a moment and replied, Anyway, we can't trade in person. You can handle what you got from the dungeon. Put anything you don't need on the market and we'll split it among the 3 of us. Oh, and I'll keep the gold bracelet for myself. I can't return the Wolf Knight's helmet either, so you can factor that into the price. I'll just give you the cash directly. Now that the main city is open, I'm thinking of starting a guild, and these equipment can be used as rewards. I plan to collect them all. Okowo. Chapter 59 Battle Heaven Guild. Well, even between close sisters, things need to be clear. Now that the main city is open, level 10 equipment definitely won't be as valuable, and even gold equipment will be significantly discounted, so it's rare for Bai Debao to be so hesitant about money, mainly because the main city opened so suddenly. A minute ago, level 10 gold equipment could sell for 40,000 to 50,000, but now that players have arrived in the main city, there's no level cap, so they will level up quickly and get even higher level equipment. The equipment of top players will also be quickly phased out and enter the market, so a sharp drop in price is inevitable. For example, for the 9 people who are the first to change jobs, dozens of pieces of equipment will soon enter the market, and most of them will probably be gold equipment. Li Wu naturally understood this principle and replied, Understood, brother. The dungeon dropped a total of 5 level 10 gold equipment pieces, all of which are individual pieces, so let's say 10,000 each. There were also 14 silver equipment pieces, so let's say 1,000 each. As for that B-grade dire wolf pet egg, I plan to give it to my mom as a gift, so let's say 200,000 for now, the same as my pet. If it's less, I'll make up the difference later. If you remove the bracelet and the Wolf Rider's helmet, I'll transfer 68,000 to you. Good. Bai Debao's transfer speed was still as fast as ever. Li Wu received 68,000 yuan in the next moment and was in a great mood, but then suddenly her mood changed. Are premium equipment prices plummeting? Wouldn't the price of the gear he took off also plummet? Thinking of this, Li Wu quickly put all the equipment she had taken off in her backpack up for sale. Seeing the steel boots and bracelet bound to her backpack, Li Wu hesitated for a moment but still didn't change out of the platinum boots and the 3-bone bracelet. After dealing with the equipment, Li Wu wandered around the city, looking for any quest to take on. Blue Star Online was quite peculiar. There were no beginner quests in the starting village. The secondary profession mentors in the beginner village do issue profession quests, but these are all prerequisites for learning life skills and don't offer any extra rewards. For example, you can learn casting skills by smelting a certain number of iron or pieces. Because her mother, who is known for her spicy rabbit head, said that a career path requires a lot of investment in the early stages, Li Wu didn't learn any side professions. I tried talking to quite a few NPCs, but haven't triggered any quests, so I guess there aren't any quests available in the main city. Isn't this blatant exploitation? If it were set up like other games, with a series of main and side quests, You get something or money for each one, right? You should know that on Blue Star Online, even stones could be exchanged for money. Since they didn't even do any tasks, they naturally didn't need to give out rewards. Considering the number of players, this must have saved them a huge amount of money. Server-wide announcement. The player Zhang Tianxiao will be the first to establish a guild called Zhang Tian. Rewards include Guild Level +1, Gold Level Guild Warehouse *1, Gold Level Guild Battle Flag *1, and 10 server-wide announcements. Following a series of server-wide announcements, the system notification sounded. Ding! Players who have reached level 10 can bring up the guild panel to apply to join. Players who join a guild can be teleported to the city where the guild leader is located for free within 24 hours. Following the system prompts, Li Wu brought up the guild interface and found that only the Zhang Tian guild was displayed in the guild list, located in Zishu City. By Debao guessed correctly. Zhang Tianxiao really did establish a guild. Should I join the War God Guild? The first guild to be established will definitely have a bright future. To be honest, he didn't think that the incident of stealing a few bosses in the starting village could be repeated in the main city. With a guild system in place, the days when individual players fought each other in a chaotic free-for-all are virtually over. It's common for wild bosses to be cleared out and monopolized by major guilds, and even some efficient leveling spots may be controlled by them. As a top-tier bodyguard, his equipment is undoubtedly among the best. Joining a guild would certainly make him more valued. With some negotiation, he might be able to secure a stable, high-paying job in the game, complete with benefits like social insurance and housing fund. However, I indirectly stole 2 server-wide announcements and 6,000 reputation points from Zhang Tianxia. Will this guy retaliate for it? Just as Li Wu was hesitating, Bai Debao sent another voice request. After the call connected, Bai Debao's anxious voice came through. Brother Tuan, hurry up and establish a guild. Li Wu was speechless upon hearing this and replied, Why would I build that thing? That's something only rich people play with. Hey, you can sell it after you finish building it. Hurry up and go to the City Lord's mansion to apply for the establishment of a guild. Whether you run it yourself or sell it, you're going to make a fortune. What do you mean? Li Wu asked, somewhat puzzled. It takes 3,000 reputation points to build a guild. You definitely have enough. I estimate that the second guild will also have a server-wide announcement and rewards. Even if it doesn't, the earlier you build a guild, the more valuable it will be. Hurry up and go. Bai Debao was genuinely worried for Li Wu. Okay. Upon hearing this, Li Wu hurriedly started running, saying as she ran, If it's about reputation, besides Zhang Tianxia and me, no one else has 3,000 reputation, right? Not necessarily. 9 people were just rewarded with 1,000 reputation points, and I already have over 2,000 reputation points. Besides, there was no announcement for the second or third kill of the boss in the newbie village. Upon hearing Bai Debao's explanation, Li Wu finally realized that he didn't know who had gotten the first and third kills from the Electric Zombie King, nor the first, second, and third kills from the Silver Wolf King, the third kill from the Berserk Giant Ape, or the third kill from the Cerberus. Although the chances are negligible, what if someone else is like him and gets the full reputation without teaming up? At least for now, Zhang Tianxia has definitely enjoyed the reputation reward alone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have 3,000 reputation points. After inquiring about the location of the City Lord's mansion from nearby NPCs, Li Wu quickly headed towards the mansion. The City Lord's mansion stands in the center of the city, with 2 rows of guards in front of it holding long swords at their waists, coldly watching the surroundings. Li Wu, being impulsive, threw a true sight ward over and discovered that apart from the guards whose level was displayed as 60, the rest were all question marks. This game isn't going to introduce some kind of crime like trespassing on the City Lord's mansion, is it? Seeing the 2 rows of burly men, Li Wu walked forward with a slight nervousness. As expected, the guards immediately looked over warily when they saw Li Wu approaching, and some of them stepped forward with long swords to question him. What are you doing? I'm here to establish a guild. Could you please inform the City Lord? There's no need for the City Lord to trouble a mere folk gang. Just go through the side gate and find the director of the Civil Organization Supervision Office to handle it. Li Wu smacked her lips and followed the direction the guard pointed, entering the City Lord's mansion through a small side door to the side of the main gate. They said they had entered the City Lord's mansion, but once they entered through the side gate, they found themselves in a high-walled alley, which became increasingly remote as they walked along it. Li Wu strongly suspected that this so-called City Lord's mansion was just an empty shell. Could it be that the art designers of Blue Star Online hadn't even designed the core yet? Finally, we arrived at an office location and found the office for supervising non-governmental organizations by following the address. An old man with a goatee was lying back in a rocking chair, dozing off. Li Wu's arrival seemed to have disturbed the old man's rest, and the old man asked in an unpleasant tone, "Who are you looking for?" "I want to start a guild." Upon hearing that Li Wu wanted to establish an association, the old man immediately perked up, sat up abruptly, and asked enthusiastically, "Which method of establishment would you like to choose?" Chapter 60. How to choose the establishment method for the auction guild. Li Wu was stunned for a moment. Wasn't it said that you could create a guild with 3,000 reputation points? What methods are there? Li Wu asked, puzzled. The old man stroked his goat-horn beard and explained with a smile, "There are 2 ways to establish a guild. One is to complete the monster-clearing missions issued by the City Lord's Mansion to earn merit points. Once you have 1,000 merit points, you can establish a guild for free. The second way is to apply directly by spending 3,000 reputation points. A mission. Finally, a mission was triggered. Li Wu immediately perked up and asked, "What kind of missions are there?" "There's a mission lobby to the left after you go out. Go check it out yourself." Although Li Wu was curious about the mission, she knew she couldn't waste time, so she quickly said, "I will directly use my reputation to apply for the establishment of a guild." The old man seemed to have anticipated Li Wu's choice and smiled as he extended his hand. "Pay 2,000 gold coins." "How much?" Li Wu asked incredulously, forcing herself to stop picking her ears. 2,000 gold coins. Didn't you just say it would be free to create? I'm talking about the free creation fee of 1,000 merit points. Creating one by consuming reputation points costs extra. Are you asking for more money? You're asking for my life. Li Wu smacked her lips, turned around, and left. The NPCs in Shanhou City are bugged. They're charging me 2,000 gold coins to create a guild? Are they trying to rip me off? As soon as Li Wu stepped out of the so-called non-governmental organization supervision office, she answered a voice request sent by DeBeo and angrily recounted her tragic experience. It is indeed 2,000 gold coins. The NPC in Maudu City just told me it was 2,000 gold coins, DeBeo replied with certainty. But that's too high. 2 million just to set up a club. What if it can't be sold? Li Wu sighed. Trust me, Brother Tuan, you'll definitely be able to sell it. If I wasn't worried about you losing money, I would have bought it from you myself. DeBeo's words made Li Wu stop at her tracks. After hesitating for a moment, she still advised, setting up a meeting room costs 2 million. The subsequent upgrades and construction may far exceed your expectations. Are you sure you can afford to do that? Li Wu's words were not unfounded. Although he hadn't figured out Blue Star Online's nature yet, he was certain that applying to establish a guild might be the easiest step for the entire guild to develop. If I can't manage, I still have my dad, right? He just asked me if I could create a guild. I'm mainly worried that I might not offer you enough. If you can really create a second guild, you can hold a public auction, and the final price will definitely be high. Public auction? That can't be right. Can't we just build guilds for free with merit points? Although it requires completing quests, it shouldn't be as hard to get as reputation. Maybe we'll be able to build guilds easily in a couple of days. Time is money. The earlier you establish a guild, the greater the advantage. It's a pity that Zhang Tianxia was also able to establish a guild and even got there first. Otherwise, if you were the only one who could establish a guild, it would definitely sell for an astronomical price. As expected of the white heroine, her heartfelt words touched Li Wu slightly. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Lend me some money." When the topic of money came up, DeBeo was quite straightforward and immediately asked, "How much are you short?" 2 million. Even though Li Wu wasn't in front of him, DeBeo couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I know you've earned more than 2 million these past few days, right? Where's your money?" Li Wu was slightly embarrassed and said softly, "I can't touch that money. If you trust me, I'll lend you 2 million first. If the guild can't sell it, I'll give it to you. Consider the 3,000 reputation points a free gift." "So you still don't believe me?" DeBeo's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. "I believe you, but I can't gamble and I don't dare to gamble. I have this money for a very important purpose." DeBeo didn't know what Li Wu's money was for, but she could hear the sincerity in Li Wu's tone. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I can lend you 2 million. If the guild can't sell it, it's on me. I'll cover for you, and you won't waste the 3,000 reputation points. I'll give you an extra 2 million. Huh, wait a minute. How much of the 3,000 reputation points will you compensate me for? Li Wu asked, her eyes wide. 2 million, I suppose. Then why bother with bidding? I could just sell it to you directly. Hey, Brother Tuan, why are you being so stingy? The value of the second guild is far beyond your imagination. Bai Debao is so kind and righteous that Li Wu subconsciously worries that she might have lost her mind. If she directly offered 2 million to buy 3,000 reputation points, Li Wu believed he would agree without even considering it. To be honest, if their positions were reversed, he wouldn't dare guarantee that he would be as righteous as Bai Debao. After receiving the 2 million yuan transferred from Bai Debao, he turned around and returned to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Wu typed Blue Star into the guild name. The game is called Blue Star Online, and the guild name Blue Star is absolutely versatile. While it may not satisfy everyone, it won't lower the guild's prestige. Under the old man's eager gaze, Li Wu clicked the confirmation button, and 2,000 gold coins were transferred from her account. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Invincible Cute Team for establishing the second guild, Blue Star. Rewards. Guild level +1, gold level guild warehouse *1, and 8 server-wide announcements. 8 server-wide announcements in a row instantly flooded the view of all players. Zhou Tianxia, far away in Zishu City, watched the announcements with a cold eye and his brows furrowed slightly. The name Invincible Cute Group has been all over social media lately. He didn't even have time to check his equipment before creating the guild, because he was worried that Invincible Cute Group would beat him to it. Half an hour has passed. I thought this guy wouldn't be the only one to get the first kill of Cerberus and a reputation reward from activating the dungeon, but the competition that was bound to happen has finally arrived. After the server-wide announcements were completed 8 times, Zhou Tianxia opened the system shop and bought 10 super megaphones. There are only 20,000 members in a level 2 guild. They thought that by being the first to establish a guild, they could gather all 20,000 of the strongest players. Now that there's a competitor, we might have to show our strength and suppress the news of the second guild formation. Pin message across all servers. Zhou Tianxia, Zhou Tian Guild, the #1 guild. We are recruiting heroes from all over the world to jointly build the strongest guild in the game. After sending 10 super mega messages in a row, Zhou Tianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Showing off his financial resources appropriately was more attractive than simply issuing a server-wide announcement. The server-wide mega megaphone costs 100 gold each, and even the most powerful players would feel the pinch, since this 1 million gold could have been waived. Chapter 61, Uncle has taken back your future. At this moment, Li Wu was also in pain, just like Zhou Tianxia. He did not expect that after the main city opened, the price of the loudspeaker would increase 100 times. There are also mid-level loudspeakers that are only 10 times larger, but their range is limited to Shenzhou City. Even though Li Wu was reluctant, he could only grit his teeth and buy the whole server version. He was too embarrassed to ask Bai Debao for the money. Pin message across all servers. The Invincible Cute Group, auctioning the second guild, Blue Star, highest bidder wins. Zhou Tianxia looked at Li Wu's loudspeaker and almost cursed it out loud. He immediately sent Li Wu a friend request. The other party refused to add you as a friend. The system refuses to reply to messages immediately, which means it's set to block anyone from adding me as a friend. How are people supposed to bid? By spamming the loudspeakers? Zhou Tianxia thought about it and understood. This incredibly cute group is ruthless. They actually let people use 100,000 yuan to prove their financial strength, which prevents bored people from making random bids. Moreover, the transaction price will definitely exceed expectations. After all, if you bid 100,000 yuan, wouldn't it be a waste if you bid too low? You can only bid as high as possible. Zhou Tianxia figured out, but Li Wu was confused. He didn't know what went wrong. The megaphone had been broadcast for several minutes, so why was there no response at all? The chat in the area is quite lively, but no one is making any serious bids, and now they're even starting to lower the prices. Li Wu couldn't help but send a voice message to Bai Debao, but after the call connected, she didn't know what to say. Li Wu remained silent, but Bai Debao said with a smile, "Brother Tuan, there's no need for thanks. We're all sisters. We're practically family." Well, it seems like they won't sell. After hesitating for a moment, Li Wu still said softly. Bai Debao was also stunned and exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible? Even if it's not peak player login time, there should still be some response." The chat channels are full of random quotes, The highest is only a few 100,000, and now they're starting to quote lower, Li Wu sighed and replied. Chat channel. Baidabeo was stunned for a moment, then realized, brother, don't tell me you're still turning off friend requests. Holy crap. Li Wu slapped his forehead and was about to open the friend request when someone started spamming the megaphone. Pin message across all servers. Call me Dragon Out Yin. Damn, that's ruthless. You didn't even open your friend list, and you're asking for 100,000 yuan in one bid? I'll offer 2 million. Pin message across all servers. A gale force wind. You idiot upstairs, don't you know it costs 2 million to set up a club these days? I'll offer 3 million. Pin message across all servers. Young Master Zhou. You two upstairs, stop wasting your breath. 4 million. Hidden in his sleeve, 5 million. Li Wu was a little stunned when she saw the 5 million, but fortunately, she remembered to quickly change her friend settings. With the offer of 5 million, Li Wu's heart immediately settled down. After thinking for a moment, he bought a super loudspeaker instead. Pin message across all servers. The incredibly cute group. Sorry, I forgot to add friends. No time wasters, thank you. Li Wu just finished spamming the megaphone when he received a barrage of friend requests. Looking at the 99 plus friend requests, Li Wu frowned. Why are there so many idle people here? The asking price is already 5 million. There's no way there would be that many people. 99% of them are just people who want to flirt. Pin message across all servers. Young Master Zhou. 6 million. Sun and Moon in a pod. 8 million. Seeing that some people were still using megaphones to bid, Li Wu couldn't help but say to Baidabeo, who hadn't hung up the call yet, are these people crazy? Why are they still using megaphones to bid? Baidabeo chuckled and said, it's all about creating hype. But being the second guild in the entire server isn't enough to satisfy some people's appetites. Just like how Zhang Tianxia used 10 super megaphones to suppress the second guild's popularity, we need to take the opportunity to show off our financial strength to make up for the gap with the first guild. After all, money is the most effective way to attract talent. You know so much. Li Wu couldn't help but exclaim. You don't understand the world of the rich. The bidding continued, and soon it reached 10 million. Li Wu waited for a minute with trembling hands and an excited heart, only to find that the price had stopped. Phew, 10 million. Your uncle is finally about to take back your entire future. Li Wu murmured to herself, tilting her head back, trying not to let her tears fall. What are you saying? Baidabeo asked, puzzled, as he couldn't hear clearly in the voice. It's nothing. The bow. Thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, where would I have earned this 8 million? I don't know anything else, but just call me if you ever need anything. I'll be there anytime. Baidabeo smiled and said, Brother Tuan, you don't believe me when I say you're petty. This is nothing yet. Let the dust settle a bit more. Huh? You think it can still go up? Li Wu asked incredulously. Anything over 10 million is a significant sum. Most management doesn't have that kind of authority, so we need to give them time to consult with the leaders who aren't online yet. But we can't just stand by and do nothing. Baidabeo's voice came over, followed by a piercing arrow, or rather, a super loudspeaker. Pin message across all servers. Baidabeo, 12 million. Seeing Baidabeo also running to post a price quote on the super loudspeaker, Li Wu quickly said, what are you doing? I'll help you raise the price. Then lift less so you don't end up with something stuck in your hands. It's all right, I know what I'm doing. Baidabeo's tone was nonchalant, but a few minutes later Li Wu finally understood what it meant to have one's perspective determined at birth. They're about the same age, but Li Wu has always lived in a small county town and has a limited perspective. In the past 2 years, his biggest dream has been to earn an annual salary of more than 300,000 yuan so that he can ensure that Tuanchuan can always take the special medicine. I've seen stories online about rich people spending millions or even tens of millions on games, but I can't believe that someone would spend 30 million on a so-called second guild. Yes, that's right, 30 million. The person in the pot finally offered 30 million, and Baidabeo told Li Wu that it was about time, adding that if it weren't for the Zhantian Guild getting in the way, it might have sold for a small target. This is the difference in perspective between people. When Li Wu received the 30 million, his savings increased and his horizons broadened. They're not afraid he'll default on his debts. Blue Star Online doesn't allow the use of other people's bank cards. If they encounter a scammer, they'll be caught red-handed. Li Wu directly invited Hu Zhongriyu to join the guild, and then, Without waiting for Hu Zhong Ryu to teleport over, she hurriedly gave him the position of guild leader. Just kidding, the sun and moon in the pot don't belong to Shinho City. Only someone with a screw loose would give him the chance to teleport over. Others will need some time to establish their own guilds, and Li Wu is planning to take advantage of the chaos to snatch the boss. If the so-called second guild were brought to Shinho City, he'd be finished. Chapter 62, I treated you like a sister, but you made a server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Invincible Cute Team for establishing the third guild, Brilliance. Reward, guild level +1, 5 server-wide announcements. Although they were already overwhelmed by the barrage of announcements, the players in the entire China region were completely stunned when these 5 server-wide announcements were displayed. Pinned message across all servers. Incredibly cute group. Auctioning the third guild glory. Are you coming again? As Zhang Tianxiao watched the server-wide announcement flood the screen once again, even someone as resolute as him couldn't help but experience a surge in blood pressure. The player in the teapot was happily discussing the guild's future with the people below, but after seeing the newly released server-wide announcement, his happiness vanished. Bai Debao's lips twitched involuntarily. Brother Tuan's petty nature disappeared too quickly. Now I know why this guy suddenly asked her for that favor. Is the third guild appealing? There are already 2 guilds, and the incense is limited, but the reward of +1 guild level is still very popular, and the price has risen to 24 million. This is naturally due in no small part to Bai Debao's role in driving up prices. The same old trick. After confirming that the buyer was in Haizhu City, Li Wu immediately transferred the guild leader and withdrew, leaving no room for doubt. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Invincible Cute Team for establishing the 4th guild, Brilliant, and you will be rewarded with 3 server-wide announcements. Pinned message across all servers. Invincible Cute Group. Auctioning the 4th guild, Brilliant. Those who have already bid can send a private message to place their bids. Li Wu also knew the principle of 3 strikes and you're out, so she kindly reminded buyers that they could make offers via private message. The same old question remains. Is the 4th guild any good? The users of Sun and Moon in a Pot and Level 8 Gale said the aroma wasn't as good as they expected, and there were no other rewards besides the 3 server-wide announcements. A server-wide announcement is essentially just a giant megaphone, costing only 100,000 yuan. However, the 12 constellation cities are not currently interconnected. Establishing a guild now is equivalent to monopolizing a city, and those who understand the advantages of this know what they mean. Therefore, buyers with financial strength still chose to bid using a super loudspeaker, and the price increase was astonishing, even exceeding that of the previous auction. Because most buyers believe that this should be the last guild that Li Wu sold. The name Invincible Cute Team is not unfamiliar. They were the first to kill Cerberus, activated the Abyss Passage dungeon, created the first pet egg in the entire server, and became the first to change their class to Guardian. No one doubted whether Li Wu was the sole recipient of the reputation rewards. These rewards totaled exactly 10,000, enough to build only 3 guilds. The price of the Brilliant Guild eventually stopped at 28 million. After handing over the position of chairman to the seller, Li Wu walked up to the old man with the goat horn beard once again. His reputation was more than 10,000 points, plus the 1,000 points reward for the first clear of the dungeon. However, the server-wide announcement at the time was made to Bai Debao. There's also the 2,000 reputation reward for the second kill of the Berserker Giant Ape, and the 1,000 points that he and Spicy Rabbit Head each received when the Electric Zombie King was killed twice. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Invincible Cute Team for establishing the 5th guild, Big White, and you will be rewarded with 3 server-wide announcements. The buyers who missed out on the 4th guild's bids lit up, and before Li Wu could even open the loudspeaker, some buyers started making offers. But that person's offer was immediately overshadowed by Li Wu's super loudspeaker. Pinned message across all servers. Incredibly cute group. This guild is not for sale. Upon receiving Li Wu's guild invitation, Bai Debao was stunned for a moment. Seeing the guild's name, he didn't dare to accept. Instead, he sent Li Wu a voice message in disbelief. Brother Tuan, this should be the last guild you can build, right? You're not thinking of selling it to me, are you? Yes. Li Wu's answer was straightforward. Well, although I can afford the price of 28 million, I'll really be broke after buying the guild. When I help you raise the price just now, my dad warned me that our family situation is a bit complicated and he can't give me much support, you know? Bai DeBeo said with a wry smile. Family feuds? Illegitimate child? You have half-brothers. You're overthinking it. I am Bai DeBeo, the sole heir of the Bai family. It's just that my mother's identity is somewhat special. Although she is upright and honest, she is bound to attract trouble. So you understand? Okay, you understand. Your mother is a civil servant. Yes. That's fine. You're not using a super loudspeaker to bid. If anyone questions it, you could just say that you're cooperating with me to run the guild. That's feasible, but I have limited funds. 2 million. Before Bai DeBeo could finish speaking, Li Wu interrupted him. Didn't we agree before? You would cover for me, and I would buy 3,000 reputation points for 2 million. Brother Tuan, stop messing around. Do you know that if you broadcast this over the loudspeaker right now and tell everyone that this is the last guild, the price will definitely not be less than 25 million? I know. You still. Bai DeBeo suddenly realized something and said in shock, Brother Tuan, you're not trying to pick me up, are you? I treat you like a sister, but you want to sleep with me? Li Wu replied irritably, What nonsense. I'm doing this to thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to earn so much money, and I also received a service fee from you and your father for helping me transfer the money. After the 3 auctions, Li Wu didn't dare to use her bank card to transact directly with the other party. Li Wu didn't know who the people who bought the guild were, but he did know one thing. They were all rich people, and extremely rich ones at that. Selling 3 guilds in a row has offended at least the big bosses of the first 2 guilds that bought them, and is also the ever-watchful Zhang Tianxia. In a game, Li Wu may not be afraid, but in reality, he is just a 21-year-old ordinary citizen from a small county town. It would be too easy for the other party to find out his identity through his bank card. Although someone of that status might not do anything about such a small matter, what if he were petty? Li Wu didn't want to cause Tuan any trouble because of this. So he chose to ask Bai DeBeo for help, and Bai DeBeo helped without hesitation. He directly used the corporate account of the subsidiary under Bai DeBeo's name to receive 3 transaction payments and carried out various operations that Li Wu couldn't understand. Finally, to be on the safe side, he even asked her father to transfer money to Li Wu from his private account. In Bai DeBeo's words, her father not only had the power to prevent others from spying on him, but also the power to make them dare not spy on him. Li Wu didn't know how much it would cost to hire someone with such strength, so he offered his sincerity. Avenging wrongs and repaying kindness. This is the pride of Li Wu. Bai DeBeo was shocked by Li Wu's sincerity. Was this guy having a mental breakdown? Someone who just wanted to borrow 2 million is now giving away more than 20 million. Isn't that frightening? Bai DeBeo refused to buy, while Li Wu insisted on selling. Neither could convince the other, so Li Wu finally came up with a ruthless plan. If you don't buy it, I'll disband the guild immediately. Since I dared to forego 20 million, I'm naturally not afraid of losing an extra 2 million. Chapter 63 Nobody Gets the Benefit. Bai DeBeo finally joined the Dubai Guild under Li Wu's threat. This guild name is so tacky. You should have just told me you'd sell it to you, so I could come up with a name. Bai DeBeo couldn't help but complain. I'll just have to make do. Li Wu grinned, and after transferring the guild leadership to Bai DeBeo, he left the guild. The two were still on voice chat when Bai DeBeo noticed that Li Wu had left the guild. He quickly asked, Why did you leave the guild? Come to Maudu City, and let's grind monsters together. I won't join a guild for now. Although guilds are more likely to fight bosses together, that also means that many members share the burden. Even if I could get a bigger share based on my own abilities, it wouldn't be nearly as satisfying as snatching it all from among thousands of others. No one should be able to form a guild anytime soon. Shenhou City, without any guilds, is my lucky place. I'll join you when someone does form a guild there. All right then, let's each develop our own strengths and meet at the top. You're so Chinibu. I'm logging off now. Let's chat tonight. It was dinner time, and Lu Ying should be off work soon, so Li Wu didn't have time to go out into the wild to grab the first batch of meat. As soon as Li Wu took off his helmet, his phone beeped with a notification. He opened it and found that the latest message was a notification that 10 million yuan had been deposited into his bank account. Depend on. Li Wu put her helmet back on and sent a voice message to Bai DeBeo as soon as she logged on. Didn't I say 2 million? Why did you transfer 10 million? Li Wu asked irritably. Bai DeBeo snorted and said irritably, What kind of person am I, Bai DeBeo? How could I possibly take advantage of you? I'm warning you, don't come back to me. If you do, I'll disband the guild. I've already posted on the megaphone to recruit people. If we disband, not only will you suffer, but I'll also lose face. My face is worth more than 20 million. I like to transfer, but I'm on a quota, Li Wu said through gritted teeth. Hee, don't worry about it. My housekeeper has already calculated it for me. If I transfer 10 million to you, neither of us will lose out. No matter how I handle the money I received through the corporate account before, I would still have to pay taxes in the end. I don't want to cause trouble for my mother. I just help you receive 82 million. The subsidiary with my name on it was involved in a government-supported project, so the corporate income tax was lower than normal, around 12.3 million. Even with the 10 million added, it's still more than 5 million less than the guild you ultimately sold for. I won't argue with you about that. Consider it my service fee. For an MBA student who failed every subject, this service fee is astronomical. I still have to pay taxes. Li Wu was speechless for a moment, but then she realized what she meant and said, if the Great White Guild hadn't sold it to you, would you have asked me for taxes? Of course, my dad's money didn't grow on trees. You're kidding me. Before I established the Great White Guild, you transferred all 80 million of the remaining amount to me, except for the 2 million you lent me. I was originally planning to deduct it from your last guild auction proceeds, but who knew you would insist on selling me? Bai Debeo said confidently. You. Li Wu was very skeptical of Bai Debeo's words, but now that he had been outmaneuvered, he was at a loss for what to do. Just like Bai Debeo said, if the guild is disbanded now, the losses will be more than just Li Wu's. We're both fucking crazy. Anyone who's seen our conversation would think we're insane. Li Wu shook her head and gave a bitter laugh, too lazy to struggle any further, and logged off. After logging off, Li Wu stared at the bank account displayed on her phone, remaining silent for a long time. The tears that had been suppressed by the loud announcements finally welled up in her eyes. 87 million. The shackles that had weighed on him for 2 years were finally completely removed at this moment. Your uncle has finally taken back the future that was rightfully yours from God. This is a happy occasion. How can you cry? Li Wu raised his arm to cover his eyes, then burst into laughter, as if he were a madman. Hearing Li Wu's commotion, Tuan, who was playing with her older sister in the living room, ran over. Although my aunt said that my uncle was working and shouldn't be disturbed, my uncle is smiling now. Does that mean he's finished working? Yes, that must be it. Tuan nodded vigorously, stretched out her little hand, and pushed the door open a little, poked her little head inside, and blinked her big eyes. Hearing the door open, Li Wu was immediately charmed by Tuan's adorable appearance. She leaned over, hugged Tuan tightly, and gave her a big kiss. Uncle has made a lot of money again. Little Tuan's eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly shouted with her little hands, Uncle, did you earn another 100 coins? No, my uncle earns more than 100 coins, more than 1,000 coins, 100 coins, 1,000 coins. Really? Then Uncle can buy Bauer a big doll again. Okay, buy it. As many big dolls as Tuan wants, Uncle will buy you as many big dolls as you want, enough to fill the bed in the room. Wow, really? But the room is full of dolls. What if Uncle can't find a baby? That's a problem. How about we just buy one? Good. After dinner, Luing took her daughter home from work. She hadn't finished her playtime for the day yet, but luckily, there were elderly people at home who could help take care of the child. Li Wu took Tuan out as well. The little baby needs to be taken for a walk when he has nothing to do, otherwise he just watches TV all the time. The mall closes at 8 p.m., and the father and son stayed there until 8 p.m. Of course, it wasn't because Tuan was so young that he liked shopping, but because they played in the mall's indoor playground for a while. Just as Li Wu arrived home with the little guy who was still full of energy, her phone rang. When I saw that the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number, I was about to reject the call when I realized it was a local number, so I decided to answer it. Hello, is this Mr. Li Wu? This is from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. I am. Beep, beep, beep. Li Wu hung up the phone before the other party could finish speaking. Are phone scams really that sophisticated now? It can even display the local number. I'm the most invincible, the most adorable. The phone rang again, accompanied by Tuan's singing. Li Wu frowned, glanced at it, and saw it was the same number as before, so she casually rejected the call. Is telecom fraud really this rampant? Normally, after hanging up, you would find another target. Why are you still hitting them? Less than 10 seconds later, the phone rang again. It was the same number. Li Wu got angry and decided not to refuse the call. She was about to answer it and start yelling at him. Don't hang up. I really am from the bank. The person on the other end of the phone spoke very quickly, as if afraid that Li Wu would scold him. Li Wu replied irritably, "Your bank is still open past 8 p.m.? Did you just come back from northern Myanmar and haven't adjusted to the time difference yet?" Chapter 64 Deposit and Rice, Flour, and Oil. Mr. Li, I am not a telecom fraudster. I am Zhou Wuqi, the branch manager of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Kaki Town. Your Industrial and Commercial Bank of China account may have an anomaly. There have been frequent large cash deposits in the past few days, and today there were even more large transactions that triggered the risk control mechanism. Our bank believes that your account may be used by others for money laundering activities and has temporarily frozen your account. The content on the other end of the phone made Li Wu swallow his curses. It seemed that the brothers in northern Myanmar weren't that powerful. That was a normal transfer into a private account. So why are you freezing my bank card? Li Wu asked, frowning. If you say that, it means you are aware of this matter. That's right. National regulations stipulate that for large transfers, banks must conduct internal verification and then require the account holder to explain the source of the funds. Our bank just worked overtime to check and found it wasn't a system error. Therefore, you need to explain the source of the funds. If the explanation is unreasonable, you may need to provide corresponding proof. Zhou Wuqi spoke politely and logically. Li Wu wasn't too clear on this matter, so after thinking for a moment, she said, "Your bank should be able to find out where this money came from, right? The amount is quite large in my account, but it's not unusual for the account from which it was transferred, is it?" "Yes, the account from which the funds were transferred is indeed legal and compliant, but you still need to explain the source of the funds. It's considered a private gift. Do you have any relevant proof?" Li Wu thought for a moment and said, "I don't have proof, but I should be able to ask the other party to explain to the bank." "Would that count as proof?" "Yes, that's more legally binding than your own explanation. Also, I need to remind you that if this money is indeed a private gift, you may need to pay taxes. Banks are currently linked to the tax authorities, so it's best if you go to the tax office in person afterward to avoid unnecessary trouble." "Okay, I understand. Don't forget to unfreeze my account as soon as they finish explaining. I need to transfer money urgently. By the way, my card probably has a limit, right? Do I need to make an appointment if I want to transfer more?" "Oh, how much do you want to transfer?" 80 million. I want to transfer money to my other cards: Postal Savings Bank, China Construction Bank, Agricultural Bank, and Rural Credit Cooperative. I want to transfer 20 million to each card. Well, if you're transferring money between bank cards under your own name, there are limits on mobile phones and ATMs. If you go to the counter in person, there are no limits, but you need to make an appointment in advance." Zhou Wuqi's voice was obviously a little unnatural. "Oh, can I make an appointment with you now? I estimate that they should be able to explain things clearly by tomorrow morning at the latest. I remember that banks can also handle personal business on Sundays, right?" "Sure, but may I ask why you want to transfer money to another card?" "Why can't I ask? I passed by these banks a few days ago, and they were having a promotion where deposits would come with free rice, flour, cooking oil, and other food." "Oh, how much rice and flour do you need? Can you finish it all? Why wouldn't I take something that's free? I happen to know someone at the supermarket, so I can make a profit by reselling it." Is that illegal?" "Whether this is illegal or not depends on the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, but you don't need to transfer your money to another bank at all. You can just tell me what benefits you want. Our bank has its own policies." "Huh, ICBC is giving away rice, flour, and cooking oil now." "Forget rice, flour, and cooking oil. You can have whatever you want. If you deposit a large amount in a fixed-term deposit or buy wealth management products at our bank, we'll even give you a whole grain and oil shop," Zhou Wuqi said excitedly on the other end of the phone. "Really?" Li Wu was a little confused. Was Zhou Wuqi sure he wasn't a fraudster? How could it be fake? "You'll be here tomorrow." "No, I'll visit you in person tomorrow. So please don't transfer any money out of your pocket." "No, you don't need to come. I'll go to the bank to find you." "What you're saying sounds too much like a scam. It's safer to talk in the bank manager's office." "Okay, I'll start work early tomorrow." "How about 8 o'clock?" Zhou Wuqi asked softly, suppressing his excitement. Li Wu was unwilling to enjoy such special services. He was at least close to achieving a small goal in life, so he quickly said, "No, your bank opens at 9:30 on Sundays, right? I'm scared if I go then, because there aren't many people." Zhou Wuqi was speechless. Was this Mr. Li Wu being a little too cautious? After agreeing on a time, Li Wu hung up the phone and then watched TV with Tuan Tuan while scrolling through her phone. If you encounter something you don't understand, just ask Baidu. When Li Wu typed large deposit into the search bar, before she could type anything else, several convenient terms popped up below. Which bank offers the highest interest rate for large deposits? Tips and methods for making large deposits. How much interest can be negotiated for a large deposit? A series of convenient search terms made Li Wu thoughtful. After reading through them one by one, she finally understood some of the issues. Why did Zhou Wuqi call him late at night? Was it really just to ask him where the huge sum of money came from? What can be found out just by talking on the phone? If the account is frozen, send a text message to notify the bank or have an employee call to inform them when they come to work tomorrow. Would Li Wu dare not rush to the bank immediately? So this guy's real intention wasn't what he thought. Previously, I only knew that banks had IP services. When I sold 2 houses, my savings were fortunate enough to exceed 800,000 yuan. So, I became an IP customer. I could withdraw money through the IP window without queuing. Unfortunately, I didn't enjoy this service for long before I was downgraded. With over 87 million in deposits, what kind of customer are they? Li Wu checked and found that the highest level of bank clients with deposits of over 8 million yuan can apply for private banking and have a dedicated client manager to serve them individually. I don't know what a private bank is, but with 87 million in deposits, they're definitely top-tier clients, let alone being at the very top of the pyramid. So even bank managers have to run business. After putting Tuanshu to sleep, Li Wu picked up the gaming helmet and hesitated for a moment. In just a few days, I earned more money than I could earn a lifetime. There's no need to think about how much interest you can negotiate tomorrow. Even with the most basic 2-year fixed deposit, the annual interest rate for 87 million is over 2%. Even if it's only 2%, the interest alone would be 1.74 million a year. What does that mean? Instant financial freedom. Even if Tuanshuan takes one of her special medicines and vomits up 5, she still won't spend all 1.74 million. I've made up for most of my game time. Is it really necessary to keep grinding day and night? For a moment, Li Wu really wanted to relax completely. But in the end, I still put on the gaming helmet. I'm addicted to games. He was just a 21-year-old young man who had been bent over by life. But now that he stood up, what else would he do but play games and go to bars? Moreover, he did not forget the reminder he bought from Hao Jianjun. There must be a huge pitfall behind the forced gaming of the entire population. Hao Jianjun told him to improve his strength in the game as much as possible, which was not an empty promise. Chapter 65 Title System. As soon as Li Wu logged in, he received a system notification from the auction house. All the obsolete equipment he had listed before had sold, but the transaction prices were lower than expected. 6 level 10 gold equipment items only sold for a little over 30 gold. Only the clothes and rings with no level requirements sold for high prices, with the rings selling for 60 gold and the demon dog leather armor selling for a whopping 120 gold. Li Wu frowned, opened her friend list, and was about to leave a message for Bai Debeo, who was offline, when she received a voice message request from Spicy Rabbit. Wah, Brother Tuan, why do you both go to the main city? The little girl felt wronged. They were both newbies fighting in the same mine, and now one of them is level 7 while the other has gone to the main city. Anyone would feel wronged. Li Wu glanced at the level of Spicy Rabbit Head and said in confusion, "You're pretty fast. You weren't even logged on when I logged off, and you've already leveled up in just 3 or 4 hours. Not only am I leveling up fast, but everyone else is too. Now that the auction house is open, we could buy level-free equipment from the main city. I'm currently wearing a full set of silver equipment with a rating of 30, so I can kill monsters really fast," Spicy Rabbit Head said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Li Wu opened the auction house and took a look and found that there were indeed level-less silver equipment for sale in the auction house. The search criteria also added a rating option. Li Wu looked for a pattern and found that the equipment rating was the same as the attribute points added by the equipment. For example, some of his equipment has 3 attributes plus 18, and the equipment score is exactly 54. Some have 3 attributes plus 20, and the equipment score is exactly 60. Even platinum equipment is no exception. Silver equipment only has 2 additional attributes, so when Spicy Rabbit Head says the equipment rating is 30, it means that the 2 attributes of the silver equipment are each increased by 15. This is incredible. Normally, level 7 silver equipment in the beginner village can only reach plus 8 or plus 9 at most. This one has become plus 15. Isn't that going to be a game changer? Moreover, level 1 outs can also carry. So what are the differences between level 1 outs and level 10 outs besides the 2 points of all attributes that automatically increase upon leveling up and the free attributes? No wonder level 10 gold equipment has plummeted in price, while equipment without levels has become much more expensive. What is the significance of not having level requirements for equipment of level 10 and above? To help players whose levels have dropped due to less online time? Or is it for some secret to help the lagging players improve their strength as quickly as possible? Li Wu couldn't think of an answer right away, but he knew that an opportunity to make money had arrived. While there are quite a few players who have reached level 10, that number is still at least several dozen times less than the nearly 900 million players of the appropriate age. In other words, there are over 800 million players eagerly awaiting the release of new equipment, and the price of equipment without level requirements is about to skyrocket. Even basic equipment can fetch a high price. Li Wu swallowed hard and asked, "Rabbit, how much did this set of silver equipment you're wearing cost?" Spicy Rabbit Head hesitated for a moment, then replied softly, 28 gold coins. Your mother doesn't know, does she? Li Wu's eye twitched involuntarily. I didn't dare tell her. If she knew I spent 28,000 yuan on equipment, she would definitely take off her helmet again. Spicy Rabbit Head replied, somewhat embarrassedly. Your mom will probably be entering the main city soon, and your equipment will probably be ready soon too. What are you going to do then? I'll just stay away from the city she's in. You're just full of rebellious spirit. Anyway, I earned these gold coins myself. Sigh. Li Wu sighed. You should hurry up and level up. Once we get to the main city, I'll take you to make a fortune. Okay, I'll get my all. I won't log off until I reach level 10. After hanging up the Spicy Rabbit Head voice chat, Li Wu sent a message to Bai Debeo, who had already logged off, mentioning something about the bank account before turning around and going to the mission lobby. Since I'm going out to fight monsters anyway, I might as well take on a clearing mission and do it while I'm at it. The quest lobby was crowded with players, some accepting quests and others looking for groups. Li Wu's brand name equipment was particularly eye-catching. Although others could not see the specific information, they could guess from the appearance that it was definitely high-end. His appearance attracted many people to offer him opportunities, but Li Wu automatically rejected them all with his reject team setting. You can only accept one clearance mission at a time. To accept a new one, you need to complete the previous mission or abandon it. The merit points awarded for completing tasks are not consumables, but are used to upgrade official rank titles. The so-called 1,000 merit points can be used to create a guild for free, but actually 1,000 merit points can be used to obtain the title of Baron. Having the title of Baron not only allows you to establish civilian organizations for free, but also enables you to purchase items in the merit shop. The higher your title level, the rarer the items you can buy, and you can also enjoy a certain percentage discount. Li Wu is most interested in discounts and doesn't know if there are any quantity limits. Otherwise, when his title is higher, reselling items from the merit shop could be a way to make money. Li Wu can now open the merit shop. The merit shop only has a few kinds of low-level consumables like bread and red and blue potions, which are the same as ordinary goods. The prices are not cheap either. Perhaps because he doesn't have enough titles, many items are not displayed. However, there is one item in the merit shop that is not sold in ordinary shops, and you can buy it without needing a title. Return to Town Scroll. One-time use item, priced at 10 silver. This price made Li Wu doubt the brains of the Blue Star online planners. If you've run far away and don't want to die, just spend 100 yuan to take a flight back. No matter how big the map in Blue Star Online is, it takes an hour to walk to the end of just the beginner village map. As your level increases and you travel further, simply traversing the map becomes a major problem. It might take half a day just to return to the city. Town portal scrolls should be positioned as commonly used consumables. Isn't it absurd to price them at 10 silver? Ordinary players would probably rather spend half a day searching than be willing to buy it. Luckily, we have a recall stone. Although the game planner isn't the best, he's still pretty good to us. There are also title restrictions for accepting extermination missions. Players without titles can only accept F and E level missions, and the title of Baron is required for higher level missions. Li Wu wasn't interested in F level missions, so he looked through the E level missions and found an E level mission to exterminate gnolls. Mission: Exterminate the gnolls. Mandu Village, located east of Shunho City, has recently been frequently attacked by jackalmen. Please take this letter of commission to Mandu Village to deal with these damned bandits. The mission objective is to kill 200 gnolls and a gnoll Captain Hog. The team consists of 3 people and is awarded a total of 60 merit points. Compared to the reward of only 20 merit points for killing 1,000 level 11 monsters, this mission offers a much better reward in terms of kill count and merit points. Moreover, it can be completed in a team of 3. If one person kills less than 70 monsters, even if the kills are split among 3 people, each person will still receive 20 merit points. The fact that Chapter 66 could award such a high merit reward for annihilating the gnolls suggests that the gnolls were definitely higher level than level 11 monsters, and one of them even had a name, leading Li Wu to suspect that it was likely an elite monster. Wilderness bosses are probably impossible. The rewards don't match. Li Wu hadn't originally planned to grind level 11 monsters to level up, since there were already quite a few players at level 10, and level 11 monsters would definitely be crowded with people. Moreover, with his current top-tier equipment across the entire server, he would be too embarrassed to admit he's not at least 2 or 3 levels above the server average. Go find some gnolls first. It would be best if you could fight them, but if not, we'll see. It took more than 20 minutes just to get out of Shinho City, and another 20 minutes to get to Mandu Village, which was shown on the map. This map is freaking huge. Li Wu somewhat regretted not switching to the summoner class, as summoners were said to be able to summon mounts for free. Besides the NPCs, there were a few other players in Mandu Village, so he was clearly not the only one who had received the Gnoll quest. The village chief of Mandu Village had a golden exclamation mark above his head. After a brief conversation, Li Wu handed the mission request to the village chief, and the mission to exterminate the jackals appeared in the mission system. Li Wu wasn't in a hurry to form a team, since the total merit points were only 60, and it would be best if he could fight on his own. Following the village chief's directions, Li Wu disappeared into the woods at the east end of the village. After finding the gnolls, Li Wu finally understood why it was a team quest. Gnolls are not only aggressive monsters, but also social monsters. 5 gnolls were roasting something around a campfire, and Li Wu could smell the barbecue from a distance. I wonder if players who enjoy jackal barbecue can eat it. It smells so authentic. He threw out 2 true eyes, and information about 2 different-looking gnolls was displayed. Gnoll Scout. Level, 13. Life, 12,000. Defense, 320. Physical attack, 550. Skill, Backstab. Attacks from behind the target, dealing 180% physical damage. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Gnoll Bandits. Level, 13. Life, 12,800. Defense, 320. Physical attack, 600. Skill, Fear Strike, deals 150% physical damage, 5-second cooldown. Seeing the gnolls attack, Li Wu couldn't help but laugh. Why even bother forming a team? His current defense is as high as 933 points, and neither of the 2 types of gnolls can break through his defense. Only the backstab of 2 gnoll scouts can take away 57 points of his health, and the backstab has a cooldown time of 8 seconds. After thinking it over, Li Wu decided not to give the jackals any chance at all. He still had 50 free attribute points left to allocate, so he directly put 2:3 of them into endurance and constitution. The reason I didn't invest in the starting village was because I was unsure which class I would choose and was afraid I wouldn't have a chance to reset. Now that I've chosen Guardian, I'm definitely going to focus on increasing my stamina and constitution for the extra 20%. Li Wu's health increased to 5316. And her defense reached 1,005. After allocating attribute points, Li Wu went straight in, too lazy to even use taunt, and didn't need to worry about gnoll scouts sneaking up from behind. Even if you get backstabbed, it will only cause you 1 point of damage. Without using any skills, I just circled around and attacked them one by one with normal attacks. The 5 gnolls were just enough to keep the poison flowing. Li Wu's attack damage is 699. Her normal attack damage is 379. Her 5-stack poison damage reaches 345 per second, and her slash damage is 84. 1 minute later, the 5 gnolls turned into white light one after another, leaving behind a piece of white equipment on the ground. The cut talent is powerful, but it's somewhat useless for fighting mobs. To Li Wu's dismay, the 5 jackals should have dealt him 5 points of forced damage per second, which would amount to 300 damage per minute. But his health was still at full. Upon checking the system backend, I realized that I had overlooked the weapon's built-in 5% life steal. Lose 5 points and gain 5 points, unlimited battery life. The aroma of barbecue wafted from the campfire. Li Wu went over to try it out, only to see some bloody remains on the ground beside the fire, with a small, bloody hand clearly visible. These gnolls were roasting human flesh. Vomit. Li Wu almost threw up. She had never felt this nauseous, not even when she went out and drank herself into oblivion on her first day of college. If it weren't for the game, Li Wu might have vomited up his gallbladder. It's just a game. Does it really need to be this realistic? 3 players nearby had just finished fighting a wave of gnolls and looked over when they heard the commotion. One of the young men shouted to Li Wu, "Bro, buy a high-end mask from the system shop. It can block out the smell. Otherwise, the more fragrant it is, the more disgusting it becomes." Upon hearing this, Li Wu immediately summoned the system shop and bought a high-level mask. Even though it cost as much as 1 gold, Li Wu did not hesitate for a moment. Sure enough, the smell of human flesh barbecue was gone. Li Wu breathed a sigh of relief and gratefully said, "Thank you," to the young man over there. Even though she knew it was a game, Li Wu's gaze towards the other group of gnolls in the distance was involuntarily filled with murderous intent. Kill. Li Wu simply went all out against these jackals, since he didn't need to heal or replenish mana, and kept killing them in groups of 5. The 3 players were already surprised that Li Wu could take on 5 gnolls single-handedly, and now seeing Li Wu not even healing and just keep killing, they were a little dumbfounded. Those who can come to the main city at this stage are all top players from the top few hundred in each newbie village, and their strength is not too bad. However, compared with Li Wu, the gap is too obvious. The young man glanced at his girlfriend, who kept looking towards Li Wu, and decided to stay away from this big shot. Just like in real life, you might feel romantic riding an electric scooter with your girlfriend, but who knows if a Ferrari speeding by might steal that romance away. To prevent such a thing from happening, the young man didn't even dare to think about clinging to someone's leg, and hurriedly told his teammates and the pastor's girlfriend to walk away. With no one competing for monsters, Li Wu farmed gnolls for over 2 hours straight, killing about 500 or 600, and his experience bar had increased by almost half. Killing monsters 3 levels higher grants an extra 60% experience. If you keep killing like this, you can reach level 11 in another 3 hours. Thinking of the series of system notifications that would follow once the main city opened, Li Wu silently called out, "Rankings." After the main city opened, many new features were added, including a leaderboard. The leaderboards currently only include level rankings, pet rankings, and mount rankings, with each list only showing the top 100. Li Wu glanced at the level leaderboard and found that only a few hours after the main city opened, half of the top 100 players had already reached level 12. After leaving the starting village, there were far more skilled players than just that small group. Among the top 100 players, Li Wu only saw the name of one familiar face. Bai DeBayo, wielding a platinum staff and possessing 2 area of effect skills, was only ranked 46th in level. Bai DeBayo is currently offline and will likely be kicked off the leaderboard soon. Although the person ranked first on the leaderboard wasn't a familiar face, the name was quite familiar. Seeing Zhou Tianxiao ranked first, Li Wu couldn't help but admire this guy's strength. Unlike his stealing of bosses, the forum revealed that Zhou Tianxiao relied on hard skills. Could this Battle of the World character actually be a descendant of the Lightning 5-strike whip? According to a post on a forum, there are some skilled players in the game who are suspected of knowing Kung Fu in real life. In this supposedly 100% virtual reality online world, ancient martial arts, once submerged in modern technology, have blossomed anew thanks to various attribute enhancements. How about I sign up for a class tomorrow when I have some free time? The mission to kill 200 gnolls in Chapter 67 has long been completed, but the gnoll captain named Hog is still nowhere to be found. I don't know if he was killed by another player. Li Wu had no choice but to kill monsters while expanding her search area. She didn't know how long she had been grinding when suddenly several screams came from afar. Immediately afterwards, a player came running over from a distance like a dog chasing after him. Behind him followed a giant gnoll man over 2 meters tall, wielding a massive axe. That player was the young man I had met once before who had reminded Li Wu about the advanced mask. The archer and the beautiful priestess from the trio did not appear. Considering the previous screams, they had probably been killed and sent back to town by the giant gnolls. Seeing the young man suddenly turn and run towards him, Li Wu darted to the side without thinking. Whether it's the youth shifting the blame or desperate measures, Li Wu doesn't want to take unnecessary risks. Although most of my equipment is bound, there's still 2 pieces that aren't bound. If they get lost, I won't be able to pick them up again. A mere word of friendship isn't worth that much. While moving away, he threw a true sight ward at them. Hogger the Knoll, Elite. Level, 13. Life, 38,000. Physical attack, 800, plus 160. Defense, 450. Skill, 1. Fierce Strike, deals 150% physical attack damage, with a 5-second cooldown. 2. Battle Spirit. Killing an enemy increases attack power by 10% for 1 minute. This effect can be stacked up to 10 times. 3. Powerful and Heavy. Hogger's body is much stronger than that of an ordinary gnoll, and his normal attacks can deal 130% physical damage. Upon seeing Hog's attribute data, Li Wu ran even faster. Hog must have killed 2 players. His attack increased by 20% to 960 points. Without that powerful passive skill, Li Wu could probably kill him, but that's clearly not the case now. Even if he killed him, he would be left with very low health. He couldn't guarantee that the young man wouldn't repay kindness with enmity, nor could he be sure if there would be any unexpected complications. After all, although the map is large, he and the trio were not the only ones who received the Knoll mission. "Boss, help me." When a young man saw Li Wu turn and run, he quickly called for help and turned his feet to follow Li Wu's direction. "I can't save him, and I'm scared too," Li Wu shouted without turning his head. "Big brother, if we team up, we can definitely turn the tables on Hog." "No need, I want to keep the merit points myself. But don't worry, I'll collect your body. If you drop anything, I'll find it and return it to you." Li Wu's shoes were fast, and she soon left the young man behind. However, the young man was eventually caught up by Hog and taken away with a few axe blows. What puzzled Li Wu was that, even though he hadn't entered the battle, Hog should have returned to the respawn point after killing the young man, but Hog suddenly looked up at him and chased after him. "You bastard who slaughtered my people. Hog will never forgive you." Li Wu naturally wouldn't argue with a game monster. Hog's battle spirit skill was stacked 3 times, so he wouldn't gain any advantage by fighting him now. The battle spirit skill lasts for 1 minute. Hog just killed the youth, so the duration has been refreshed. It's not too late to fight again after 1 minute. Li Wu's shoes were fast, and Hog couldn't catch up for a while. However, Li Wu didn't dare to run towards Manga village, for fear of encountering other players and wasting time by running in circles. As the small circle chases the large circle, they naturally get closer and closer. In less than a minute, Hog caught up with Li Wu. Li Wu retaliated with a shield bash, slamming the shield hard into Hog's body. Minus 598, dizziness, minus 350 cut. Minus 69, toxin, minus 350 cut. Minus 249, basic attack, minus 350 cutting. Minus 138, toxin, minus 350 cut. After stunning Hog, Li Wu was too lazy to run away. Although Hog still had a few seconds of fighting spirit left, her weapon had lifesteal, so she could withstand it. After regaining consciousness, Hog delivered a powerful blow to the shield that Li Wu had raised. Minus 555. Hog, with his 3 layers of battle intent, was indeed fierce. With a single strike, he took away more than 10% of Li Wu's health. Even through the shield, Li Wu's left hand was still numb from the shock. With a muffled groan, he countered with a heroic strike. Minus 598, cut 350. Plus 29. Plus 17. Plus 10. Plus 17. A heroic strike left Hog with 4 minus signs above his head, while Li Wu had 4 plus signs above his head. Although the amount of health restored was only average, Li Wu's eyes couldn't help but widen in surprise. Cutting also triggers lifesteal. Li Wu suddenly realized that his talent might be about to explode, and he couldn't suppress it at all. If you encounter a monster with millions of HP, you choke on blood if you took a single breath. Well, even a monster with millions of HP wouldn't need a second bite to kill him, so he probably can't suck it up anymore. However, the healing effect from cutting is a pleasant surprise, and it's something you can definitely focus on building up in the late game. Hogger's all-out attack has cooled down, and even with the extra damage bonus, his normal attack can only deal 347 damage to Li Wu. Once the Li Wu poison stacks to 5 layers, each sword strike will restore 63 health points. A few seconds later, Hog's battle spirit time ended, and his attack instantly dropped to 800. Even with the powerful passive skill, his normal attack could only deal 35 damage to Li Wu. Li Wu lost less than half of her health, and it slowly started to recover. By the time Hog fell to the ground, Li Wu was at full health. Ding! Congratulations on killing the elite monster, Null Hog. You have gained 8,000 experience points. The bonus for being 3 levels higher is 4,800 experience points. Ding! The mission to exterminate the gnolls has been completed. Please return to Manga Village with Hog's head to claim your reward. Hog had a really good time, getting a total of 8 pieces of equipment, but unfortunately only 2 of them were silver, the rest were iron plane. Hogger isn't a boss monster. It's more like an elite wild monster. Getting 2 silver items from it is already pretty good. Besides the equipment, there's also a bloody wolf head and a dozen silver coins. It has to be an elite monster. I farmed so many regular gnolls before and didn't get a single silver item, but I got 3 iron items and a few plain items. While the equipment is still valuable, put it all up for sale. You can at least make a few $1,000s. Even with 87 million, who would complain about having too much money? After returning to Manga Village to complete the quest and receiving 60 merit points, Li Wu went straight back to the city. You can create a guild for free after being promoted to Baron, and if you progress quickly, you might even be able to sell it for money. Elite monsters are a bit hard to find, so this time Li Wu chose a quest to kill 500 abyss boars. It's also an E-rank mission, but this mission doesn't have any named monsters, and the merit reward is the same, 60 points. Considering how difficult it is to kill Hogger, the only requirement is that the level of the abyssal hounds killed must be higher than that of the gnolls, otherwise there will be no similar merit reward. With his current strength, fighting monsters of level 13 or higher is more cost-effective. Following the mission instructions, Li Wu spent half an hour finding Pear Blossom Town, which was further away than Manga Village. Chapter 68, Encountering the Lore Monster Again, following the quest guide. Li Wu spent half an hour finding Pear Blossom Town, which was further away than Manga Village. Although Pear Blossom Town is called a town, it is not much larger than Manga Village. However, Pear Blossom Town has more NPCs, and most importantly, 2 NPCs have golden exclamation marks above their heads. Li Wu went up to inquire, but immediately lost interest. These 2 NPCs are actually secondary profession skill instructors. One is a pastry chef, and the other is a winemaker. Completing the task will teach you how to make pear blossom pastry and pear blossom wine, specialties of Pear Blossom Town. There's also a specialty shop in town that sells these 2 items. Pear blossom pastry not only restores 3 points of satiety, but also increases 5% stamina for 5 minutes. Pear blossom wine has no health benefits, but it's labeled as delicious. Pear blossom pastry costs 3 silver coins, while pear blossom wine costs as much as 10 silver coins. It's reasonable for pear blossom pastries to be so expensive, but what makes pear blossom wine so special? Driven by curiosity, Li Wu splurged and bought a bottle. The lingering fragrance and subtle intoxication make it an unforgettable experience. Li Wu wasn't a big drinker, but the pear blossom wine had already tantalized his taste buds. He waved and bought 10 more bottles, planning to drink a couple to celebrate if anything good came out in the future. I bought another 10 pear blossom pastries. 1 to eat before the battle, and 1 to drink after the battle. Perfect. Following the mission instructions, Li Wu went to the south of the town to find the Abyss Demon Boar. In the seemingly endless pear orchard, Li Wu found the Abyss Demon Boar crashing into a tree. No wonder there's a mission to exterminate the Abyss Demon Boars. These beasts are actually eating pear blossoms. They've knocked the pear trees over and over in their attempts to get the blossoms down. Aren't they just disrupting the livelihood of Pear Blossom Town? Abyssal Boar, level 15. Life, 16,000. Defense, 600. Physical attack, 650. Skill 1. Charge. Instantly charge towards the enemy from a distance of 8 meters away, dealing 150% physical damage and stunning the enemy for 1 second. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Skill 2. Bite. Deals 160% physical damage to the target, with a 2-second cooldown. Seeing the Abyss Demon Boar's attributes, Li Wu was very satisfied. It was a typical example of high defense, high health, and low attack, which was exactly the type he liked. Li Wu stepped forward, but after only a few steps, he was spotted by an Abyss Demon Boar, which charged and knocked him unconscious on the spot. Unfortunately, the Demon Boar's attack power was too low. Its charge and normal attacks could not break through Li Wu's defense, and only its bite could deal 36 points of damage. After Li Wu's dizziness subsided, she absorbed it back with a single sword strike. To avoid wasting time, Li Wu simply stepped past the Abyss Demon Boar and lured 4 more Abyss Demon Boars forward. The old method: circle around and slash them one by one. The only problem is that the Abyss Boar's charge skill is a bit annoying. Fortunately, the charge skill has a minimum release distance. It cannot be released if the distance is less than 8 meters. Otherwise, 5 boars could stun him to death. It took about 2 hours to kill 500 Abyss Boars, which seemed inefficient, but the rewards were very good. Not only did I level up to 11, but I also got 7 pieces of black iron equipment. Although the black iron equipment dropped by level 15 monsters only has 1 extra attribute, the value reaches 18 points. Its single attribute is already comparable to the gold equipment on Li Wu's body. However, due to class restrictions, only the black iron equipment of back row classes can fetch high prices. When the team is complete, back row players can focus on their main attribute and temporarily forego other attributes to improve their damage output or healing ability. Li Wu was lucky. 4 out of his 7 pieces of black iron equipment could be sold for a high price, no less than the silver equipment that Spicy Rabbit had bought. After completing the kill target, Li Wu hesitated whether to return to the city to turn in the quest. Although the Abyss Boar has high HP and defense, it takes longer to kill than the Gnoll, but the experience gained is higher. Most importantly, there is only one player, Li Wu, in the entire Pear Orchard. Obviously, no one is currently farming level 15 monsters, and even if there are, they are not in Pear Blossom Town. It's so satisfying to grind on one map by yourself. You might not encounter monsters as suitable for leveling up when doing other merit quests. Just as he was hesitating, a huge figure appeared in Li Wu's line of sight. Abyssal Boar Leader Lord. Level 15. Life 150,000. Defense 1,050. Physical attack 900. Skill 1, Charge. Skill 2, Bite. Skill 3, Lord's Majesty. When health drops below 50%, summons nearby common abyssal boars to fight alongside the enemy. Skill 4, Stone Armor Aura. Increases the defense of self and allies by 20% for 1 minute, with a 5-minute cooldown. It turned out to be a Lord monster. Lords are monsters that fall between elite monsters and bosses, commonly known as mini-bosses. Li Wu encountered a boss monster once. Its poison skill was dropped by a level 6 Poison Fong Spider boss. Boss monsters have a chance to drop gold equipment and skill books. Faced with such an opportunity, Li Wu naturally wouldn't let it slip by. However, this Lord monster has a high attack power. I should be able to defeat it by using life steal and potions. But the Lord's Majesty is a bit difficult to deal with. Although the ordinary Abyss Boars don't deal much damage, their sheer numbers and their charge attack are incredibly annoying. There are ways to deal with it, though. Lord's Majesty only summons nearby monsters, unlike the dungeon boss, Abyss Priest, which summons minions out of thin air. I should be able to fight it if I clear out the nearby ordinary Abyss Boars, but I don't know how wide the range of the Lord's Majesty's call is. Since he's the only one on this map right now, he should clear as much as possible to minimize the risk. There were several ordinary Abyss Boars around the Lord that were difficult to clear, so Li Wu thought for a moment and simply walked back and started clearing the small monsters far away from the Lord monster. Clear an open area beforehand, then lure the Abyss Boar Lord over to kill it. The boss monster's alert range is farther than that of ordinary monsters, which perfectly solves the problem of the small monsters around the boss monster being difficult to clear. After half an hour, Li Wu finally cleared a satisfactory area and then moved towards the boss monster. As Li Wu drew closer, the Abyss Boar leader indeed spotted her before the other ordinary boars and charged forward with a single charge skill. Li Wu, shield in hand, fought and retreated, slowly leading the demon boar leader to the center of the open field. The Abyss Boar leader's defense was too high. Li Wu's normal attacks couldn't break through it. Fortunately, poison and cutting could trigger lifesteal. The Abyss Boar leader only has a bite skill that can break through Li Wu's defense. Although the cooldown is only 2 seconds, Li Wu can withstand it completely with lifesteal and red potions. The tank-type human and monster are weaklings fighting each other, and the battle is hard to end. Finally, the Abyss Boar leader's health dropped to 50%, and a piercing squeal made Li Wu's ears ache. The ordinary monsters in the vicinity had long been cleared out by Li Wu, and not a single one responded to the Lord's call. The Lord called out again, his body turning stone-colored, and his defense instantly increased by 20%. Unfortunately, there were no friendly forces around, so the group buff became a single target buff. No matter how high the defense is, it cannot escape the law of true damage. Soon, the Abyss Demon Boar leader fell to the ground. A round object landed on the ground, catching Li Wu's attention. Chapter 69, Paying Taxes According to Law, is the duty of every citizen. The Abyss Demon Pig Lord didn't drop any gold equipment or skill books, but it ddid drop a pet egg. Oabis Demon Boar Petek. Quality, B+. It can hatch a B-grade Abyss Demon Pig Cub, and because it possesses the bloodline of a lord, there is a 50% chance of hatching an A-grade Abyss Demon Pig Leader Cub. If Li Wu had gotten a B-grade pet egg the day before, her first thought would definitely have been to sell it. But today is different. Being stingy now would only make people look down on her. The regular Abyss Demon Pig is nothing special, but a lord-level pet would be worth training. Even with a 50% chance, it's worth taking a gamble. If you happen to get a regular pig, you could just chop it up to save experience points. Having made up her mind, Li Wu simply held the pet egg in her hands. Whether to hatch the Abyssal Demon Boar pet egg, note, once the pet is hatched, it cannot be traded. Upon seeing the system pop-up window, Li Wu directly selected OK. A flash of light, and the pet egg in her hand disappeared, while a small, black piglet appeared at Li Wu's feet, happily turning around. Li Wu brought up the pet interface, a smile appearing on her face. There was a 50% chance of winning. It's a bit ugly, but its attributes are quite good. Abyssal Boar Leader Cubs. Quality A. Level 0. Life 240. Mana points 180. Defense 40. Physical attack 40. Spell attack 0. Skill bite. You cannot ride it before level 10. Compared to by DeBayo's A-grade Hellhound, the Abyss Demon Pig has very different attributes. The Hellhound has an initial spell damage of 50 points, while the Abyssal Boar only has an initial attack of 40 points. However, the Abyssal Boar has much higher health and defense than a Hellhound. A-grade pets gain 100% of their initial attributes for every level they gain. If the Abyss Boar also reaches level 11 like Li Wu, its HP will be 2880, defense 480, and attack 480. He can't compare to Li Wu with his top-tier equipment, but he's not much worse than an average player. Normally, he should bring a damage-dealing pet to make up for his lack of attack power. However, Li Wu's reason for choosing to hatch the Abyss Demon Pig was not just because of the chance of getting an A-grade qualification. Although the A-rank Abyss Demon Boar's attack power is not as high as the Silver Wolf King's, it is definitely higher than that of a regular B-rank pet. He valued the Abyss Boar leader's aura skill even more. The Petrification aura is extremely advantageous for guards. The 20% defense bonus makes Li Wu incredibly tanky. When you encounter a boss monster, you don't even need to clear out the mobs. However, his piglet only has one skill right now. It may get an aura skill later when it reaches a higher level. Li Wu glanced at the pet's experience requirement for leveling up, which was equivalent to 1/5 of that required for a player. That's reasonable. It won't hurt too much if I get a different pet later. Furthermore, pet experience can be shared and allocated, allowing for rapid leveling up of pets and increasing their combat power. After reviewing his own experience points, Li Wu decided not to return to the city for the time being. That lord just gave me a really good amount of experience. He gained an extra 80 experience points for being 4 levels higher than me, so he's not far from reaching level 12. After naming the pet Pig Intestine, Li Wu set 80% of the experience points to be allocated to the pet. Li Wu estimated that when he reached level 12, Pig Intestine would also be around level 10, at which point they could simply switch the experience distribution between them. Once you reach level 10, you can ride the Pig Intestines, which will save you a lot of time when running merit quests. After ordering the Pig Intestines to stay in place, Li Wu began to spawn monsters. It still doesn't involve much technology. It's just 5 pigs rotating and consuming energy. It's now equivalent to killing monsters 4 levels higher, and the experience gain is still incredibly high. After killing 5 monsters, the Pig Intestine leveled up and visibly gained weight. Unfortunately, I didn't learn any new skills after leveling up. I kept killing monsters until I could barely keep my eyes open, and finally I reached level 12. However, I hadn't estimated the experience correctly, and I was still half a level short of reaching level 10 with the Pig Intestines. It's worth mentioning that the Pig Intestines learned the charge skill when they reached level 5. It was already past 4 a.m., and Li Wu couldn't hold on any longer to level up Pig Intestine to level 10, so she took off her game helmet and curled up on the bed to fall asleep. At 7 a.m., Lu Ying brought her daughter to work. After getting Tuanshuan ready, Li Wu was too lazy to eat breakfast and went back to the bedroom to fall asleep again. I was woken up by Lu Ying, who had reminded me, at 9 o'clock. I washed my face and went out. After researching online yesterday, Li Wu now has a good understanding of what the bank trip entails. Upon arriving at the ICBC, Li Wu went directly to the branch manager's office. After confirming their identities, Li Wu, without waiting for Zhou Wuqi's sales pitch, asked with a smile, "Has my account been unfrozen?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Wuqi quickly replied, "The freeze was lifted early this morning. The city branch manager personally called to inform me." Zhou Wuqi did not expect that this matter would alarm the city. Logically speaking, it should have been handled according to the normal procedures, but he did not expect the city to call and urge him early in the morning. Zhou Wuqi didn't know the background of the young man who claimed to be depositing money to exchange for rice, flour, and cooking oil, but he knew he was someone a branch manager couldn't afford to offend. "That's good." Li Wu nodded, then asked, "How do I pay this tax?" "You'd have to consult someone at the tax bureau for specifics." "Okay, now that the account is unfrozen, I'll go pay the taxes first, and we'll talk about the transfer later." Upon hearing the word transfer, Zhou Wuqi became anxious and quickly said, "Your huge tax payment requires the cooperation of our bank. Why don't you do it at the bank? I can invite the tax bureau officials over." "Is this convenient?" "This is so convenient. Thank you for your help." "No need, no need." Zhou Wuqi waved his hand repeatedly, and then made a phone call to the tax office in front of Li Wu. Although banks and tax authorities belong to different departments, they are closely connected. Zhou Wuqi contacted the director of the tax office directly. The tax office is not open on Sundays, but when the director heard that it involved 87 million in taxes, he immediately said that it would be handled as a special case. You should know that you can file your taxes monthly or annually, or you can simply delay filing them as long as possible, and who knows when you'll be able to pay them. This is an achievement. That's like a windfall. What's wrong with working overtime? 8,700 is a huge sum of money for a small town. The private enterprise supported by the town only pays 2 or 3 million in taxes a year, and the town mayor has to visit it every now and then to show his concern, for fear that the factory will go out of business and lose this tax revenue. Zhou Wuqi continued to tirelessly introduce Li Wu to various deposit interest rates and some high-return wealth management product from affiliated banks. The head of the tax office has arrived with a staff member. Paying taxes legally is the duty of every citizen, and Li Wu didn't act like a big shot. He cooperated fully in completing the payment. Private gifts are considered unexpected income and are subject to a 20% unexpected income tax. Bai's father transferred a total of 90 million yuan to Li Wu. This amount is considered an unexpected income tax, and a total of 18 million yuan in taxes needs to be paid. There's also the 3 million or so that Li Wu had previously sold equipment for. Li Wu didn't make excuses and directly stated the source of the money. Originally, the government did not have a mature system for taxing virtual game products. However, after the launch of Blue Star Online, the government directly set a 20% personal income tax rate for virtual products. Li Wu readily paid all taxes, totaling more than 18.6 million. Li Wu actually paid too much. After all, he also spent 8 million to build the guild, so normally it should be calculated based on profits. There is a specific tax system in reality, but it's too complicated to calculate and the process is cumbersome. Just understand what I mean. Chapter 70, the pessimistic young man had been busy for half a day, and Li Wu finally went to the tax office with him. The money had already been transferred directly from the bank to the tax office's account. However, some procedures still had to be followed. Fortunately, the tax office staff had already prepared the calculations at the bank, so Li Wu just needed to come over and sign the various documents. Zhou Wuqi was genuinely afraid that Li Wu would run away, so he personally drove Li Wu back and forth. After the tax matters are settled, Li Wu will still have more than 68 million yuan left in his account, which is still a huge sum of money. Zhou Wuqi's mouth was dry from talking all the way, and now he looked at Li Wu expectantly, licked his dry lips, and was about to say more. Li Wu shook his head with a wry smile and said, "President Zhou, please don't introduce any of those wealth management projects. I only want to put money in fixed deposits. I don't want to study anything else." "Mr. Li, are you really not going to consider investment projects? The returns are much higher than fixed deposits." "I don't care. Just help me get 2 fixed-term deposits. one for 20 million over 3 years and the other for 30 million over 5 years. I want an annual interest rate of 4% for the 2-year deposit and 4.5% for the 5-year deposit. If you think it's okay, we can do it now. If not, I'll go look at other banks. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wuqi frowned and said with difficulty, This interest rate is a bit too high. It wouldn't have been a problem if it were 2 years ago, but the country has been lowering interest rates for the past 2 years, so we really can't offer such a high rate. If you're having trouble, I could try asking at other banks. I don't have much time. I need to go back and catch up on my game time. Li Wu stood up, too lazy to continue arguing with Zhou Wuqi, and turned to leave. Seeing that Li Wu didn't seem to be faking it, Zhou Wuqi quickly stood up and said, Wait, let me consult the Citibank. I really don't have that much authority. Zhou Wuqi was not lying. His authority was indeed insufficient. If it were within 3.5, he would have reluctantly made the decision, but 4 was indeed beyond his authority. This time, Zhou Wuqi didn't waste too much time. With just one phone call, the city agreed to Li Wu's request. It was just a pity that most of the performance was allocated to the city, leaving him with only a small portion. The business was processed very quickly. The town's bank did not have a private banking customer service position, so Zhou Wuqi took the initiative to take on the role himself. From now on, Li Wu would directly contact the bank manager for any business he needed to handle. Holding 2 large deposit certificates, Li Wu felt that her life seemed to be complete. A 3-year fixed deposit of 20 million will yield 2.4 million in interest in addition to the principal after 2 years. A 30 million yuan fixed deposit over 5 years will yield 6.75 million yuan in interest after 5 years. Based on this calculation, with the principal of 50 million remaining unchanged, his annual income would be as high as 2.15 million. With over 18 million yuan in his bank account, Li Wu naturally didn't intend to stay idle and went straight to the sales office of a newly developed residential community. Without listening to much of the saleswoman's introduction, Li Wu pointed directly to a 6-story model in the building's model display. How much does this building cost? The saleswoman did not look down on Li Wu because of his youth. She smiled and introduced. This building is not yet completed and is in the pre-sale stage. There will be some price differences depending on the floor height. The price per square meter is about 3,200 to 3,600. Which floor do you prefer? I will help you see if there are any vacancies. Li Wu nodded. Are there any discount for pre-orders? Sir, now you only need to pay 20% down payment to book a room. And if you pay a deposit of 10,000 yuan before the end of the month, the entire deposit will be refunded to you when you take possession of the room, which means you will save 10,000 yuan. What about full payment? If you pay the full amount before the end of the month, you can enjoy a 5% discount. Yes. Li Wu nodded again, then asked, Is your boss here? Oh, you know our boss. I don't know you. I'm just worried you can't make the decision. If you don't trust me, I can call our manager over. Your manager probably can't make the decision either. Is your boss here? If not, could you make a call and say that someone wants to buy a building, paying in full? If he has time, it would be best to meet in person. If not, offer him the best possible terms. Otherwise, I'll just buy it across the street. Li Wu was not showing off. Rather, the real estate developers in the town were not large companies or conglomerates, but mostly individuals who had established their own businesses, so they were not so unapproachable. Take this new housing development, for example. There are only 8 buildings in total. Li Wu plans to buy 1/8 of the development in full at once. Which developer wouldn't be eager to come over? Huh, you mean a building? The saleswoman could no longer maintain her smiling service and looked at Li Wu with an expression as if she were an idiot. I didn't say anything wrong, or I was having a mental breakdown. This building has 2 units, which is 24 apartments. I want them all. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman realized her lapse in composure and quickly said, I'm sorry, I'll go ask for instructions. Li Wu didn't have to wait long before Wang Fugue, the boss of the real estate company, appeared from outside the door. Whether you're here to see a fool or a big client, it's worth the trip. Seeing that Li Wu looked like she hadn't woken up yet, Wang Fugue's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, and he turned to look at the saleswoman with a hint of anger. There's a pig in the game waiting for him to raise, but Li Wu is too lazy to go through any pretentious or face-slapping scenes, so he just asked directly, What's the lowest price for this building? If it's suitable, I'll pay the full amount on the spot. Wang Fugue was quite well-mannered and did not raise any questions directly. Instead, he smiled and said, Young man, if I may ask, What are you doing buying so many houses? Our small county town is not very prosperous. Although the house prices are not high, there is not much room for appreciation. Buying them for investment is not very meaningful. I'm not investing in this property. It's for my niece to use in her retirement. The property deed is entirely in her name. How old is your niece this year? 3 years old. Can you write now? Damn it. You're messing with me, aren't you? Security, get this kid out of here. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguei could no longer maintain his composure. This guy was a total hothead. Li Wu was somewhat helpless. What he was doing did seem like something a mental patient would do, but he genuinely wanted to buy it. Having experienced the cruel reality of almost losing her entire family, Li Wu is filled with anxiety about whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. Moreover, he will have his own life in the future, and he will get married and have children. He is worried that if something happens to him, what will happen to Tuanshuan and he will be all alone? What will happen if his wife and children are not good to Tuanshuan? Li Wu also knew that it was very unhealthy for a 21-year-old to be so pessimistic. But even if Tuanshuan was to see a psychologist, she should first ensure Tuanshuan's future. Don't get excited. I bet if I showed you my bank balance now you'd think I was just messing with you with some software. You're in real estate. You must have close ties with banks, right? Do you have the phone number of President Zhou of ICBC? It won't take much of a word. By the way, my name is Li Wu. Chapter 71. At the age of 21, Wang Fuguei was acting like a 41-year-old. Seeing that Li Wu was speaking with great seriousness and that he was indeed familiar with Zhao Wuqi, Wang Fuguei thought for a moment, stopped the security guard who was about to step forward, and took out his phone to make a call. It was indeed just a matter of 2 sentences. Wang Fuguei said that a spirited young man named Li Wu wanted to buy a building, and Zhao Wuqi replied through gritted teeth that he could afford it. After hanging up the phone, Wang Fuguei was incredibly enthusiastic, insisting that Li Wu try the 1982 Dahongpao tea. Li Wu had been out for long enough and was too lazy to engage in any more drawn-out arguments with a real estate tycoon over 50 years old. So he said directly, "Isn't the price of this building between 3,200 and 3,600? Let's not differentiate by floor. Let's just calculate it all at 3,200 and then give me a 5% discount." Wow, Mr. Li, you've cut the price way too high. Not only has the average price per square meter dropped by at least 200, but you've also given a 5% discount, which is another 160. This price is going to keep rising. Give me a straight answer. Are you selling or not? Sell. Did I overpay? Not too high, not too low. I'll just recoup my initial investment. How about you give me the entire interior decoration? I can't give it away. I'll just break even. The market isn't good this year. Hey, don't go. I still have a ceramic shop. I'll give you a whole set of high-end tiles. Make a deal. Young people really know how to live life. Can you even buy a building after passing the exam? Young and promising. Young and promising. If you have a ceramic shop, you can have a renovation team. No matter the size of the shop, I can get a fully furnished apartment for 50,000 yuan, without furniture or appliances. Okay, you're not planning to give me nothing but defective goods, are you? No. If you really buy the whole building outright, you can pay half of the renovation costs first, and pay the other half if you're satisfied. Did I overcharge again? No way. I'll give you a 55-inch TV with every house you buy. Looks like we really overpaid. Li Wu sighed. Not dwelling on it any longer. Let's settle the score. The accountant behind Wang Fuguei had already calculated the total price while the two were negotiating. So now that the unit price was given, they could simply multiply it by the amount. The total price of the 24 apartments, totaling 2,164 square meters, was 6,578,560 yuan. Wang Fuguei generously waived 8,560 yuan of the difference. With a prepayment of 600,000 yuan for half of the renovation cost, Li Wu paid 7.17 million yuan on the spot, and then transferred an additional 71,700 yuan to the real estate company to help pay the property tax. It was less than expected. Li Wu saw that there was still more than 10 million in the account. After thinking for a while, she bought the only 2 street-front shops left by Wang Fuguei and put them on the name Tuanshuan, Liuyu. Street-front shops are in high demand, and Wang Fuguei refused to lower the price this time. In the end, Li Wu spent 4 million yuan to buy 2 200-square-meter shops and still entrusted Wang Fuguei to pay the taxes on her behalf. The deed tax for commercial properties is relatively high, at 5% of the property price, which cost Li Wu an extra 200,000 yuan. However, The shops don't need to be renovated. The tenants will do the renovations themselves. Seeing that there was still more than 6 million yuan left in the account, Li Wu finally felt relieved. The buildings and shops are all newly developed, and they won't be too old even in 10 or 20 years. After the houses are handed over, they will all be rented out, and the rent will be deposited into the new bank card that Tuanchuan opened. It would be best if Li Wu were still alive when she grew up. If he died or went bankrupt, these properties and savings would still ensure Tuanchuan's livelihood. I've done all the things that a 41-year-old should be worrying about at 21. How satisfying. Li Wu returned home on her beloved electric scooter, carrying a large pile of certificates. It was already 1 p.m. when she got home. Tuanchuan and her older sister were already taking a nap. Afraid of waking the two children, Li Wu stopped Lu Ying, who wanted to heat up the food, and quickly ate a couple of bites of leftovers before returning to her bedroom and putting on her gaming helmet. As soon as I logged on, I received messages from Bai Debeo and Spicy Rabbit Head. Bai Debeo said the bank matter was settled. Li Wu replied with a thank you, glanced at Spicy Rabbit Head's message, and sighed slightly. Brother Tuan, I can't go to Shinho City anymore. My mom opened a bank account for me today, and my purchase of equipment was exposed. After beating me up, she made me go to Mauda City to keep an eye on me. Brother Tuan, I've gone to Mauda City. My mom is waiting for me outside with a feather duster. My rebellious spirit has been straightened. Brother Tuan, I changed my class. This time I didn't listen to my mom and changed to an archer. I changed to a priest. I think the guardian definitely needs a healing class to support him. Brother Tuan, my healing spell also crits. I'll definitely be able to help you in the future. Several comments in a row made Li Wu frown slightly. He did feel a little regretful that the little girl didn't come to Shinho City. After all, such an obedient little fortress was hard to find. But this girl's tone is a bit off. It's so flirtatious. Could it be that she's developed feelings for him? That won't do. We won't do anything illegal. It's said that no one knows a daughter better than her mother. No wonder the tough mom used family discipline to force the girl to go to Mauda City. She probably realized something was wrong and wanted to cut her losses in time. Li Wu immediately wanted to delete the Spicy Rabbit Head, thus cutting off her flirtatious act. But fearing he might hurt the child, he hesitated for a moment before replying, "Okay, good luck. Spicy Rabbit Head is online and sent a message soon." Li Wu dismissed the Spicy Rabbit Head with a few perfunctory words. Anyway, the main cities probably won't be open to each other anytime soon. Kids' love comes and goes quickly, so let time fly by and it'll probably fade away. After thinking for a moment, Li Wu sighed and sent a message to Bai Debeo asking her to help look after things. Without any favors, Bai Debeo almost gave Li Wu a referral fee when he heard that. 100% healing critical hit rate. Who's going to take care of whom? They're definitely core members of the guild, people you can't necessarily hire even if you spend money. I immediately invited Spicy Rabbit Head and her daughter to join the guild. After taking care of the miscellaneous matters, Li Wu continued her pig-raising business. After reaching level 12, the Abyss Demon Boar gave less experience, but the pig intestine was almost level 10, so Li Wu didn't change locations. After grinding the Abyss Monster Boar for nearly an hour, pig intestine finally reached level 10. To Li Wu's delight, pig intestines had reached level 10 and mastered the stone armor aura. Unfortunately, the aura's effect wasn't 20%, but only 10%. He wondered if there would be any chance to improve it later. However, 10% is still quite powerful for Li Wu. After all, it is a noble percentage increase. It was after seeing the words "writable" displayed on the pet interface for the pig intestine. Li Wu looked down at the pig intestines, which, although much longer, were still about the same size as a domestic pig in real life, and her expression became somewhat strange. Not the kind of large, fat pigs that have been raised for several years and weigh 500 or 600 pounds, but the kind that are ready for slaughter at 200 pounds in farms. A petite girl like Spicy Rabbit Head might be able to ride it with some difficulty, but for a tall guy over 1.8 meters, wearing heavy armor, to ride on a domestic pig is just ridiculous. What do you put those long legs? That's going to look terrible. Chapter 72, the little pig pulls the big cart. Ordinary Abyss Demon Pig are already up to my chest in height. How dare you, a mere young lord, have such a nerve? Li Wu couldn't help but kick the pig intestine, but in the end, she decided to give it a try because the data showed that it could increase the character's movement speed by 80%. Ding! You're missing a mount saddle and cannot ride. Mount saddles can be purchased from the system shop or from other players. Upon seeing the system notification, Li Wu glanced at the system shop and found the mount saddle, priced at 10 silver. I opened the auction house again and searched. I found that the auction house also sells saddles, and there are many styles. The lowest price for the same style as the system store is only 3 silver. It seems that after the main city opened, players who mainly focus on life skills are finally starting to make a profit. Li Wu glanced at the dark, unappealing pig intestines, and, feeling embarrassed to buy anything too flashy, spent 3 silver coins on a standard saddle. Equip the saddle to the pet interface, and a saddle will appear on pig intestine's body, with a rein hanging from its nose. Seeing that no one was around, Li Wu excitedly grabbed the reins and mounted the horse. It's a vehicle, after all. In reality, he's never ridden any other mode of transportation besides bicycles and electric scooters. You know what, those long legs had nowhere to go, so their feet just clattered to the ground. Let's go. With a flick of the reins, the pig intestine darted out with lightning speed, leaving everyone speechless. Li Wu squatted in a horse stance, staring at his empty palms, dumbfounded as he watched the departing pig intestines, his face extremely ugly. You fucking come back here. The pig intestines were very obedient. Upon receiving Li Wu's command, they immediately ran back to Li Wu's side, their small eyes looking innocently at their owner, who was angry for some unknown reason. Li Wu sighed, sat back on the pig's back, stretched his legs forward, and swung the reins. The pig intestines carried Li Wu as it ran. Although it's a small horse pulling a large cart, the movement speed won't be reduced as a result. The mount speed is calculated based on Li Wu's own movement speed, with an additional 80% movement speed boost that makes it incredibly fast. After riding the pig back to Pear Blossom Town and turning in the merit mission, Li Wu went straight back to the city. Look, someone's riding a pig. Riding a mount while having to spread your legs, there's no one else like it. Wow, the Black Pig Prince. Are you so obsessed with princes that you can't even call riding a pig a prince? You don't know anything. Didn't you see his gear? It's obviously high-end stuff. Do you think Prince Charming became popular because of his white horse? That makes sense. Prince, please give me some equipment. I can use it to warm your bed. I've never seen anyone ride a pig before. What's all the fuss about? What's wrong with riding a pig? It may be a bit ugly, but at least the pig intestines are a top-tier, A-grade product. Pig intestines immediately climbed to the top of the pet rankings after hatching. Although it ranked 27th, all the pets above it were only A-grade. Currently, no one has hatched a pet of A-grade quality or higher. Riding his pig, Li Wu, his head full of black lines, weaved through the crowd and quickly headed to the mission hall. Having a mount can save a lot of time, making it the perfect time to grind for merit points. Focusing on leveling up is not the primary goal, because the slice and dice talent only levels you up by killing world bosses of the same or higher level as yourself. No one has found the wild boss in the main city yet, and Li Wu doesn't dare to level up too quickly. This time, Li Wu accepted a merit mission that included the name of a monster. Mission: eliminate the goblin bandits blocking the way. The transport team from Manga Village near Shinho City has been attacked by a group of goblin bandits. Please take the letter of commission to Manga Village and wipe out these guys. Mission objective: kill 200 goblin bandits and the giant goblin Gobtun. The team consists of 3 people and is awarded a total of 45 merit points. Li Wu had been to Manga Village before, and it only took him a dozen minutes to get there by riding a pig intestine. After handing the letter of authorization to the village chief, Li Wu followed the chief's directions and headed south of the village. Since it was a transport convoy that was attacked, we should just follow the main road. It didn't take long for Li Wu to find the goblin's trail. There were a fair number of players scattered around, and after a day of hard work, most of the top-tier players had already reached level 11. It was quite easy to team up and kill monsters 1 level higher. Goblin Bandits. Level 12. Life 9,000. Defense 350. Physical attack 520. Skill Fierce Strike deals 150% physical damage. The Goblin Bandit is only level 12. No wonder he only has 45 merit points. Since Li Wu was weaker than the gnolls, there was no need for analysis. He went straight for her. The pig intestine is already level 10, with 2,800 HP, 440 defense, and 440 attack. Not only can it add an aura to Li Wu, but the bite skill also deals considerable damage to monsters. Following the principle of distributing benefits equally, Li Wu led 5 goblin bandits to circle around and cut them down one by one, while Pig Intestine chased after the monsters and bit them one by one. Soon, 5 goblins fell to Li Wu's sword. The experience points will still be distributed at a ratio of 1 person to 9 pets. Since we need to control the level anyway, we might as well raise the Pig Intestines to level 12 first. After grinding for more than half an hour and killing all 200 goblins, Li Wu rode on Pig Intestine and ran off into the distance amidst the strange looks from nearby players. That's the downside of elite monsters. I've already completed the kill count for all the regular monsters, but I still haven't seen any elite monsters. I don't know if other teams killed them earlier. Riding a pig is fast, so Li Wu simply searched around the huge goblin spawn point. Riding a mount is a bit unfriendly. You'll fall off if you get attacked 3 times in a row, regardless of whether your defenses are broken or not. Fortunately, goblins don't spawn very frequently, so as long as you don't rush into groups of monsters, you won't fall down too often. Moreover, Li Wu is strong enough that even if she falls and attracts 10 or 8 goblins, she won't die. After wandering around for a long time, I finally found Gabuda, who was carrying a huge spike club among a group of short goblins. After all, being twice as tall as other ordinary goblins is quite conspicuous. Giant Goblin Tower, Elite. Level, 12. Life, 35,000. Defense, 420. Physical attack, 750. Skill 1. Slam. Deals 150% physical damage to the enemy and stuns them for 1.5 seconds. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Skill 2. Mighty and Heavy. The giant goblin is much stronger than a regular goblin, and its normal attacks can deal 130% physical damage. Skill 3. Cannibalism. When health is below 30%, ignore control and rush towards nearby goblins, frantically devouring flesh and blood to absorb life force. Each goblin devoured restores 30% of health, up to a maximum of 3 goblins. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Gabuda's third skill looks intimidating, but it's not a problem for Li Wu. No matter how much health Gabuda heals, it's useless because he can't break through Li Wu's defense at all. The sight of 3 players rushing towards them from afar made Li Wu's expression darken. Chapter 73 The 3, with malice the 3 bypassed several waves of goblins and headed this way, presumably having spotted the large goblin with a very strong presence from afar. Li Wu hesitated for a moment, but a taunt still drew Gabuda's hatred. He didn't want to give up the Gabuda he had finally found to someone else. Li Wu has reached level 12. After allocating points, her HP is 5412, defense is 1029, and attack is 705. Gabuda's attack only has 750 points, which is not enough to break through Li Wu's defense. Even if he uses a skill, he can only deal 96 points of damage to Li Wu. This damage can be completely recovered by lifesteal. Li Wu was cautious and didn't let Pig Intestine use its skills, but only attacked Gabuda with normal attacks. The 3 players, a shield bearer, a priest, and a mage, finally approached after killing a goblin blocking their path. Seeing that Li Wu dared to fight an elite monster all by himself, they looked at each other and whispered amongst themselves. Li Wu glanced at the equipment on the 3 of them. Although he couldn't see the detailed information about the equipment, he could tell the approximate quality from the appearance, luster, and workmanship. The jewelry was unclear, but the weapons and clothes indicated that the 3 people's equipment was probably average and not gold level. The most important thing was the shoes of the 3 people. Only the priest's shoes seemed to be gold level. If a fight breaks out, I can rely on the speed of my shoes to escape, even if I can't win. Having figured things out, Li Wu smiled and said, "I've been looking for this mission for ages. Could you please move away and let me kill it first?" The trio exchanged glances, and the priest, arms crossed, chuckled. "You do your thing, we'll just watch and see what this monster drops." The words sound nice, but lingering there clearly indicates ill intentions. Whether it's to deliver the final blow, or to kill Li Wu and loot his equipment, Li Wu will not sit idly by and wait to die. If you initiate a PK, player versus player, fight, even putting aside whether you can win, the red name penalty is a huge problem. Killing 3 people means you have to stay in a wild for at least 3 hours without being able to return to the city, which is a huge waste of your merit points. Even though Li Wu had saved his skills, Gabuda's health still dropped to 30%, triggering cannibalism. Roaring, he forgot the pain Li Wu had caused him and turned to charge at a nearby goblin. The small goblin was grabbed by Gabuda, who then bit down hard on its neck with his gaping maw and chewed it up. The bloody scene was terrifying. Seeing this, Li Wu suddenly had an idea. He raised his hand and put the pig intestine that was chasing Gabda into his pet space, then turned around and rushed towards the nearby ordinary goblins. To the astonishment of the three-person team, Li Wu circled around, luring a good 20 or 30 goblins before charging towards them, even taunting Gabuda, who was almost fully healed, halfway there. Depend on. The trio were startled and turned to run away. Seeing that the three had run away, Li Wu did not deliberately chase after them. Once they were far away, he turned around and faced Gabuda. Gabuda has already triggered cannibalism, and the 5-minute cooldown is enough for Li Wu to kill it several times over. Although there were still 20 or 30 goblins surrounding her, even if the goblins used skills, they couldn't break through Li Wu's defense. The little bit of health they forcibly lost wasn't enough for Li Wu to absorb. With a large group of goblins as guards, Li Wu no longer worries about others stealing monsters. Even if someone manages to land the final blow from a distance, Li Wu might miss the time to complete the merit mission, but no one else can get the Gob Tower's loot. Because if the monster cannot attack the enemy for a long time, its aggro will become chaotic, and it will attack whoever gets close. Just like when Li Wu blocked the Electric Zombie King's line of sight, although the Electric Zombie King's hatred was directed at Li Wu, anyone who entered the warning line would be attacked immediately. Of the 20 or 30 goblins, only 6 or 7 could actually hit Li Wu. The rest were in a state of confused aggro. Li Wu didn't believe those 3 people would dare to rush into the monster horde to pick up anything. Gabuda's health dropped to 50% again under Li Wu's attack, and just then, an ice arrow struck Li Wu hard. Minus 146. Seeing the pitiful injuries, Li Wu turned her head and looked disdainfully at the trio who had returned, a hint of contempt on her lips. With a spell attack power of only around 900, how can you expect to kill people and loot equipment with that kind of strength? Seeing that the damage was so low, the mage player panicked and shouted to the priest next to him, "Hurry up and use Radiant Impact." When the priest saw that Li Wu's health bar had dropped by only a sliver, his expression turned grim. But since his teammate had already made his move, he had no choice but to unleash his only attack skill on Li Wu. Radiant Impact. Minus 151. Priests have better equipment than mages. After all, if they can afford to wear golden boots, their silver equipment can't be too bad. However, priest damage skills don't have the same scaling as mages, and even with good equipment, they can't deal very high damage. Meanwhile, Li Wu had already applied 5 layers of poison to the 4 small monsters next to him, and the 5 monsters, including Gabuda, were also draining their life force. A bunch of plus signs were floating above their heads every second. Although the amount added was not much, the mage and priest skills also needed to cool down. After 5 or 6 waves of attacks, Li Wu had only lost about a quarter of her health, while Gabuda could no longer hold on. Li Wu kept her skills in hand, observing Gabuda's health while silently memorizing the attack frequency of the mage and priest. Just as Gabuda's health was down to a sliver, Li Wu noticed that the priest's skills were slowing down. A cold glint flashed in Li Wu's eyes, and Pig Intestine appeared outside the monster circle. He used a charge skill to rush in front of the priest and stun him there. Li Wu held his long sword high, but did not bring it down. As expected, the mage's fireball struck Gabuda on the head. Because the priest was stunned, their plan to kill Gabuda fell through. Gabuda had only 300 health points left and was captured by the longsword that Li Wu delayed. Li Wu didn't rush to pick up the items. Taking advantage of the moment when the goblins on the outer ring were lured away by the suddenly appearing pig intestines, he darted out from the gap left by the dead goblin tower and headed straight for the stun mage player. Use frost arrows quickly. The guard player, who had been anxiously waiting but unable to participate, shouted something and then blocked Li Wu's path. After being reminded by his companion, the mage finally came to his senses and conjured an ice arrow, which he shot towards Li Wu. Li Wu raised her shield to block the incoming ice arrow. Although the damage was not high, her movement speed was reduced by 30%. Li Wu didn't panic. Instead, he grinned at the monk and put the pig intestines away with a wave of his hand. The dozen or so goblins that had been chasing the pig intestines suddenly lost their target, while the priest and mage, who had just woken up, happened to be within the goblins' range of attention. A group of goblins, wielding small sticks, charged at the priest and mage. The two were instantly thrown into disarray and fled in panic. Li Wu continued charging towards the two magic users without stopping. The guards blocking his way were already a bit stunned. Seeing Li Wu approaching, they quickly used Shield Bash to freeze Li Wu in place, and his name instantly turned gray. Chapter 74, Do You Think I'm an NPC? -1. The forced 1-point damage floating above Li Wu's head seemed to be mocking the guard. This is the difference in equipment quality. This guard player is level 11. Since he can withstand the damage from goblins, even though he is a level higher, he must have focused on increasing his constitution. His poor equipment quality means that he is lacking in other aspects. For example, attack power. After recovering from her dizziness, Li Wu ignored the guarding player in front of her and continued charging towards the two ranged players. At this moment, the two players were being chased by several goblins and had no time to slow down Li Wu. Li Wu, relying on the speed of his shoes, caught up little by little. Finally, the two magic-based players escaped the goblin's pursuit range and breathed a sigh of relief, only to have Li Wu's figure catch up behind them. Li Wu landed a heroic strike on the mage, followed by a normal attack. -707, -17. -70, toxins, -17. -350, -17. -140, -17. One skill after another, followed by a basic attack, and the mage's health bar dropped by more than half in an instant. The massive damage made him scream in agony. The damage of the Guardian is indeed low, but it depends on who it is attacking. Although Li Wu's attack power of 705 is not comparable to high-output classes, it is still top tier among Guardian classes. It can easily kill a squishy class. The priest on the other side had a pretty good awareness. Before Li Wu could even attack the mage, he had already started predictively counting down the seconds. The healing spell takes 1 second to cast, and it lands precisely on the mage's head at that perfect moment. Plus 960. The mage's health instantly recovered to 907 points, and his health seemed to have returned to normal. Immediately afterward, the priest raised his hand and instantly cast a heal spell on the mage's head. Another plus 120 appeared above the mage's head. The heal spell is a continuous healing skill that lasts for 5 seconds, just like a red potion. Li Wu glanced at the priest, but instead of turning to attack him, she focused on frantically attacking the mage. -350, -17. -210 toxin, -17. 350, -17. -280 toxins, -17. Despite the intense pain, the mage fired an ice arrow at Li Wu's face. He tried to escape while Li Wu slowed down, but was slammed to the spot by Li Wu's shield bash, which she had been holding back. -707 dizziness, -17. -350 toxins, -17. The priest's heal spell is still on cooldown. Although Renew has a cooldown of only 1 second, using it on the same target will only refresh the duration of the Renew spell and will not stack the healing amount. The priest could only use Radiant Impact on Li Wu while hoping that his pursuing teammates could do something. The guard player did indeed arrive and stun Li Wu with a shield bash. Unfortunately, the mage player was already on the verge of death. 5 stacks of poison plus the slash could take away 367 points of his health per second, and the 120 points of healing were not very effective. Moreover, he could not drink potions while stunned. The priest's healing spell finally cooled down, but the mage fell while it was still counting down. The priest looked slightly frightened, casually cast a healing spell on the guard, and turned to run away. Li Wu grinned, revealing 8 large front teeth. After the dizziness subsided, he ignored the guards who were casting spells on him, calmly picked up the mage's dropped clothes, and then chased after the priest. The priest's shoes appeared to be of gold grade, and he ran only slightly slower than Li Wu, yet the guarding player was left behind. One lacked crowd control skills, and the other had insufficient attack range, leaving them helpless as Li Wu slowly approached. The pastor, who was running ahead, suddenly turned around and shouted, Zhou, stop chasing him. Run in the opposite direction. Brother Su, I can't run away. You go first, don't worry about me. The guards chasing behind shouted anxiously as they saw that Li Wu was about to catch up with the priest. Li Wu, who was in the middle, was completely confused and couldn't help but ask, Did you two get it backwards? Upon hearing Li Wu's words, the guard called Zhou hurriedly cried out, Brother, can you please let us go? Li Wu laughed upon hearing this. Sure, why not? Just throw 5 pieces of level-less silver equipment on the ground. Damn, I only have 4 pieces of silver equipment. Then there's no room for discussion. If your equipment is bad, don't try to kill people and loot their gear. Xiao Zhao was speechless after being rebuked and could only shout to the priest player again. Brother Su, you should leave quickly. If he sees that he can't catch you, he will definitely turn around and attack me. I will help you hold him off. I won't care if my equipment is bad and I get destroyed. The pastor paused for a moment, then said, Sorry, brother, I'll be leaving now. Are you two treating me like an NPC? Li Wu raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but sneer. I concede defeat today, but I will repay you double the next day. The priest turned his head and said something. Then suddenly a silver light emanated from his body, and his speed increased dramatically, quickly putting him some distance from Li Wu. I don't know if it's a skill or a talent. They're even putting on an act with me. Li Wu grinned, a red light emanating from his body, and his speed instantly increased significantly. Extreme Speed Frenzy. This skill reduces defense, so he really didn't dare to use it when the trio was complete. After Li Wu activated his berserk mode, his speed instantly increased by 30%, but he found that he had not closed the distance between himself and the priest. It's unclear how long the priest's speed boost will last. Li Wu's rapid frenzy only lasts for 10 seconds, but the pet's summon cooldown has already been refreshed. Li Wu casually released the pig intestines and commanded them to unleash a charge skill on the priest. The charge was much faster. Pig intestine rushed behind the priest in an instant, freezing him in place. Li Wu quickly approached and delivered a heroic strike to the priest. Minus 697, minus 18. Minus 70 toxins, minus 18. The priest's health and defense are slightly better than the mage's, but only to a limited extent. Li Wu's berserk skill increases attack speed by 30%, and he quickly followed up with 2 normal attacks, instantly reducing the priest's health to 0. The priest endured the excruciating pain and cast a heal on himself. He then tried to cast another healing spell, but was stunned again by Li Wu's shield bash. Before Li Wu could even draw his sword again, the priest was killed by a single bite from the pig intestines. You're lucky. Li Wu picked up the silver helmet and silver bracers that the priest had dropped and curled her lip. It would be great if those shoes that look like they're made of gold could be smashed off. As soon as Xiao Zhao saw the pastor being caught, he turned and ran, and by then he was already quite far away. Li Wu had no intention of letting the guard go, so she quickly chased after him. 10 seconds later, Li Wu's combat state ended, and she then mounted the pig intestines. Attacking or taking damage will put the character into combat. Players cannot use return-to-town items or ride mounts while in combat. The effect will automatically dissipate if the attacker stops attacking or taking damage for 10 seconds. Once mounted, the guard had no chance to escape. Big brother, you can't kill me. My name has turned white. Chapter 75, What a Coincidence. When the guard player Xiao Zhao saw that he was about to be caught up, he quickly said that his gray name time had passed. Li Wu was amused by Xiao Zhao's words. What's wrong with having a white name? Can't you kill someone with a white name? Okay, we really can't kill him. If we do, he'll become a red name, indicating a negative reputation, and then how will we go back to turn the quest? However, Li Wu always seeks revenge. Why should he let Xiao Zhao and his 2 companions go if they want to kill him, loot his equipment, and steal his monsters? Li Wu went up and unleashed a series of combos, making Xiao Zhao scream in pain. However, Li Wu did not kill him outright. Instead, she left him with a small portion of his health. After confirming that the poison should not kill him, she took 2 steps back and stood still with her arms wrapped around her shoulders. When Xiao Zhao saw that Li Wu hadn't killed him, he thought Li Wu was going to let him go, and hurriedly said gratefully, "Thank you for sparing me this time, brother. I know I was wrong." No. Li Wu looked at Xiao Zhao with a strange expression, shook his head, and said, "You misunderstood. I have no intention of letting you go." While Xiao Zhao was still wondering, the 10-second timer expired, and Li Wu rode on pig intestine and rushed quickly toward the nearby goblin. Xiao Zhao stared in disbelief as Li Wu ran around him in a huge circle, attracting a large group of goblins to surround him. It was too late for Xiao Zhao to run away. Goblins were everywhere, and soon 3 goblins, filled with hatred and confusion, came after him. Without a healer to heal him, Xiao Zhao couldn't withstand the onslaught of the 3 goblins and was quickly killed by their little sticks. Unfortunately, White name players are not like gray name players. The chance of them dropping their equipment is not high. Only one piece of white-grade equipment was left on the ground, which was obviously not Xiao Zhao's. This PK was actually quite boring. Gabuta only dropped a few pieces of black iron equipment, not even a single piece of silver equipment. Those 3 players are probably kicking themselves now. Having completed the mission and avenged his grudge, Li Wu naturally wouldn't stay there to grind monsters. After pulling the goblin horde out of combat, he returned to the city directly. After putting several pieces of silver and iron equipment up for sale and exchanging the blank items for some bread and water at the shop, Li Wu went off to accept merit missions again. This time, I was lucky. A high merit mission appeared in the mission hall with a merit reward of 120 points. Just as Li Wu was about to check the mission details, she discovered that the mission was gone. I thought I was seeing things, so I quickly searched up and down the E-level mission wall, but I couldn't find that high merit mission anywhere. Merit missions do have a limited number of attempts, but it can't be this unlucky. The attempts are gone as soon as you see them. Just as they were wondering, a cold voice rang out in the mission hall. An E-level mission with a reward of 120 merit points, requiring a bodyguard and ranged DPS, and at least 3 pieces of gold equipment with a rating of 50 or higher, or a total equipment rating of 480 or higher. Upon hearing this, Li Wu immediately understood that it must be the 120 merit points mission from just now. The mission disappeared so quickly that Li Wu didn't even see the details. The 120 merit points were split among 3 people, resulting in only 40 points. Li Wu felt it was too little. However, there weren't any worthwhile merit tasks refreshed on the task wall. The only one that could earn 30 points was a team-up task of killing 2,000 monsters, which was even less interesting. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about the difficulty of the quest that rewarded 120 merit points, as it not only required a 3-person team, but also demanded a certain level of strength. Li Wu followed the sound of the shout and found a priest wearing a white robe with gold thread and a mask on his face. The loose robe partially obscured her figure, making it impossible to discern her gender. Her name was also hidden above her head, but judging from her voice, she was likely a female player. At this moment, several players had already surrounded the female priest. Hey beautiful, how many people can afford a gold tier set with a rating of 50 or higher? How about a full set of silver tier gear with a rating of 420? Exactly. Lower the rating requirements a bit. I'm a mage, and I don't have to tank monsters. Although my equipment rating can't reach 480, I mainly focus on intelligence, so my damage is no worse than someone with a 480 equipment rating. No. The pastor's voice was icy, as if everyone owed her $800. Hearing this tone, Li Wu almost didn't want to move forward anymore. However, I was really curious about what the 120 merit point mission was, so after thinking for a moment, I asked, could I ask what the mission content is? No. The female priest replied without thinking, but when she looked up and saw that it was Li Wu who asked the question and saw his high-quality equipment, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Li Wu was met with a cold shoulder, and her curiosity was immediately frozen. She turned around and went back to the task wall to face the wall. After searching around again, I still couldn't find anything suitable. Just as I was about to take on any task to tide me over, a cold, hard voice came from beside me. Can I ask about your gear rating? No. Li Wu glanced at the uninvited female priest, casually accepted a task, and turned to leave. As Li Wu walked out of the mission hall, just as he was about to summon the pig intestines, the female priest actually caught up with him. Didn't you want to know about the mission details? I can tell you. I don't want to ask anymore. Li Wu replied coldly and stiffly, then raised her hand and summoned Black Intestine to ride on. Wait, the quest objective is a boss monster. Upon hearing this, Li Wu's raised reins froze in midair. The pig intestines vanished the next moment, and Li Wu quickly turned around, his voice warm and soft as he asked, "What level are you? Tell me in detail." The female priest was clearly not used to Li Wu's sudden change in attitude, and it took her a while to recover. Tell me your equipment rating first. Although your equipment looks like it should be gold level, I can't tell if it's low level. What? You're not going to say anything if my gear rating is low. You should understand the value of a lore monster. If you casually tell others, someone will inevitably try to steal it. That's true, but how can you tell if I'm reporting a false number? Li Wu nodded and asked. The female pastor was taken aback for a moment, but quickly came up with a solution, then applied to join my team. In Blue Star Online, You cannot view other people's equipment, but the team leader can set automatic entry requirements when creating a team, such as a certain amount of attack power or defense power. After the main city was opened, equipment rating requirements were also added. Ding, you have joined the Heather team. Without the priest's consent, Li Wu successfully joined the team, clearly indicating that her equipment rating met the requirements. Li Wu glanced at the system notification and realized that the female priest's name was Heather. When Nan saw Li Wu join the team, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the icy tone in her voice seemed to lessen. The quest involves 2 elite monsters. I'll share the quest details with you once you've formed a group. Huh? Didn't you say it was a Lord monster? Let's test our strength by completing the merit missions first. Once we've finished them, I'll take you to find the boss monster. The mission area isn't far from that boss monster. What a coincidence. Li Wu looked at Heather with some suspicion. He was killed by the boss monster and then ran to the quest hall to accept the high merit quest. The locations were even close. Does this make sense? Besides, the boss monster isn't your pet. Aren't you afraid someone will kill it first? Could this be a honey trap? Chapter 76 Heather. It was indeed a coincidence. I originally wanted to find 2 strong teammates in the mission hall to kill the boss monster, and I just happened to find a high merit mission and accepted it. That makes sense. Li Wu nodded, then asked, why don't you just use the area announcement to form a team instead of coming to the quest hall? Aren't you afraid that if you're late, someone else will kill the boss first? How should I announce it? Should I say I've spotted a boss monster? And the boss monster is in a level 15 monster area, so nobody should be farming there right now, right? Li Wu smacked his lips. He really didn't want to pretend, but a problem arose. No one went, so what happened to you? Secondary job quest. Heather glanced at Li Wu. Why do you ask so many questions? Perfect. Li Wu couldn't help but applaud silently in her heart. Her suspicions about Heather deepened. The explanation was reasonable, but Li Wu remained skeptical and simply gave up, though she couldn't bear to part with the level 15 boss monster. After thinking it over, Li Wu felt there was nothing to be afraid of. He was fully equipped with a binding set. So what was there to be afraid of? If things didn't go well, he could just put the platinum shoes on the market. He would only lose some penalty money. Moreover, while the boss monsters might be fake, the merit quests are real and worth doing. Don't bother joining the ranged DPS group. It's only 120 merit points. Not even enough for 2 people to share, Li Wu said with a smile, stopping Nan, who was about to turn back to find a powerful mage. We're a guard and a priest. Who's going to deal damage? Heather looked at Li Wu as if she were an idiot. Hey, I really didn't mean to pretend. Even though I hid my name, there was a system notification when I joined the team. Didn't you see it? What are you looking at? My name. The incredibly cute group. Heather glanced backstage, then suddenly looked up. Li Wu was initially a little proud. After all, he was a celebrity, and there were even posts on the forum saying that he was the #1 guard. But then I saw the look in Heather's eyes, and suddenly realized that it seemed familiar. Where have I seen that look before? Damn, Bida Bayo. Wait a minute, look away. Invincible Cute Group is my child's nickname. I just used it for fun. I'm a total straight man. Hearing Li Wu's explanation, the expression under the Heather mask relaxed slightly, and then she asked suspiciously, why do you want me to see your name? Are you very famous? This attempt at showing off was really bad. Li Wu suppressed the urge to scratch his head, sighed, and left the team. Set the team's equipment rating to 600 points. Heather paused for a moment, then somewhat incredulously set the automatic entry threshold to 600 equipment rating. Ding! The Invincible Cute Squad has joined your team. Your equipment is so good. Even the usually aloof Heather was taken aback by Li Wu's equipment score. She guessed that Li Wu's equipment would be very good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the trouble of asking, but she didn't expect it to be this good. I spent a long time trying to find a team in a lobby, but I couldn't even find a player with a rating of 480. Seeing the surprised look in Heather's eyes, Li Wu thought to herself, I actually underreported it. His equipment rating is actually close to 700. Now you should believe that the 2 of us can handle it, right? That should be fine. Although it'll be slower, the rewards will be higher. Then there's no need for us to use merit missions to test our strength. Let's go kill the boss monster first, lest someone else steal it. Okowo. Li Wu waved his hand to summon Pig Intestine, mounted it, and then turned to look at Heather. I wonder if Heather has a mount. Traveling on foot is rather slow. Heather glanced at the Pig Intestines and then summoned her pet as well. A king crab. No, a venomous spider appeared in front of O'Runin. Seeing the Heather sitting cross-legged on the Emperor Fong spider, Li Wu's expression behind his mask was slightly strange. Perhaps because its level has increased to 10 or higher. The poison Fong spider is twice the size of the level 5 poison Fong spider monsters in the starting village. But the disc's body is just big enough to sit on, and only someone who is thin and weak can sit on it. Someone as tall as Li Wu, who is over 1.8 meters tall, definitely can't sit on it. After Heather sat on the back of the fanged spider, the hem of her loose, gold-threaded robe covered half of the spider, leaving only its 8 long legs exposed. From a distance, it looked like a spider that had come to life. Li Wu suppressed a laugh and followed O'Shurinan out of the city lord mansion. Seemingly sensing something, Heather turned to look at Li Wu and said in an icy tone, "Laugh if you want to. What's so funny? My spider was dropped by the venomous Fong Lord. It's a B-grade spider, unlike ordinary venomous Fong spiders." "Yeah, you don't need to explain. You're riding a spider, and I'm riding a pig. It's the same thing. So who's laughing at whom?" As Li Wu spoke, she raised her leg higher, indicating to O'Shurinan that she, a mere pig pulling a heavy cart, had no right to laugh at others. "Are you sure? You have too many questions." Heather wasn't lying. Her fanged spiders were indeed extraordinary, running only slightly slower than a pig's intestine. After leaving Shinho City, the two headed south. Along the way, they encountered monsters of level 12 or 13. Li Wu would ride his pig intestines and take the initiative to run ahead to lure the monsters. After all, even if a priest is riding a mount, it is difficult for him to move freely through a group of monsters. He could easily be knocked off his mount and beaten to death if he is not careful. After running for nearly half an hour, it was difficult to see any other players in the field of vision, since it was already the spawn area for level 14 monsters. The two barely spoke along the way. Li Wu frowned slightly as she looked at the increasingly advanced monsters. "What kind of secondary job quest are you doing? You've traveled so far." Heather glanced at Li Wu and asked calmly, "Do you think I'm lying to you?" "No, I'm just curious." Li Wu smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. Heather looked into Li Wu's eyes, paused for a moment, and said, "My secondary profession is alchemist, which requires a herb called netherworld flower as the main ingredient. My skill mentor told me to look for it in a place filled with the aura of death. I posted on the forum, and someone said that there were undead in that place, so I went there. But before I could find the herb, I was sent back by a boss monster." "Alchemist? Blue Star Online has such a profession." Li Wu was somewhat surprised. Although he didn't pay much attention to professions, he had heard of some, but he had never heard of an alchemist. Innate skill. Alchemists can transform into pill refiners. What can an alchemist concoct? Heather looked at Li Wu coldly without replying. Li Wu felt a little uneasy under O'Shurnan's gaze and quickly said with a smile, "I'm just really curious this time. It's okay if you don't tell me." "Then it wasn't just now, was it?" "Ahem, just pretend I didn't ask anything." Li Wu coughed awkwardly twice, then turned her head away and stopped talking nonsense. Seeing Li Wu's embarrassed expression, the corners of O'Shuri's mouth under the mask couldn't help but curl up. After thinking for a moment, he said, "An alchemist should be considered an advanced version of a pharmacist. I can make the potions that pharmacists can make, but I can also refine attribute pills." "Attribute pills?" Chapter 77 Toes almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. It can improve attributes. Heather's cool tone carried a hint of pride, and she deliberately paused before adding, "permanently." Upon hearing this, Li Wu suddenly tightened the reins, and the pig intestines stopped instantly. Seeing this, Heather also stopped, turned to look at Li Wu, and unconsciously raised her chin slightly by 0.5 degrees. Contrary to what Heather had anticipated, Li Wu gave her a cold look before squinting and observing her surroundings. "What are you looking at?" Heather asked, puzzled. "Let's see if you have any accomplices lying in ambush nearby." Li Wu looked cautious, as if she was ready to take off her shoes and throw them into the auction house at any moment. "What accomplice? What are you talking about?" Heather was completely bewildered. What was going on? "Do you think I'm stupid? Attribute pills are one thing, but permanent attribute increases? Do you think Blue Star Online is your private property? You could just casually refine 1,000 or 800 of these and become invincible. Are you crazy?" Heather felt like she was going insane. Even with her usually cold nature, her head was pounding. She shouted angrily, "Attribute pills have a usage limit, and do you think the materials are so easy to find? 1,000 or 800 pills? Do you think they're as common as cabbages? I don't believe you anymore. You've been suspicious from beginning to end. If it weren't for the merit mission, I wouldn't have bothered with you. But you've made up more and more outrageous stories. You don't even use your brain. After finishing speaking, Li Wu decided not to waste any more time. He turned around and prepared to leave. If it weren't for the return stone being on cooldown, he would have already returned to the city. You stop right there. Heather had really gone mad. Seeing that Li Wu was actually running back, she angrily pulled out something and threw it at him. A small, milky white ball brushed past Li Wu's ear and landed on the ground. Li Wu, riding his pig, casually picked it up and took a look. Hoo-hoo! The pig intestines stopped again, grunting and whining in protest against their owner's constant sudden tugs on the reins. Li Wu smacked his eyes. If he weren't wearing platinum boots, he would have already dug out a 2-bedroom apartment by now. Enlightenment pill. Consuming this item permanently increases intelligence by 2 points. A maximum of 30 items can be consumed. Consuming more will have no effect. Are you suffering from paranoia? What kind of person do you take me for? Heather looked at Li Wu, who had slunk back, her eyes filled with anger and grievance. I am sorry. I misunderstood you. Li Wu wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. This person had kindly invited him to kill the Lord, but he had been testing the girl all the way and treating her like a honey trap scammer. If we switched places, the other person would be old enough to be buried by now. Heather took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, then stretched out her hand and said coldly, Give me back the pill, and our cooperation ends here. Li Wu gently placed the enlightenment pill in Heather's hand and said apologetically again, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. To express my apology, didn't you say you couldn't find the nether flower? It's not easy for a priest to move around in a level 15 monster area. I can help you. Heather really wanted to kick Li Wu and then turn around and leave without hesitation. But Li Wu's suggestion was something she couldn't refuse. As Li Wu said, it was indeed somewhat inconvenient for a level 11 priest to move around in a level 15 monster area. Actually, she wasn't telling the whole truth. She wasn't sent back to town by the boss monster, but by 2 level 15 regular monsters. However, he did see a giant monster while being chased by 2 level 15 normal monsters, so it's not entirely a lie. Although she didn't have time to use her true eye to examine the giant monster's information, judging from its size, it was definitely not an ordinary elite monster. It was undoubtedly a lord. All right, Heather took a deep breath. But don't ask me any more questions. Okay. The two continued on their way until they reached the spawn point of level 15 monsters before stopping. Although Li Wu was not afraid of attracting monsters, the level 11 Heather could not withstand it. Heather suggested that it would be best to proceed slowly to avoid attracting monsters, but Li Wu rejected this suggestion after casting a true sight. Skeleton Swordsman. Level 15. Life 12,000. Defense 350. Physical attack 800. Skill 1. Slash. Deals 160% physical damage to the opponent. Cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 2. Leap Slash. Leap from a distance to the enemy and unleash a powerful strike, dealing 150% physical damage. Release range is 1 to 8 meters. Cooldown is 8 seconds. Compared to the Abyss Boar, which is also a level 15 monster, the Skeleton Swordsman is a typical example of low health and high attack. Although its normal attacks cannot break through Li Wu's defense, both of its skills can deal damage to Li Wu. But 2 or 3 isn't much of a problem for Li Wu, and besides, he has a teammate. How much treatment do you need? Li Wu asked softly. Healing spell 1236 points, recovery spell 206 points per second, Heather replied calmly. Your treatment dosage is quite high. Li Wu looked at Heather with some surprise. You've taken 30 enlightenment pills. What do you think? The healing spell's effect is 120% of the magic attack, meaning Heather's magic attack power exceeds 1,000 points. The enlightenment pill is indeed a good thing. 30 pills are equivalent to increasing intelligence by 60 points, which means you will have 120 more points of magic attack power than others out of thin air. Are there any pills that can increase one's physical strength? Li Wu couldn't help but ask. I should have some, but I don't know how to use them yet. However, I do know body-strengthening pills which can increase stamina. Sell me 30. Li Wu's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, No, I could, but I don't have the ingredients. I've never even eaten one. What materials are missing? Netherworld flour. Well, what are we waiting for? You ride your mount, and keep your speed up to follow me. Keep my healing spell active, and we'll rush over to kill the Lord first, and then go pick the netherworld flower. With a wave of his hand, Li Wu led the pig intestines and ran in the direction indicated by the heather. Heather was startled by Li Wu's forceful approach, but since Li Wu had already gone ahead, she felt embarrassed not to follow, so she quickly sat on a Zhou and reluctantly followed. Li Wu quickly triggered the alert line of the two skeleton swordsmen, who ran a few steps toward him and then leaped up, crossing 8 meters to slash at Li Wu. -171. -171. Li Wu took 2 hits from the skills, but her steps did not stop. She stunned one person with a shield bash, while the other continued to move and attack, stacking poison and aggro. A series of plus signs rose from Li Wu's head. Although the number of plus signs was small, the sheer number of them made up for it. The skeleton swordsman, who wasn't stunned, delivered a slash to Li Wu, taking away 251 points of his health, plus 206. Meanwhile, Heather, riding her mount and keeping a low speed behind Li Wu, instantly cast a healing spell on Li Wu, restoring 206 health points per second for 5 seconds. Renew is an instant cast spell that doesn't require a cast time, so it can be used while mounted. Chapter 78, You Call This a Lord? 2 more skeleton swordsmen leaped over. After Li Wu slashed at each of them, he commanded Pig Intestine, who was 8 meters behind him, to charge at one of them and stun him. He then did not let Pig Intestine continue to attack, but instead continued to follow while the target was stunned. Stun them one by one, then chase after them. In this tactic, a long string of skeleton swordsmen soon followed behind Li Wu. However, the skeleton swordsman's basic attack cannot break through the defense, and due to the positioning, not many skills can actually hit Li Wu. Although the skeleton swordsman still has the skill of leaping slash, it cannot be used beyond 8 meters. Therefore, once a skeleton swordsman is stunned, there is basically no chance of catching up. The skeleton chain gets longer and longer, and finally, after exceeding the pursuit range, the skeleton swordsmen are pulled away one by one and return to the spawn point. Because Li Wu had damaged every monster, the skeleton swordsman's aggro was all on him, and Heather was almost safe following behind. Heather wasn't unfamiliar with forming teams or cooperating with other guards, but when had she ever seen someone who could take on a whole bunch of level 15 monsters with just one healing spell? This damn sense of security. Li Wu ran through the monsters for a long time before Heather behind him finally whispered, "They're nearby." Upon hearing this, Li Wu glanced at the skeleton swordsmen who were still not freed, and after finding that there were only 7 left, he stopped and turned around to kill the monsters. Since there wasn't enough time to apply too many layers of poison, the blood-sucking efficiency wasn't very high. Li Wu's health had already dropped to half. After quickly using taunt and heroic strike on the 2 skeleton swordsmen in front of her, she hurriedly shouted to Heather, "Put a healing spell on me, then focus fire on and take down these 2 in front of me." Upon hearing this, Heather quickly dismounted and used a healing spell to restore Li Wu's health to normal. Then, following Li Wu's instructions, she used Radiant Impact and ordered her pet and Pig Intestine to focus fire on the other skeleton swordsman. After the 2 skeleton swordsmen fell to the ground, Li Wu's pressure immediately disappeared, and she quickly recovered her health by relying solely on her life steal and Heather's healing spell. After clearing out the monsters, Heather hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "You're amazing. You're amazing too. This amount of healing gives me a real sense of security." Li Wu replied with a thumbs up. Being praised by a powerful figure, even Heather couldn't help but feel a little proud, and a rare smile appeared on her usually taut face beneath the mask. "Where is the Lord monster?" Li Wu looked around and found that there were dead trees and branches everywhere, and many skeleton swordsmen were wandering in the dead forest, but he did not see any special monsters. Heather looked around and frowned, saying, "It should be nearby. I remember the coordinates. Won't someone beat me to it?" Li Wu sighed. Heather wanted to say that no one should be able to farm monsters in a level 15 map. But recalling Li Wu's performance just now, she suddenly realized that she had been taking things for granted, and her confidence in her words was greatly diminished. "Let's look for it." "Okay, let's clear the monsters and search at the same time." Li Wu sensed Heather's emotions and added with a smile, "Don't worry. Even if there are no boss monsters, I will still help you collect netherworld flowers." "Yes, thank you. Don't mention it. Give me a discount when you make the body strengthening pill." "Good." After they finished speaking, The two began searching while fighting monsters in the withered forest. After searching for half an hour, just as Oshur and Anne was about to give up, Li Wu suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. Well, that's the Lord Monster you were talking about. Li Wu's tone revealed a hint of barely suppressed excitement. Following Li Wu's gaze, Oshura finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, that's him. A true eye shot was fired, and the pretty face under the heather mask turned deathly pale instantly. Headless Horseman boss. Level, 15. Life, 500,000. Defense, 1,288. Physical attack, 1888. Magic attack, 1888. Skill 1, Death Charge. The Headless Knight transforms into a Ghost Knight and launches a death charge in a random direction, dealing 150% physical damage to all enemies in a 100-meter line in front of him. The area he passes through is left with a 10-meter wide trail of death flames, dealing 80% magic damage per second. The duration is 5 seconds, and the cooldown is 10 seconds. Skill 2, Night Sweep. Swings the spear to launch a 150-degree fan-shaped attack in front, dealing 150% physical damage to all enemies within the fan-shaped area. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Skill 3, Silent Cry. When health drops to 20%, the Headless Knight's resentment transforms into a cry of the soul, dealing true damage equal to 150% of attack power to all enemies within a 200-meter radius. Skill 4, Soul Devouring. Devours the residual power of the dead to strengthen itself. For every enemy that dies within 200 meters, the Headless Knight gains 1 point of both attack and physical attack. Skill 5, Undying Body. After entering combat, the Headless Horseman's stamina increases by 30% until the battle ends or he is released from combat. This is the boss. Heather's tone was not excited at all, but rather very frustrated. For most players, bosses are not as appealing as Lord monsters, and are even less desirable than elite monsters. Elite monsters have a very high chance of dropping silver equipment, and boss monsters even have a considerable chance of dropping gold equipment. Although these two types of monsters are somewhat difficult, they can be defeated as long as you team up with a few reliable teammates, and the rewards are substantial and tangible. However, wild bosses are like a large-scale event in the game, which cannot be defeated by just a few people or even dozens of people, especially when the player's level is lower than the boss's level. Trying to land the final blow on the boss is like playing the lottery. You spend ages studying the trends, but in the end, you don't even get the blue ball. Well, that's not entirely accurate. You can get 5 reputation points by participating in events, so that's like getting the blue ball. I'm sorry, I didn't have time to use true sight, making you come all this way for nothing. Heather felt a pang of guilt upon seeing the boss's information and lowered her head, too embarrassed to look at Li Wu. Let's go pick Netherworld flowers or do some merit quests instead. The expected complaints did not come. When Heather saw that Li Wu had not moved for a long time, she turned her head to look and found that Li Wu was squatting there muttering something to herself. Confused, Oshurha approached and discovered that Li Wu was gesturing on the ground with his fingers and muttering some numbers. What are you doing? Heather couldn't help but ask. Wait a minute, Li Wu replied without looking up, her hands still moving, swiping a few more times before she stood up. I figured it out, we can't fight. Li Wu grinned. Heather was wearing a mask, with only her eyes showing, which were now wide open. Are you talking about hitting me or hitting the boss? Chapter 79, Fierce Battle Against the Headless Horseman. We can fight the boss. I have life steal, and with the help of potions and your healing, we should be able to withstand the boss's attacks. But there are some difficulties that we can't overcome, Li Wu said with a very confident tone. Seemingly influenced by Li Wu's tone, Heather calmed down a bit and asked in a low voice, what's the difficulty? I can hold off the boss, but I don't know if you can. How could I possibly withstand the boss? Li Wu sighed and said, that's the tricky part. You've seen the Headless Horseman's information, and 2 of his skills are designed to counter swarm tactics. One is Death Charge, which has a random direction, so even if you're standing behind the Headless Horseman, it might not be effective. The other is Silent Shout, which deals 150% true damage, or 2832. It's an amazing skill for clearing out enemies. It forcibly eliminates any player within a 200-meter radius with less than 2,832 HP. Heather also sighed and said in a low voice, I can't withstand either of these skills. I only have 2,720 health points. 2,720? You have such high health, Li Wu said with some surprise. My clothes are gold-grade cloth armor, with double durability and one spirit. Not bad, not bad, great equipment. What's so good about it? Priest class gear doesn't add intelligence. What's the use of double stamina? If I hadn't taken 30 enlightenment pills and gained an extra 60 points of intelligence, I would have preferred to wear a silver grade top. At this moment, it is a divine artifact, Li Wu said with a smile, taking out a pear blossom pastry and handing it to Heather. Pear blossom pastry restores 3 points of satiety and increases 5% stamina for 5 minutes. Heather took the pear blossom pastry and glanced at it. Her eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed again. After eating the pear blossom pastry, my health points are 2,856, which is just enough to withstand the Headless Knight's silent shout. But I still can't withstand the double damage of the death charge. Death charge deals damage in 2 phases. 150% physical impact damage followed by 80% magic damage per second. My defense is only 340 points, so the impact damage alone will deal 2,492 damage to me, followed by 80% magic damage for 5 seconds, which is nearly 1,200 points per second. Even if I drink potions and heal myself, I can't withstand it. Then we can only gamble on luck. Gamble that the Headless Horseman's death charge won't land on your head. Li Wu grinned, then tossed a pear blossom pastry into his mouth and turned to walk towards the Headless Horseman. Wait a minute. What if we're unlucky? Then let's do it again. If we could take down the Headless Horseman, I'd be happy to make 10 trips. Without turning his head, Li Wu said something and was already close to the warning line that would trigger the Headless Knight. To prevent the Headless Horseman from launching a deadly charge directly at him and endangering Heather, Li Wu moved more than 10 meters to the right, avoiding a straight-line angle. Heather, steeling herself, continued forward, then suddenly realized something. Wait. Before Heather could finish speaking, the Headless Knight's warhorse let out a long neigh and galloped towards Li Wu. A hint of joy flashed in Li Wu's eyes as he watched the Headless Knight rushing towards him. The first step is secure. He commanded Pig Intestine to activate the Stone Armor Aura, increasing its defense to 1131. Then, Li Wu raised a shield to block the Headless Knight's spear and slashed out with his sword. -1, cutting 4550. 70 toxins, cutting 4550. Plus 227. Plus 3. Plus 227. The Headless Horseman's normal attack dealt 757 damage, while Li Wu's sword cut off 9171 of the Headless Horseman's health and healed 457 of his own. Immediately afterwards, the Headless Knight unleashed a sweeping attack, and a damage of -1,701 appeared above Li Wu's head. As Li Wu fought back, she shouted, "Quickly heal me." Heather finally came to her senses. Although her eyes were full of shock, she used her skills relatively smoothly, casting a healing spell on Li Wu's head and then quickly following up with a recovery spell. What was she going to say? Right. She was just thinking that even if they were lucky, how could they deal damage with one being a priest and the other a guard? But now, seeing one 4-digit number after another floating above the Headless Horseman's head, my mouth is agape enough to swallow a light bulb. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask, so no one could see him. Before his health drops below 20%, the Headless Horseman only has 2 damaging abilities, and he does not immediately launch Death Charge after sweep. Under normal attacks, Li Wu's health did not decrease much. In fact, it was fully restored thanks to Heather's second healing spell. The Headless Horseman finally launched his Death Charge, but fortunately, it wasn't aimed at the Heather behind him. Unfortunately, although the Headless Knight adjusted the horse's head, the angle was not large, and the 10-meter skill width still included Li Wu at an angle. Fortunately, Li Wu was right next to the Headless Knight, and the starting point of the death charge was only a step away. Although she was hit by the physical shock wave, Li Wu only suffered a bit of subsequent fire damage before taking a step to stand in the fireless zone. -1,701. -757. The death charge dealt a total of 2,458 damage to Li Wu, less than half of his health, but Li Wu's expression was not good. The Headless Knight's damage was too high, and the corresponding pain was also higher. Even though the shield absorbed some of it, Li Wu was still wincing in pain. The Headless Knight charged forward over 100 meters in an instant. Naturally, Li Wu wasn't foolish enough to chase after him. He adjusted his position and created some distance from the Heather, then casually downed a bottle of red wine. Then, while Heather was treating him, a taunt further fueled the hatred towards the Headless Horseman. Priest healing increases threat, and if the threat gets out of control, Heather will be instantly killed. Li Wu was already familiar with the Headless Horseman's 2 skills. Now, it was really a gamble on Heather's luck. Under Li Wu's cutting talent, the Headless Knight wouldn't survive more than 2 minutes. This was only because the death charge covered 100 meters in one go, and the back and forth running took up time. Otherwise, it would only take about a minute. The Headless Horseman's health dropped to 81%, triggering a second death charge. Heather was lucky. The Headless Horseman's health dropped to 69%, and he launched his third death charge. Heather was still lucky. The Headless Horseman charged for the 4th, 5th, and 6th time, killing both the pig intestines and the spider, while the Heather seemed to be blessed by Lady Luck, escaping death each time. Finally, the Headless Knight's health dropped to 20%, and he unleashed a silent roar. Minus 2,832 appeared above Li Wu's and Aoshin's heads respectively. Heather's health was almost 0. The pain, which seemed to penetrate her very soul, struck her brain like a heavy hammer, causing her to stagger and almost fall to the ground. However, she remembered that someone was still fighting desperately against the enemy, so she mustered her strength to cast a recovery spell on Li Wu and quickly performed a healing spell. Chapter 80. The real gaming master Li Wu's head was buzzing. Fortunately, he had a lot of health, so the pain was not as intense as that of the Heather. He stunned the Headless Knight with a shield bash, took a breath, and quickly drank a large red potion. The Headless Horseman's sweeping attack and silent shout came together, almost killing him, but fortunately he kept his shield bash ready, and Heather's healing arrived as scheduled. The Headless Knight's health points were dropping rapidly, and Li Wu breathed a slight sigh of relief. With the Headless Horseman's current health, he can use Death Charge at most once more, and the first kill is within reach. Just when the Headless Knight's health dropped to 5%, and Li Wu thought the situation was under control, the Headless Knight suddenly flung the reins, turned the mount around, and its huge body transformed into a streak of light and roared away. Not good. Li Wu wanted to warn her, but it was too late. But a scene that shocked Li Wu occurred. Heather, which was directly in the direction of the Headless Knight's charge, suddenly flipped to the side, braced itself on the ground with both hands, and leaped out like a nimble white fox. She narrowly escaped death by a hair's breadth. Before Li Wu could marvel at this astonishing scene, he quickly dodged the flames left by the death charge and used a taunt to stabilize the Headless Knight's aggro. The Headless Knight had no more chances to use death charge. When it ran back to Li Wu, it was almost exhausted by the cut triggered by the poison. Li Wu took 2 sword strikes with a fierce attack and killed it. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 15 boss, Headless Knight. Reward: 100,000 experience points. For defeating a level 3 boss, the reward is 60,000 experience points. Ding! Your pet pig intestine has reached level 12. Experience is full. Experience allocation is cancelled. Ding! Congratulations! Your talent has been upgraded to level 7. True damage to the target's maximum health has been increased to 0.8%. Ding! Congratulations on being the first in the entire server to kill the boss, Headless Horseman. The team will be rewarded with 3,000 reputation points. There are 2 team members, and you will receive 1,500 reputation points. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Heather for leading the team to the first kill of the level 15 boss, Headless Horseman. The team is rewarded with 3,000 reputation points. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Heather. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Heather. The server-wide announcement was displayed 3 times in a row on the Chinese server. Heather stared down at her palms, as if detached from the world. Li Wu called her twice to come and pick up her things, but received no response. Heather did not set a team leader to pick it up. Li Wu originally wanted to invite Heather over to pick it up together, so that the 2 of them would know what kind of loot it would drop. But Heather was standing there in a daze for some reason. When Li Wu realized it wasn't time to fuss, she simply bent down and picked up all the items dropped by the boss. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Li Wu walked up to Shernan and waved her hand in front of her eyes, trying to attract her attention, but Shernan suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Wu's wrist. The next moment, Li Wu collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the sky in the game. Who am I? Where am I? After asking 2 of the 3 questions, Li Wu realized what was happening and quickly got up, looking at the Heather with surprise, as if it had come to its senses. You know judo? Heather looked somewhat agitated and shook her head. It's not judo, it's... Never mind, you wouldn't understand anyway. Just think of it as a fighting technique. You wouldn't happen to be the legendary ancient martial arts master, would you? Li Wu asked, her eyes shining. You know about ancient martial arts? Heather looked at Li Wu with some surprise, as if Li Wu shouldn't know about it. Someone on the forum revealed that there is a suspected ancient martial arts practitioner who can dominate the game, and the monster fighting is not turn-based. Fighting monsters isn't turn-based. What does this have to do with whether someone is a martial artist or not? Heather asked, puzzled. I'm just giving you an example. Normally, when we fight monsters, we take turns attacking them, right? But ancient martial artists can dodge monster attacks. Unless it's a lock-on technique, normal attacks are ineffective against ancient martial artists, Li Wu said excitedly. Looking at Li Wu's silly, gesticulating manner, Oshirinen couldn't believe that he could connect this with the calm and composed demeanor he displayed when fighting the boss. Do you know that you're acting like a complete idiot right now? Do I have one? So stupid. I got a little too excited. When I was a child, I always watched martial arts dramas with my father and dreamed of becoming a great hero. Now that I've seen one in person, I can't help but get excited. Heather glanced at Li Wu speechlessly, then thought for a moment and asked, have you never played a virtual reality game before? Well, virtual reality games have only emerged in the last 2 years. I've been quite busy with work these past 2 years and haven't had a chance to get involved. That makes sense. Heather nodded, then added, if you often play virtual reality games, you should know that being able to dodge attacks doesn't necessarily mean you're a martial arts master. Some game experts can do it too. A gaming expert? Or just an ordinary person? Yes, just an ordinary person. No way. I've actually tried dodging monster attacks, but it's completely useless. Monsters in the game are much faster than real animals, so it's hard to dodge them, and it's even harder to retaliate after dodging them. Are you a gaming expert? Does the highest rank and honor of kings count? Heather rolled her eyes, unable to bear looking at Li Wu, and said speechlessly, a master of 2D games and a master of virtual reality are two different things. Virtual reality gaming masters, whether by nature or through training, possess extraordinary control over their bodies, with reflexes far faster than the average person. Upon hearing this, Li Wu blinked, hesitated for a moment, and asked softly, could you explain it in simpler terms? Heather sighed helplessly and asked, you should know about the human body's reaction speed, right? I know a little about that. Yes, the reflex arc I'm referring to is equivalent to reaction speed. For example, in a match between A and B, A is about to make an attack and his arm moves slightly. If B is an ordinary person, he will receive this scene through his vision and send it to his brain. The brain needs time to react and command the body to respond. This time maybe 0.2 to 0.3 seconds. Well-trained athletes can improve this to 0.1 to 0.2 seconds. But if B is the gaming expert I'm talking about, his reaction time might only need 0.05 seconds or even less. Is this possible? Li Wu asked in disbelief. It's almost impossible in reality because the physical strength of ordinary people has its limits. Reacting too quickly will keep a person's muscles in a state of tension for a long time, causing the body to collapse because it can't withstand it. The body's own defense mechanism will set a threshold to prevent human reaction nerves from exceeding this threshold. But virtual reality games are different. We get a virtual body, and people with reaction speeds beyond the limit can truly unleash the amazing power of reaction speed. For example, what you said about dodging attacks. Exceptional reaction speed and extensive experience enable truly synchronized prediction. You're such a gaming expert? Li Wu looked at Oshirinen with a serious expression. No, I'm not a gaming expert. I'm a practitioner of ancient martial arts.